Chapter 1. Just after entering college, my 6-year-old daughter came to me. Lin Muhong, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? In front of the teaching building, a girl suddenly rushed out of the crowd and blocked Lin Muhong's way. Her cheeks were rosy like the first blossoming peach blossoms. She held the key to the Maybach tightly in her hand, and her eyes were sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Muhong already had the answer in his mind and was about to refuse, but at this moment, a childish and sweet baby voice suddenly sounded. No, Auntie, you can't snatch Dad from me and Mom. The adults all say that a woman who steals someone else's husband is a bad woman, and is called a mistress. Although my father is very outstanding, this is absolutely not a reason for you to be a mistress. What? You already have a child? When the girl heard this, her face was full of shock. She had never expected that one day she would be lectured by a little kid and left speechless. Woo woo. Perhaps because of the sudden breakup, or perhaps because the little guy's words broke her defenses, the girl covered her face and fled the scene in embarrassment. Lin Muhong looked at the girl's receding back, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. It just so happened that he didn't know how to reject the other party's confession. Only then did he lower his head and carefully look at the little girl in front of him. She looked about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a white shirt, a bright red skirt, 2 pigtails playfully hanging on both sides of her cheeks, and a white fisherman's hat. She looked delicate and cute. Lin Muhong fell in love with this little girl at first sight. Her cuteness touched his heart, making him want to reach out and pinch her pink cheeks. He even secretly complained in his heart that if he could have such a beautiful and lovely daughter, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. So he squatted down, gently stroked the little girl's head, and said softly, "Little friend, thank you for helping Uncle out. This lollipop is a reward for you." After saying that, Lin Muhong took out a lychee-flavored lollipop from his pocket, handed it to the little girl, then turned around and left contentedly. However, the little guy was not happy about it. Instead, he pouted and sobbed aggrievedly, "Dad, don't you want Wan anymore?" As she spoke, she burst into tears, and her appearance made people feel pity for her. Lin Muhong was most afraid of girls crying, especially a little girl like the one in front of him who was as beautiful as an angel. He quickly squatted down and frantically comforted her, "Baby, it's not that I don't want you, but I'm not your father at all. You are my father." Wan sobbed and shook her head. Being pestered by the little guy, Lin Muhong looked at his watch helplessly and said, "So how did you get here? Do you remember?" Wan shook her head and held onto her thighs. When Lin Muhong saw this, he said helplessly, "Then I'll take you to find your father later." "I said, you are my father." Wan insisted stubbornly. Lin Muhong thought that the child was talking nonsense, so he picked up Wan and walked towards the classroom. This class is his major course. If he is not present when the roll call is taken, he will probably fail the course at the end of the semester. Arriving outside the classroom, Lin Muhong looked inside through the window, then squatted down and said to Wan, "Baby, wait for Uncle here for a while, Uncle will be back soon." When Wan saw her father was leaving, she immediately became anxious. "Dad, where are you going?" Lin Muhong just felt a headache. He was obviously still a single young man, so where did the girl come from? "I'm not your father." "Whatever. Just stand here and don't move. Got it? This lollipop is for you as a reward." When Wan saw the lollipop, her eyes lit up immediately and she nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Wan will be obedient." Lin Muhong sneaked into the classroom and sat in the last row of seats. 15 minutes later, the professor began to call the roll, and Lin Muhong passed the roll call session without any trouble. Just as he was breathing a sigh of relief, a voice from the loudspeaker suddenly rang out, "Which department are you from? What's your name?" Lin Muhong had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked up and saw that the little girl had appeared on the podium at some point. "My name is Lin Wan, and I'm from your department." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class burst into laughter. "Why did you come into the classroom? Who are you looking for?" The professor looked at the soft and cute little girl in front of him, and his voice became softer involuntarily. "I'm looking for my dad." Lin Wan blinked her big eyes and said sincerely, "Then who is your father?" The professor asked curiously. "Lin Muhong." Lin Wan pointed at the seat at the back and said loudly. After she said this, the whole class burst into laughter. Anyone could see that the little girl could not be Lin Muhong's daughter. Just then, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and Lin Wan happily ran to Lin Muhong. When the little guy saw the other person's surprised look, he instantly became aggrieved and said, "Dad, you asked me to wait outside, but I waited for a long time and you didn't come out, so I came in." "You won't be angry with Wan Wan, right?" "How could that be?" Lin Muhong looked at this cute little guy, his heart filled with tenderness. "You were so cute, how could I be angry?" On the playground, Lin Muhong stared at Wan Wan closely, and suddenly he discovered that this child's eyebrows and eyes were quite similar to his own. Especially when she called out her name in front of the whole class, Lin Muhong couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that this child is really his daughter? This shouldn't be the case. This child looks like she's only 5 or 6 years old, and when I was 12 or 13, I had never even held a girl's hand, so how could I have a daughter this big? When I see such a beautiful little girl, I must be missing my daughter like crazy. Am I a born daughter slave? Ding! Father and daughter meet, the life winner system is activated successfully. What the hell? Life winner system? No, father and daughter? Lin Muhong's gaze shifted to the beautiful girl in front of him. She is actually my daughter? Being stared at by her father, Lin Wanwan said playfully, "Dad, is there something on my face?" "No." Lin Muhong answered subconsciously. In just a short while, he had completely regarded himself as Wanwan's father. Then, he asked gently, "Wanwan, you said I was your father, then what is your mother's name?" Dad is so stupid that he doesn't even know mom's name. Lin Wanwan said with a smile, and then replied, "Mom's name is Xia Wanning." After she finished speaking, she did not forget to remind Lin Muhong, "Dad, you must remember mom's name. When mom gets angry, she is very fierce. She will make you kneel on the washboard." Lin Muhong was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that he was actually a henpecked husband. But on second thought, this is not a bad thing. After all, even the gambling king said that you will become rich if you listen to your wife. But what surprised him most now was that his future wife was actually Xia Wan Ning. He might not have known her before, but after entering college, the name he heard most often was Xia Wan Ning. This girl is a celebrity at Shanghai University and is known as the most beautiful campus beauty since the university was founded. He couldn't help but be curious about how he would meet her in the future, fall in love with her, and eventually get together. At this time, Lin Wanwan took out a photo from her backpack and placed it in front of Lin Muhong. Chapter 2 Dad, Wanwan is hungry. Dad, this is Mom. On the left are Grandpa and Grandma. On the right are Grandma, Grandpa, and my uncle. Looking at this photo, Lin Muhong was completely captivated. The old people on the left in the photo were actually his parents, except that they looked a little older than he remembered. Seeing this, Lin Muhong completely believed that Lin Wanwan was his daughter. At that time, Lin Wanwan rubbed into his arms like a kitten, rubbed her belly, and said in a baby voice, "Dad, Wanwan is hungry, can you cook for me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but smile bitterly. To describe his cooking skills as difficult to describe would be an understatement. Looking at his daughter's eyes full of expectation, he could only gently comfort her, "Wanwan, let's go out for lunch today, okay?" After hearing this, Wanwan frowned and shook her head in a baby voice, saying seriously, No, Mom said that the food outside is unhealthy and she won't let us eat outside." Lin Muhong smiled helplessly, but at the moment he could only try to persuade his daughter, "It's okay, let's just eat it once. Wanwan, do you want to eat a hamburger?" When hamburgers were mentioned, Wanwan's eyes lit up immediately and she waved her arms excitedly, "I want to eat." Then, she smiled mischievously, leaned close to Lin Muhong's ear, and whispered, "Dad, we can't tell Mom about cheating." "Okay, I won't tell you." Lin Muhong agreed with a smile, but he secretly decided in his heart that he must learn how to cook in the future and let his daughter eat healthy and delicious meals. He held Wanwan's chubby little hand and the two of them walked towards the school gate. Opposite the school is a KFC. Lin Muhong ordered a children's meal and brought it to Wanwan. As soon as the little guy saw the hamburger and French fries, his eyes immediately lit up and he even couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His innocence and cuteness made Lin Muhong feel pity for him. At this time, Wanwan took the hamburger and placed it in front of Lin Muhong, and asked obediently, "Dad, do you want to eat?" "I don't want to eat it." "You eat it." Lin Muhong smiled happily. Hearing this, Wanwan couldn't help but take big bites. It was obvious that the little guy was really hungry. Looking at his daughter wolfing down the food, Lin Muhong felt a warm feeling in his heart. After eating and drinking, Wanwan leaned on her father's shoulder, yawning, and feeling sleepy. "Dad, when will Mom come back? I miss her." Lin Muhong gently stroked his daughter's head and said softly, "Mom is busy. She will be back to accompany Wanwan when she is done." He knew that such a small baby couldn't live without a mother, but how could he make the other party believe this absurd thing? After a while, Lin Muhong heard the sound of even breathing. He turned around and saw that the little guy had fallen asleep sweetly. Looking at his daughter's long eyelashes trembling gently and her tender lips slightly opening, Lin Muhong's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. However, a realistic problem lay before him. Where should he put his daughter when she fell asleep? Opposite the school, there are many simple but affordable small hotels, which cost only 50 yuan per night. Lin Feng specially booked a room near the school gate and carefully placed the sleeping Wan Wan on the bed. Ding! System issues task: bring Xia Wan Ning to Lin Wan Wan. The system rewards you with a 2-bedroom apartment in Yunwan Villa. What? Hearing the system issuing the task, Lin Muhong instantly had a headache. How could the other party believe all this absurdity? He just hoped that Xia Wan Ning would not treat him as a fool. If the other party insists on not coming, tying him up should be able to complete the system task. Lin Muhong gently touched Wan Wan's chubby little face and said softly, "Wan Wan, Daddy will bring Mom to you right now." He carefully tucked in the quilt for the little guy, and after making sure everything was in place, he locked the door and left in a hurry. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Lin Feng dug out the precious family photo from the depths of Wan Wan's backpack. He prayed silently, hoping that Xia Wan Ning would not think of him as a fool after seeing this photo. While looking for Xia Wan Ning, Lin Muhong communicated with the system attentively. "System, what functions do you have?" There was a hint of anticipation in Lin Muhong's voice. "Okay, host, I will introduce it to you." The system paused for a moment, and said with a mechanical tone, "In addition to completing the tasks assigned by the system also has a lottery function, where various precious skills are randomly dropped. In addition, the host can purchase them in the system mall with the heart value." Heartbeat value? Lin Muhong was slightly stunned and then asked. The so-called heartbeat value refers to the degree to which Xia Wanning is attracted to you. After you successfully pursue Xia Wanning, the system will undergo a major upgrade, and more rich rewards will be unlocked. The system's explanation was clear and concise. The host is requested to explore the specific rules on his own. The final right of interpretation belongs to the system, and no rebuttal is accepted. The system's voice sounded again, with a hint of unquestionable meaning. After listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Muhong understood. Although pursuing Xia Wan Ning would give him many rewards, that was not Lin Muhong's original intention. The most important thing was that his baby daughter had to be accompanied by her mother. Thanks to Xia Wanning's popularity in Shanghai University, Lin Muhong quickly collected her class information, dormitory number, and detailed course schedule on the school forum. After checking, he was delighted to find that Xia Wan Ning had no classes this afternoon, which meant that she was most likely in the dormitory at this time. So, Lin Muhong came to building number 8 of the girls' dormitory. At that time, many boys gathered downstairs. They were looking forward to it, but he was different from them. Looking at the girls coming and going, Lin Muhong was afraid that he would be driven out by the girls. He suddenly had an idea, pushed open the door and window of the dormitory manager, and said sincerely, "Auntie, I want to find someone, can you let me in for a moment?" After hearing this, the dormitory manager rejected him mercilessly. "There are boys looking for someone every day. How can you let boys into the girls' dormitory casually? You have to figure it out yourself." After saying that, he closed the window and locked it tightly. This road was blocked, and Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How can I get Xia Wan Ning to come downstairs? He browsed the forum again, hoping to find Xia Wan Ning's contact information, but unfortunately, there was none. In desperation, Lin Feng could only use the most direct and clumsy method. He put his hands to his mouth and shouted with all his strength, "Xia Wan Ning! I have something to tell you, come down quickly." "Thank you Wan Ning, thank you Wan Ning." These cries instantly attracted the attention of everyone around. Although Lin Feng felt embarrassed, he didn't care about anything else when he thought of his daughter's longing for her mother. For the sake of his daughter, as a father, he had to be thick-skinned and do everything he could. Chapter 3 We have a 6-year-old daughter. Girls' Dormitory, 308. Xiao Xiao, wearing a pink nightgown, was busy hanging the freshly washed clothes on the balcony. Suddenly, a burst of noisy noises came from downstairs. Xiao Xiao poked her head out curiously, then turned around excitedly and shouted to Xia Wan Ning, who was in the room. "Ning Ning, someone is calling you downstairs, come over and see." Xia Wan Ning was sitting on a chair beside the bed, a pair of white wireless headphones hanging gently on her ears, blocking out the noise from the outside world. She was wearing a simple yet elegant white dress, her long hair cascading down both sides like a waterfall, her skin as white as snow, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Hearing Xiao Qiao's call, she gently took off her headphones with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Xiao Qiao, what did you say? Someone is calling me? Xiao Qiao took her hand and trotted to the window, saying gossipingly, Ning Ning, look, there's a boy downstairs calling your name. Could it be another infatuated guy confessing his love to you? Xia Wanning smiled slightly, with a bit of helplessness on her face. Many people had confessed to her, but this was the first one who was so crazy. She couldn't help but feel a headache. Oh, it's because Ning Ning is so pretty that her suitors are lining up all over the country. Xia Wanning glanced out the window and then sat back in her chair. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao blinked and said with a wicked smile, Ning Ning, why don't you go down and take a look? What if it's a super handsome guy? It would be a pity to miss him. Xia Wanning shook her head, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If you want to go, go ahead. I don't have the time. Downstairs, Lin Muhong was shouting Xia Wanning's name over and over again at the top of his voice. His voice echoed in the empty campus, attracting many curious glances. After shouting for a long time, no one came down from upstairs. Lin Muhong couldn't help but wonder, was it because his voice was too soft? Or was Xia Wanning not in the dormitory at all? He was unwilling to give up, so he had an idea and went to the school gate and bought a big loudspeaker for 20 yuan from an old man who was roasting sweet potatoes. The old man looked at him, his eyes full of curiosity and confusion, but Lin Muhong didn't care about that and ran back with the loudspeaker. After a while, the three words Xia Wanning were played on a loop at the entrance of Building 8. The sound resounded through the sky and all the girls in the building heard it. Many girls leaned on the windows and looked down curiously, wanting to see who this bold boy was. Lin Muhong looked at the lively scene upstairs and felt secretly proud. He thought that he could call Xia Wanning down in this way. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of anyone. He couldn't help but wonder, this shouldn't be the case. Xia Wanning should come down after hearing this. Could it be that she is really not in the dormitory? At this moment, a dormitory manager in her 50s with curly hair came over angrily, snatched the loudspeaker, and pressed the off button fiercely. Student, I asked you to find a solution, not to disturb others. The aunt's voice was sharp and stern, and she was obviously very dissatisfied with Lin Muhong's behavior. The loudspeaker has been confiscated. You'd better take care of yourself. After saying that, the aunt turned and left, leaving Lin Muhong standing there alone. Auntie, I don't need it. Lin Muhong wanted to keep her, but the auntie ignored him. Not only did he not call his future daughter-in-law down, but he also got a big loudspeaker thrown in. Lin Muhong really lost both the wife and the army. He was sitting on the curb thinking of a solution when suddenly a girl in a white dress walked out from the dormitory building Xia Wanning. She didn't want to come at first, but the sound of the horn kept repeating, which directly aroused public anger, so she had no choice but to come down. Xia Wanning walked up to Lin Muhong and patted his shoulder gently, with a bit of indifference and curiosity in her tone. Are you the one who keeps calling me? What's the matter? Lin Muhong looked up and was stunned. He looked at the other person in confusion. Huh? Who are you? Seeing this, Xia Wanning said speechlessly, you keep calling my name, but you don't know me? Are you playing hard to get? Hearing her say this, Lin Muhong actually felt relieved. It seemed that the girl in front of him was the one he was looking for. So it's you. He smiled awkwardly, extremely happy. In fact, Lin Muhong did not deliberately fail to recognize Xia Wanning. He just heard of her name but had never seen her. Plus, the photo in his hand was of Xia Wanning's future appearance, which was indeed very different from her current appearance. Therefore, when he saw Xia Wanning for the first time, he did not recognize her immediately. His daughter might wake up at any time, so before getting straight to the point, Lin Muhong decided to give the other party a heads up. Xia Wanning, I know what I'm going to say next is a little unbelievable. I hope you can believe me and don't treat me like a fool, okay? His eyes were full of sincerity and pleading. Xia Wanning looked at him and nodded, indicating that she was willing to listen. Well, go ahead. Lin Muhong took a deep breath and began to speak. We two got married in the future and have a 6-year-old daughter. She traveled from the future to our present world and she misses you very much. The more Xia Wanning listened, the deeper her frowned. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't help but sneer when she heard such absurd words from the other party. Classmate, if you want to pursue me, you don't have to make up so many unbelievable things, right? There was a bit of disdain and sarcasm in her eyes. Lin Muhong's heart tightened when he heard this, but he did not give up. I'm sorry, I know this is hard to believe, but what I said is true. You can take a look at this photo. As he said that, he took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning took the photo and looked at it carefully. She was clearly in the photo, but that she looked more mature and charming. What surprised her even more was that her parents were also in the photo. She found that her parents were a little older than she remembered, and there were more traces of time on their faces. After seeing this, Xia Wanning's face turned serious. How come you have photos of my parents? What do you want to do? Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly waved his hands and explained, I don't want to do anything, really. Although this is a little unbelievable, can you listen to my explanation? Xia Wanning acquiesced, and then Lin Muhong pointed at the photo and said, on the left of the photo are my parents, and in the middle is our daughter Lin Wanwan. She looks like you. After listening to this, Xia Wanning's gaze stayed on the little girl in the middle. She looked at her carefully and was surprised to find that she was 70% similar to herself when she was a child. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. After all, she had never even held a boy's hand, so how could she have a 6-year-old daughter? Chapter 4, Will the innocent school beauty be so fierce in the future? Seeing this, Lin Muhong said pleadingly, I know this is hard to believe, but my daughter is really in the small hotel opposite the school. You will know once you meet her. After hearing this, Xia Wanning instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, in this complex society, there were many news reports about the trafficking of female college students. However, when she saw the other's sincere and determined eyes, she followed Lin Muhong inexplicably. As soon as Lin Muhong stepped into the door of the small hotel, he clearly heard the intermittent crying of a child coming from the innermost room on the first floor. The voice was filled with helplessness and fear, and it went straight into his heart. After hearing the crying, Lin Muhong's heart skipped a beat, as if something had suddenly grabbed it. The expression on his face instantly became anxious, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Then, he ran to the door like a 100-meter sprint and opened it with trembling hands. After pushing open the door, the scene in front of him made Lin Muhong's heart suddenly shrink. I saw Wanwan walking barefoot on the ground, her pink little feet were particularly eye-catching under the dim light. Her little face was covered with tears, and tear marks were like 2 small streams extending from the corners of her eyes to her chin, looking so pitiful. When she woke up, she found the room empty and the unfamiliar environment made her feel very scared. When Wanwan saw Lin Muhong, she rushed into his arms, hugged his thighs tightly with her little hands, and cried, Dad, Wanwan thought you didn't want me anymore. Her voice was full of grievance and uneasiness, which broke Lin Muhong's heart, and he immediately hugged the little girl in his arms. Woo 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 woo. Wanwan's little body twitched in Lin Muhong's arms, crying like a kitten that had suffered great injustice. Lin Muhong gently patted Wanwan's shoulder and comforted her tenderly, Wanwan is Daddy's baby, how could Daddy not want you? Dad just went out to do something, I didn't expect Wanwan to wake up so soon. Seeing his daughter still sobbing, Lin Muhong tried hard to force a smile, looked at Wanwan and said, Baby, look who Daddy brought with him? After Lin Muhong finished speaking, he gently turned Wanwan's face towards the door. At this time, Xia Wanning, who was standing outside the door, could see the child's appearance clearly. She was stunned, her eyes wide open, as if she had seen the most incredible thing in the world. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been hard for her to believe that the other person looked 70% like her. The eyebrows, nose, and mouth were simply a smaller version of her. Seeing the scene, Xia Wanning's eyes were full of shock, and her heart seemed to be stirred by a huge wave. How is this possible? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? She couldn't help but doubt her eyes, was she seeing things wrong? However, the child in front of her was clearly standing there, crying so sadly. Just as she was shocked, Wanwan opened her arms, smiled sweetly and said, Mom, you're back. Wanwan missed you so much. Her voice was full of innocence and expectation, and she wanted her mother to hug her. Xia Wanning stood there in a daze facing this strange child. She didn't know how to face him. She felt mixed emotions, surprise, confusion, and helplessness. She looked at Wanwan's little face full of expectation, but she just couldn't take that step to hug her. Seeing her indifferent, Wanwan's little face instantly fell, her mouth pursed, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Then she opened her mouth, leaned on her father's shoulder aggrievely, and said in a crying voice, Is it because Mommy doesn't like Wanwan anymore that you don't want to hold her? Her little body rubbed against Lin Muhong's arms, as if looking for the last bit of comfort. Did Wanwan do something wrong? Dad and Mom pretended not to know me today. Wanwan's voice was full of confusion and puzzlement. She didn't understand why her parents suddenly became so unfamiliar. Hearing his daughter's cry, Lin Muhong's heart felt like it was stabbed by a needle. He quickly comforted her. Dad and Mom both like Wanwan. Mom was thinking about something just now, so she didn't hug Wanwan. Wanwan is so cute, how could anyone not like her? His voice was full of tenderness and firmness, trying to give Wanwan the most solid support. Really? The little fellow asked back with tears hanging on his eyelashes and a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Of course it's true. Lin Muhong nodded with a smile, hugging Wanwan tightly, as if he wanted to convey all his love to her. Then he touched Wanwan's little feet, and the cold feeling made him frown. He said lovingly, "Baby, can Daddy put on your shoes for you?" "Yeah." Wanwan nodded, then sat obediently on the bed and stretched out her little feet for her father to put shoes on her. During this time, Xia Wanning kept looking at Wanwan, her eyes full of complexity and contradiction. She didn't know how to face this child who looked so much like her. She didn't know why, but when she heard her crying just now, her heart ached. The inexplicable pain made her feel a little overwhelmed. Could it be that the other person is really my daughter? As soon as this thought came up, it lingered in Xia Wanning's mind. What on earth was going on? Xia Wanning's heart was like a tangled mess, unable to be sorted out. Next to him, Lin Muhong was busy putting shoes on Wanwan. The little girl was wearing a pair of pink sandals decorated with cute little flowers. However, the buttons of the shoes could not be fastened no matter how hard he tried, and Lin Muhong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Who bought these shoes? Why are they so difficult to wear? Lin Muhong couldn't help but complain. As an 18-year-old young man who had never raised a child and had an impatient temper, he was naturally a little impatient when encountering such trivial matters. When Wanwan heard this, she quickly covered his mouth with her chubby little hands and then glanced at Xia Wanning. There was a hint of worry and fear in her eyes, as if she was afraid that her father's words would make her mother unhappy. After a moment, the little guy whispered in Lin Muhong's ear, "Dad, shoe. These shoes were bought by my mother. If you dare to complain about what my mother bought, she won't let you enter the room." Wanwan's little face was full of seriousness and solemnity, as if this was a very serious matter. Hearing this, Lin Muhong instinctively glanced at Xia Wanning, only to see Xia Wanning standing there with an awkward expression. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, will the pure school beauty be so fierce in the future? Maybe Xia Wanning also heard what Wanwan said just now. She lowered her head, her little face flushed, and she couldn't believe it in her heart. Was that me? Chapter 5, Mom, let Dad kneel on the board. Seeing Lin Muhong fumbling with the straps of his sandals, Xia Wanning stood aside gently, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Let me do it. When Lin Muhong heard this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. He then stepped aside and scratched his head embarrassedly. Yeah, okay. He replied softly, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. Xia Wanning squatted down, her long hair falling on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her nimble fingers gently twisted and fastened the straps of her sandals securely. Her movements were skillful and elegant. At this time, Wanwan jumped off the bed, her pink cheeks puffed up like two plump peaches. She was like a happy little bird, spreading her little wings, and ran straight towards Xia Wanning. The little lips gently pressed against Xia Wanning's cheek, leaving a wet, warm kiss mark. Mom, thank you. The little guy's voice is as clear as a silver bell, which makes people intoxicated. The soft touch made Xia Wanning stunned, and an inexplicable joy surged in her heart. She looked at Wanwan's innocent smile and felt a little dazed. Could this absurd and beautiful thing really be true? At this moment, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhong's mind. Ding! The Life Winner system detected that the host successfully brought Xia Wanning to Lin Wanwan and rewarded a 2-bedroom apartment in Yunwan Villa. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Muhong took out a brand new key from his pocket. Before he could be happy, Xia Wanning turned to look at Lin Muhong and asked calmly, "What are your plans next?" Lin Muhong's eyes became firm and deep. He glanced at Wanwan, who was playing beside him affectionately, and said firmly, "Of course I have to take responsibility to raise my daughter." However, when he saw the hesitation and struggle on Xia Wanning's face, he expressed his understanding. "As for you, it's okay if you don't want to take responsibility. My daughter and I won't make things difficult for you." His tone was full of tolerance and understanding. When Xia Wanning heard this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She quickly explained, "If Wanwan is really my daughter, I will definitely take on the responsibility as a mother." Her tone was full of firmness and determination, as if she was proving something to Lin Muhong. Hearing this, Lin Muhong nodded slightly and then said, "Then let's go to the hospital now and do a paternity test so that you will know for sure." The three of them walked out of the simple little hotel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the first central hospital of Demon City. The lights in the hospital corridor were dim and warm, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Muhong squatted on the ground and suddenly pointed to the west and said to Wan Wan, "Wan Wan, what do you think is interesting over there?" The little girl turned her head curiously, and Lin Muhong quickly pulled a hair from her head with his quick eyes and hands. His movements were swift and agile. When Wan Wan found out that she was being teased, her little face was immediately filled with grievance and anger. Her cheeks puffed up like two glutinous rice balls filled with air, and her lower lip was pouted so hard that it could hold a weight. She put her hands on her hips and said to Lin Muhong angrily, "Daddy is bad and always teases Wan Wan. Humph, Wan Wan won't play with you anymore." After that, the little girl ran into Xia Wanning's arms to seek comfort. She pointed at Lin Muhong and complained, "Mom, Dad bullied me. Mom, you have to stand up for me." She looked both cute and pitiful. Xia Wanning looked at the little baby in her arms, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She pinched Wan Wan's chubby cheeks and said lovingly, "How do you want me to decide for you?" The little guy thought for a while, then said proudly, "Let Daddy kneel on the board." The tone of his voice was as if a little queen was giving orders. After hearing this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but touch his knees, thinking to himself, "A man's knees are made of gold, how could my future self kneel down so easily? What's more, can such a wife really be taken home?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Wanning was extremely embarrassed when she heard these words. She quickly pulled a hair from her head, handed it to Lin Muhong, and urged, "Send it in for testing quickly, don't dawdle." Lin Muhong took the hair, nodded, turned and walked towards the laboratory. Time seemed to become long and torturous at this moment, and every second seemed as long as a year. The three of them sat on the bench in the corridor, silently waiting for the results. Finally, 3 hours later, a nurse holding a report shouted in the corridor, "Is Lin Muhong here?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong immediately stood up and replied, "Yes." There was a hint of anticipation and nervousness in his voice. "Your examination report is out." After saying that, the nurse handed the form to Lin Muhong. He took the report and handed it to Xia Wanning. Although he did not see the result, he was already certain in his heart, Lin Wanwan was his daughter. Xia Wanning took the report and turned to the last page with trembling fingers. It was clearly written on the report, "Confirmation of parent-child relationship." These few words were like a reassurance, finally putting her mind at ease. For some reason, she felt inexplicably relieved after seeing this result. Wan Wan is really her daughter. If things develop in the future as they should, then the man opposite will be her future husband? Thinking of this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but look at Lin Muhong carefully. He was wearing casual sportswear, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his height of 180 centimeters made him particularly dazzling in the crowd. Under the thick eyebrows, a pair of eyes are as deep as the night sky, the nose bridge is high, and the thin lips are gently pursed. Especially the pitch-black cinnabar mole next to the nose, which is unforgettable at first sight. It would be nice if my future husband was this handsome. Xia Wanning smiled secretly with satisfaction. At this time, Wanwan's playful words came to her ears. She blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Mom, why are you staring at Dad? Is there something wrong with Dad's face?" She stood at a distance of Xia Wanning's palm. Hearing this, Xia Wanning suddenly came back to her senses and met Lin Muhong's deep eyes. Her face turned red and she muttered to herself, Xia Wanning, what are you thinking about? When I came out of the hospital, the sky had turned pitch black and street lights were lit up one by one, guiding people returning home. At this moment, Wanwan's little belly started to sing the empty city strategy at an inopportune time, and the gurgling sound seemed particularly loud. She stuck out her tongue shyly, her eyes narrowed into slits, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks, and she said a little embarrassedly, "Oh, I'm hungry." The little guy suddenly thought of something and took Xia Wanning's jade-like hand. He shook his little body and acted coquettishly, "Mom, Wanwan wants to eat the food you cook." Chapter 6, College Students, How to Raise a 6-Year-Old Child. Xia Wanning was stunned where she was. Cooking? She only knew how to eat. Seeing this, Lin Muhong, who was standing nearby, raised a playful smile and asked, "You can't cook?" Xia Wanning scratched his head and said sincerely, "Yes, does cooking instant noodles count?" After hearing this, Lin Muhong shook his head with disgust. If cooking instant noodles is considered cooking, then wouldn't he be a 5-star chef? He thought to himself that he would at least add a piece of ham and an egg to the instant noodles, and finally put some vegetables on it. Xia Wan-ning saw the disdain in his eyes and muttered unhappily, "Then can you?" There was a hint of challenge in her eyes, as if to say, "You can do it if you can." Lin Muhong waved his hands awkwardly and said with a wry smile, "No." He secretly regretted it in his heart. If he had known that he would have to cook for his daughter, he would have learned cooking from his mother. Now, he can't do anything except cooking instant noodles. It's really embarrassing. At this time, Xia Wanning gave Lin Muhong a white look, then looked at Wan Wan gently, and said softly, "Baby, mommy will cook for you another day. Can we eat out today?" Her voice was full of apology. When she heard that she could eat outside, Wan Wan's little eyes immediately lit up like two sparkling gems. Her little head was like a rattle, nodding continuously, and she was shouting excitedly, "Okay, okay. Let's eat outside today, and then we can eat the meal that mom cooks next time." Xia Wan-ning smiled and touched Wan Wan's head, and asked, "What do you want to eat, baby?" Her eyes were full of doting, as if she wanted to give Wan Wan the best things in the world. Wan Wan tilted her head and thought for a while, then said in a baby voice, "Well, Mom, can I eat noodles?" "Of course." Xia Wan-ning agreed immediately, her eyes sparkling with maternal love. After a while, the three of them arrived at a cozy little noodle restaurant. Lin Muhong ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles for Wan Wan, and the other two had pea noodles. Wan Wan sat on a small stool, her chubby hands supporting her chin, staring towards the kitchen without blinking, as if she was looking forward to the arrival of delicious food. Finally, the noodles were served. Xia Wan-ning came over with the bowl of noodles. There was a lot of coriander on the top. The emerald green color looked particularly tempting under the light. Lin Muhong couldn't stand it after seeing it. He couldn't understand why anyone liked to eat coriander. He frowned, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Wan Wan saw that there was nothing in her bowl except noodles and vegetables. The little girl's eyes turned and saw the coriander in Xia Wanning's bowl. She said in a milky voice, "Mom, I want some coriander too. Can you give me some?" Xia Wan-ning smiled and touched Wan Wan's head, saying gently, "Mom will get you some more, okay?" Wan Wan nodded obediently, with a happy smile on her little face. A moment later, when Xia Wan-ning put the coriander into Wan Wan's bowl, the little guy smiled contentedly. Seeing this, Lin Muhong complained in his heart, "The daughter takes after her mother, and his father is just a laborer." At this moment, Xia Wan-ning suddenly said, "Lin Muhong, how much is the paternity test? I will send you half of the money later." There was a hint of seriousness in her voice, as if she was talking about something very important. Lin Muhong was not being pretentious. After all, he was just a freshman in college. When he was in college, his mother transferred half a semester's money to his card. After the paternity test, his wallet was empty. Not to mention Wan Wan, he even had difficulty feeding himself. He nodded and said, "Okay." Hearing the voices of her father and mother talking, Wan Wan held the bowl, which was bigger than her face, in her chubby little hands and began to slurp the noodles. She bit her chopsticks, looked at Xia Wan-ning with a puzzled look on her face, and asked in a baby voice, "Mom, you usually call Dad husband, why didn't you call him that today?" Her eyes were full of curiosity. Husband? Hearing this word, Xia Wan-ning was startled and her ears suddenly turned red. She secretly glanced at Lin Muhong's reaction, but found that he was just eating and drinking as usual, while she was the only one who was so shy that she didn't know how to answer. She muttered to herself, "How come this little guy knows everything?" However, when faced with her daughter's puzzled look, she avoided her gaze and her heart was pounding like a little rabbit. Is it really necessary to call her husband before she will give up? She thought about it, but still felt too shy to say it. At this moment, Lin Muhong put down his bowl and chopsticks, looked at Wan Wan and said teasingly, "The noodles are getting cold. If you don't eat quickly, Dad will snatch yours away." There was a hint of joking in his voice. When Wan Wan heard this, she pouted and said angrily, "Hump Dad is bad, he just bullies the little friends." There was a hint of grievance in her eyes, as if she was accusing Lin Muhong of his evil deeds. "When we get back to Grandpa and Grandma's house, I'll sue you." Wan Wan continued to threaten, with dissatisfaction written all over her little face. Seeing this, Lin Muhong laughed even more happily. He touched Wan Wan's head and said, "Okay, then Dad will wait for Wan Wan to complain." Because there was a dad next to her who would snatch her noodles anytime and anywhere, Wan Wan ate very quickly. Her little mouth kept chewing, as cute as a little hamster. After a while, only 1/3 of the big bowl of noodles was left. It was quite amazing that a 6-year-old child could eat that much. After eating, Wanwan touched her round belly and said contentedly, "Wanwan is full. Dad can eat the rest of the noodles. I won't be angry with you." There was a hint of childishness in her voice. "Okay." Lin Muhong touched Wanwan's head and nodded with a smile. He picked up the remaining noodles of Wanwan and started eating them in big mouthfuls. Seeing Lin Muhong eating so happily, Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Xia Wanning sat aside, looking at the two of them, and suddenly a warm feeling surged in her heart. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized a very serious problem. Both of them are college students, how can they raise a 6-year-old child? She frowned, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Our school has dormitory inspections. It's not convenient for Wanwan to live at either your place or my place. What should we do? Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong, her tone full of worry. Seeing this, Lin Muhong immediately comforted her. "It's okay, I have a house opposite the school, Wanwan will live with me." Lin Muhong had thought of this as early as when the system issued the reward. Xia Wanning nodded, feeling a little relieved. However, she still asked with some concern, "What about your dormitory inspection?" There was a gleam of concern in her eyes, as if she was thinking about Lin Muhong. Lin Muhong smiled and said easily, "My roommate is the class monitor. Ask him to find someone to replace me. No one will be discovered." His voice was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. After Xia Wanning heard this, she finally felt relieved. She nodded and said, "This is the best." After finishing their meal, the three of them got into a taxi and prepared to return to Lin Muhong's house opposite the school. Wanwan sat in the middle, holding Xia Wanning's hand with one hand and Lin Muhong's hand with the other, with a happy smile on her little face. Chapter 7 Why is Dad so stupid today? Yunwan Villa, Building 8, Unit 1, 1201. When I opened the door, I saw a very warm house. The room was spotlessly clean and there was a faint fresh fragrance in the air. All kinds of furniture and appliances are available and arranged in an orderly manner. The house had obviously just been renovated and there was no sign of anyone having lived there before, so everything looked so new. Wanwan took small steps and looked around curiously at this unfamiliar environment, her big, clear eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. She looked at Lin Muhong in confusion and asked softly, "Dad, why do you come here and not go back to our own home?" Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her face was full of confusion. After hearing this, Lin Muhong showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. He did want to, but this is the present, not the future. Then, he bent down, gently touched Wanwan's head, and asked softly, "Wanwan, do you know the name of our neighborhood?" "I know." The little guy nodded vigorously, poking his father's nose with his little hand unconsciously, with an innocent smile on his face, as if he had discovered some great secret. "Dad, why is he so stupid today?" "Our family has Thompson's second grade." Hearing the name Tang Chen Erpin, Lin Muhong couldn't help but take a breath. That is the most famous wealthy area in the Magic City and even in Dragon Country. Those who can live there are either rich or noble. It seems that I must be very successful in my future career to be able to provide my daughter with such a superior living environment. Thinking of this, Lin Muhong secretly made up his mind that if he wanted his daughter to live a life without worries about food and clothing in the future, he would have to work harder. At this time, he gently hugged Wanwan, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. "Baby, we will live here for a while in the future, is that okay?" "Well, Wanwan is fine as long as Daddy and Mommy are here," the little girl said softly, with a happy smile on her little face. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, revealing two cute little canine teeth, making her look particularly playful and adorable. Afterwards, Lin Muhong gently placed Wanwan on the soft sofa and patted her little head lovingly. "Baby, play here for a while. Daddy and Mommy have something to talk about." "Okay." Wanwan nodded obediently, then took out a colorful storybook from her backpack with her chubby little hands, found a comfortable position, curled up on the sofa, and began to read quietly. Her little hands turned the pages of the book from time to time, and her little face was full of concentration and seriousness, as if she was immersed in this wonderful story. Xia Wanning looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart. Her baby is so well behaved, so sensible and so cute that people can't help but want to give her all their love. In the restaurant, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning sat on chairs facing each other. Lin Muhong looked at each other and said calmly, "Now we have reached a consensus to raise Wanwan together. Do you have any objection?" "No." Xia Wanning shook her head gently, and then added, "The future doesn't count. Now is now. I am Wan Wan's mother, and you are Wan Wan's father. Other than that, we have no relationship. I agree. Lin Muhang nodded, expressing his agreement. Let's not interfere with each other's lives. No problem. Both of them were very satisfied with the decision. Afterwards, they added each other on WeChat, and Xia Wanning transferred half of the money from the paternity test to Lin Muhang. Seeing that it was getting late, Xia Wanning knew that she had to go back, otherwise the school would be closed soon. She glanced at Wan Wan reluctantly, then stood up, walked to the little girl, and gently touched her head. Baby, mommy has something to go out for. Can I come to see you tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Wan Wan immediately raised her head, her little face full of reluctance and worry. Where are you going, Mom? You won't abandon Wan Wan and Dad, will you? There was a slight tremor in her voice, and her little eyes were full of tears, as if she would cry at any time. Wan Wan doesn't want you to leave. She hugged Xia Wanning's thighs tightly, her little face full of attachment and reluctance. Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly squatted down to comfort her. Mom has work to do, she won't abandon Wan Wan and Dad. After he finished speaking, he looked at Xia Wanning and raised his eyebrows slightly. Xia Wanning immediately understood what he meant and quickly agreed. Yes, Wan Wan, how could Mom bear to leave you? Her words were full of love and reluctance, trying to make Wan Wan believe that she would really come back. Mom will come back to see you early tomorrow morning and bring you some delicious food, okay? Xia Wanning coaxed Wan Wan gently, trying to divert her attention with delicious food. Okay then. The little guy pouted and nodded reluctantly. Although she was reluctant to let her mother leave, she also knew that her mother had work to do, so the little girl said worriedly, Mom, please come back early tomorrow. No problem. Xia Wanning nodded with a smile, then gently pushed open the door. Just as she was about to leave, Wan Wan suddenly rushed out and threw herself into her arms like a little swallow. She kissed her mother on the cheek, then smiled sweetly and said softly, Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye. Xia Wanning waved her hand with a happy smile on her face. She touched the place where the little guy had kissed her, and couldn't let it go for a long time. At that moment, she seemed to feel the purest happiness and satisfaction in the world. Let's go home. Lin Muhang took Wan Wan's little hand and returned to the room. Wan Wan was half kneeling on the bed, with a hint of confusion and sleepiness on her little face, as if she was about to fall asleep at any moment. Her little hands rubbed her eyes unconsciously and her little head nodded, looking particularly adorable. Although the house was fully furnished with appliances, there were no clothes or pajamas for the little one. He thought that he must take his daughter to buy some new clothes and pajamas tomorrow, so he would just make do with what he had today. Then he took off his t-shirt and gently put it on Wan Wan. This t-shirt is a little big for Wan Wan, but it can be worn as a nightgown. Wearing her father's t-shirt, she looked particularly petite and cute, like a little elf. Wan Wan, lie down quickly. Daddy will pat you to sleep. Lin Muhang said softly, trying to make Wan Wan fall asleep as soon as possible. The little guy lay obediently in the bed, his eyes almost unable to open. She said to Lin Muhang coquettishly, Dad, is there any milk? I drink a glass of milk every night before going to bed. He just opened the refrigerator and looked around, but there was nothing there. Lin Muhang shook his head and then assured him, Baby, there's no milk at home today. Dad will buy it for you tomorrow, okay? Lin Muhang said gently, trying to calm the little guy. Now he has no idea about Wan Wan's habits and tastes, and can only discover them slowly in the future. The little guy responded softly, and then begged in a milky voice, Daddy, please read me a bedtime story. No problem. Lin Muhang nodded with a smile, and then searched for bedtime stories suitable for children on his mobile phone. Soon, a magnetic voice was heard in the bedroom. Once upon a time, there was a little cat. It loved eating fish and could never get enough of it. It always thought how wonderful it would be if one fish could become many, many fish. Lin Muhang's voice was gentle and infectious, as if it had a kind of magic that made Wan Wan gradually fall asleep. There was a smile of satisfaction and happiness on her little face, as if she was having a sweet dream. After a while, her breathing became even and calm, and she had obviously fallen asleep. When Lin Muhang looked at Wan Wan like this, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He gently covered Wan Wan with a blanket and then quietly left the room. Chapter 8 Creative Ability? Can this be used to make a living? At the same time, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhang's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host read a bedtime story to his daughter. This warm and loving behavior deserves praise. The host is specially rewarded for his ability to create children's stories. As soon as the system finished speaking, it was as if a Pandora's box was opened in Lin Muhong's mind. Countless wonderful bedtime stories emerged like a tide, and each story was full of wonderful ideas. This creative ability was simply the ultimate manifestation of a flood of inspiration. Creative ability? Can this thing be used to make a living? Lin Muhong secretly complained in his heart, while thinking about ways to make money in his head. Thinking of Wanwan's good living conditions in the future, he vowed to give his precious daughter a better life. So how could he make money quickly? Lin Muhong first looked through the part-time job group on his mobile phone and found that although the waiter's job had a good hourly wage of 20 yuan an hour, it was only 200 yuan for 10 hours. Although it could barely make a living, it would leave him no time to take care of Wanwan. Thinking of the rampant human traffickers in society, he would never feel comfortable leaving his child in the care of others. For a time, all seemingly feasible ways to make money were rejected by him one by one. Just as Lin Muhong was lost in thought, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. The system had just rewarded him for his creative ability. Maybe he could try writing a bedtime story and see if anyone was willing to buy it. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately took action and searched for relevant information on the internet. Unexpectedly, he actually found a website called Tongsu, which specializes in purchasing high-quality children's stories. The prices are not cheap. A good story can be sold for 1,000 yuan, and there is no upper limit. Lin Muhong was secretly delighted in his heart. He believed that with the creative ability given by the system, he would be able to write a satisfactory and high-quality story. So he quickly registered as an author on the Tongsu website and began to conceive his first work. In less than an hour, he successfully created and published 3 bedtime stories full of childlike fun and imagination. After the publication, he exited the website with satisfaction and waited expectantly for the editor's contact tomorrow. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory, Xia Wanning was tossing and turning on her bed, feeling empty for some reason. She stared at her cell phone and thought to herself, I wonder what Wanwan and her father are doing at this moment. She opened Lin Muhong's WeChat chat box, her fingers hesitating on the keyboard. She wanted to ask what the other party was doing, but was worried that her initiative would seem abrupt and inappropriate. Am I being too proactive? Xia Wanning muttered to herself, her finger hovering over the send button. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. I'll be able to see her tomorrow. She tried to convince herself to let go of her worries, but the longing for Wanwan in her heart grew like weeds and was difficult to suppress. Wanwan is my daughter. I'm asking. Is that normal? After some struggle, Xia Wanning finally mustered up the courage and sent a message to Lin Muhong, is Wanwan asleep? Soon, Lin Muhong replied with a message with a photo attached. In the photo, Wanwan was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes drooping gently, and her chubby little face was filled with a smile of happiness and satisfaction, making people want to kiss her. I slept for a while. Lin Muhong replied truthfully. After replying the message, I soon fell into a deep sleep, probably because I had been busy all day. On the other side, Xia Wanning looked at the photos and messages sent by Lin Muhong, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She thought about it and decided to ask the two what they would like to have for breakfast tomorrow. So, she continued to send a message, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll bring breakfast for you and Wanwan when I go over. However, this time she did not receive a timely reply from Lin Muhong. Time passed minute by minute, and Xia Wanning's phone screen remained silent, without any movement. Did he fall asleep? Xia Wanning complained in her heart. Thinking that she was not sleepy at all, she angrily covered her head with the quilt. She usually sleeps well, but unexpectedly suffered from insomnia tonight. At the same time, the 3 bedtime stories released by Lin Muhong quietly caused a storm in the circle of mothers. Zhang Meiyan is a full-time mother with 2 children, the youngest of whom is 5 years old. Every night before going to bed, the little one would pester her to read stories, and the last thing she wanted was to read stories to her daughter. When she read the story of Grandma Wolf, her daughter sighed helplessly, Mom, you have read this story 8 times. I know what happened next. The little guy pouted, looking dissatisfied. Then can Mom read Little Red Riding Hood to you again? Zhang Meiyan asked helplessly. But the daughter shook her head and said angrily, I want to hear the story you haven't told me yet. This really stumped Zhang Meiyan. Looking at her daughter's stubborn look, she reluctantly opened the new stories section of Tongsu website. Among the many stories, a story titled Star Candy in the Moonlight Forest caught her attention. She started reading with the attitude of giving it a try, but she didn't expect that she couldn't stop reading after that. This story not only has an interesting plot, but can also teach children some common sense and life philosophy. The most important thing is that after hearing this story, my daughter did not resist, but fell asleep happily. After coming out of her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan excitedly shared her discovery in the group of mothers. Sisters, I found a very good bedtime story, you can all read it to your children. As soon as the news came out, the group of mothers immediately exploded. Someone replied, Sister, you are such a timely help. I just don't know what story to read to my daughter. She has basically heard all of them. It's really hard for me as an old mother. My daughter is the same. It takes her a long time to find a story, and she has to listen to the bedtime story before she goes to bed. Being a woman is hard, and being a mother is even harder. Another person also sighed. The women in the group echoed the sentiments one after another, expressing their own troubles and helplessness. In a short while, Lin Muhang's bedtime story became popular among mothers. People forwarded, liked, and commented on the post, with some even giving the author a cruise ship worth more than 2,000 yuan as a reward to encourage and support the author. However, these mothers do not only have one group, they also contact each other through various means: local, non-local, acquainted, unfamiliar. Word of mouth spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and Lin Muhang's bedtime story quickly became popular on the internet. After only 2 hours online, the 3 stories had already exceeded 100,000 views, a horrifying figure among similar works. But the author Lin Muhang was sleeping soundly at the moment. He had never expected that his work would be so popular. Chapter 9 Mom, Wan dreamed about you yesterday. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, Lin Muhang woke up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, his first reaction was to turn his head to look beside him to confirm whether Wan was still there. Fortunately, the little guy was curled up in a ball, sleeping soundly. However, this little girl was very restless when she slept. The quilt that was carefully covering her was kicked to the bottom of her feet by her at some point. Her original sleeping position facing east was completely changed after tossing and turning all night. At this moment, she was sleeping upside down, facing the end of the bed. Fortunately, she did not actually fall to the ground, which made Lin Muhang secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Muhang gently covered the little guy with the quilt again, and then he quietly left the room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lin Muhang thought of the stories he uploaded yesterday. When he opened the Tongchu.com app and just went online, he was flooded with message notifications from the background, catching him off guard. After the comments were opened, there were rave reviews and netizens were full of praise for his content. What surprised him even more was that he received more than 3,000 yuan in tips in just one night. Now Lin Muhang sincerely apologized for his doubts yesterday. Creative ability can not only make money, but also save money to buy a Land Rover. He tried to exchange the gift for cash, but he didn't expect the system to deposit the money in seconds. This unexpected surprise finally made him feel relieved. At least, my precious daughter won't have to live a tight life with him anymore. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. Lin Muhang was puzzled. Who could it be so early? He hurriedly put on his slippers, walked to the door, and looked through the peephole. It was Xia Wan Ning. She was wearing a pink floral dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. Her long black hair fell by her ears like a waterfall, and a few strands of hair danced gently in the wind, adding a touch of softness to her. She was wearing a pair of simple white low-heeled sandals, which made her look more graceful and beautiful. However, when Xia Wan Ning saw Lin Muhang behind the door, she suddenly felt as if she was scalded. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, and her little face became so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. Leo Mom. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? There was a hint of shyness and panic in her voice. I am dressed, but I am not wearing a top. Lin Muhang explained helplessly, and then stepped aside from the door. Wan didn't have pajamas, so I gave her my t-shirt as pajamas. The little guy hasn't woken up yet, and there are no other clothes here, so this is the only way. He spread his hands with a look of innocence on his face. After hearing this, Xia Wan Ning responded softly, slowly moved her fingers away from her eyes, and found that Lin Muhang was no longer in front of her. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. In that glance just now, she vaguely saw his tight abdominal muscles, and her heart couldn't help but ripple. She gently placed the breakfast in her hand on the dining table, glanced shyly towards the living room, and said softly, I asked you what you wanted to eat last night, but you didn't reply, so I just bought some. The meal is still hot, come and eat first. When Lin Muhang heard this, he quickly opened his phone to check WeChat, and sure enough, he found the message Xia Wan Ning sent him yesterday. He scratched his head sheepishly and replied, I was too tired yesterday and fell asleep. I didn't mean to not reply. It's okay. Xia Wanning shook her head gently with a gentle smile on her lips. She picked up a bun and took a bite, but her eyes involuntarily glanced towards the living room, as if she was looking for something. She lowered her head, glanced at Lin Muhong secretly, looking like a guilty thief. When her eyes touched his faintly visible abdominal muscles again, her cheeks became even redder, and some inexplicable thoughts involuntarily emerged in her mind. I wonder how it feels. She thought secretly, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in her heart. How much is the breakfast? I'll transfer it to you. Lin Muhong looked up at Xia Wanning and said. Xia Wanning, whose thoughts were interrupted, lowered her head shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. It's only a few dollars. I'll buy it today and you can buy it tomorrow. Okay. Lin Muhong nodded and continued to look at his phone with his head down. He wondered in his heart why the editor of Tongchu.com hadn't contacted him yet. Could it be that the other party hadn't come to work yet? Just as he was thinking, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Wanwan walked out with bare feet, wearing that big white pajama dress. Her hair was a little messy, like an elf that had just escaped from a dream. The little guy frowned and rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. He looked like he wasn't fully awake yet, and he looked very adorable. However, when her eyes fell on Xia Wanning, they lit up instantly. Wanwan smiled excitedly and ran into Xia Wanning's arms like a happy little bird. Mom, you're back. Wanwan dreamed about you yesterday. The little guy blinked his big watery eyes, with a sweet smile on his face. Xia Wanning held Wanwan lovingly in her arms, gently stroked her hair, and asked softly, Wanwan dreamed of Mom yesterday. What was that dream about? Can you tell Mom about it? After hearing this, Wanwan started poking her little hands at each other and a brighter smile appeared on her face. Then, the little guy said in a baby voice, Mom took Wanwan out shopping and bought her ice cream. The ice cream is pink and tastes like strawberry, she added, as if she could already smell the sweet scent. After hearing this, Xia Wanning raised a gentle smile, gently pinched the little guy's nose, and said lovingly, I think the little glutton in Wanwan's stomach wants to eat ice cream. Hee, the little guy grinned, revealing 2 cute dimples. That look is enough to melt one's heart. At this time, Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning and asked, Do you have any plans today? No. Xia Wanning shook her head slightly. There are no classes at Shanghai University on Saturdays and Sundays, so she plans to spend these 2 days with her baby daughter. Besides, the school would not conduct dormitory inspections during these 2 days, so she didn't need to rush back. Are you busy? Xia Wanning asked in return, If you are busy, I can take Wanwan with you today. I'm fine too. Lin Muhong shook his head and continued, Wanwan only had 1 set of clothes on when she came here, and she didn't have any change of clothes. Let's take her to buy some new clothes and daily necessities today. Before Xia Wanning could answer, Wanwan jumped up excitedly, clapping her hands and smiling with her eyes forming crescent shapes. Great! Wanwan loves shopping for clothes the most. Mom, let's go, okay. She shook Xia Wanning's arm, and her coquettish look was simply irresistible. Chapter 10, Dad, who is prettier, me or Mom? Xia Wanning looked at her cute appearance, a warm feeling welled up in her heart, she smiled and nodded, Mom didn't say she wouldn't take you with her. Oh yeah, Mommy is so nice. Wanwan loves Mommy the most. The little one shouted happily and gave Xia Wanning a big kiss on the face. The crisp smack made her smile from ear to ear. Seeing this, Lin Muhong pretended to look at Wanwan unhappily and complained, Dad suggested taking you shopping. Wanwan only likes Mom and not Dad. Dad is so sad. No. Wanwan waved her hands anxiously, ran to Lin Muhong, and kissed him. Baji Wanwan likes Daddy the most too. Daddy and Mommy are Wanwan's favorite people. Seeing her father finally smile, Wanwan finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her chubby little hands, as if to comfort herself. At this time, Xia Wanning gently touched Wanwan's head and said with a smile, Baby, hurry up and eat breakfast. After breakfast, I'll take you to buy new clothes. Yeah. Wanwan nodded and ate the dumplings in big mouthfuls. She shook her head while eating and looked very happy. After breakfast, Xia Wanning gently helped Wanwan change her clothes and carefully tidied her braids. After changing her clothes, Wanwan put on her small bag and ran out happily. Xia Wanning looked at the white t-shirt on the bed, picked up the clothes unconsciously, and smelled it gently. A faint fragrance came to her nose. It was the unique smell of Lin Muhong, which smelled very good. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she felt an inexplicable shyness in her heart. After folding the clothes, Xia Wanning came to Lin Muhong and said shyly, "Your clothes." Taking the clothes, Lin Muhong smiled gently, "Thank you." He put it on directly, then took Wanwan's hand and went out. Wanwan was holding her father's big hand, and she was so happy that she jumped and skipped as she walked, like a happy elf. After hailing a taxi at the gate of the community, the family of three quickly arrived at a nearby shopping mall. As soon as she entered the mall, Wanwan was attracted by the ice cream shop next to it. She held Xia Wanning's hands, her eyes wide open, and said sweetly, "Mom, you promised Wanwan to buy strawberry ice cream this morning." "Okay, little greedy cat." Xia Wanning pinched Wanwan's little nose, then took her little hand and walked to the beverage shop. She smiled at the clerk and said, "Give me a strawberry ice cream." The clerk started making it skillfully, and soon, a pink strawberry ice cream was handed to Wanwan. Wanwan held the ice cream, her eyes shining, and her pink little face was full of satisfaction and happiness. Although he wanted to taste the delicious ice cream right away, the little guy still asked obediently, "Mom, you bought the ice cream, so you can have the first bite." Xia Wanning felt warm in her heart, and she said, "Mom doesn't want to eat it, so Wanwan will eat it." But under Wanwan's strong recommendation, she still took a sip and said, "Okay, Mom has finished eating, Wanwan, you can eat it now." Afterwards, the little guy ran to Lin Muhong with the ice cream and said in a baby voice, "Daddy, have a taste too. Strawberry ice cream is very delicious." Lin Muhong bent down, took a sip of the ice cream, and then gave a thumbs up and praised, "It's really delicious." Hearing that her father approved of her taste, Wanwan was overjoyed and smiled even more brightly. Xia Wanning stood aside, watching the heartwarming interaction between the father and daughter, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart. However, when she noticed that Lin Muhong was sipping the same food she had just eaten, her cheeks turned red again and her heart was beating like a little rabbit. Is this an indirect kiss? She touched her lips and thought shyly. Realizing her messy thoughts, she slapped her face and scolded, "What are you thinking about?" After buying ice cream, the family went straight to the third floor where children's clothing was sold. The mall was bustling with people coming and going, but Wanwan was not afraid at all. She looked at everything around her curiously. Xia Wanning gently asked Wanwan, "Baby, what kind of clothes do you like?" Wanwan tilted her head and thought for a while, then said seriously, "Well, I like pink clothes with little animals on them." "Oh." Xia Wanning nodded, and then began to choose clothes according to her baby daughter's request. She was walking among all kinds of children's clothing. At this moment, she noticed a pink puffy skirt with a bunny pattern on it in the store on the right. It was very cute. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed at the dress and asked, "Baby, do you like that dress?" Wanwan looked in the direction her mother pointed and was immediately attracted by the pink puffy skirt. She nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, "Yeah, I like it." When the clerk saw it, he came over quickly with a smile on his face, "Little girl, you have a good eye. That pink tutu is the latest model this year. It just arrived yesterday. All sizes are available now, why not try it on?" Xia Wanning nodded, then pulled Wanwan to the locker room. After a while, the door of the locker room was gently pushed open, and a fairy-like figure jumped out. Wanwan was wearing that pink puffy skirt, the hem of which fluttered gently with her movements, like a blooming flower. She came to Lin Muhong, blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "Dad, am I beautiful?" She looked so adorable that one couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and give her a big kiss. Lin Muhong looked at the beautiful and lovely little girl in front of him, and felt an incomparable happiness in his heart. He praised sincerely, "Beautiful, our Wanwan looks like a fairy in this little skirt." Wanwan felt a little shy after hearing this. She lowered her head and her little hands unconsciously tugged at the hem of her skirt, which made her look even more adorable. Suddenly, Wanwan raised her head and asked Lin Muhong with a wicked smile, "Dad, who is prettier, Mom or Wanwan?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of the people around them. Xia Wanning also stared at Lin Muhong, feeling both expectant and nervous, to see how he would answer this fatal question. Being stared at by two girls, Lin Muhong felt a chill on his back. He suddenly had an idea and replied with a smile, "Of course it's because Mom is beautiful, otherwise how could she give birth to such a beautiful daughter like Wanwan?" As soon as these words came out, they immediately won applause and praise from the people around them, and some people even shouted, "Why didn't I think of that?" However, at this moment, a woman next to him suddenly shouted, "I want the skirt the little girl is wearing." Chapter 11, Daughters Should Be Raised in Wealth. After hearing this, Wanwan's fair and tender little face was instantly filled with worry. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning, as if begging her father and mother not to give this pink puffy skirt to others. Seeing this, Lin Muhong touched Wanwan's little head and nodded gently. Then he turned his head to look at the woman and spoke politely, but his voice was firm and unquestionable. Sorry, we saw this dress first. Upon seeing this, the salesperson quickly put on an apologetic smile and explained to the woman who had just called out, Ma'am, I'm very sorry, there is indeed only one of this skirt, and someone else got it first. There was some apology in her tone, but she also tried to maintain a professional smile. But don't worry, we have many other beautiful styles of skirts in our store. You can take your time to choose, and you will always find one that satisfies you. The salesperson guided enthusiastically, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. After hearing this, the woman smiled gently, waved her hand and said, I want this skirt, but the size I want is one size smaller than this little girl's. Her gaze lingered on Wanwan for a moment, with a maternal light flashing in her eyes. I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. When I saw this little girl trying on the skirt just now, I couldn't help but think of my daughter. She will definitely look very beautiful in this skirt. The woman's voice was full of longing for her daughter. By the way, my daughter is 4.5 years old. Should she be able to wear a smaller size? She looked at the salesperson and confirmed again. Of course you can. The salesperson nodded with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that the lady was not trying to snatch the skirt from their precious daughter, but was choosing a gift for her own daughter. As a mother herself, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the woman. However, if she couldn't see Wanwan for a long time, she would definitely not be able to bear it. No matter how hard or difficult it was, she would keep Wanwan by her side. Thinking of this, she secretly looked at Lin Muhong and muttered to herself, for Wanwan, why don't I try to understand it? In addition to the pink puffy skirt, Xia Wanning carefully selected a few fresh and clean skirts for Wanwan from the shelves. Thinking of Lin Muhong's shirtless appearance in the morning, Xia Wanning suddenly remembered that there was an important thing she had not chosen. So she looked at the salesperson and asked with a smile, Hello, where are the pajamas? Over here, please follow me. The salesperson guided enthusiastically and brought Xia Wanning to the pajamas shelf. Wanwan followed her mother curiously, her eyes wide open like two shining black gems. She looked at the various pajamas on the shelf, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She pointed to a pink kitten pajamas and said, Mom, I like this one. Okay, then this one. Xia Wanning nodded with a smile and took the kitten pajamas off the shelf. From top to bottom, inside and out, Xia Wanning carefully selected clothes for Wanwan. She looked at the full shopping bags and felt a sense of accomplishment. Lin Muhong took the initiative to take on the task of checking out. He came to the front desk with the clothes and prepared to pay. After a while, the salesperson looked up at him, smiled and said, Hello, sir. Your total consumption is 1,288 yuan. Hearing the price, Lin Muhong couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't expect that just a few pieces of children's clothes would cost more than 1,000 yuan. Children are money-eating beasts. However, although the price is high, Lin Muhong doesn't feel sorry at all. After all, you should buy the best for your daughter so that she can feel the love and care of her parents from an early age. What's more, a daughter should be raised in wealth so that she won't be easily deceived by other little boys by just beckoning her fingers. At the same time, the employees of Tongshu.com started working. Data clerk Shaoli took his computer and excitedly knocked on the editor-in-chief's office door. Come in. The voice of editor-in-chief Song Qianyue came from inside the door, with a bit of majesty and competence. Shaoli pushed the door open and walked in, placing the computer in front of Song Qianyue and saying, Editor-in-chief, last night an author named Zhong Qianyi published 3 bedtime stories, and they have received 500,000 hits so far. What? Upon hearing the news, Song Qianyue showed an expression of disbelief on her face. She pulled the computer closer to her eyes and looked carefully at the numbers displayed on it, still feeling a little unreal. You know, after so many years, those popular bedtime stories and fables have only received about tens of millions of clicks. And these 3 stories by Zhong Qianyi received 500,000 hits in less than one night. This is simply terrifying. Song Qianyue couldn't help but feel excited. She thought that if they could sign this Zhong Qianyi as the exclusive author of Tongshu.com, then their website would surely secure its position as the industry leader. Thinking of this, she could no longer suppress her excitement and quickly told Shaoli to look up Zhong Qianyi's contact information. Soon, Shaoli came to Song Qianyue with a piece of paper and said, Editor-in-chief, this is the mobile phone number that Zhong Qianyi left when he registered the website. Okay, I got it. Song Qianyue took the note, suppressed her excitement, and quickly dialed the other party's phone number. A male voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Hello, are you the author Jong Chiani? It's me. Lin Muhang nodded, frowning slightly, and wondering, who are you? I'm Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com. I want to talk to you about signing a contract. Are you free now? There was a hint of urgency and anticipation in Song Qianyue's voice. Hearing this, Lin Muhang glanced at Wan, grinned and said, I'm busy now, add me on WeChat first, I'll get back to you when I'm free. After hanging up the phone, Song Qianyue quickly submitted the application to add a contact, silently praying in her heart that the other party would be approved as soon as possible. On the other side, Wan was walking in front excitedly like a lively and cute little rabbit. She looked back at Lin Muhang from time to time, and seeing that he was still standing there, she waved in a baby voice and said, Dad, come here soon. Lin Muhang looked at his daughter's lovely appearance and felt a warm feeling in his heart. He smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, Dad will catch up with you soon. Xia Wanning sensed that he was busy with something, so she said with understanding, Lin Muhang, if you have something to do, go and do it first. Wan will have me to accompany her. I'm fine. After saying that, he took big strides and ran towards Wan. When the little guy saw his father chasing him, he was so scared that he turned around and ran away, giggling as he ran, as if he was playing hide and seek with his father. Looking at the warm and lovely backs of Lin Muhang and Wan, Xia Wanning also smiled. However, when she thought of Lin Muhang's excitement and happiness when he answered the phone just now, she couldn't help feeling a little jealous. She snorted coldly and said to herself, the girl called you to urge you, but you still pretended nothing happened. Bah! I wanted to get to know you, you're such a scumbag. Chapter 12? I'm not just any girl. After buying clothes, the family of 3 went to the supermarket and started picking out some daily necessities. Wan excitedly pulled her parents' hands and skipped among the dazzling shelves. When the group walked to the vegetable and aquatic product area, Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a treasure. She pointed at the lively shrimps on the shelf, her soft little face full of anticipation. Wan looked at Xia Wanning and said in a tender and sweet voice, Mom, Wan wants to eat the fresh shrimp and tofu pot you made. Can you make it for me at noon? There seemed to be stars twinkling in the little guy's eyes, with a sweet smile on the corners of his mouth, and his chubby little hands made a please gesture from time to time. Xia Wanning looked down at Wan's coquettish look and her heart almost melted. She couldn't bear the little guy's attack at all, and nodded lovingly, Okay, Mommy will do it for you. Hearing the affirmative answer, Wan was so happy that she almost jumped up, and a bright smile bloomed on her little face. Baji Mom, you are the best. Wan loves you. She kissed Xia Wanning on the face and made a big heart with her chubby little hands. The innocent love made Xia Wanning's heart completely warm. At this moment, even if her daughter wanted the stars in the sky, she would be willing to pick them down. Then, she took out her mobile phone and carefully searched for the recipe of fresh shrimp and tofu casserole. The words on the screen jumped in front of her eyes. She nodded as she read, as if she had a clear idea about this dish. That's not that difficult. It's just cooking. How can it stump a top student like me? Xia Wanning thought to herself. After buying the ingredients needed to make the shrimp and tofu pot, the family of 3 took another walk to make sure that all daily necessities were purchased before returning to Yunwan Villa. After arriving home, Xia Wanning rolled up her sleeves and walked into the kitchen with the ingredients. Lin Muhang carefully put the clothes that Wan bought today into the washing machine for washing. After cleaning up, Lin Muhang came to the kitchen, with a hint of worry in his eyes, and asked softly, Are you sure you can make lunch? He didn't have high hopes for Xia Wanning's cooking skills. After all, she only knew how to cook instant noodles and knew almost nothing else. Okay. Xia Wanning nodded straightforwardly. Feeling Lin Muhang's worry, she complained in her heart, Who are you looking down on? I'll blind your dog eyes in a moment. However, Lin Muhang was still worried and asked again, Are you sure there is nothing you need my help with? No. Xia Wanning replied without even turning her head. Then, she said sourly, You should contact that girl instead. Don't make her wait anxiously. After hearing Xia Wanning's words, Lin Muhang remembered that the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com was still waiting for his reply. He smiled and nodded, then took out his cell phone and started contacting the other party. At this moment, a very loud chopping board sound came from the kitchen. Lin Muhang turned his head to look at the kitchen, muttering in his heart, Why is the school beauty so bad-tempered? Is she out of her mind? In the living room, Wan was watching cartoons intently, laughing like a silver bell from time to time. Lin Muhong came into the room and applied through the other party's WeChat. Soon, a detailed contract was sent to him. He read the contents of the contract carefully, his brows furrowed more and more. Although this contract is nominally a signed contract, it is actually more like an indenture. Although the signing fee is high, the conditions are extremely harsh. 30 fairy tales must be created within 1 month, and the level of each story must not be less than B level, and the highest level is S level. If you create fewer than 30 articles or the grade is less than B, you will face a huge fine. Lin Muhong is well aware of his creative abilities and knows that he can indeed meet these requirements. But the problem is, he only wants to create part-time and doesn't want this contract to restrict his freedom and time. More importantly, he doesn't want to neglect his daughter because of work. Therefore, he rejected the other party's invitation without hesitation. At the same time, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, was waiting proudly for Lin Muhong's reply. She was confident that no one would be unmoved by such an attractive signing fee. However, when she received the rejection message from Lin Muhong, the smile on her face froze instantly, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Song Qianyue clenched her fists, her face flushed red with anger. Even the fish in the fish tank felt her murderous aura and hid in the corners. She snorted coldly, "This Zhong Qianyi is really ungrateful. He won't sign the contract with such a high fee. Who does he think he is?" After calming down, Song Qianyue suppressed her anger and called Lin Muhong. There was a hint of displeasure in her voice, but she still maintained professional courtesy and politeness. "Sir, we at Tongchu.com are sincere in wanting to cooperate with you. If you are not satisfied with the contract fee, we are willing to pay you 3 million per year, and we will give you 20% of the commission. This is already the highest treatment for our website. You should consider our conditions carefully." However, Lin Muhong's attitude remained firm. "Sorry, I still can't sign." After that, he hung up the phone. Song Qianyue on the other end of the phone was so angry that her face turned blue. She didn't expect that she would be rejected so decisively by an online writer. She gripped the phone tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. Shali looked at the editor-in-chief's angry expression and asked cautiously, "The other party still hasn't signed?" Song Qianyue shook her head. Seeing this, Shali couldn't help but sigh, "Alas, what a pity that the genius who created fairy tales didn't sign in. What a pity." Song Qianyue looked into the distance with sharp eyes, a sneer on her lips. "If he can't be used by us, then let him remain unknown for the rest of his life. I wonder how long he can be so arrogant." The determination and ruthlessness were chilling, as if they wanted to suppress Lin Muhong completely. "Just see, soon he will be begging us to sign him." Song Qianyue smiled, with a determined look in her eyes. After coming out of the room, Lin Muhong suddenly heard a scream. The sound was sharp and rapid, as if it came from the kitchen. His heart tightened and he rushed in to check the situation. Xia Wanning was seen frowning, with a hint of grievance in her voice, and blood flowing from her index finger. Just now, she accidentally cut her finger while handling the prawns, and the blood instantly dyed her fingertips red. Seeing this scene, Lin Muhong quickly put Xia Wanning's hand into his mouth and gently sucked the wound. When Xia Wanning saw this scene, her eyes widened instantly, and her cheeks felt as if they were burning, with the blush quickly spreading to her ears, and she could hardly hide her shyness. She whispered in a low voice, with a bit of panic and embarrassment, "What are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm not that kind of girl." Chapter 13? Living together so soon? Lin Muhong was a little puzzled when he heard this. He gently poked Xia Wanning's head with a bit of helplessness. "What weird things do you think about every day? I'm trying to stop your bleeding, idiot." Lin Muhong shook his head speechlessly. As he spoke, he took Xia Wanning's hand away and said, "Look, the bleeding has stopped." After listening to Lin Muhong's explanation, Xia Wanning's heart felt hot and her whole face turned red like a ripe apple. Being criticized so bluntly by the other party, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why did she have that idea at that time? She actually thought. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She just lowered her head and twisted her fingers nervously. Afterwards, Lin Muhong's gaze fell on Xia Wanning's finger. The wound was still very deep, and there was a faint trace of blood, which made his heart tighten. "Sit here for a while. I'll go downstairs and buy you a band-aid. Don't move." His words were full of concern, and his eyes revealed a hint of unquestionable dominance. "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded, feeling inexplicably beating in her heart. Just then, Wanwan heard the noise and trotted from the living room to Lin Muhong, her big eyes blinking like two shining black gems. She pulled her father's clothes and asked in a baby voice, "Dad, are you going out?" Lin Muhang squatted down and pinched Wanwan's little face lovingly. "Mom's hand is injured. Dad is going to buy a band-aid. You stay at home and take good care of Mom, okay?" After listening to her father's words, Wanwan nodded obediently, with a serious look on her little face. "Don't worry, Dad. Wanwan will take good care of Mom." After her father left, Wanwan immediately ran to Xia Wanning like a little adult. The little girl stared at her mother's injured hand, her eyes instantly turned red. She touched her mother's hand distressfully and said in a crying voice, "Mom, does your hand hurt? Wanwan will give you a hoo-hoo." As he spoke, the little fellow blew gently on Xia Wanning's hand. The warm breath brushed across the wound, melting Xia Wanning's heart. She gently touched Wanwan's head, her eyes full of relief and emotion. "Baby, Mom's hand doesn't hurt, it will be fine in a while, Wanwan, don't worry, really." After hearing this, Wanwan shook her head. Tears welled up in her eyes and finally burst out, rolling down like beads from a broken string. It's all Wanwan's fault. If Wanwan hadn't eaten fresh shrimp and tofu pot in the future, Mom wouldn't have gotten hurt. Her little voice was full of self-blame and guilt, which made Xia Wanning feel heartbroken. She shook her head, smiled and touched Wanwan's cheek, and said softly, "Mom's injury has nothing to do with Wanwan. It was because Mom was too careless. And Mom also likes to make fresh shrimp and tofu pot for Wanwan, but Mom is afraid that she can't make it today. Can I make it for you next time?" After hearing what her mother said, Wanwan nodded vigorously, although there were tears in her eyes, and a look of expectation appeared on her little face. "Well, okay. Wanwan likes everything made by Mom." Soon, the sound of a door opening was heard at the door, and then Lin Muhang walked in carrying a plastic bag. He walked over to Xia Wanning and opened the package of the band-aid. Afraid of hurting Xia Wanning, he carefully put a band-aid on Xia Wanning's finger. His gentle look warmed Xia Wanning's heart. Then, he instructed, "Don't touch the water during this period, otherwise it will be very unpleasant. If you need any help, just tell me." His words were full of concern and consideration, which made Xia Wanning feel extremely relieved. "Yeah." Xia Wanning nodded. Looking at the other person's tall back, she felt inexplicably moved. She spoke softly, with a hint of shyness in her voice, "Thank you." Hearing this, Lin Muhang turned around and a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Why are you being so polite to me? You are Wanwan's mother after all." His eyes were full of tenderness, which made Xia Wanning's heart skip a beat. After saying that, he took the plastic bag and walked into the kitchen and started preparing lunch. Soon, there was a busy sound coming from the kitchen, followed by bursts of tempting aroma. After a while, Lin Muhang came out with 3 bowls of steaming instant noodles. "Let's just have some instant noodles for lunch today." Each person had a bowl of instant noodles with a golden egg on top, which looked very tempting. Wanwan smelled the fragrance and the little one nodded with satisfaction. She ate while praising, "The noodles made by Dad are so delicious." Suddenly, Wanwan's little eyes widened as if she had discovered a new continent. "Wow, there are shrimps in it," she shouted excitedly, then put the shrimps into her mouth contentedly, her little face full of happiness. Xia Wanning took a bite of the instant noodles. Perhaps because of the fresh shrimp, the delicious taste immediately spread in her mouth. She couldn't help but praise it, "It smells good and tastes good." However, Lin Muhang was a little flattered by the sudden praise from the school beauty. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help muttering to himself, "She wouldn't be attracted to me, right?" After eating and drinking, Wanwan played for a while and then felt a little sleepy. Her eyelids began to twitch, and finally she could no longer resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that the little girl had fallen asleep, Xia Wanning felt a little awkward staying here. After thinking for a while, she came to Lin Muhang and said softly, "Wanwan has fallen asleep, so I will go back to school first. When she wakes up, tell me so that I can come over." After hearing this, Lin Muhang frowned and said, "It's so troublesome to go back and forth. Just treat this place as your home. After you left last night, Wanwan was very reluctant to leave." Then, he pointed to the room and continued, "There are 2 rooms here. You and Wanwan sleep in the master bedroom tonight, and I will sleep in the second bedroom. What do you think?" There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. After all, children are very attached to their mothers. It might be possible to fool them at first, but Wanwan would definitely become suspicious after a while. "Ah?" Xia Wanning frowned and felt panic in her heart. Were they going to live together so soon? She was not ready yet. Seeing Xiaowan Ning's hesitation, Lin Muhong thought she had concerns, so he said sincerely, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just hope you can stay here and accompany Wan Wan." His eyes were full of sincerity. Xiaowan Ning looked at Lin Muhong's sincere eyes. She thought about it and nodded, "Okay, then I'll stay." In order to prevent Lin Muhong from thinking too much, she continued, "Don't think that I stayed because of you. I just didn't want Wan Wan to wake up and not see me." Hearing this, Lin Muhong was speechless. This guy really knows how to flatter himself. Chapter 14, Banned by the Entire Industry. In the room, Lin Muhong stared at the bank balance and felt heartbroken instantly. This morning, he happily withdrew his reward and bought some beautiful clothes and daily necessities for Wan Wan. Now there is less than 1,000 yuan left in his account. Adding the money Xiaowan Ning transferred, all the money added up to less than 3,000. Lin Muhong gave a bitter smile. He really didn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are until he managed the household. In the past, he always thought that having enough money to spend was enough and never calculated the accounts carefully. Now he realizes that money is needed in every aspect of life. In the future, when he is successful in his career, Wan Wan will be able to get whatever she wants, but he can't do that now, and he doesn't want his daughter to suffer. If he didn't have his daughter, the 3,000 yuan could only allow him to live for 2 months. But with Wan Wan, he would be lucky if he could live for 20 days. Lin Muhong was wondering whether he should call his mother and ask her to give him some gold coins to support him. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately shook his head. Although his parents were always willing to help him unconditionally, how could he always rely on them? Wouldn't he be a parasite? He originally wanted to get rich by selling bedtime stories for children, but this path was cut short by his own hands. He doesn't want to sacrifice the rest of his life for some signing fees, so he would rather continue to live a poor but free life. At this time, Lin Muhong thought to himself, there should be more than one website that sells children's books, tongchu.com. My stories are so popular, so it should be no problem to submit them to other websites. Lin Muhong believes in his talent and believes that his story can touch more people. Then he took immediate action and began searching online for contact information for acquisition of children's story websites. After a while, he found a few websites that looked good and added their WeChat accounts. Then, Lin Muhong immersed himself in the world of creation again. He wrote 3 bedtime stories full of childlike fun and imagination and prepared to submit them to these websites. Soon, the person in charge of a website called Tree Baby approved his request to be added. Lin Muhong was delighted, and soon the other party sent a message, "Hello, do you want to submit an article?" "Yes." Lin Muhong's heart tightened. He sent the 3 latest stories he had created, and then nervously waited for the other party's reply. He stared at the screen of his mobile phone, afraid of missing any message. After a while, the other party replied, "Hi, I read your 3 stories, they are really good articles." Really good. When Lin Muhong saw the message, a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He knew that his efforts were not in vain and his story was recognized. Then, the other party sent another message, "I can give you 3,000 yuan for an article. Are you willing to sell it?" When Lin Muhong saw this reply, his eyes lit up and his heart was filled with surprise. He was very satisfied with the price of 3,000 yuan for one article. Lin Muhong thought that he could write 10 bedtime stories of this quality in a day. 3,000 yuan for one article, and 30,000 yuan for 10 articles. Wouldn't he be able to publish them? He quickly replied, "Yes. Very much." The other party quickly replied, "Okay, I'll prepare the contract and get back to you later." However, at this moment, an accident happened. When Zhou Shudong, the head of Tree Baby, was preparing the contract, his boss suddenly sent a message in the work group. "Attention editors, this author named Zhong Qianni cannot be signed, and his articles cannot be purchased. Please forward them to each other." When Zhou Shudong saw this message, he was startled. The avatar above looked very familiar to him, and he suddenly remembered that the author who had just contacted him was this one. He quickly opened his WeChat to verify and found that it was indeed the same person. Zhou Shudong felt a pang of regret. He had finally met such a talented author, but he didn't expect his boss to not let him sign. Although the boss sent a message in the group, Zhou Shudong really didn't want to miss such a talented author. He took the 3 articles sent by the other party and knocked on the door of his boss' office. I saw the boss Su Guiran wearing a neat suit, his legs resting on the desk, and the big gold chain on his chest shining brightly, looking particularly dazzling. Seeing Zhou Shudong coming in, Su Guiran asked with a smile, "Editor-in-Chief Zhou, what's the matter?" Zhou Shudong mustered up the courage to say, Boss Su, the author of Zhong Qianni has contacted me. Every one of his stories is a hit. If I don't sign with such a person, it would be like not picking up money on the ground. That's stupid. He said it with some excitement because he was very confident in his vision. Su Guiren frowned and listened for a while, then said helplessly, Zhong Qianni offended Tongchu.com. Is it worth it for a small company like us to offend the industry leader for one person? Editor-in-Chief Shou, I still want our website to survive for 2 more years. Let's forget about signing the contract with Zhong Qianni. There's no point in discussing this matter. Zhou Shudong felt lonely, as he knew he couldn't convince his boss. He turned around and walked out of the office silently, his heart full of helplessness and regret. Soon, Lin Muhong received a reply from the other party. He thought it was a contract and was delighted. However, when he saw the content, he was stunned. Lin Muhong asked in confusion, Didn't you like my article? Why don't you cooperate now? Zhou Shudong was also very helpless. He replied, Did you offend someone? They want to ban you from the entire industry. I'm sorry, although your article is well written, you have to bow your head under the eaves. I guess it's hard for other websites to accept your article. When Lin Muhong saw the message, his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that he would be banned by the entire industry. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to him. He thought carefully about his recent experiences. If he had offended anyone, it could only be Tongchu.com. He smiled bitterly, his heart filled with indignation. I just rejected the other party's invitation to sign a contract, but he retaliated like this. It's so mean. He was glad that he did not sign a contract with the other party at the beginning, otherwise he didn't know what kind of predicament he would be in now. However, the manuscripts could not be sold, and how to make money became a problem. Lin Muhong fell into deep thought. Just then, Wan opened the door and walked in. She tilted her head and looked at her father curiously and asked, Dad, what are you busy with? Why do you look unhappy? Lin Muhong felt warm at heart when he saw his daughter's innocent smile. He forced himself to smile calmly and said, Dad is not busy, he's just thinking about something. Don't worry, Wan. As he said that, he touched his daughter's head in an attempt to reassure her. However, Wan seemed to see her father's troubles. She held her father's hand and said softly, Dad, don't be unhappy. Let's go to the park to play, okay? Chapter 15 Lin Muhong discovers new business opportunities. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong's lips curled up into a gentle smile unconsciously. When it comes to making money, you can't be impatient. As the old saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Coming out of the house, Wan held her father's left hand and her mother's right hand. Her steps were so brisk as if they were jumping notes, and every step was filled with laughter. The park is located not far from Yunwan Villa, only a 15-minute walk away. After arriving at the park, the little one saw the swing at a glance. She ran over like a little rabbit, her eyes shining with excitement. Sitting on the swing, she gently swung her feet and her smile bloomed like a flower. At this time, she waved at Lin Muhong, her voice as soft as cotton candy, Dad, come and push me, I want to fly high. Okay. Lin Muhong nodded with a smile and walked quickly forward. As the swing rose and fell, Wan's laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell. That laughter seemed to have magical power, instantly dispelling the haze in Lin Muhong's heart, making him feel that all his worries had disappeared. As night falls, the lights in the park gradually light up. The park was bustling at this time, especially the children, who were laughing and talking happily all the time. Wan quickly became friends with everyone. Her lively and lovely appearance made people want to get close to her. Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong sat on a bench nearby, quietly looking at their daughter's carefree smile, their hearts filled with happiness. I'll transfer the money I spent on buying clothes for Wan this morning to you. It costs less than 1,300, just transfer 600 to me. Lin Muhong said. Well, I'm going to turn around, you can take it. Xia Wanning took out her mobile phone and quickly completed the transfer. However, when she saw the balance information sent by the bank, a trace of worry flashed across her eyes. It seemed that she had to do some part-time job to earn money. So, she sent a message to Xiao, if there is a part-time job that pays more, please let me know. I want to make some money. At this moment, Wan ran back panting, threw herself into her parents' arms, and said in a baby voice, Wow, it smells so good over there, there must be something delicious, let's go over and take a look. Are you hungry, little greedy cat? Xia Wanning gently tidied Wan's hair and scratched her nose lightly, her tone full of pampering. After hearing this, Wan lowered her head shyly and buried it in her mother's arms. Afterwards, Lin Muhong held Wan in his arms, and the family of three walked towards the snack street. The snack street was crowded and bustling. Wan hugged her father's neck tightly, fearing that she would be separated by the crowd if she was not careful. Several people had not eaten yet, and since Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning were not very good at cooking, they decided to have dinner at the snack street. Suddenly, Wan shrugged her nose, pointed to a stall in front of her and said excitedly, "Dad, Wan wants to eat that noodle, it looks so delicious." Lin Muhong looked in the direction the little guy pointed and saw that it was a stall selling hot dry noodles. He smiled and nodded, then came to the stall and ordered 3 servings of hot dry noodles. While waiting, the family of 3 sat down on a small bench nearby. Soon, the boss brought 3 bowls of steaming noodles and placed them on the small table, saying enthusiastically, "If it's not enough, I'll give you more noodles." "Hey, thank you, boss." Lin Muhong responded with a smile. Wan ate with gusto, a satisfied smile on her little face. She skillfully picked up the noodles with chopsticks and ate them bite by bite, making a tuluchalo sound from time to time. Lin Muhong felt very relieved when he saw his daughter eating so happily. At this time, he was surprised to find that since his daughter found him, the little girl had eaten several meals, most of which were noodles. However, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He was from the south and didn't usually like eating noodles, so why did Wan have a special liking for noodles? He turned to look at Xia Wanning and asked doubtfully, "Where is your hometown?" Lin Muhong asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Xishan Province." Xia Wanning answered briefly, and then seeing Lin Muhong's sudden realization, she asked, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" No. Lin Muhong smiled and waved his hands, thinking to himself, "So that's why, no wonder my daughter loves noodles. It turns out her mother comes from a province that produces a lot of noodles. I heard that people in Xishan Province can eat 3 meals of noodles a day, but I don't know if it's true or not." Xia Wanning couldn't help feeling puzzled when she saw Lin Muhong's sneaky look. Soon, the hot dry noodles were all gone. Wan patted her belly and smiled with satisfaction. The family of 3 was walking on the way home. Xia Wanning was full of thoughts. She thought that such a life was actually not bad. At this moment, Wan suddenly pointed to the bookstore next to her and said, "Dad, can we go in and take a look?" Wan has finished reading all her storybooks. There was a hint of pleading and expectation in her voice that was impossible to refuse. "Okay, Dad will take you in." Lin Muhong looked at the bookstore in front of him and felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. It is a good thing to love reading, and as a father, I must do my best to satisfy my child's desire. Inside the bookstore, the walls and aisles were piled with all kinds of books. Wan excitedly walked between the bookshelves, picking out her favorite books. Lin Muhong followed behind his daughter and said with a smile, "Take any book you want to read. Dad will buy it for you." "Great. Dad is the best." Wan cheered happily and then started choosing. Xia Wanning also picked up a storybook and took a look. When she saw the price on the back, she was stunned. She couldn't help but complain, "This children's storybook is really expensive. It has more than 50 pages and it costs more than 40 yuan. It's really a huge profit." But children nowadays are very precious. As long as they love reading, parents are willing to spend money on them. After hearing Xia Wanning's words, Lin Muhong seemed to be enlightened. He excitedly held Xia Wanning's shoulders and asked, "What did you just say?" Xia Wanning was a little stunned, then repeated, "As long as children love reading, they are willing to spend money." Lin Muhong shook his head and continued to ask, "No, the first sentence. The storybook is expensive. It has more than 50 pages, but it costs more than 40 yuan. Xia Wanning answered patiently. Yes. Lin Muhong nodded excitedly, with excitement flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, Tongchu.com has banned me. If I can't sell online, can I still sell offline? The profits from children's books are so high, there are so many cities in the country, and so many children, the market potential is huge. The more he calculated, the more excited he became. Lin Muhong hugged Xia Wanning in his arms and said, "Thank you." Chapter 16 Dad and Mom Sleep With Me. Being suddenly held in his arms, Xia Wanning felt very flustered, and her heart was beating like a deer. She stood there in a daze, with her hands placed at her sides, at a loss. She had never had such close contact with the opposite sex before, and her cheeks quickly became hot, as if two flames were burning, so hot that she almost wondered if she had a fever. Just then, a delicate little figure came bouncing over, holding tightly in her hands a few carefully selected storybooks. When Wanwan saw her father and mother hugging each other, her bright big eyes instantly narrowed into crescent shapes and a playful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" As Wanwan spoke, she playfully poked her chubby little face with her tender little hand. "We are outside here, you two are being shameless." There was a hint of childish teasing in her words, which made people laugh. Hearing this, Xia Wanning's cheeks instantly turned red to her neck. She felt as if she was scalded, and quickly pushed Lin Muhong away. Lin Muhong also realized his own gaffe. He scratched his head embarrassedly, with a hint of apology in his eyes. "I was too excited just now. I'm really sorry." It's okay, it's okay." Xia Wanning lowered her head and shook her head shyly. Recalling the moment when she was hugged tightly just now, a warm current surged in her heart. It turned out that being held in someone's arms was so warm and so safe. Seeing his baby daughter's mischievous appearance, Lin Muhong quickly held her in his arms, gently pinched her little nose, and gave her a teaching. "You're just a little brat and don't know anything. Daddy will take you to pay the bill." There was a hint of pampering and helplessness in his tone. After hearing what her father said, Wanwan suddenly became proud. She raised her round little head, pouted her pink little mouth and started to complain. Wanwan, why don't you understand?" Her little face was full of grievance and confusion. "Dad and Mom used to hug each other at home, and I even saw you bullying Mom." There was a sense of justice in her words and a resentful light flashing in her eyes, as if she was speaking up for her mother. Hearing this, Lin Muhong was stunned and asked in confusion, "How did I bully your mother?" "You spank your mother." Wanwan answered without hesitation, her eyes full of innocence and purity. Although her words were simple and direct, they made both Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning feel a little embarrassed. Lin Muhong subconsciously glanced at Xia Wanning, only to see that her cheeks became even redder, as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He smiled awkwardly and continued to ask, "Wanwan, do you know what happened later?" "I don't know." Wanwan fell asleep. The little guy answered in a baby voice. But Lin Muhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his daughter didn't see the following scenes, otherwise it would really be inappropriate for children. "It seems that when doing something dreadful in the future, I still have to be in a separate room." Lin Muhong thought secretly in his heart, with a smile that showed a mixture of relief and helplessness on his face. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized, this is something that will happen in the future, why should I worry about it? After paying the bill, the family of three returned home hand in hand. Under the streetlights, their shadows were stretched out. After returning home, Wanwan sat obediently on the sofa, quietly flipping through the storybook in her hand. The weather is very good today, the sun is shining brightly, the sheets and quilt covers that were washed at noon have been dried and are emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Muhong spread the clean sheets and quilt covers on the bed. Looking at his busy figure, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel touched. Soon, Lin Muhong tidied the room. He came to Xia Wanning and said with a smile, "The master bedroom is ready for you. You can sleep in it with your daughter tonight." "Yeah, okay." Xia Wanning nodded gently. At the same time, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhong's mind. Ding! The system detects that Xia Wanning's heart rate has changed. The current heart rate is 25. You can draw a prize once. Host, are you planning to draw a lottery now? Draw. Lin Muhong answered without hesitation, with only a few thoughts in his mind, win a jackpot of 100 billion, or get 1,000 times the cash back. He thought, it would be great if the grand prize I win is not only a lot of money, but also doesn't require any effort. The turntable began to turn slowly, faster and faster, and Lin Muhong's heart began to beat along with the turntable. Finally, the speed of the turntable slowly slowed down, and the pointer began to gradually approach those tempting grand prizes. However, just when Lin Muhong thought that the grand prize was about to be won, the pointer unexpectedly floated over the $1 trillion grand prize and then stopped steadily on the small reward. 100% equity of the publishing house? Lin Muhong couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but roar in his heart. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered his book-selling business. If the system gives shares to the publishing house, wouldn't it be more convenient to sell children as storybooks? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This system is still reliable. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muhong held a cup of warm milk in his hand, looked at Wanwan tenderly, and said softly, "Baby, let's read the book tomorrow, we are going to bed." "Oh. Wanwan blinked her bright eyes, obediently closed the book gently, put it on the table, and then hopped to Lin Muhong's side like a little rabbit. Here, drink this glass of milk. Wanwan obediently drank it in big gulps, and soon the milk was gone. Lin Muhong carefully wiped away the milk stains from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, his actions full of doting. He held Wanwan's little hand, walked into the master bedroom, and whispered, "Baby, you sleep with mommy tonight." "Dad, where are you going?" Wanwan asked anxiously, with worry written all over her little face. "Dad isn't going anywhere." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's big eyes moved back and forth between Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Dad, did you have a fight with Mom?" "Nothing." Lin Muhong waved his hands quickly, with a helpless smile, "Dad and Mom are fine." "You're lying." Wanwan pouted and said angrily, pushing her father with her little hand, "You only sleep in separate rooms when you quarrel. Can you please stop arguing? Wanwan doesn't like to see you like this." Wanwan suddenly grabbed her father's hand, with a pleading light in her eyes, "Dad, kneel down and Mom will forgive you. Please, please. Baby, Daddy and Mommy really didn't have a fight." Lin Muhong explained with a helpless smile, but Wanwan didn't believe it at all. She put her hands on her hips, her little face puffed up, "I don't believe it. Unless Daddy and Mommy sleep with me together, I will believe that you didn't quarrel." Chapter 17, Tongchu.net trips you around. In the master bedroom, on the big bed, Wanwan held her mother's hand with her left hand and her father's hand with her right hand. Her little face was filled with a satisfied smile, as if she owned the whole world. Suddenly, the little guy turned his head cleverly, and looked at Lin Muhong with his clear eyes. His soft voice was a bit coquettish, "Dad, can you tell me a story, please?" Lin Muhong smiled slightly, "Well, then Daddy will tell you a story about a little bear looking for honey. Once upon a time, there lived a cute little bear in a dense forest. His name was Sambu. His favorite thing was to explore the forest and look for sweet honey." With Lin Muhong's deep and magnetic voice, even Xia Wan Ning beside her fell asleep involuntarily. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently covered the quilt for both of them, lay down beside them, and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, at the same time, Tongchu.net was extremely lively. Since Lin Muhong's bedtime stories began to be released, they have quickly attracted the attention and love of a large number of fans, and the number of clicks has continued to soar. Some people even left messages below urging him to update new stories as soon as possible. Some enthusiastic fans even gave Lin Muhong several gifts worth more than 2,000 yuan to express their love and support for him. However, this is not good news for the management of Tongchu.com. The next day, Song Qianyue sat on a chair. Her bright red lips and stern expression gave people a strong sense of oppression. She looked at Xiaoli standing opposite her, her eyes revealing a condescending attitude, and asked in a cold tone, "Has the news spread? What's the situation?" Xiaoli bowed his head slightly and answered respectfully, "Zhong Qiani did contact several websites, but because of us, no one signed him." "Very good." Song Qianyue crossed her arms and rested her elbows on the table, with a smug gleam in her eyes. "I want to see how long he can last." Then she continued to ask, "What does the data on the website say?" Hearing this, Xiaoli shook his head and glanced at the data on the screen, then replied in a low voice, "The number of hits on the 3 stories of Zhong Qiani is still growing wildly. His ability to attract money is very strong, and there are many mothers below urging him to update. In comparison, the other authors' data are mediocre, just like usual." Hearing this, Song Qianyue's face suddenly became gloomy. She glared at Xiaoli and said with some displeasure in her voice, "Is there no one else on our website?" Xiaoli shrank his neck in fear, not daring to look directly into Song Qianyue's eyes. After calming down for a moment, Song Qianyue took a deep breath and ordered, "Block the account of Zhong Qiani. He can't withdraw the money from the reward. Also, fans and mothers are not allowed to comment on his account and works. Let him not accept our conditions. This is what happens when you go against Tongchu.com." "Yes." Xiaoli nodded, and then quickly went to execute the order. At the same time, after Lin Muhong finished his morning run, he bought breakfast from outside, sweating profusely. He had nothing to do, so he opened the backend of Tongchu.com to check the account status. However, when he saw that the reward amount on the account had reached 7 or 8,000, he couldn't help but smile in surprise. He wanted to withdraw the money with great joy, but no matter what he did, he could not do it successfully. After a while, his account was forced offline and he could no longer log in. Lin Muhong immediately understood that this must be the work of Tongchu.com. In order to force him to sign an unequal treaty, the other party really used ruthless means. A sneer appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, you have your plan, and I have my way, so we'll see. While eating, the cell phone in Lin Muhong's pocket suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and a man's voice came over. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muhong? Yes, I am. Lin Muhong nodded. After hearing this, the other party smiled and said, hello, I am Zhang Guangping, the owner of Woyo Publishing House. You bought my publishing house yesterday. When can you come over so we can sign the transfer contract? Lin Muhong then remembered that the system had rewarded him with a publishing house yesterday. After thinking about it, he replied, I'll go there in a while. Then I'll send you the address. Zhang Guangping replied. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning and said stutteringly, I have to go out for something later. I might need you to take care of Wan Wan. I'm Wan Wan's mother. It's no trouble at all. Xia Wanning waved her hand and blurted out, come back early. Yeah. Lin Muhong nodded. He didn't know why, but he felt like he had to report to his wife before going out. After leaving home, Lin Muhong took a taxi and went straight to the Wuyo Publishing House. The publishing house is located in a building within the 5th Ring Road. The elevator door on the 12th floor slowly opened, and a young man in a suit and a middle-parted hair came into view. He stood at the door, his eyes filled with confusion and expectation. After seeing Lin Muhong, he approached him tentatively and asked, hello, are you Mr. Lin Muhong? Yes, that's me. Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. Upon seeing this, the young man immediately extended his hand and introduced himself enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Zhang Guangping. Lin Muhong smiled and shook hands with him, and then the two of them walked into the office together. Zhang Guangping personally made a cup of coffee for Lin Muhong and handed it to him. Mr. Lin, please. Lin Muhong took the coffee and took a sip. At this time, the other party put a folder in front of him and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, this is the transfer contract. Take a look at it first. If there is no problem, you can sign it. Lin Muhong nodded, picked up the contract and read it carefully. Seeing that there was no problem with the contract, he picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on the contract. Zhang Guangping saw this and said with a smile, Boss Lin, let me take you to visit the publishing house. Soon, the two came to a spacious office. I saw a woman with a graceful figure wearing a red hip skirt sitting at the desk busying herself. Her long wavy hair was casually scattered on both sides of her neck, and her makeup was delicate and charming, but the smell of perfume on her body was a little too strong, making Lin Muhong want to sneeze. Hearing the noise, the woman raised her head and looked towards the door. When she saw Zhang Guangping and Lin Muhong, she immediately stood up and greeted them politely. Mr. Zhang, you are here. Chapter 18? That's not my sister, that's my daughter. Zhang Guangping smiled and nodded, then introduced to Lin Muhong, Xiaowu, let me introduce you, this is our publishing house's new boss, Mr. Lin Muhong. You must follow him well in the future. Upon hearing this, Hu Lili immediately turned her gaze to Lin Muhong. She looked at him carefully, with curiosity and surprise flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect the new boss to be so young and looked like a college student who had not yet graduated. After a moment, she stretched out her hand and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Hu Lili. Hello. Zhang Guangping smiled and said, Boss Lin, Xiaohu is the head of our publishing house. Please don't treat him unfairly. That's for sure. Lin Muhong smiled and nodded. Soon, Zhang Guangping left the office on the pretext of having something to do. Hu Lili looked at Lin Muhong's young and handsome face, and she couldn't help but teasing him, Boss Lin, you can tell me anything you want. Hearing this, Lin Muhong showed an awkward smile on his face, and then ordered, then call everyone to the office and let's have a meeting together. Seeing the other party's reaction, Hu Lili covered her mouth and smiled, then stood up and responded, Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, the conference room was full of people, and Hu Lili followed closely behind Lin Muhong. Then, she stood in front of everyone, clapped her hands lightly, and introduced to everyone with a smile, This is Mr. Lin Muhong, the new boss of our worry-free magazine. Please give a warm welcome. Hearing these words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They obviously did not expect that the boss had been replaced. Some employees opened their mouths in surprise, while others were whispering and talking among themselves. After a moment, everyone came back to their senses from the shock and applauded and welcomed him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, everyone. Lin Muhong sat on the bench, then looked at everyone and said, Everyone is still doing their job. Except for the change of the boss, nothing has changed. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. After explaining some things, Lin Muhong called Hu Lily to his office and asked, Editor-in-Chief Hu, I have a children's storybook. How long will it take to put it on the market? Boss Lin, you can just call me Xiao Hu. Hu Lily smiled charmingly. When she saw the other party's serious expression, she also became professional. From topic selection, typesetting, printing, transportation, sales, etc., it will take at least a week. Lin Muang nodded, okay, I'll send you the story tonight, and you can organize it and start printing and selling it. Okay, no problem. Hu Lily nodded. Although it was her first day getting along with this new boss, she had an inexplicable trust in him. It might be that he had that kind of confidence in his bones that made her want to follow him involuntarily. On the other side, after breakfast, Xia Wanning came out of the house holding Wan Wan's little hand. Wan Wan was wearing a pink dress, with two cute bows on her head and an innocent smile on her face. Her little hand tightly grasped her mother's hand and she skipped along. At that time, from a distance, Xia Wanning saw a familiar figure and waved her hand, smiling and shouting, Xiao Xiao, here. When Xiao Xiao heard the voice, she looked and saw Xia Wanning walking towards her with a little girl who looked 70% like her. When she got closer, she smiled and pinched Wan Wan's chubby little face, then praised, Ning Ning, this is your sister, she is so beautiful. Wan Wan was pinched so hard that she giggled. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, revealing two cute dimples. She excitedly tugged at Xiao Xiao's skirt and called out in a milky voice, Hello, Auntie Xiao Xiao. Wan Wan misses you so much. Her voice was so soft and sweet that it made people's hearts ripple. Xiao Xiao laughed out loud at Wan Wan's cute appearance. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at Xia Wanning with wide eyes and confusion. Ning Ning, didn't you say that there are only you and your brother in your family? When did you have a sister? When Wan Wan heard this, she blinked her big eyes and asked playfully, Mom, what is Aunt Xiao Xiao saying? Why can't Wan Wan understand? What sister? Her little face was full of confusion and curiosity. The most confused person was Xiao Xiao. When she heard Wan Wan's words, she pointed at the two of them in disbelief. Mom? You? She frowned, her face full of disbelief. Ning Ning, when did you have a daughter this big? Is she your biological daughter? Xia Wanning rolled her eyes in annoyance. They must be biological children. But it's a long story. Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes with a gossipy look on her face and asked curiously, Who is the father of the child? Do I know him? Is he from our school? Hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but think of Lin Muhong. Her face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly. I'll introduce you to him when we meet next time. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao grinned and said, Okay. Then I'll have a good look to see who can win our school beauty. Suddenly, she changed the subject, raised her eyebrows, and asked lecherously, You didn't go back to the dormitory last night because you were with the child's father, right? Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be the first single person in our dormitory. You have to ask your child's father to treat you when the time comes. Xiao Xiao smiled from ear to ear, as if she was happier than herself. Oh. Let's talk about this later. After being told by her bestie, Xia Wanning was so shy that she could hardly lift her head. Suddenly, she began to change the subject and asked, Xiao Xiao, you said there is a part-time job with a high salary, what is it? Wearing a doll costume to hand out flyers, you get 300 yuan a day, and you have to do it for 2 days in a row. Xiao Xiao finished speaking, frowning and added, This job is not easy. Wearing a doll costume in the middle of summer, it's very hot and very hard. Can you do it? Ning Ning, how much money do you need? How about I lend it to you first? Xiao Xiao asked with concern, her eyes full of worry, fearing that her best friend would suffer. No need. Xia Wanning looked at Wan Wan and shook her head gently. Relying on borrowed money to raise a child is not a long-term solution. She must find a way to make money on her own. I don't have classes tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'll take this part-time job. Xia Wanning gritted her teeth and made up her mind, send me the contact person. Raising a child is not a one-person job, and she doesn't want to put all the pressure on Lin Muong. Seeing her best friend was determined to do so, Xiao Xiao could only nod helplessly, Okay. I'll send you the information later. She knew Xia Wanning's temper, and once a decision was made, it would be difficult to change it. Chapter 19 Are you Ning Ning's boyfriend? As the two were talking, Wan Wan's chubby little hand suddenly pointed out the window excitedly, Huh? Dad. Then, the little guy patted Xia Wanning's shoulder like a happy little bird and said excitedly, Mom, Dad is outside. There was a gleam of anticipation in her eyes and her little face flushed slightly with excitement, as if she was sharing a big secret. I'm going to find my dad. After saying that, the little guy couldn't wait to jump off his seat and ran out the door. At the door, she called out in a milky voice, "Daddy, Wan is here." Then, she waved her chubby little hands, afraid that her father didn't see her. "Dad, look here, look here." Afraid that Wan would fall, Xia Wanning hurriedly followed her, her eyes full of worry. As she walked, she kept reminding people behind her, "Wan, run slower, slower." Having just heard the conversation between the two, Xiao Xiao looked out the window curiously. "I saw a tall and mighty man standing on the side of the road. Although the distance was a bit far and I couldn't see his facial features clearly, I could tell that the man should be handsome." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but mutter in her heart, she seemed to have seen this face somewhere. This time, Xiao Xiao happened to meet him, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity. She ran forward excitedly, her eyes sparkling with gossip, and shouted, "Ning, you have to introduce me to him properly this time. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement." Xiao Xiao blinked mischievously, looking very proud. After getting off the car, Lin Muhong seemed to hear his daughter's cry. He looked around and his eyes soon locked on the door of the milk tea shop next to the school. He saw the little guy standing there, waving his chubby little hands at him. After seeing this, he smiled and said happily, "Wan, stand there and don't move. Dad will come to find you." Soon, Lin Muhong crossed the road and walked over from the opposite side. He held Wan in his arms with great joy and said lovingly, "Wan, why are you here? Where's your mother?" "Mom is inside." Wan answered in a baby voice, pointing inside the milk tea shop with her little finger. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Wanning walked out of the milk tea shop. When she saw Lin Muhong, she smiled faintly and said softly, "You're back so soon?" "Yeah." Lin Muhong nodded. At this time, a rough and enthusiastic voice came from behind them, "Are you Ningning's boyfriend?" After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she looked Lin Muhong up and down. She saw that he was very tall. Standing next to him, Xiao Xiao instantly looked like a dwarf, with a height difference of more than 1.5 heads. Lin Muhong has distinct facial features and a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, especially the beauty mole on the tip of his nose, which makes people unable to take their eyes away. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart, he is so handsome. I didn't expect there is such a handsome guy in school, why didn't I notice him before? Seeing Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong standing together, Xiao Xiao nodded in approval. Especially with the cute Wan in the middle, they look more like a family of 3. After reading it, Xiao Xiao silently gave Xia Wanning a thumbs up, raised her eyebrows, and her eyes were full of teasing, as if to say, "Okay, sister, you have good taste. I agree to this marriage." Regarding this little Lolita who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning with a look of confusion and puzzlement. "Boyfriend? Hee, she's talking nonsense." Xia Wanning smiled awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly winked at Xiao Xiao, signaling her not to talk nonsense. What's more, she only said that the other party was the father of her child, and did not say that he was her boyfriend. She frowned and glanced at Lin Muhong worriedly, thinking to herself, he wouldn't think that I have any improper thoughts about him, would he? In response to her best friend's psychological hint, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood. There was indeed something wrong with the way she addressed him just now. He could not simply be called boyfriend, but should be called husband. She understands the fun between husband and wife. "Xiao Xiao, you have something to do, so go and do it," Xia Wanning urged, wanting to end this awkward topic as soon as possible. However, Xiao Xiao looked at the other person in confusion and said without any knowledge, "Is there something wrong with me?" Her expression was full of innocence and confusion. How could she not know that there was something wrong with her? Seeing her bestie ordering her to leave, Xiao Xiao quickly smiled and nodded, "Look at my brain, I forget things when there are too many things to do. I have things to do, so I won't disturb you all." As she spoke, she waved to Wan lovingly, "Bye." "Goodbye Wan." "Goodbye, Auntie Xiao Xiao." Wan also waved her chubby little hands and spoke in a baby voice. Watching her best friend leave, Xia Wanning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning with a smile and asked, "Is she your roommate?" "Yeah." Xia Wanning nodded with an awkward smile on her face. She seemed to want to explain the boyfriend thing just now, and then said, "She knows that Wan is my daughter, so she calls you that, don't take it to heart." "It's okay." Lin Muhong waved his hand to show that he didn't care. He didn't know why, but being called Xia Wanning's boyfriend made him feel inexplicably happy and satisfied. He looked at Xia Wanning and Wan with a smile, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Muhong slapped his head and complained in his heart, "I must be crazy. The school beauty is so fierce, who knows, she might commit domestic violence in the future. In order to let the storybook meet readers offline as soon as possible, Lin Muhong started writing the story after Wanwan fell asleep. Fortunately, the system gave him creative talent, otherwise it would take him forever to write these 50 fairy tales. The 3 articles he had previously published on Tongchu.com did not succeed in getting a contract, so he later created 3 more stories when submitting them for publication. Now he only needs to write 44 more articles. Time passed minute by minute, and before 6 o'clock, the 44 fairy tales were finally completed. He stretched, took a long breath, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then Lin Muhong sent the 50 fairy tales to Hu Lily's WeChat. Editor-in-Chief Hu, thank you for working overtime and finishing this as soon as possible. Soon, the other party received the document and sent a voice message. No problem, Mr. Lin, just don't forget to reward them well. Sales are good, so all the employees in our publishing house will get bonuses. Lin Muhong replied, then quickly put the phone aside. Listening to Hu Lily talking, he couldn't help but shiver. That artificial voice gave him goosebumps all over his body. He still thinks his future wife's voice is better. Chapter 20 Xia Wanning distributes flyers. At night, in the small rental room, lights shone in every corner. Hu Lily was curled up in bed wearing loose pajamas and black framed glasses. She turned on the computer and read the fairy tale sent by her boss carefully. This image is so different from the charming her during the day, as if they are 2 completely different people. Slowly, she was immersed in the world of stories. Those stories are interesting and imaginative, and they cleverly incorporate some big truths and little knowledge, which is really great. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She was originally worried that with her boss's vision, the stories she chose would be hard to describe in words, but she didn't expect that these stories were both interesting and educational, and that mothers would definitely love them after seeing them. Thinking of this, Hu Lily began to organize the stories seriously, carrying out a series of tasks including typesetting and proofreading. At that time, it was the nightmare time for every mother, and it was time to tell bedtime stories to the babies. Zhang Meiyan picked up her mobile phone and opened Tongchu.com. A few days ago, she read all the stories uploaded by Zhong Qianni to her baby, and the baby was fascinated by the stories. A few days passed and she thought that someone might upload a new story. However, when she clicked on the profile picture of Zhong Qianni, she found that it could not be opened and she could not even comment on the story. She frowned, a hint of confusion in her eyes. What is this Tongchu.com? Why can't I even leave a comment? She tried to refresh the page, but the result was the same. I finally met an author I like, but what's going on? I think this website will destroy itself sooner or later. Zhang Meiyan grumbled with some dissatisfaction. Just as I finished complaining, I heard my daughter's urging voice, Mom, why don't you read me a story? I can't wait. Zhang Meiyan turned to look at her daughter and comforted her. Okay, Mom will read it to you right away. In desperation, she could only find other stories to replace them. However, the new story did not seem to suit the little girl's appetite. She listened absent-mindedly and frowned from time to time. Zhang Meiyan took a lot of effort to finally coax the little guy to sleep. She tiptoed out of her daughter's room and turned on her mobile phone, only to find that the group of mothers was already buzzing with discussions about the blocking of the Zhong Qianni account. Sisters, when I was reading a story to my daughter tonight, I unexpectedly discovered that the account of Zhong Qianni was blocked and I couldn't comment. What is going on? Who knows? My daughter loves his stories very much. Now she can't listen to new stories. I'm really worried. Do any sisters know why the account was blocked? Could it be that the website banned it? No way, his story is so good, the website must be so desperate to block it. The mothers were discussing the matter in the group, with all kinds of speculations and concerns filling the entire group chat. At this time, a mother sent a message saying, My husband works at Tongchu.com, and I heard that Zhong Qianni was banned by the industry. As soon as this sentence came out, the group exploded instantly. Sister, what's the situation? Can you tell me more specifically? Upon hearing the gossip, the moms who had been lurking around instantly became excited and urged the mom to reveal more information. I heard that Tongchu.com paid a sky-high signing fee. In the morning, as soon as it was light, Xia Wanning woke up. She carefully took Wanwan's chubby little hand away from her body. Xiao Wanwan was sleeping soundly, her little face was rosy like a little apple, and there was a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Xia Wanning looked at her daughter's lovely appearance and her heart softened. After covering Wanwan with a quilt, she quietly came out of the room. After washing up, she put on her bag and closed the door quietly, for fear of waking them up. Today is her first day of her part-time job and she needs to arrive early. Fortunately, the part-time job is not far away, just 2 subway stops away. When they arrived at the gathering place, Xia Wanning was the only girl there, the rest were all boys. They stood aside, waiting for the boss to arrive. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged woman wearing a fitted new Chinese-style dress and an emerald green jade pendant around her neck came over. She was the boss. After seeing a girl working part-time, the boss looked at her worriedly and said, "Little girl, wearing a doll costume is tiring and hot. Are you sure you can do it?" Her eyes were full of concern. Xia Wanning patted his chest and said confidently, "I'm fine." Her eyes were firm and bright, as if she was proving to her boss that she was definitely capable of doing the job. The boss nodded and began to explain the work content and work location. After a while, Xia Wanning appeared at the intersection of the park they had visited a few days ago, holding a teddy bear costume. This is the place where she distributed flyers today. The intersection was bustling with people coming and going. It is 9 o'clock in the morning and because it is a sunny day, the sun is very dazzling. She put on the teddy bear costume and immediately felt like she was in a steam room, extremely hot and stuffy. But Xia Wanning did not retreat at all, but quickly got into work mode. "Hello, I'd like to know more about buying a house." She held up a flyer and handed it to passers-by with a smile. At the same time, Lin Wanwan just woke up. She sat on the bed and rubbed her eyes. The little guy seemed to have discovered that something was missing. He blinked his big eyes and looked around. After seeing this, Lin Muhan pinched her cheek lovingly and said gently, "Wanwan, wake up." Wanwan looked around but didn't see her mother. She asked in confusion, "Dad, where is Mom?" "Mom went out for something." Lin Muhang answered with a smile. He reached out to help his daughter tidy up her messy hair, his eyes full of doting. When he woke up, Xia Wanning had already left, but she left him a message, "I have something to do these 2 days, I need you to take care of Wanwan, sorry for the trouble." After hearing her father's words, Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief and a bright smile appeared on her little face. Seeing this, Lin Muhang said softly, "Baby, hurry up and get dressed, let's go out for breakfast." "Okay, Wanwan is hungry," the little girl said excitedly, put on the princess dress her father bought, carried a small school bag and went out. After breakfast, Lin Muhang brought Wanwan to the classroom. The little girl sat next to her father and watched the cartoons attentively. Soon, more and more students entered the classroom. One of the boys with dyed red hair saw Lin Muhang and pointed at him excitedly, "Ahang is there. I haven't seen this kid for a few days, but he still remembers to come to class." As he spoke, the man walked towards Lin Muhang. Seeing this, his 2 roommates behind him followed him with a smile. The 3 of them sat next to Lin Muhang, smiling and saying, "Ahang, I haven't seen you these past few days. What have you been busy with? You don't even come back to the dormitory at night. Could it be that you are in love and don't want to live with us anymore?" The red-haired boy joked. At this moment, a soft baby voice sounded all around, "Dad, this cartoon has ended." Chapter 21, 3 Bad Uncles. Hearing this, a hint of tenderness flashed in Lin Muhang's eyes. He touched Wanwan's head lovingly and said softly, "Dad is playing the next episode for you." At this moment, the 3 people who were originally standing aside suddenly dropped their jaws in shock, their eyes widened, and their mouths seemed like they could fit an egg. They didn't even notice that there was a cute little girl beside Ahang, especially the name she called them just now, which made them feel a little at a loss for a moment. The red-haired Zhao Zijuan looked at Lin Muhang in disbelief and said in shock, "Dad? Dad?" There was a hint of confusion and disbelief in his voice. After hearing this, Lin Muhang curled up a smug smile and nodded happily. "If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard." The word dad made him so happy that he felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan pushed him unhappily, his eyes full of suspicion, "Don't change the subject, what's going on with this little girl?" Seeing this, Lin Muhang said helplessly but sincerely, "Just as you heard, she is my daughter." His expression seemed to be saying something that was perfectly natural. However, all 3 of them looked unconvinced, their eyes full of suspicion and surprise. The boy wearing a baseball cap was named Lu Xiaorong. He looked at Lin Muhang with a playful smile on his face. "Ahang, this little girl looks like she's 5 or 6 years old, and you're only 18 this year. Could it be that you started bullying little girls when you were 12? You're such a beast." After saying this, the other 2 were also filled with righteous indignation and cast reproachful glances at Lin Muhang. He shook his head and shouted, "Get lost! What are you talking about? Am I such a beast?" Yes. 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 The three of them nodded with a smile, but in fact they didn't believe that the little girl was Ah Hang's daughter. At this time, the professional course teacher walked in with a school bag on his back. Seeing this, Lin Muhong hurriedly turned down the volume of his mobile phone, for fear of disturbing everyone. He lowered his head and said to Wan Wan, "Baby, let's go home and watch TV. Can you read the storybook first?" "Okay." Wan Wan nodded obediently. Her chubby little hands took out a storybook her father bought for her from her backpack and began to flip through it carefully. Her focused look makes people want to kiss her. She is so cute. Wan Kailawan, who was sitting at the southernmost end, was delighted when he saw this. Seeing Wan Wan being so well behaved, he couldn't help but complain to a few people, "My little nephew seems to be about her age, and he is never quiet. Is the difference between boys and girls really that big? It makes me want to have a daughter in the future." Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan rolled his eyes and complained, "You don't even have a girlfriend, what the hell?" The professional class lasted for more than 2 hours. During the class, Wan Wan was very quiet and not naughty at all. She sat there, flipping through the storybook in her hand from time to time, her little face full of seriousness. Soon, the bell for the end of get out of class rang, and Wan Wan was still immersed in the storybook. Seeing this, Lin Muhang gently patted the little guy's shoulder and said softly, "Wan Wan, let's go home." "Okay." Wan Wan said playfully, blinking her eyes. She looked so adorable. She put the storybook into her small backpack, like a little adult. There were many students leaving get out of class and the place was a bit crowded. Wan Wan was held in Lin Muhang's arms, and only then could Zhao Zijuan and the other two see the little girl's appearance clearly. Her face is white and chubby, with round eyes that blink from time to time and pink lips under her small nose. She is as cute as a Barbie doll. Who wouldn't like such a pretty little girl? Zhao Zijuan said to Lin Muhang with a big smile on his face, "Ahan, let me hug you." His eyes were full of expectation and pleading, as if he was afraid that Lin Muhang would reject him. "No, let me hold you first," Lu Xiaorong said, reaching out to grab Wan Wan. Wang Kailawan spends all day in the gym and has a rather sturdy figure. He simply pushed the two of them away and said with a smile, "Brother Hong, let me hug you first." Looking at the three people's grinning smiles, Lin Muhang just found it funny. However, when Wan Wan saw the three people, a trace of panic flashed across her little face. She waved her hands and said anxiously, "Wan Wan, don't let the bad uncle hug you, no, no." "Ha? Bad uncle? How can you blame him?" Several people were very disappointed. They didn't know how they had offended the little dumpling. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and confusion. Seeing this, Lin Muhang smiled smugly, "See, it's not that I don't let you hug her, but she doesn't want to." Soon, they arrived in front of the dormitory building. Lin Muhang remembered that he had no spare clothes at home, so he had to go back to the dormitory to get some. He thought to himself that he couldn't carry Wan Wan into the boys' dormitory because she was a girl after all. After thinking it over, he squatted down and told Wan Wan, "Baby, Daddy will go back to the dormitory to get some clothes. Can you play with those three uncles for a while? Those three uncles are all good friends of Dad. You don't have to be afraid." He continued to comfort Wan Wan, hoping that she could let down her guard. "Ha?" Wan Wan frowned after hearing this, her little face full of confusion. She tilted her head and thought for a while, then said in a soft voice, "Dad, didn't you tell me before to stay away from these bad uncles? Why do you want me to play with them?" There was some confusion and bewilderment in her voice. Did I say that?" Lin Muhang frowned and thought about it, and suddenly remembered that it might be his future self who had told Wan Wan about this. He asked with a smile, "Then do you know why?" His eyes were full of curiosity. Wan Wan nodded, and then said in a soft voice, "These uncles all gave birth to little brothers, and they all want me to be their daughter-in-law, and my dad told me to stay away from them." Her little face was full of seriousness. "Dad, what does daughter-in-law mean? Is there anything delicious?" She continued to ask, with curiosity flashing in her little eyes. Hearing this, Lin Muhang clenched his fists and cursed in his heart, "You can't give birth to a daughter, but you want to take advantage of my precious daughter. You are such beasts." Although he was very angry, he was still very proud in his heart because he gave birth to a daughter, who was 1,000 times better than them. However, there is no need to worry about these things now. They don't even know where their wives are, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Lin Muhang comforted Wan Wan, "Baby, stay with these uncles for a while. Dad will come down to see you soon." Be good and listen. Dad will buy you ice cream when you come back. Well, Wan Wan, be obedient. The little girl's eyes lit up immediately when she heard the word ice cream. She couldn't help licking her tongue, and her little face was full of excitement. Then, Lin Muhan looked at Zhao Zijuan and the other two behind him and said, I'll go get some clothes, you three take care of her. Okay, no problem. The three nodded happily. At this time, Ren Karen curiously asked Wan Wan, Baby, where are your father and mother? Chapter 22 Hua was School Beauty? Wan Wan pursed her cherry lips, and two shallow dimples appeared on her little face. She said playfully, My dad just went upstairs to get something, and my mom went out. After that, the little guy rolled up the bag on top of his school bag, looking very bored. Hearing this, Ren Karen looked up at the dormitory building opposite, then looked at the other two people, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. He asked again in disbelief, Is your father really Lin Muhong? Upon hearing this, Wan Wan stuck out her tongue, made a face, and said playfully, I won't tell you, hee hee. The little girl still remembered that her father had told her not to talk too much to these bad uncles. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. He walked into the supermarket, and soon he had a few colorful lollipops in his hands. He walked to Wan Wan with a smile, squatted down, shook the lollipop in front of Wan Wan, and said gently, If you answer my question, I will give you a lollipop, okay? Wan Wan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a new world, and her little face was filled with happiness. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to Lollipop, so Wan Wan nodded happily and said with a smile, Okay. He looks like a little foodie. Seeing Wan Wan's reaction, Zhao Zijuan smiled proudly. He cleared his throat and asked, Baby, is your father really Lin Muhong? Don't lie to your uncle. Wan Wan nodded her little head like a chicken pecking at rice, Yes, yes. My father is Lin Muhong. Then, the chubby little hand pointed at the lollipop in Zhao Zijuan's hand, as if afraid that the other party would go back on his word. After getting the lollipop, Wan Wan smiled happily. However, when Zhao Zijuan and the other two heard it, they showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. They might have thought that Lin Muhong was joking before, but since these words came from a child, they shouldn't be wrong, right? They looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. After hearing this, Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but complain in his heart, Did Ah Hong really rape the girl? Should keep your voice down. Ren Kailuan quickly reminded, and then he continued to ask, What's your mother's name? Wan Wan's little eyes lit up again, and she pointed at the lollipop, motioning Zhao Zijuan to give it to her first. Zhao Zijuan understood what he meant and quickly took one and handed it over. Wan Wan took the lollipop, squinted her eyes in satisfaction, and then said, My mother's name is Xia Wanning. Ah. Hearing this name, the three of them were shocked and surprised, and shouted out almost in unison. Xia Wanning? Isn't that the campus belle of our school? Ren Karen widened her eyes with a look of disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Muhong's wife was actually their senior, and 2 years older than them. Hong and Xia Wanning knew each other before? Zhao Zijuan frowned, his face full of confusion. That's not right. Hong is from Shanghai. I heard that school beauty Xia is from Xishan province. The two should not have much in common, right? What's going on? It can't be the same name. Lu Xiaorong guessed. So, several people turned their attention to Wan Wan, trying to get more information from her. Wan Wan, where is your mother from? Ren Karen asked softly. Wan Wan held the lollipop with satisfaction and said with a smile, It's right here. The little guy's answer was the same as if he hadn't said anything, but they also knew that he was only 5 or 6 years old and definitely didn't understand that much. Zhao Zijuan was unwilling to give up and asked again, Wan Wan, is your mother beautiful? Wan Wan's little face was filled with a proud smile. She said softly, Of course I am beautiful. Mommy is the most beautiful, like a fairy. Several people had many more questions to ask, and as long as there were snacks, the little guy answered them one by one. Not long after, Lin Muhong came down from the dormitory building carrying a backpack. He looked up and saw that his beloved daughter and her roommates were sitting at the entrance of the supermarket opposite. When Wan Wan saw her father coming over, she jumped off the bench happily and threw herself into her father's arms. She hugged her father's neck and said softly, Dad, you're back. Wan Wan missed you so much. After that, she kissed her father on the face. Dad misses you too. Lin Muhong said with a smile. When he found that his daughter was holding a lot of snacks, he couldn't help but wonder, Wan Wan, where did these snacks come from? They were all bought for me by the uncles, Wan Wan said very proudly. Afraid that her father would misunderstand, she immediately explained, Wan Wan didn't pester me for them, the uncles gave them to me on their own initiative. After saying that, she proudly shook the snacks in her hand, as if showing off her trophies to her father. Is that so, uncles? Wan Wan asked playfully, with a sly smile on her little face. After seeing this, Zhao Zijuan and others could only nod bitterly. What he said was indeed true. They were the ones who gave it voluntarily. At this time, the three of them pulled Lin Muhang aside. Their hearts were full of doubts, as if they had 10,000 whys they wanted to understand. Seeing this, Lin Muhang looked at them in confusion. Why did you pull me aside? Lu Xiaorong couldn't wait to ask, is your wife Xia Wanning, the school beauty of our school? There was a gleam of gossip in the eyes of the three people. They stared at Lin Muhang's face closely, as if they wanted to know something from his expression. Hearing this, Lin Muhang saw Wan Wan sucking on a lollipop with relish, and immediately understood where she got those snacks. He smiled helplessly, then confessed, Xia Wan Ning is indeed Wan Wan's mother, so she can also be considered my wife. You are such a beast. Zhao Zijuan said with gritted teeth, but his eyes were full of envy. What do you mean by also? She is the school beauty. At this time, Lu Xiaorong put his arm around Lin Muhang's shoulders and said with a smile, are you a good brother? Tell us in detail. Lin Muhang smiled helplessly, it's a long story. Then I'll make it short. The three of them pulled Lin Muhang aside to want to know more details. Listening to them chattering in his ear, Lin Muhang suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. With a tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, he immediately ran away carrying Wan Wan. When the three realized that they had been tricked, it was too late. Being carried by her father, Wan Wan asked in confusion, Dad, why are we running? Lin Muhang smiled helplessly and said, those uncles are crazy. If you see them next time, take a detour. Do you understand? Wan Wan understands. The little guy nodded obediently, then hugged his father's neck tightly. After leaving school, the father and daughter ate dumplings in a small restaurant at the school gate and then returned home. Sitting on the sofa, Wan Wan couldn't muster any interest in watching her favorite cartoon. She turned her head to look at Lin Muhang and asked, Dad, when will Mom come back? I miss her so much. Chapter 23 Dad, talk to your wife. After hearing this, Lin Muhang touched Wan Wan's head with heartache and comforted her gently, Mom is busy today. When she is done, she will come back to see Wan Wan. Wan Wan pouted, her little face full of sadness, her ears drooped down, like a sad little rabbit. After a moment, the little guy's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pulled Lin Muhang's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, we can video chat with Mom. Wan Wan misses Mom so much. Dad, please give Mom a video call. Her little hand tightly grasped Lin Muhang's sleeve, her little face full of anticipation. Seeing the little fellow's determination to achieve his goal, Lin Muhang's face turned red. He could only scratch the tip of Wan Wan's nose helplessly, okay? You are such a clever little ghost. Dad, you're so nice. Wan Wan pouted and smacked his face, then sat down obediently, staring at the phone with her big eyes without blinking, looking forward to her mother's appearance. Buzz buzz buzz, the cell phone began to vibrate. Xia Wan Ning was eating a box lunch. After hearing the sound, she lowered her head and glanced at the phone. When she saw that it was a video invitation from Lin Muhang, her heart suddenly tightened. She quickly put the lunchbox on the ground, fumbled with her cell phone, and hurriedly tidied her sweat-soaked hair. After making sure that the other party couldn't see anything, she carefully pressed the answer button. As soon as the screen lit up, Wan Wan's cute little face immediately appeared in front of me. Mom, what are you doing? Wan Wan misses you so much. As soon as Wan Wan saw her mother, she immediately shouted excitedly, her eyes turning into crescents with smiles. After Xia Wan Ning heard this, a smile flashed in her eyes, and she replied gently, Mom misses Wan Wan too, can I go back to accompany you after I'm done with my work? She saw that the little guy was very unhappy, with his mouth pouted so much that a weight could be hung on it, and then she smiled and said, Wan Wan, dear, Mom will bring you a teddy bear when I go back, okay? When Wan Wan heard the word doll, her eyes immediately lit up like two sparkling gems. She held the phone excitedly, her face full of anticipation as she asked, really? Of course it's true. How could Mom bear to lie to Wan Wan? Xia Wanning replied with a smile, her eyes full of doting. Okay then, Wan Wan will wait for her mother at home. I love you. After Wan Wan said this, she blew a kiss across the air, with a happy smile on her little face. Xia Wan Ning was overjoyed when she saw this, and all the hard work was worth it. Then, Wan Wan handed the phone to Lin Muhang and said softly, Dad, talk to your wife. I won't eavesdrop. After saying that, she blinked her big eyes, ran into the bedroom with a sly smile on her face. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled helplessly and picked up his phone. Being stared at by the other party, Xia Wanning asked awkwardly, "Wan Wan, are you obedient today?" She tried to change the subject, not wanting Lin Muhong to see her embarrassment. "Very obedient." Lin Muhong nodded, and after a moment asked, "When will you be done today?" "About 8 or 9 o'clock." Xia Wanning replied. "Oh, okay." There was a sudden silence between the two, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. At this time, Xia Wanning's voice urged, "It's time to start working." After hearing this, she hurriedly replied, "I'm busy, I'm hanging up first." After that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Muhong's response. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong recalled the scene just now, and couldn't help but wonder, Xia Wanning has something to do today, is she going to work part-time? He didn't think about it any further. After all, when the two of them first started discussing, they agreed not to disturb each other's lives. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Wanning finally got off work. The boss handed her 300 yuan and praised her, "You look so weak, but I didn't expect you to be able to endure hardships." "Will you come tomorrow?" asked the boss. "Come." Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes full of determination. After all, part-time jobs that pay 300 yuan a day are not many, not to mention that she has to support Wan. "Okay, then you can just come over at the same time tomorrow," the boss said with a smile and left. Looking at the 300 yuan in her hand, Xia Wanning was very happy. This was her first part-time job. Although it was tiring, it was worth it. On the way home, Xia Wanning saw the doll shop next to her and immediately thought of the teddy bear she had promised to buy for Wan, so she walked in immediately. There are many dolls in the store, colorful and in various shapes. Xia Wanning immediately noticed the pink furry bear hanging on the wall, and thought that Wan would definitely like it when she saw it. "Boss, how much is that doll?" Xia Wanning asked, pointing at the pink bear. The boss looked up and said, 128. "Okay, I'll take it," Xia Wanning said without hesitation. Although this price was a bit too expensive for a teddy bear, she felt it was worth it when she thought of her daughter's happy expression after seeing it. Holding the packaging bag, Xia Wanning couldn't wait to meet Wan. At the same time, Lin Muhong stood up from the park bench, looked at Wan having fun in the distance, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. He called softly, "Wan, we are going home." "Here I come," the little guy shouted, and then waved to the other children reluctantly. She held her father's little hand and skipped along. "Dad, is Mom back at this time?" Wan asked curiously. "She should be back by now. Wan will be able to see her mother when she goes home," Lin Muhong replied with a smile. "That's great." Wan clapped her hands happily, looking forward to going home to see her mother. On the other side, Xia Wanning was walking when she suddenly felt someone following her. Her heart suddenly tightened and fear surged into her heart. She didn't dare to look back and could only quicken her pace. However, no matter how fast she walked, the figure followed closely behind her, and her heart beat faster and faster, almost jumping out of her chest. Suddenly, a man reeking of alcohol staggered in front of her, with a joking smile on his face. He said, "Little sister, you are so beautiful. How about having a drink with me?" "Ha ha." Xia Wanning's heart tightened and she responded timidly, "I really don't know how to drink. You should find someone else." As soon as she finished speaking, she wanted to leave. However, the man suddenly grabbed her arm, his eyes revealed a malicious light, and said with a smile, "Don't leave in a hurry, it doesn't matter if you don't know how to drink, I will teach you." His strength was so great that Xia Wanning struggled a few times but was unable to break free. "Let's go. I have plenty of money. Follow me and I promise you won't suffer any loss." The man continued his temptation. Xia Wanning's voice was trembling, and her eyes were full of fear. "I don't know you, I won't go with you." Chapter 24, From now on, we too will protect you. Xia Wanning struggled hard to break free from the other party's pull, but because of the huge difference in strength, she couldn't escape at all. She took advantage of the man's inattention and kicked him hard in the crotch. The man screamed in pain and let go. Then, she quickly took out an anti-wolf spray from her bag and started spraying it at the man. The man was sprayed so hard that he stepped back repeatedly, covering his eyes and screaming. Perhaps she felt that she was not satisfied enough, so she quickly grabbed the stick beside her and beat the drunk man, saying confidently, "You don't know who you are after drinking a little bit of wine, and you dare to let me drink with you, bah." I beat you for teasing the little girl and for being so daring. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Every time Xiao Wan-ning hit him, it seemed as if he was using all his strength to vent his anger. Stop, stop. The drunk man felt the pain when the stick hit him hard. He begged for mercy with a trembling voice. At this moment, the alcohol seemed to be awakened by the sudden pain, and the man became a little more sober. He quickly apologized, then limped away quickly, fearing that he would be caught and beaten again. Looking at the man's embarrassed back as he left, Xiao Wan-ning breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves finally relaxed. She then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The scene just now had really scared her to death. She didn't know where she got the courage from. Thinking about it now, she was still scared and her heart was still pounding in her chest. At this moment, a soft and sticky voice came from behind. Mom, why are you walking so fast? Dad and I can't catch up with you. Xiao Wan-ning was stunned when she heard this, and then she realized that it was the father and daughter behind her. She thought they were bad guys. Wan ran to her mother happily. She held her mother's hand and asked in a baby voice, Mom, why are you sitting on the ground? Is the ground cold? The little guy's face was full of worry. He then waved at Lin Muhong and said softly, Dad, help Mom up quickly. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly ran to Xiao Wanning, gently placed Xiao Wanning's arm on his shoulder, and carefully helped her up. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Wan-ning stood up, she hugged Lin Muhong's shoulders and started crying. Her tears wet Lin Muhong's clothes like beads from a broken string, as if she wanted to vent all her fear. Woo, why did you come just now? Xiao Wan-ning's voice was filled with tears, which sounded particularly heartbreaking. Lin Muhong's mind was empty, and he just let the other person hug him. He was a little at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. Seeing this, Wan looked at her father with resentment on her face and said angrily, Dad, did you bully Mom? Why is Mom crying so sadly? Dad didn't. Lin Muhong shook his head innocently. What on earth happened? After a long while, Xiao Wan-ning finally vented her emotions. She shyly pushed Lin Muhong away, lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet. Xiao Wan-ning's voice was still a little choked. It's okay, are you feeling better now? Lin Muhong asked worriedly. Yeah. Xiao Wan-ning nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muhong frowned and asked in confusion, what happened just now? Did you suffer any injustice? Afraid that the other party would think he was meddling in other people's business, he quickly explained, you don't want to make Wan worry, do you? After listening to this, Xiao Wan-ning described in detail what had just happened. Although her voice was still a little trembling, she was much calmer than before. Lin Muhong was very angry when he heard this, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at Xiao Wan-ning and said firmly, don't worry, we too will be here to protect you. Then, he looked at Xiao Wan-ning, stretched out his hand and said, give me the phone. What? Xiao Wan-ning looked at Lin Muhong in confusion, only to see that he was operating something on his cell phone. After a while, he looked up and smiled, I changed the emergency contact in your phone to me. If there is any danger, call me and I will rush there as soon as possible. He was afraid that his behavior would make Xiao Wan-ning feel uncomfortable, so he added, after all, you are the child's mother. Wan doesn't want you to get into trouble, and I don't want you to get into trouble either. After Xiao Wan-ning heard this, she was very moved. She smiled and nodded, tears flashing in her eyes, thank you. At this time, Wan, the clever little girl, held her mother's hand and said, Mom, you have to be sincere when expressing your gratitude. Her little face was full of seriousness and innocence. Wan always gives a kiss to Daddy when she thanks him, Mommy should give a kiss too. After hearing what his daughter said, Lin Muhong was quite expectant. A smile flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Wan-ning pretending to be calm, but he was already very happy in his heart. Urged by her daughter, Xiao Wan-ning's face turned red as if blood could drip out. She looked up at Lin Muhong shyly and found that he was laughing secretly. Xiao Wan-ning's heart was beating like a deer. Wouldn't it be too proactive to kiss like this? Seeing that her mother didn't take any action, Wan gently pushed her mother, her little face full of anxiety. Xiao Wan-ning was pushed by her daughter and became unsteady on her feet. She leaned forward and her lips touched Lin Muhong's face. The soft touch made the two of them feel confused and fascinated, as if an electric current was flowing between them. Especially Lin Muhong, he touched the place where the other party had just kissed, and thought secretly, what kind of lipstick, it smells so strong. At this moment, Xiao Wan-ning was so shy that she ran away, then took Wan's hand and walked in front, baby, Mom bought you a little bear, let's go home and open it. Looking at the backs of the mother and daughter, Lin Muhong felt very satisfied. At the same time, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his head. Ding! The system detected that Xia Wanning's heart rate value has changed. The current heart rate value is 40. The system mall is open. Lin Muhong was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed and couldn't wait to open the system mall. There were a dazzling array of goods inside, including luxury villas, limited edition sports cars, private jets, etc., which were dazzling. Looking at the heartbeat value above, Lin Muhong felt that he had stood up. A limited edition sports car only required 30 heartbeat values, and a luxury villa required 35. My god, this system was too arrogant. Last time I used 25 heartbeat points and drew a publishing house. After deducting the last heartbeat points, I only have 15 heartbeat points left to spend. If you save up a bit, you can drive a limited edition sports car home, which is really nice. Chapter 25? Pick up the car at the 4S store. Just when Lin Muhong was thinking about good things, the system's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on his head. Tip: if the heart points are not redeemed within 24 hours, it will be deemed as giving up the reward. After hearing the news, he couldn't help but curse, what a dog. The system must have been learned from those unscrupulous merchants. Since it would expire, Lin Muhong chose the product with the best value for money. After looking around, he found only a car with 4 circles that he could redeem. He was very helpless. System, why don't you just give me the car directly? Why go through so much trouble? We must pay attention to the host experience. The system said this and then fell silent. Lin Muhong was speechless. This system definitely deserved a beating. However, it is very convenient to be able to change a car, but cars need to burn oil, and filling it up with 98 tanks will bankrupt you. It's over. I have to work hard to make money again. The next day, Lin Muhong was tidying up the room when suddenly, a crisp cell phone ring broke the silence. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muhong? A gentle female voice came. I am. The car you ordered from our company has arrived. You can come and pick it up. When can you come? After hearing this, Lin Muhong was very excited. I'll go pick up the car in a while. Okay, I'll wait for you at the company. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong was very happy. Although this car was not a limited edition sports car, it was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars after all, and its performance and appearance were quite good. He shouted towards the living room, Wan, come back and change your clothes, we are going out. Ah? Are we going out to play again? That's great. Wan ran over excitedly and changed her clothes obediently. After putting on her shoes, she stood up quickly, put on her beloved little school bag, and went out holding her father's big hand. Take a taxi at the entrance of the community and arrive at the Dior 4S store in less than 30 minutes. Lin Muhong walked in holding Wan's hand. The salesperson saw the customer and walked up to him with a smile and asked, Hello, sir, do you have an appointment? I'm here to pick up the car. Lin Muhong said with a smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. You are Mr. Lin, right? Please stay here for a moment. The salesperson said happily, and then walked towards the office in high heels. Lin Muhong sat on a chair beside him, while Wan looked around curiously, her eyes wide open like 2 black gems. She saw a wide variety of cars displayed in the exhibition hall, which dazzled her. Suddenly, she saw a small insect flying onto the body of a car. The little girl immediately widened her eyes, walked over carefully, and gently drove away the insect with her little hand, for fear of dirtying the beautiful body of the car. At this time, a man in a suit nearby saw this, frowned, walked over unhappily, and pulled Wan away. His actions were a bit rough, which scared Wan. What are you doing, kid? Take your dirty hands away now. You damaged the car, can you afford to pay for it? The man said in a deep voice, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Wan felt very aggrieved after being scolded. She pouted her lips, tears flashing in her eyes. She looked at the other party's aggressive posture and felt a little scared. Her little hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and she was too scared to make a sound. When Lin Muhong heard the noise, he looked up and saw his precious daughter being scolded by a man. He suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He raised his hand and called out softly, Wan, come to daddy. Dad. After hearing his father's voice, the little guy immediately threw himself into Lin Muhong's arms with grievance. Being held in her father's arms, she said softly, Dad, I didn't touch that car. Her little face was pressed against her father's chest, and her voice was trembling a little. Yeah, Dad knows. Lin Muhong nodded, his eyes revealing immense trust. Then he looked at the male salesperson and said, "You heard me, my daughter didn't touch the car. Not only did you slander her, you also insulted her. So, apologize to my daughter." There was a seriousness and unquestionable tone in his voice. The man first looked at Lin Muhong, and seeing that he was so young and dressed very ordinary, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Who knows whether she was telling the truth or lying? Did you see it? There was a hint of provocation and disdain in his tone. Hearing this, Lin Muhong raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "If you don't believe it, then check the surveillance. I have plenty of time before things are clear." Seeing that Lin Muhong refused to give in, the man grinned and tried to ease the atmosphere. "Although you didn't hit the car, why bother checking the surveillance for such a small matter?" There was a hint of helplessness and perfunctoriness in his smile. "No, if things aren't made clear, my daughter will be criticized," Lin Muhong said firmly. If things like this couldn't be explained clearly, it would be a huge psychological blow to the child. Just then, the woman came over in high heels. She was wearing a professional suit, looking capable and elegant. When the man saw her, he immediately changed his expression to respectful and greeted her, "Manager's son." The woman ignored him and walked straight to Lin Muhong, saying respectfully, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The Dior car you purchased is being processed for you. What happened just now that made you unhappy?" The woman asked with concern, a hint of worry in her eyes. When the man heard what his supervisor said, he suddenly felt guilty. He originally thought that the other party was a poor guy, but he didn't expect that he was a big customer of the company. He suddenly felt a little scared. Seeing this, Lin Muhong nodded and said, "This man insulted my daughter and slandered her for crashing the car. I am asking him to apologize to my daughter." There was some anger and dissatisfaction in his voice. After hearing this, the woman looked at the male salesperson fiercely and gave him a look that seemed to say, "Why don't you apologize now?" After seeing this, the man said to Lin Muhong in great fear, "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand the situation just now." "I'm sorry." However, Lin Muhong replied with disdain, "Don't do that. What if it was really my daughter who hit the car? Wouldn't you be very wrong then?" There was a hint of sarcasm and dissatisfaction in his tone. "Retrieve the surveillance footage and clear my daughter's name." When the woman saw this, she quickly replied, Okay, I'll check the surveillance right away." As she spoke, she immediately turned and walked towards the monitoring room. After a while, the surveillance footage was called up, and the screen clearly showed that Wan just gently drove away the insects and did not touch the car body. After seeing this, the man was frightened and apologized quickly, "Sir, I was wrong. I'm really sorry." There was a bit of panic in his voice. "Please don't bear grudges and don't take it personally." The man continued to plead. "Should you apologize to me?" Lin Muhong said in a tough tone, because he knew that he was the support of his precious daughter. Chapter 26? I'll pick you up in the evening. After hearing this, the male salesperson immediately bent down and squatted in front of Wan, smiling and explaining, "Little friend, Uncle made a mistake just now. Uncle apologizes to you." "I'm sorry." After hearing this, Wan did not respond. She hugged her father's thighs tightly, with her little face pressed against her father's body. There was a bit of fear and uneasiness in her eyes, and she was obviously frightened by what had just happened. Seeing this, Lin Muhong gently hugged his baby daughter in his arms, gently stroked her back and comforted her. Then he looked at his supervisor and said, "How's the paperwork going? Can I drive away?" "Any time." The woman nodded and said with a smile. Soon, Lin Muhong completed the formalities and drove away with his daughter in a brand new Dior car. The supervisor sent them away with a smile on his face, then came to the man, his face darkened, and said coldly, "From now on, you have been fired from the company, pack up your things and get out." "Boss, please give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again next time." The man begged bitterly, hoping that the boss would show leniency. But the supervisor remained indifferent. In the sales industry, offending customers is a taboo, not to mention that he had offended a major customer of the company. He simply could not stay here any longer. After coming out of the 4S store, Lin Muhong drove the car and took Wan for a ride. The little one sat in the spacious back seat, kicking her little feet excitedly. She opened the window wide, and the breeze blew on her cheeks. Wan closed her eyes comfortably. Children's minds are always so simple and pure. At this moment, she has completely forgotten the little incident that just happened in the 4S store. Suddenly, Wanwan lay on the seat, stretched out her chubby little hands to pat Lin Muhang's shoulders, and shouted excitedly, "Dad, let's go find Mom." Lin Muhang looked at his daughter's expectant face in the rearview mirror and patiently advised, "Mom should be busy, Dad will take you to the playground, okay?" He thought Wanwan would agree excitedly like before, but this time the little girl shook her head and said anxiously, "No, no, Wanwan wants to go to the playground with Daddy and Mommy." Her little face turned slightly red due to anxiety, and there was a stubborn light flashing in her big eyes. Seeing that his daughter was so persistent, Lin Muhang had no choice but to give up. Then, Wanwan came closer and continued to ask, "Dad, why don't you ask Mom if she's done with her work, and then let's go to the amusement park together?" Wanwan blinked her big eyes, her eyes full of anticipation. Seeing his daughter's expectant eyes, Lin Muhang couldn't bear to refuse. So, he gently clicked on Xia Wanning's WeChat video call interface. At this moment, Xia Wanning had just finished a busy morning of work. She had just taken off the heavy doll costume and was about to go for lunch. At this moment, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was a video call request from Lin Muhang. She was slightly startled, and then answered the phone. As soon as the pictures were connected, Wanwan's chubby little face came up impatiently and instantly occupied the entire screen. She called out sweetly, "Mom, are you done with your work?" Wanwan misses you so much. As she spoke, she used her little hands to make a big heart shape in the air, looking so adorable. When Xia Wanning saw her daughter's cute little face, a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. She said gently, "Mom misses Wanwan too. When I'm done with my work today, I'll spend some time with you, okay?" After hearing this, Wanwan pouted and nodded obediently. Suddenly, her big eyes blinked and she asked, "Mom, what are you doing now? Can my dad and I come to find you?" Wanwan asked impatiently, her little hands tightly holding the phone, afraid that her mother would refuse. Xia Wanning looked at the time and said, "Mom is going to eat, have you eaten yet?" When the little guy heard this, his eyes lit up and he smiled and shook his head, "I haven't eaten yet, so Daddy and I will go to eat with you now, okay?" Xia Wanning thought about it, then nodded and said, "Okay, then you give the phone to Dad." There was a hint of shyness and anticipation in her voice. When she saw Lin Muhang appear in front of the camera, she shyly asked, "Is it convenient for you to come over now? I have to start work at 2 o'clock, so I don't have much time to accompany you." After hearing this, Lin Muhang quickly said, "That's convenient. We haven't eaten yet. Then send us the address and we'll find you." "Yeah." Xia Wanning nodded. After hanging up the phone, she waited at the bus stop. In less than 15 minutes, a black car slowly stopped in front of him. Then the car window rolled down and a familiar little head popped out. When Wanwan saw her mother, she smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. She called out softly and cutely, "Mom, get in the car quickly." She looked like a lovely little angel. At this moment, Xia Wanning was sitting in the car, looking confused. She looked at the brand new car and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. As soon as Wanwan got in the car, she took her mother's arm and said with great pride, "Mom, this is the new car Dad bought. Although it's not as comfortable as the car we bought before, it can pick me up." Her little face was filled with a happy smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhang couldn't help but cough lightly, thinking to himself that in the future, he would live in a second-class Thompson mansion and drive a priceless, extraordinary car. However, at this moment, he knew that he still needed to work harder to let his daughter live the same affluent life as before. When Xia Wanning heard her daughter's words, her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Lin Muhang, and a shy blush appeared on her face, like a peach blossom blooming in spring, delicate and charming. At this time, Lin Muhang asked, "When will you finish your work today?" Xia Wanning smiled slightly and replied, "About 8 o'clock. After hearing this, Lin Muhang said calmly, "Then Wanwan and I will drive over to pick you up that night." Afraid that the other party would refuse, he added cautiously, "Don't think too much, I just think you came back too late and it's not safe to walk on the road alone, not to mention, something like that happened yesterday." His voice was full of concern and worry for Xia Wanning. Hearing this, Xia Wanning's face lit up with a brilliant smile, and she said gratefully, "Thank you." Lin Muhang waved his hand and responded with a smile, "Why are you being polite? You are Wanwan's biological mother after all." "Just my biological mother?" Xia Wanning blurted out, feeling extremely confused at the moment. She couldn't understand why she had such thoughts just now. Was she moved? Lin Muhang was busy driving and didn't pay attention. He turned his head and asked, "What did you just say?" Chapter 27? Tonchu.com called again. In the office, Song Shenhua, editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, and her employees sat together in a depressed atmosphere. Every employee was very cautious, fearing that they might accidentally run into the editor-in-chief's gun that could explode at any time. At that time, Song Shenhua looked around, her eyes suppressing anger, and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything else to report?" An employee responded timidly in a low voice, "In the past 2 days, users have been flooding the screen with Zhong Qianni under the author's story. There are so many comments that we can't delete them all." "We can't ban user comments," another employee added cautiously. After hearing this, Song Shenhua clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, and she finished the meeting while suppressing her anger. After the meeting, Song Shenhua pushed open the office door, strode to the desk, and in a fit of anger, swept all the documents, pen holder, and even the computer mouse on the desk to the ground. "You are so good, Zhong Qianni, you actually dare to go against the website, you really don't know your place," she growled with gritted teeth. Xiaoli, who was standing by, witnessed this scene and dared not utter a word. He just stood there quietly, fearing that he would become the next target of anger. After a long while, Song Shenhua finally calmed down. She slowly sat down on the chair, took a deep breath, and asked, "Is there any latest news about Zhong Qianni on the internet?" Xiaoli quickly replied, "No, since we banned him, other websites dare not sign him, so there is no news." Hearing this answer, Song Shenhua sneered, "It must be uncomfortable to be suppressed by others. Let's see if you dare not agree to my conditions this time." After a moment, she stood up, walked to the French window, looked out at the bustling scene, and thought in her mind. She dialed Lin Muhong's number, with a determined look in her eyes. On the other end of the phone, Lin Muhong picked up the phone and saw that it was a number with no remarks. He hesitated for a moment but still answered it. "Zhong Qianni, how are you?" Song Shenhua's voice came, with a hint of provocation and pride. Hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned, his face full of disgust. "You are the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com? What's the matter? What do you want to talk to me about?" Song Shenhua grinned, her voice full of temptation. "It must be hard to be banned, right? As long as you agree to my contract terms, the 10 million signing fee will be immediately transferred to your card. You know, many people can't earn enough money in their lifetime, so I advise you to think about it carefully." After hearing this, Lin Muhong's eyes were full of disdain. He responded firmly, "I've considered it now." "Ha, I told you that you would definitely agree." Song Shenhua smiled proudly, as if she had already secured victory. Lin Muhong shook his head helplessly, shocked by the shamelessness of this woman. "You haven't heard my official answer yet. Go ahead and talk. I'm listening." Song Shenhua was full of confidence. She believed that normal people would make the right choice. Lin Muhong pursed his lips and smiled, his tone firm and resolute. "I don't want to. Whoever wants to go to this broken Tongsu website can go. Even if you call me dad, I won't go." After saying that, Lin Muhong hung up the phone without hesitation. He didn't want to have too much entanglement with Song Shenhua. He was afraid that she had a serious illness. Hearing the busy tone, Song Shenhua didn't react for a moment. Was she being rejected again? She widened her eyes in disbelief, and an unknown fire surged in her heart. Thinking back to Lin Muhong's arrogant look, she angrily threw her phone to the ground and shouted, "Xiaoli!" When Xiaoli heard the editor-in-chief's shout, he hurried to the office and asked cautiously, "Editor-in-chief, what can I do for you?" Song Shenhua gnashed her teeth and said, "The 3 words Zhong Qianni are not allowed to appear on the website. Delete them immediately. The account that posted too much will be banned immediately." Xiaoli asked worriedly, "Editor-in-chief, will this arouse the anger of users?" Hearing this, Song Shenhua shook her head coldly. "No, we are a leading website, they can't do without us. The dog will come back by itself when it's hungry." After hearing the instructions, Xiaoli began to deal with the relevant matters. At this time, Lin Muhong had just come out of the classroom, feeling extremely relieved. At this moment, the phone rang again. He thought it was Song Shenhua calling, so he answered the call impatiently and began to curse. "I already said I won't go. Do you really want to be my grandson?" However, the voice that came from the other end of the phone was Hu Lily's delicate voice. "Boss Lin, what are you talking about?" Lin Muhong got goosebumps all over his body after hearing this, and said impatiently, "Don't be so sarcastic, just speak properly." "Oh." Hu Lily responded, and then began to report, "Boss Lin, the sample of the storybook is out. I'll take it over and show it to you." "Okay, then send it over now and I'll send you the address," Lin Muhong said. Going back and forth to the company takes a lot of time, not to mention that he and Xia Wanning had made an appointment to take Wanwan to eat grilled fish later. In the office, Hu Lily looked at the address sent by Lin, which actually showed Shanghai University. She was full of doubts. Is Lin really a college student who has not graduated yet? After getting the storybook sample, Hu Lily hailed a taxi and arrived at the gate of Magic City University in less than 30 minutes. After getting off the car, she sent a voice message to Lin Muhong. Boss Lin, they're here, where are you? Turn around, to the cafe. Lin Muhong replied briefly. Hu Lily turned her head and saw that Lin Muhong was sitting by the window. She walked in wearing 10-centimeter high heels and twisting her waist. When the door of the coffee shop was opened, everyone's eyes were focused on Hu Lily. Although she is not stunningly beautiful, she has a hot body and dresses sexy. Today she wore a black tube top and hip skirt. Her chest trembled when she walked, which attracted many people's attention. However, Lin Muhong was indifferent to this, and he was even a little disgusted. He glanced at Hu Lily indifferently and motioned her to sit down. Hu Lily smiled sweetly as she walked over to Lin Muhong and sat down, saying, Boss Lin, I need to report the round-trip taxi fare. This is official business. Lin Muhong nodded, but he felt unhappy in his heart. It's so hard to spend money before making any money. Then he looked at the other person and asked, Where's the storybook? Let me take a look. Hu Lily took out a storybook from her bag and placed it in front of Lin Muhong. He flipped through it carefully, examining every detail from the color scheme of the pictures to the illustrations. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. When can it be put on the market? I've asked the factory to speed up production, and it will be in the bookstore as early as tomorrow night, Hu Lily replied. Okay, let's make it according to this version. Lin Muhong nodded. The work is well done. If the sales are good, we will give everyone bonuses. Then I would like to thank Mr. Lin on behalf of everyone. Hu Lily said in a delicate voice. Chapter 28. Damn it, Dad made Mom angry. Seeing this, Lin Muhong frowned slightly, shrank back awkwardly, and asked, Do you always talk like this? Hu Lily was stunned for a moment, and then Lin Muhong continued, Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Just be yourself. After hearing this, Hu Lily was a little dazed. Be yourself. That seemed like a very distant thing. She came from a small place, and in order to make others like her, help her and pay attention to her, she seemed to have not been herself for a long time. Coming out of the coffee shop, Hu Lily was very grateful for what Mr. Lin had said. She suddenly hugged Lin Muhong gratefully and said, Boss Lin, thank you. However, Lin Muhong, who was being hugged, was very panicked. He hurriedly pushed Hu Lily away, his cheeks slightly flushed with nervousness. Let go quickly, it's not good for others to see. Hu Lily looked at Lin Muhong's nervous expression and chuckled, Boss Lin, you are really a pure and innocent boy who has never experienced the world. Then, Hu Lily handed over her WeChat payment code with a playful smile on her face. Boss, I'll reimburse you for the car fare. Lin Muhong took a look and swept the money over. After seeing the transfer amount, Hu Lily asked in confusion, Isn't the round-trip fare 80? Why did you only transfer 55? Go back and take the subway. Lin Muhong said unhappily. Who asked her to touch me? What if my future wife saw it? My reputation would be ruined. However, in the distance, there were indeed two pairs of eyes staring at him closely. Wanwan looked up, blinking her big eyes with curiosity. Mom, who is that auntie? Why is she hugging Dad? Well, maybe he's Dad's good friend. Xia Wanning said calmly, but her chest felt blocked, as if a huge rock was pressing on her, making it hard for her to breathe. She looked at Hu Lily carefully and saw that she had a nice perky butt and a full cleavage. She thought that if she were a man, she would definitely like her type. Thinking of this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but look down at herself. She didn't have a perky butt and no cleavage. How could she compare to others? I guess Lin Muhong should like this too. She thought secretly in her heart, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Wanwan didn't seem to notice her mother's strangeness. She happily rushed into her father's arms, and whispered in a baby voice, Dad, her little face was rosy, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Lin Muhong dotingly pinched Wanwan's chubby little face, his eyes full of love. Baby, did you listen to your mother today? Wanwan is very obedient, she just misses her daddy very much, the little girl said sweetly. Lin Muhong's heart melted when he heard it. Lin Muhong felt extremely proud and happy when he thought that his roommates would all have sons in the future. I am so lucky to have such a lovely daughter. After seeing Xia Wanning coming over, Lin Muhong smiled and said, I don't have classes this afternoon, I'll take care of Wanwan. Yeah. Xia Wanning nodded, then followed the two of them towards the grilled fish restaurant. However, her steps were a little heavy, as if every step was stepping on cotton, and she seemed absent-minded. In the grilled fish restaurant, Wanwan and Lin Muhang sat together, their little bodies standing straight, like little adults. Seeing Xia Wan Ning put down her chopsticks after eating a few bites, Lin Muhang quietly asked Wanwan, "Baby, mommy looks listless, is she sick?" After hearing this, Wanwan frowned and asked in confusion, "No way, mom was very happy when she was with me, she didn't look like she was sick." Her little hand supported her chin, and she looked like she was thinking seriously, which made people laugh. After hearing what his daughter said, Lin Muhang frowned in confusion. If she was not sick, why did she look unhappy? He wondered secretly in his heart that maybe something had happened. Since this matter involved other people's privacy, Lin Muhang was too embarrassed to ask. After eating grilled fish, the family of three walked on the road. Wanwan suddenly pointed at the supermarket, with excitement flashing in her little eyes. "Dad, Mom, I want to eat fruit." "Then let's go in and take a look," Lin Muhang said lovingly, then pushed the shopping cart and put Wanwan in the cart. "Wanwan, what kind of fruit do you want to eat? Watermelon or banana?" Lin Muhang asked. Xia Wanning followed behind him with a hint of emptiness in her eyes. When we arrived at the fruit area, Wanwan's chubby little hands pointed here and there, looking like a real little foodie. However, when Xia Wan Ning saw papaya, her eyes suddenly lit up and she suddenly felt an impulse in her heart. She didn't know whether the papaya had any effect, but she couldn't help but take one and put it in the shopping cart. Xia Wan Ning's movements were a little stiff, as if she was doing something sneaky and was afraid of being discovered. However, Wanwan still saw it, and the little guy asked in confusion, "Mom, what kind of fruit is this? Is it delicious?" Xia Wan Ning's face flushed red, as if it was burned by fire. She said shyly, "This is called papaya. It should be delicious." There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice, but it also revealed her anticipation for papaya. "Oh." Wanwan nodded, and her eyes were suddenly attracted by other fruits. Her little body twisted and turned in the shopping cart like a lively little fish. In addition to buying some papayas, Xia Wan Ning involuntarily slowed down her pace when passing by the snack area. There was a trace of struggle and hesitation in her eyes, but she still couldn't help but buy some chicken feet, a lot of red and white ones. After seeing this, Lin Muhang secretly took note in his heart, so she likes to eat chicken feet. When they came out of the supermarket and walked all the way to the school gate, Xia Wan Ning said nothing and just followed silently. Only Wanwan's little mouth was chattering non-stop, like a happy little bird. Seeing this, Lin Muhang couldn't help but look at Xia Wan Ning and asked, "Are you unhappy about something?" Xia Wan Ning was stunned and looked at him in confusion, only to see Lin Muhang said in a very annoying tone, "Since you are so unhappy, then tell me and make me happy." He had a playful smile on his face, trying to ease Xia Wan Ning's boredom with light words. However, his words were like a thorn in Xia Wan Ning's heart. She was squatting on the ground, caressing Wanwan's little face gently, and said, "Baby, mommy has to go to class. You play with daddy. I will come back to see you after class." "Okay," Wanwan will be obedient. Wanwan nodded with a smile. Lin Muhang thought Xia Wan Ning would tell him something, but he didn't expect her to just roll her eyes and turn away. Lin Muhang stood there innocently, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "I saw that she was unhappy, and I wanted to make her happy, but why did she feel even more unhappy?" Seeing this, Wanwan shook her little head and gloated, "Dad, you are in trouble. You made Mom angry." Chapter 29? Chicken feet papaya? Woman, what do you want to do? After parting with Lin Muhang and his daughter, Xia Wanning returned to the dormitory carrying a heavy shopping bag. Xiao Qiao was sitting by the bed. When she saw her come in, her eyes lit up instantly. Then she came forward curiously and said, "Ning Ning, let me see what delicious food you bought. Just look at it yourself. I have to find the racket first." Xia Wan Ning said as she gently placed the bag on the table. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao couldn't wait to open the plastic bag and peek inside. When she saw a lot of chicken feet and a huge papaya in the bag, her eyes widened and her face was full of suspicion. "Ning Ning, are you going to kill all the chickens? Why buy so many chicken feet? Could it be?" Suddenly, Xiao Qiao had an idea, and she came up to Xia Wan Ning with a smile, staring at her chest with a sly look, and joked, "Ning Ning, you bought so many chicken feet, are you trying to enlarge your breasts?" Xia Wan Ning blushed at Xiao Qiao's words, and muttered to herself, "Is my thought so obvious?" However, she would not admit it easily, so she said stubbornly, "I bought the chicken feet for you. I saw that you really like it. As for papaya, I haven't tasted it yet, I just want to try the flavor." Xiao Qiao smiled, obviously not believing her words, and complained in her heart, this woman is the most stubborn person in her body. She obviously wants to have breast augmentation, but she refuses to admit it. However, she did not expose him. She just smiled and nodded, saying, "Then I won't be polite." After that, she took out several chicken feet from the bag and started to eat them with relish. Seeing this, Xia Wanning felt a little anxious and hurriedly muttered, "Hey, why don't you leave some for me?" In a blink of an eye, it was time for afternoon classes. Xiao Qiao and Xia Wanning signed up for tennis lessons. After the physical education teacher finished teaching the basic movements, it was time for free activities, and the two found a shady place to sit down. Suddenly, Xia Wanning looked at Xiao Qiao curiously, blinked her eyes and said, "You've eaten so many chicken feet, why haven't your breasts grown bigger? Is this chicken feet breast enlargement scam?" When Xiao Qiao heard this, she immediately laughed triumphantly and whispered, "Look, you said you didn't buy chicken feet for breast enhancement, but you've exposed yourself." As she spoke, she deliberately poked Xia Wanning's chest, making Xia Wanning's face turn even redder. Xia Wanning lowered her head and said nothing when her thoughts were touched. However, her heart was beating like a little rabbit in her chest. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao became even more proud. She smiled and said, "Actually, chicken feet are still somewhat useful, but why do you suddenly want to enlarge your breasts? Could it be that your boyfriend dislikes you?" After saying that, she deliberately blinked her eyes and put on a gossipy look. After hearing this, Xia Wanning quickly covered her mouth and said coquettishly, "What are you talking about? Didn't I explain to you before that our situation is a little complicated? Besides, he doesn't have that kind of intention towards me." As she spoke, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Xiao Qiao nodded and said with a smile, "Well, I understand. You have those intentions towards her." After she finished speaking, she deliberately leaned close to Xia Wanning's ear and whispered softly, "Don't pretend, I can see it all." "Oh, I won't talk to you anymore." Xia Wanning was touched in the heart, turned her head away shyly, and complained in her heart, "Am I really moved? How is it possible?" Her mind was in a mess, and the image of the hot girl appeared unconsciously in her head. She was so lost in thought for a moment. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Suddenly, a hurried shout came from the side, interrupting Xia Wanning's thoughts. After hearing this, Xiao Qiao hurriedly pulled Xia Wanning to the side, but they were still unable to avoid it. A baseball hit Xia Wanning's ankle, causing her to tremble with pain and frown. "Hiss, it hurts." Xia Wanning couldn't help but let out a cry, her face full of pain. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao angrily yelled at the boy who was playing basketball, "How did you hit the ball? You hurt someone. Do you know how to play basketball?" Seeing this, the boy ran up to her guiltily and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I made a mistake just now." Then, he looked at Xia Wanning and asked, "Are you okay? Is everything serious? How about we go to the infirmary?" Xia Wanning waved her hands, declining the other person's kindness, and said with a smile while enduring the pain, "Forget it, no need, I'll be fine after a while, it just hurt a little bit, but it's much better now." Xiao Qiao looked at the boy's back as he left and said worriedly, "Ningning, are you really not going to the infirmary? I see your ankle is red." Xia Wanning smiled and shook her head, saying, "Really, no need, I just need to take a rest." She was grateful for Xiao Qiao's concern, but she didn't want to make a fuss over such a minor injury. Seeing how stubborn she was, Xiao Qiao sighed helplessly. After a while, Xia Wanning's ankle was swollen. Xiao Qiao said worriedly, "Your foot is injured. Can you go back later? Or should we call Wan's father and ask him to pick you up?" Xia Wanning shook her head and said, "No, I don't want to trouble him. I can go back by myself." Seeing this, Xiao Qiao snatched her friend's phone and said, "Don't be so stubborn. How are you going to walk back with an injured foot? I'll call Lin Muhong now." After saying that, she walked to a place where Xia Wanning couldn't grab the phone and called Lin Muhong. The call was connected quickly, and Lin Muhong's steady voice came from the other end. Xiao Qiao quickly said, "Hello, I'm Xiao Qiao. We met in front of the milk tea shop that day." "Oh, it's you. Where is Xia Wanning?" Lin Muhong asked puzzledly. "Ningning was hit on the ankle by a classmate's ball during physical education class. Would you be able to come over and pick her up?" As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Xia Wanning, only to see that she was staring at her nervously. When Lin Muhong heard this, his heart tightened, and he agreed without thinking, "Okay, I'll be right over." After a while, Xia Wanning felt very nervous when she saw Xiao Qiao coming over. She asked nervously, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, "Is he coming?" Xiao Qiao nodded and said with a smile, "We'll be there in a moment." Please wait for a while. Xia Wanning nodded, a happy smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. However, time passed by minute, but Lin Muhong never showed up. People were coming and going on the playground, and the next group of people who were having physical education class also started their class. Xiao Xiao frowned, her face full of impatience. Why hasn't this person come yet? He promised he won't go back on his word, will he? Xia Wanning felt a little disappointed, but she still pretended to be calm and said, maybe he's on his way. Chapter 30? Carrying Xia Wanning home. As she spoke, she looked into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Muhong, but the doorway was empty, without even a bird. Just when she was feeling discouraged, suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared at the entrance of the playground. Lin Muhong was holding a plastic bag and looking around for any trace of Xia Wanning. When he found Xia Wanning sitting there with her head down, his heart tightened and he rushed over quickly. A moment later, he stood in front of Xia Wanning, gently touched her shoulder, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I just went to buy medicine and came late." "How is your foot? Does it hurt?" As he spoke, he took out a bottle of bruise ointment from a plastic bag and handed it to Xia Wanning. Xia Wanning looked up and saw Lin Muhong looking at her with concern, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. She took the ointment and said gratefully, "Thank you." Seeing this, Lin Muhong said with concern, "Your feet are swollen, let me take you home." After saying that, he bent down and prepared to carry Xia Wanning on his back. When Xia Wanning saw this, she quickly waved her hand to refuse. "No, I can walk by myself." She was actually a little shy in her heart. After all, except for her father and brother, no man had ever carried her on his back. However, Lin Muhong said firmly, "Don't be so stubborn. How can you walk with your injured foot? Come up quickly." His tone left no room for doubt. Xia Wanning had no choice but to lie on his back obediently. Feeling Lin Muhong's broad back, her heart was filled with warmth. Xiao Xiao looked at her best friend lying on the man's back happily, with envy in her eyes. She smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry about me, go first." "Then we'll go first." Lin Muhong responded, and Xia Wanning also waved goodbye. Lying on Lin Muhong's back, she felt extremely at ease. However, seeing the girls' dormitory passing by, Xia Wanning reminded, "I passed my dormitory." "I know." Lin Muhong walked steadily without stopping. "Your foot is inconvenient, Wan and I can take care of you in our house." Lin Muhong said it lightly, but ripples appeared in her heart. Finally arriving home, Lin Muhong gently placed Xia Wanning on the sofa with gentle and cautious movements. He lowered his head to examine Xia Wanning's swollen ankle, frowned slightly, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. He said thankfully, "Fortunately, no bones were injured. After the swelling subsides, my foot will be fine in a few days." Hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but feel curious. She looked up at Lin Muhong with a glimmer of inquiry in her eyes. "Can you treat illnesses?" Lin Muhong shook his head and smiled. "No, my grandfather is a Chinese medicine practitioner, so I know a little bit. I'll apply some safflower oil for you, and try to get out of bed as little as possible." After saying that, Lin Muhong took out the medicine he bought, carefully poured it on Xia Wanning's feet, and then gently massaged to help the oil absorb. His technique was skillful and gentle, but Xia Wanning's feet were badly swollen, and even though he moved gently, she still gasped in pain. Xia Wanning bit her lips, hissing from time to time, with a look of pain on her face. Lin Muhong felt distressed when he saw Xia Wanning trying to endure the pain. Finally, the massage ended and he gently put down Xia Wanning's feet. She looked at Lin Muhong gratefully, with a tremor in her voice. "Thank you. Why would you even need to thank me given our relationship?" Lin Muhong touched his head and smiled naively. At this moment, there was a rustling sound coming from the bedroom, and then a cute little head poked out. Wan walked out of the house holding a teddy bear doll, rubbing her eyes. When she saw her father and mother, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. She jumped forward happily, kicking her little feet, looking so adorable. Lin Muhong squatted down, gently held Wan in his arms, pinched her little nose, and said with a smile, "Has our little princess woken up?" His voice was full of fondness and his eyes sparkled with fatherly love. "Yeah." Wan nodded, a happy smile on her little face. Suddenly, Wan caught a glimpse of Xia Wanning's exposed ankles, which were very red. The little girl's brows immediately frowned, and her little eyes were full of worry. "Mom, are you hurt? Does it hurt?" There was a hint of crying in Wan's voice, and her little face was full of heartache. She held her mother's hand tightly, as if she wanted to use her strength to relieve her mother's pain. "It doesn't hurt." Xia Wanning answered warmly. She didn't want to make her daughter worry. However, Wanwan's little eyes immediately turned red, as if she was about to cry at any time, and her little mouth was pouted. Mom, you're talking nonsense. It must be painful if it's so red. Wanwan, blow some air on Mom. After saying that, Wanwan gently blew air on Xia Wanning's ankle. Seeing her precious daughter being so sensible, Xia Wanning's heart melted. She hugged Wanwan tightly, tears of happiness flashing in her eyes. Afterwards, Wanwan took Lin Muhang's hand and came to Xia Wanning, saying softly, Dad should blow on Mom too, so that she will get better faster. Okay. Lin Muhang smiled helplessly and did whatever his daughter said. Xia Wanning looked at his serious expression, with a myriad of thoughts in her mind. At the same time, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhang's mind. Ding! The system detected that Xia Wanning's heartbeat value towards the host has changed. The current heartbeat value is 45, and the available heartbeat value is 5. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Muhang couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He asked, what can I do with a heartbeat value of 5? He had looked at the system mall before, and the cheapest one still required 10 heartbeat points. After hearing this, the system immediately responded, since the host's strategy is effective, we will make an exception and allow the host to draw a prize once. Lin Muhang couldn't help but feel confused when he heard this. He said to himself, did I complete the task myself? He clearly did nothing. He scratched his head, looking confused. But none of this matters. What matters is that I can draw the lottery. If I win the jackpot of hundreds of billions, I won't have to work so hard to earn money. Then Lin Muhang's mind moved, and the turntable in his mind began to spin for the lottery. He stared at the turntable closely, repeating to himself, win 100 billion, win 100 billion, win 100 billion. However, the 100 billion yuan prize passed him by again. Lin Muhang shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself that his luck was really bad. However, looking at the prizes on the system, he was still somewhat satisfied. After all, this time he drew the god-level cooking skills. System, start redemption. Lin Muhang muttered to himself. In an instant, all the cooking tutorials, menus, etc. flooded into his mind. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now prepare a state banquet. Lin Muhang couldn't wait to show off his cooking skills. He looked at the mother and daughter on the sofa confidently and asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Xia Wanning and Wanwan looked at each other, their eyes full of worry, especially Wanwan, who whispered in her mother's ear, Mom, don't eat the food Dad cooks. Chapter 31? My parents are true love, Wanwan is an accident. Why? Xia Wanning frowned in confusion, her eyes full of puzzlement. Because the food Dad cooks is so bad. Wanwan said in a baby voice, gesturing with her hands, as if she was trying to describe how bad it was. Her little face was full of seriousness, and her big watery eyes twinkled. Then the little girl continued, the food my dad cooks is dark and ugly, and tastes bitter. My mom's food is still better. My mom's food is the most delicious food in the world. After hearing this, Xia Wanning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently pinched Wanwan's little face and complained in her heart, it seems that this has left a shadow on my daughter. It seems that Lin Muhang is good at making instant noodles, but she can't try anything else. But now, her cooking skills are hard to describe. Feeling the disbelieving gazes of the mother and daughter, Lin Muhang patted his chest and assured seriously, don't worry, my cooking skills will definitely be fine this time. Just trust me this time. Lin Muhang added, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Seeing this, Xia Wanning felt a little tender in her heart. She comforted the little guy and said, Dad is very sure this time. Why don't you trust Dad again? Okay. Wanwan finally nodded, a sweet smile appeared on her little face, and she said in a milky voice, well, then I want to eat cola chicken wings, can Daddy make it? Yes, Dad will make it for you. Lin Muhang agreed with a smile, then looked at Xia Wanning, his eyes full of tenderness and inquiry, what do you want to eat? Xia Wanning thought of a dish that didn't require any cooking skills, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After deciding on the menu, Lin Muhang went out to buy groceries. Before he left, he told Wanwan, baby, take good care of your mother at home. Dad will be back soon. Well, Wanwan will take good care of her mother. After hearing the little girl's answer, Lin Muhang went out with peace of mind. When Lin Muhang came to the vegetable market to buy chicken wings, he suddenly saw some very white and tender pig's trotters placed in front of the stall. He had an idea and thought about giving Xia Wanning some nourishment, as if like cures like. Pig's trotters are a good thing. Then, Lin Muhong said to the boss, "Give me another pig's trotter." After getting the dishes, Lin Muhong went home satisfied. After arriving home, he began to process the ingredients with skillful and focused techniques, while Xia Wanning stayed with Wan Wan and played building blocks with her. Time passed quickly, and Lin Muhong brought all the dishes to the table. He smiled and called out to the two of them, "It's time to eat." Thinking that Xia Wanning had difficulty walking, he hurried over and just saw her moving forward step by step. Lin Muhong's heart tightened for a moment, and he said distressfully, "I'll carry you over." "No, I'll do it myself." Xia Wanning felt a little embarrassed. "Listen to me," Lin Muhong said domineeringly, then held Xia Wanning gently in his arms and gently placed her on the bench. His movements were gentle and careful, as if he was afraid of hurting Xia Wanning. Sitting there, Xia Wanning's heart was beating like a deer. She looked at Lin Muhong's busy figure and a warm feeling surged in her heart. At this time, Wan Wan was sitting on a chair, looking at the beautiful dishes on the table, and was extremely surprised. "Dad, are these all the dishes you made?" "Yes." Lin Muhong nodded, smiled, and stroked his daughter's head and asked, "Is there any problem?" "No, no." Wan Wan waved her hands and said softly, "Dad has never made such a good-looking dish. In the past, it was always black and didn't look delicious." Lin Muhong was extremely embarrassed after hearing this. He thought to himself, "It seems that my cooking skills in the past were really hard to describe." He smiled and put a piece of chicken wing into Wan Wan's bowl, looking forward to it. "Baby, how about trying Daddy's cooking?" After seeing this, the little guy still hesitated for a moment. She picked up the bowl and smelled it first. Only after she smelled the fragrance did she dare to taste it with confidence. She took a bite of the chicken wing carefully, and her eyes lit up after a moment. "Dad, these chicken wings are so delicious." "It's so delicious, you didn't buy it from outside, did you?" Wan Wan looked at Lin Muhong with some confusion, as if she couldn't believe that this was made by her father himself. "What are you thinking about in your little head?" Lin Muhong smiled helplessly. "This is made by Dad himself, it's definitely not fake." Seeing this, Xia Wanning also took a bite of the egg and tasted it. Her eyes lit up instantly and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. "It's delicious. I didn't expect you have a talent for cooking. If it tastes good, eat more." Lin Muhong said, then he picked up the small bowl, scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to Xia Wanning, and said, "Drink more of this, it's good for your health." "What is this?" Xia Wanning asked puzzledly. Although she hadn't tasted it yet, she could already smell the aroma of the soup. Hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and said, "Pig trotter soup, specially prepared for you." After hearing this, Xia Wanning coughed awkwardly, thinking to herself, "Is this asking me to eat whatever I want?" But she still said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Muhong waved his hand. Watching the interaction between Dad and Mom, Wan Wan pouted and crossed her arms over her chest, seeming very unhappy. Her little face was full of grievance and dissatisfaction. She looked at Lin Muhong with resentment and complained, "Humph. Dad is partial. Ha? How am I biased?" Lin Muhong looked at Wan Wan in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly said that. Wan Wan then said, "Dad served soup to Mom but not to Wan Wan. He is biased." "Humph. Daddy is bad, Wan Wan will ignore you." After the little guy said this, he turned his head away proudly and no longer looked at Lin Muhong, as if he was really angry. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled helplessly. He wanted to hold Wan Wan's little hand to explain, but the little girl just wouldn't let him touch her. Sure enough, girls all look the same when they are angry, whether they are adults or children. At this time, Xia Wanning smiled and comforted Wan Wan, "Baby, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, Dad will eat up all the chicken wings soon." After hearing this, Wan Wan immediately picked up the chopsticks and started eating, but still ignored her father. Seeing this, Lin Muhong took a small bowl and filled it with soup and placed it next to the little guy. "Baby, this is your pig's trotter soup, drink it quickly." When Wan Wan saw this, she pouted and said with disdain, "Humph. Why didn't you serve me some just now?" "As expected. Dad and Mom are true love, and Wan Wan is just an accident." "Ha?" The two were extremely surprised to hear this. Where did such a young child learn all this nonsense? Chapter 32, Mom, that aunt looks bad. At noon the next day, the family of three enjoyed a warm lunch. While eating, Lin Muhong's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Hu Lily calling, saying there was an urgent matter at the company that needed his attention. Seeing this, Xia Wanning said sympathetically, "You go and take care of it. I don't have classes this afternoon." Wan Wan will be with me, so don't worry. Okay. Lin Muhan looked at her gratefully and went out with peace of mind. He picked up the car keys, walked quickly to the parking lot, opened the car door, stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove steadily out of the community and headed straight for the publishing house. Lin Muhan parked the car downstairs of the publishing house. After entering the company, Hu Lily had already been waiting at the door, but Lin Muhan didn't notice and walked straight in. However, Hu Lily was anxious and hurriedly shouted, "Boss Lin, wait for me." Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Muhan turned his head and after a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Are you Hu Lily?" He looked up and down at the woman in front of him and could not believe his eyes. The woman in front of me was dressed very casually, with a white t-shirt on the top, black wide-leg pants on the bottom, and black high heels on her feet. Not only that, the woman's face was no longer heavily made up as before, but lightly made up. The strong scent of perfume on her body was gone, replaced by a light fragrance. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Hu Lily nodded with a smile. She thought she was too ordinary, but Lin Muhan smiled and nodded, saying appreciatively, "This outfit is much more comfortable. Wear it like this in the future. It suits you very well." "Okay." Hu Lily responded with a smile, her heart feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Then she followed and walked into the office with Lin Muhan. The office was full of people, all busy at work. Lin Muhan sat in the main seat, looked at everyone and asked, "How is the printing of storybooks going at the moment? How many copies have been printed?" His voice was steady and powerful. One of the girls wearing a beret immediately stood up and replied, "Boss Lin, 100,000 copies of the storybook have been printed and are being shipped to various places, but they can only be shipped to the areas near the Magic City. After all, not many copies were printed." Lin Muhan nodded and continued to ask, "How much are the prices of books of the same type?" Another employee quickly flipped through the information in his hand and replied, 35, 32, and 45, but most are 30. He looked at Lin Muhan as he spoke, afraid that he might say something wrong. "Okay, then we'll price this book at 29.9, said Lin Muhan. After hearing this, Hu Lily frowned in confusion and asked, "Boss Lin, is our price too low? After all, the content of our storybooks is very high quality. I have read all those stories. They will definitely become classics." After hearing this, Lin Muhan smiled and said to everyone, "We make storybooks so that ordinary people can afford them. It doesn't matter if the profit is a little low, as long as many people buy them. I am confident that the storybook will be loved by the babies." "Okay." Hu Lily nodded, her eyes flashing with admiration. She didn't expect that the new boss was such a sentimental and particular person. Next, everyone continued to hold discussions about the book. At the same time, on the other side of the school, Xia Wanning took Wan Wan's hand and came to the activity room of the student union. After entering the classroom, she said to Wan Wan gently, "Baby, just read your book here. Mom will be busy later. Please don't make any noise to disturb others." "Yeah, okay." Wan Wan nodded obediently, then skipped to the window seat and sat down, picked up a picture book and began to read it seriously. Xia Wanning is the president of the student union. She just received a notice from the college that a debate competition would be held. She quickly took out her cell phone to send a notice to the members and asked everyone to come to a meeting to discuss it. After a while, many members came one after another after receiving the notice. When they walked into the classroom, they found a soft and cute little girl sitting in the classroom, and they all gathered around her. "Little boy, why are you reading here?" One of the girls with high ponytails asked gently, her voice full of curiosity and love. "I'm waiting for my mother here." Upon hearing this, Wan Wan spoke in a baby voice, with an innocent light sparkling in her little eyes. The members thought that this was the daughter of a teacher, so they did not disturb her reading and they all found a place to sit down. Soon, all the members of the student union gathered. Xia Wanning walked up to the podium, cleared her throat and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. We called you all here today because the school is going to hold a debate competition. Our opponent is the student union of the opposite school. The topic of this debate is silence more terrible or ignorance more terrible? Our topic is silence is more terrible. We need 4 contestants for the debate competition." She looked around at everyone in the classroom and continued, "Since everyone has signed up enthusiastically, we will conduct an open selection. If we win the debate, each of us will receive a prize of 10,000 yuan. Xia Wanning added. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a burst of exclamations in the classroom. After all, a bonus of 10,000 yuan is still very tempting for college students. At this time, the girl with a bun sitting in the first row raised her hand and said, "President, do you also need to participate in the selection?" "Of course." Xia Wanning replied with a smile, "The competition must be fair and just, so naturally people with ability will be given priority, and I am no exception." Seeing that no one was talking, she smiled and said, "If there are no other questions, everyone can go home and think about your own opinions. How can you impress and convince others?" After the meeting, everyone left the classroom to prepare for the debate. The girl with the high ponytail and the girl next to her whispered as they walked, "Gao Xinyue is going to compete with the president again this time." The girl next to him also whispered after hearing this. Gao Xinyue also wanted to be the president of the student union, but she didn't get elected. Later, the two of them competed for the national scholarship in the department and still couldn't win. This time, it's going to be interesting. As soon as they finished talking, they saw the girl with a bun walking towards them angrily. She walked up to Xia Wanning and threatened, "Xia Wanning, you're just prettier than me, what's there to be proud of? This debate is based on strength, I'm definitely better than you. Let's wait and see." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning just smiled faintly and replied, "Looking forward to your performance." Her eyes were full of confidence and composure. After everyone left, Wan walked up to Xia Wanning, raised her little face and said worriedly, "Mom, that auntie just now looked so bad." Xia Wanning looked out the window. She gently took Wan's hand and said, "She's just a little stubborn. Let's go home." Then she picked up Wan and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 33? Saving up dowry for Wan now? In the evening, storybooks written by Lin Muhong have been quietly put on the shelves in bookstores near Shanghai and surrounding cities. At this time, Mother Zhang Meiyan was holding the hands of her two children and returning home from the park. As she passed the brightly lit bookstore, her steps slowed down involuntarily. "Recently, my little daughter always asks for a bedtime story at night, but the stories on the internet are either too cliché or too long. The little one is very picky and always toss and turn for a while before she is willing to fall asleep." Zhang Meiyan felt a headache at the thought of having to go through another bedtime story battle tonight, and a helpless and tired smile appeared on her face. "Mom, let's go to the bookstore." The eldest daughter pointed at the bookstore sign excitedly, and the younger daughter also jumped for joy. Zhang Meiyan thought about it and realized that since she couldn't find a satisfactory story online, maybe there would be a surprise offline. So she nodded and took the children into the bookstore. The bookstore was filled with the faint scent of books. Zhang Meiyan's eyes moved across the bookshelves, looking for traces of children's books. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and a familiar pen name came into view: Zhongqiani. She was delighted and quickly picked up the storybook. Zhang Meiyan opened the book and the first story felt particularly familiar to her. She was suspicious. "Isn't this the one posted on Tonchu.com?" Zhang Meiyan still remembers that she and her daughter were reading with great interest and they did not expect to find a physical book here. She randomly opened a page and found the story very exciting, full of imagination and childlike fun, just the type that children like. Zhang Meiyan took the storybook and walked to the front desk to pay without hesitation. The boss smiled and said, 29.9. "How much?" Zhang Meiyan was stunned for a moment, her face full of surprise. In her impression, such a beautiful storybook would cost at least dozens of dollars, right? The boss saw this and his face darkened. He said unhappily, "You think this is too expensive? If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it." He grumbled to himself that the books were cheap and he had not wanted any of them in the first place, fearing that they were not good books and would not sell. If the other party hadn't told him that he could return the goods if they weren't sold out, he wouldn't have stayed. Zhang Meiyan waved her hands quickly, with a smile that was a bit awkward, and explained, "I don't think it's too expensive, I don't think it's too expensive." As she spoke, she quickly took out the bill, fearing that the boss would go back on his word. After paying the money, she took her two daughters and walked out of the bookstore happily. After returning home, Zhang Meiyan helped her daughters wash and dress, then sat down on the bed and began to tell stories. The little daughter was lying on the bed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps today's story was particularly to her liking. The little girl was so fascinated by the story that she fell asleep without realizing it. Zhang Meiyan looked at her daughter's sleeping face and felt a warm feeling in her heart. She gently closed the storybook, a smile of satisfaction and relief on her face. To be honest, Zhang Meiyan is really grateful to Zhongqiani. The stories he wrote are not only liked by children, but also save her, as a mother, a lot of worries. After coming out of her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan opened the WeChat group on her mobile phone and found that the mothers in the group were still complaining about not being able to find good storybooks. Her eyes lit up and she quickly picked up her phone to take a picture of the storybook and sent it to the group. Sisters, I have good news for you. Zhong Qianyi has published a physical book. She shouted excitedly in the group. As soon as the photo was released, the group exploded instantly. Zhong Qianyi actually published a book? Where can I buy this book? A mother asked anxiously. Sister, where are you from? Where did you buy this book? Another mother couldn't wait to ask. Seeing everyone so anxious, Zhang Meiyan quickly replied, I bought it at a bookstore near my home. It was only 29.9 yuan, it was really a good deal. As soon as this was said, the mothers could not wait to say, there happens to be a bookstore near my house, I will go and see if there is any. I'll go take a look too. My daughter is clamoring to hear a story. After a while, mothers in the group started posting the books they bought to show off. I just wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect that the bookstore downstairs from my house actually sells it. I bought it, too. I'm so happy. My daughter has a story to listen to. However, there were also mothers who said with a frown, where are you from? Why don't we have a bookstore here? It's not fair. Her face was full of disappointment and envy. Some of the mothers in the group were happy while others were sad, but after their promotion, the book sold 90,000 copies in one night. This news shocked everyone. The bookstore owner, who had previously complained that the books were sold too cheaply, called the manufacturer early the next morning, urging them to deliver the goods as soon as possible. He sold all the 100 copies yesterday. Now the store is empty and he needs to restock urgently. After work the next day, the manufacturer reported the popularity of the bookstore to Hu Lily. When she heard the news, her eyes widened and her face was full of shock and joy. She couldn't believe her ears that the book was selling so well. Then, she hurriedly called Mr. Lin to tell him the good news. But Lin Muhong was in class. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Hu Lily's number. As soon as he hung up the phone, he received a WeChat message from Hu Lily, Boss, all 90,000 storybooks were sold last night, and bookstores are placing orders one after another. Lin Muhong looked at the screen of his mobile phone and couldn't help but grinning with satisfaction. He believed his book would be a bestseller, but he didn't expect it to be so popular. He did the math and found that after deducting costs, labor and other expenses, he actually made 1 million in one night. He left 500,000 yuan for the operation and development of the studio, and asked Hu Lily to transfer the remaining money to her card. Seeing the text message alert from the bank, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. He finally didn't have to live in fear anymore, and he could buy whatever his daughter liked. During lunch, Wanwan saw that her father's face was full of smiles. The little guy was very sensitive to his emotions. She tilted her little head and asked curiously, Dad, why are you so happy today? There was a gleam of curiosity in her eyes. Lin Muhong caressed Wanwan's head lovingly and said with a smile, because something good happened today. Seeing him so happy, Xia Wanning also felt happy. She suddenly thought of something and looked at him and said, I've transferred the money for food and shopping to you. Please keep it. Lin Muhong waved his hand and said with a smile, No, keep it for yourself. He is now worth 500,000, which is enough to support his wife and children. However, Xia Wanning shook her head stubbornly and said, No, we agreed on it before. She was not the kind of woman who depended on a man. She hoped that she could also contribute to this family. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled helplessly. He knew he couldn't beat her, so he said, Then save the money and save it for Wanwan's dowry in the future. After hearing this, Xia Wanning was stunned for a moment, and after a moment she muttered to herself, Isn't it a bit early to save up for a dowry now? Chapter 34, You are Zhong Qianyi? In the past few days, Lin Muhong's storybooks have sold 300,000 copies thanks to the enthusiastic sharing of mothers. This number is a proud achievement for any author. However, Lin Muhong knew in his heart that this was just the tip of the iceberg. There are still many remote cities where his storybooks have not yet been put on display in bookstores, so the actual sales volume will certainly be far more than 300,000. Publishing houses have stepped up production, printing, and binding books day and night, but even so, many mothers still complain on social media that they cannot buy books. All I can say is that this storybook is so popular that no one expected it. This book even started to become a little popular on short video platforms, and the pen name Zhong Qianyi also became popular among mothers. Many mothers have posted suggestions online, hoping to read Zhong Qianyi's stories online. These suggestions have come in like a tide, making Zhong Qianyi's name even more famous on the internet. Zhou Shudong, to whom Lin Muhong had contributed his work before, saw the comments from netizens, and his eyes lit up as if he saw hope. He sat in front of the computer, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, an impulse surging in his heart. Now all major websites are banning Zhong Qianyi. If his story can be put on his own website, wouldn't it attract many people? The more Zhou Shudong thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way to do it. He seemed to have already seen the scene where the traffic to his website would surge because of the story of Zhong Qianyi. He quickly picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Muhong. Hello, Zhong Qianyi, I saw the storybook you posted and wanted to talk to you about cooperation. Do you have time? After sending the message, Zhou Shudong held the phone nervously, fearing that the other party would reject him because of the rejection of the manuscript. On the other side, Lin Muhong was stunned when he received the news. He didn't expect that the other party would come to him to discuss cooperation. This was simply a business that came right to his doorstep, so why not do it? He immediately replied, I have time. It was not convenient to talk online, so the two soon made an appointment to meet offline. Zhou Shudong was so excited that he almost couldn't sleep all night. He imagined the scene of meeting Lin Muhong and felt extremely excited. Finally, the agreed day arrived. Zhou Shudong was the first to arrive at the coffee shop and chose a seat by the window. He looked at the door from time to time, looking forward to Lin Muhong's arrival. Soon, the doorbell of the coffee shop rang, and a handsome and sunny young man came in. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, he looked like an ordinary college student. When he saw this person, Zhou Shudong instinctively felt that this could not be Zhong Qianyi. In his mind, Zhong Qianyi should be a middle-aged man with rich life experience and profound writing skills. How could he be such a young guy? He immediately shook his head, turned his head to the window, and continued to wait. However, at this moment, a clear voice came to his ears, Are you Zhou Shudong? Zhou Shudong turned his head and saw that it was the young man he had just seen. He was stunned. Then, he asked in great surprise, You are Zhong Qianyi? His eyes were full of disbelief. Yes, it's me. Lin Muhong sat opposite with a smile. Zhou Shudong still felt very surprised. He stared at Lin Muhong with wide eyes, as if he was looking at a monster. After a long while, he regained his composure and smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled and said, Your website doesn't want to accept my manuscript, so why do you still want to cooperate with me? Zhou Shudong scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a wry smile, It's not Tree Baby who is looking for you to cooperate, it's me who is looking for you to cooperate. His eyes revealed sincerity and expectation. Lin Muhong raised his eyebrows and showed a puzzled expression. He didn't expect Zhou Shudong to say that, and he couldn't help feeling curious. Zhou Shudong took a deep breath and said slowly, I resigned from Tree Baby and raised some investment to build a website. Today, I want you to authorize the story to our website. You decide the price. After hearing this, Lin Muhong grinned. He didn't expect Zhou Shudong to quit his job and start a business. He looked at Zhou Shudong with admiration and said, Aren't you afraid that other websites will gang up on you and try to kill you? Zhou Shudong nodded, a solemn look flashing in his eyes, I've thought about it. After all, we are a new website, far behind other websites, but I want to take a gamble. I believe your story can attract enough users. Okay. Lin Muhong nodded. He admired Zhou Shudong's courage to think and act. He smiled and agreed, Okay, I agree. How much can you give as the agency fee? Zhou Shudong scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, 300,000. He knew that the price was a bit low. After all, Lin Muhong had 50 stories, and the market price was at least 500,000 per year. After hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, Okay, then 300,000, and you will be the exclusive agent for 3 years. His eyes revealed his trust and support for Zhou Shudong. I will not authorize this story to other websites. After all, they have banned me and I will not cooperate with them. I hope your website can continue. Lin Muhong said with great expectation. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong felt a warm current in his heart. He looked at Lin Muhong gratefully and said, Thank you. I won't let you down. After returning home, Lin Muhong received a remittance notification from Zhou Shudong, stating that 300,000 yuan had arrived. His current account balance is 1.3 million yuan. Moreover, book sales are still rising, and he will earn more in the future. Looking at the numbers on the screen of his mobile phone, he felt a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, Song Qianyue, the editor-in-chief of Tongchu.com, also saw the video online. She sat in her office, gritting her teeth, with a flash of anger in her eyes. She never imagined that the story of Zhong Qianni would become so popular and cause a sensation on the short video platform. Now she finally understood why the other party not only did not beg for mercy under her suppression, but was so complacent. It turned out that he had already had a way out and switched to offline books. Song Qianyue also keenly sensed the business opportunities therein. Although she wanted to step on Zhong Qianni under her feet, she had to bow her head in the face of interests. She decided to take down Zhong Qianni before other websites could react. Soon, Song Qianyue picked up her newly bought mobile phone and called Lin Muhong. Looking at the phone number without any remarks, Lin Muhong hesitated for a moment and finally answered it. Unexpectedly, the voice coming from the other end was actually the voice of someone he hated. Zhong Qianni, I'm Song Qianyue from Tongchu.com, I'm calling you to discuss cooperation with you. Chapter 35, Caterpillar app is online. Hearing this, Lin Muhong curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, if you want to discuss the authorization of my storybook, forget it. I will not give you Tongchu.com. His tone was full of firmness and determination. A man must have backbone. Tongchu.com was too greedy before. Even if the other party offered a sky-high price, Lin Muhong would not give it to them. He did not want to cooperate with such a website that only cared about profits. However, Song Qianyue seemed not to believe it. She said proudly, don't be so absolute. Listen to my offer first. Her tone was full of confidence. We are willing to spend 2 million to buy your fairy tale authorization for 3 years. After 3 years, we will have the right to your priority authorization. Song Qianyue did offer a price higher than the market price. She thought that this would impress Lin Muhong. However, Lin Muhong answered very firmly, no. There was no hesitation or wavering in his tone. When Song Qianyue heard the rejection, she frowned and became inexplicably angry. But she still suppressed her temper and said in a gentle voice, 2.5 million, this is already the highest price our website offers. No other website would ever offer so much. No, I won't give it to you. Give up on this idea. Lin Muhong said coldly. Seeing this, Song Qianyue's forehead veins bulged, and she shouted angrily, Zhong Qianni, you really don't want to accept my toast? Do you want to fight our website to the end? Her voice became sharp and piercing because of anger. Lin Muhong didn't answer, he just hung up the phone. If you meet a lunatic, the best thing to do is to treat her like air. In the office, after hearing the busy tone of the phone, Song Qianyue was so angry that she threw her foldable screen phone to the ground. Her eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness, as if she wanted to eat Lin Muhong alive. After seeing this, Xiaoli felt extremely distressed about the phone on the ground. It was indeed a 3-fold phone, it would still look good no matter how it fell. After Zhou Shudong returned, with a hint of anticipation on his face, he began to prepare for the launch of the Zhong Qianni story. The written story has been entered into the database, and the dubbing has been debugged countless times and finally reached perfection. The children's book website he created is still a small website and not very famous. Seeing that the video account was very popular at the moment, he frowned, came up with a plan, quickly registered a video account, and then posted a video. In the video, he said with a nervous and excited expression, Good evening, dear readers. The wonderful story of the author Zhong Qianni will be exclusively launched on the Mao Mao Chong app at 8 o'clock tonight. We sincerely invite you to pay attention on time. Don't miss it. Maybe it's because the term Zhong Qianni is very popular now. Once the video was released, the number of viewers increased like a rocket. Comments, attention, and likes also came like a tide, making him feel unable to calm down for a long time. Below the video, the number of mothers' replies increased. Some mothers were full of joy, tapping their fingers quickly on the screen. I just made a wish this morning that I could see the story of the author of Zhong Qianni online. I didn't expect it to be online in the evening. It's really too fast. I must go to support it. Some mothers were puzzled and frowned, and wrote in the comment area, Maochiachong app, is this a new website? How come I haven't heard of it? It can't be a scam or a traffic diversion. Some mothers couldn't wait to listen to the story. With an expectant expression on their faces, they quickly replied, I haven't bought the storybook yet. It's also very good to be able to listen to the story online. I will go download the Caterpillar now. More mothers expressed their full support. I support the stories written by Zhong Qianni. I really like his works. Half an hour after the post was published, Zhou Shudong widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief when he saw the 99+ prompt in the background. He really didn't expect that his video would attract so much attention. He felt both surprised and nervous. After paying Lin Muhong the endorsement fee, there was little money left in his account. He had no choice but to use this method to attract traffic. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Zhong Qianyi was really his lucky star. After a long time, there was a knock on Zhou Shudong's door, and a technician walked in with an unconcealable joy on his face. "Mr. Zhou, in less than 2 hours, our app has been downloaded by 10,000 people, and the number of downloads is still growing." Zhou Shudong stood up suddenly after hearing this, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Good, very good. It's almost 8 o'clock, and we need to maintain the backend. I'm afraid that there will be too many people and it may get stuck." The technician nodded, a pleased smile on his face, and stepped out the door. As soon as 8 o'clock in the evening, mothers opened the Caterpillar app one after another. Fortunately, Zhou Shudong had made preparations in advance and increased the server capacity, otherwise there would definitely be lag with so many people. After entering the home page, the big words Zhong Qianyi appear at the top. The mothers were very surprised when they saw it. Some mothers even jumped up excitedly at home and shouted, "Great, we can finally see the story of Zhong Qianyi." One mother even took a screenshot of the homepage and commented under the video posted by Zhou Shudong, "I watched it with the attitude of giving it a try, but I didn't expect it to be real. From now on, I will focus on the Caterpillar. That childhood fun website, fuck it. You're right. I will use the Caterpillar app from now on and have deleted all other apps." Another mother agreed. Zhou Shudong sat in front of the computer, reading the rave reviews, and felt very excited. A smug smile spread across his face because he had made the right decision. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muhong also opened the Caterpillar software and took a look. A moment later, he sent a WeChat message to Zhou Shudong, "The app is doing very well. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you." Zhou Shudong was very surprised when he received the message. He didn't expect that Zhong Qianyi had also visited his website. A warm feeling surged in his heart. He quickly responded, "Thank you, I will definitely not let you down." That night, Zhou Shudong tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep due to excitement. He was filled with anticipation as he thought that the website would have more users tomorrow. However, at the same time, Song Qianyue was so upset that she couldn't sleep. Zhong Qianyi was the calamity in her life, opposing her everywhere, but she had no way to deal with him. The next day, Song Qianyue came to the company with a tired face. As soon as she stepped into the company door, she was surrounded by employees, and bad news came one after another. Chapter 36, Send a Lawyer's Letter to Song Qianyue. Editor-in-Chief, our website lost 2/3 of its users last night. Editor-in-Chief, the number of people uninstalling our app last night was the highest ever, up to 20,000. Editor-in-Chief, last night a website called Caterpillar stole many of our users. Editor-in-Chief, the authors of Zhong Qianyi are all exclusive to the Mao Mao Chong website, and the number of users on other platforms is also declining. After hearing the employees' reports, Song Qianyue felt like her head was about to explode. She raised her hand to stop them and said, "Come one by one." Her brows were twisted into a knot, and her eyes were flashing with anxiety and uneasiness. After hearing the bad news, Song Qianyue's mood fell to the bottom, and her face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. At this moment, the elevator door opened and a courier in a red uniform came out. He shouted, "Who among you is Song Qianyue?" Song Qianyue raised her head and said weakly, "I am." Her eyes were empty, as if all her strength had been drained away. Seeing this, the courier smiled and handed the document to her and said, "This is the document mailed to you, please sign it." Song Qianyue took the pen and signed her name on the paper with a slightly trembling hand. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she looked extremely nervous. At this time, Shali caught a glimpse of the words Caterpillar written on the document, and he guessed with a puzzled look on his face. Editor-in-Chief, this can't be the document sent by Caterpillar. His brows frowned even tighter, and his eyes were full of anxiety. What can he give us? Shali said to himself with a confused mind. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue opened the file directly, revealing a blank piece of paper. Her eyes froze instantly, and she saw the words written on the paper, "Lawyer's Letter." Song Qianyue took a quick look and angrily tore the paper into pieces on the spot. "Okay, Zhong Qianyi, Caterpillar, I'll remember you." Then, she ordered, immediately remove the 3 stories that Zhong Qianyi posted on the website. After hearing this, Shali advised, "Editor-in-Chief, those 3 articles have attracted a lot of users. If they are taken down, we..." There was a hint of hesitation in his words and reluctance in his eyes. Without waiting for Xiaoli to finish speaking, Song Qianyue turned her head to look at him, anger in her eyes about to burst out. Her eyes were so cold that they seemed to be able to kill people. Is this something she wants to do? The lawyer's letter has been sent to her, and if she doesn't take it off the shelves, the company will have to pay compensation. When Xiaoli saw the editor-in-chief's murderous look, he hurriedly did as he was told. Before one problem is solved, another one arises. Song Qianyue had just sat down on the chair when the phone on the table rang again. She picked up the phone in annoyance and yelled, "What happened again?" There was a hint of fatigue and impatience in her voice, and her brows were furrowed into a shape of a. When the other party heard this attitude, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Come to my office." After hearing the boss's voice, Song Qianyue felt a chill on her back. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes, and then she obediently replied, "Okay, Mr. Zhang." When she entered the boss office, the atmosphere was very low. She stood in front of the desk waiting for the boss to speak. Mr. Zhang tapped his fingers on the table. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Xiaoya, how many years have you worked at Tongxiu?" His eyes were deep and serious. "It's been 15 years since I graduated from college." Song Qianyue replied in a low voice. After that, Mr. Zhang angrily threw the documents on the table at her and shouted, "You have been working here for so many years, can't you do such a small thing well?" Seeing this, Song Qianyue lowered her head, a trace of guilt flashed in her eyes. "Boss Zhang, I was wrong about this matter. I have caused losses to the company. I am sorry." Mr. Zhang lit up his lighter, exhaled a puff of smoke, and murmured, "Your biggest mistake is that you didn't beat the guy to death, which gave him a chance to turn the tables. Now that he has become powerful, it will be disadvantageous to us." His eyes flashed with wisdom and severity. Song Qianyue pleaded, "Boss Zhang, please give me a chance to make amends." Seeing Mr. Zhang's closed eyes and silence, she knew she only had this one chance. Coming out of the office, Song Qianyue's eyes rolled and she had already thought of a solution. She made a call and talked to the other party with a smile. These past 2 days, Xiaowan Ning has been busy with the debate competition. After all, the prize money is 10,000 yuan. After class, she came to Lin Muhang's house. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Wan Wan running towards her with a smile and throwing herself into her arms. "Mom, what have you been busy with lately? Why don't you have time to accompany me and Dad?" Wan Wan's grandmother said in a voice full of laughter, and her little eyes blinked, making people want to kiss her. "Do you know that Dad and I miss you very much?" The little guy's words melted Xia Wan Ning's heart. She smiled and held Wan Wan in her arms, saying gently, "Baby, Mom is busy with a debate competition recently. After a few days, Mom will not be busy. Can I accompany you then?" Her eyes were full of love and pampering. "Okay, then Mom and Dad can take me to the amusement park, okay? I want to play on the pirate ship." Wan Wan said excitedly, jumping on her little feet, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Okay, if Dad agrees, Mom will agree to you." Xia Wan Ning glanced at Lin Muhang and said. When Wan Wan heard this, she immediately ran into her father's arms, pulled his arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, please agree. Wan Wan wants to go to the amusement park." "Okay." Her little face was full of pleading. "Okay, okay." Being rocked by his daughter, Lin Muhang felt dizzy, but his eyes were full of doting. When Wan Wan heard this, she was so happy. She was finally going to the amusement park with her father and mother. After a while, the little guy was playing with building blocks seriously. Xia Wan Ning came to Lin Muhang and asked tentatively, "Are you free tomorrow? Our club is having a small discussion competition, would you like to come and watch?" Her eyes flickered with anticipation and nervousness, as if she was afraid the other party would refuse. After hearing this, Lin Muhang smiled and nodded, "Okay." Then he continued to answer, "Wan Wan and I will go together to cheer you on." "Okay." Xia Wan Ning smiled happily. 2 very important people were going to the scene. She had to prepare well for the debate and get the qualification to participate. At the same time, Song Qianyue booked a private room in the restaurant in advance. She was waiting in the room. Soon, people came into the room one after another. Soon, the seat was full, with 8 people in total including her. Seeing that all the invited people had arrived, Song Qianyue was very satisfied. At this time, a woman in a white shirt took the lead and asked, "Song Qianyue, what do you want to do by gathering all of us here?" Chapter 37, Little Rascal, let me show you how I will deal with you. In the hotel room were the editors-in-chief of various major websites, and the woman who was speaking was named Zhang Anren, the new editor-in-chief of Shuboobo and Zhou Shudong's apprentice. Hearing this, Song Qianyue sneered, Zhang Anren, what you said makes it seem like I have ulterior motives. I called you all here for the survival of the website. As far as I know, there must be a lot of user churn due to the collaboration between Zhong Qianyi and Mao Mao Chong. The corner of Zhang Anren's mouth twitched. After all, what the other person said was right. Since yesterday, the number of people on their website has dropped sharply. If this continues, the website will probably have to close down. She smiled bitterly, trying to save some face. Your Tongshu.com must have lost more users, so we don't have to compare them equally. Tell me why you called us here. As soon as these words were spoken, the editors present all turned their eyes to Song Qianyue. They knew that since Song Qianyue had called them here, she must have a solution. Song Qianyue smiled triumphantly, her smile full of confidence. As long as everyone follows my plan, the caterpillar is nothing to be afraid of. After listening to Song Qianyue's plan, everyone raised their glasses with smug smiles on their faces, as if they had already seen the caterpillar closing down. As night fell, Lin Muhan carefully filled the bathtub with bath water. He tested the water temperature with his hand and felt that it was about right, so he gently called out, Wan Wan, come here quickly, it's time to take a bath. I'm coming. Wan Wan's voice was clear and pleasant. She took Xia Wanning's big hand and walked in with a smile. There were many cute little ducks and colorful ocean balls in the bathtub. These were Wan Wan's favorites. She stood in the bathroom, impatient, and called to her mother in a baby voice, Mom, hurry up, Wan Wan wants to play with the little duck. Okay. Xia Wanning nodded gently, then carefully helped Wan Wan take off her clothes. After taking off all his clothes, the little guy entered the bathtub. Looking at the white bubbles in the bathtub, his eyes lit up instantly and he was extremely happy. She was playing with the little duck and blowing bubbles, with an innocent smile on her little face. Soon, a cunning look appeared on the little girl's face. She took advantage of her father's inattention and blew bubbles on Lin Muhang's face. After succeeding, Wan Wan laughed so hard that she fell backwards, and even pointed at her father and laughed, Dad seems to have grown a white beard on his face, how funny. You little rascal, wait and see how Daddy will deal with you, Lin Muhang said lovingly, and then blew bubbles at his daughter. Seeing this, the little guy ran behind Xia Wanning in panic and said coquettishly, Mom, Dad is bullying me, you have to take care of it for me. When Lin Muhang saw this, he laughed out loud, calling Mom is no use, Dad is here. At this time, the bathroom was filled with the laughter of the three of them. After a while of playing and having fun, Wan Wan reluctantly came out of the bathtub. She was wrapped in a bath towel by her father and carried out, with a look of reluctance written all over her little face. Seeing his daughter's pouting mouth that could hold a weight, Lin Muhang gently comforted her, Baby, the water in the bathtub is cold. Let's play next time. Dad will release lots of little ducks for you then, okay? Okay. Hearing this, the smile on the little guy's face spread out again. At that time, Lin Muhang was responsible for wiping the water off the little guy's body, while Xia Wanning went to get the body lotion and other things she bought for the little guy. Watching her mother come in, Wan Wan tilted her head and asked in confusion, Mom, what are you wearing inside? It looks like glasses. There was a bit of curiosity in her words. Huh? Why are these glasses pink? The little guy said in a soft voice, and then jumped up happily, My grandma also bought me a pair of pink glasses when we went on a trip before, but unfortunately, she is not with me now. But now I miss my grandpa and grandma so much, and I also miss my grandma and grandpa. The little guy was talking to himself, completely unaware of the embarrassed looks on his father and mother's faces. Xia Wanning glanced down at herself and saw that her chiffon shirt was soaked through and stuck tightly to her body, but she didn't even notice it. What made her even more embarrassed was that the glasses her daughter was talking about were actually her bra, which was being stared at by her daughter and Lin Muhang. Xia Wanning felt so embarrassed that she should crawl into the ground, especially because of her pink and tender underwear, which made her so embarrassed that her face seemed to bleed. Her heart beat faster, her hands tightly grasped the corners of her clothes, and her feet seemed to be blocked, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Lin Muhang said gently, Go change your clothes. I'll put pajamas on Wan Wan. There was some tenderness and consideration in his words, trying to ease Xia Wanning's embarrassment. Okay. Xia Wanning nodded, then walked to the next room with the towel. When she took off her clothes, she realized that there were no clothes of her own here. The clothes I wore just now were wet, and it felt like a see-through outfit when I put them on. It would only be more embarrassing to put them on again. Just when she was helpless, Xia Wanning heard Lin Muhang's footsteps, and then shyly shouted through the door, Lin Muhang? There was a hint of nervousness and uneasiness in her voice. Yes, I'm here. After hearing the call, Lin Muhong leaned close to the door of the second bedroom and answered. Then, Xia Wanning said shyly, "Can you lend me your clothes?" Fearing that the other party might misunderstand her, she quickly explained, "My clothes are wet, and there are no clean clothes for me here." After hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, "Of course, please wait a moment." After that, he went back to the room, took out a white t-shirt, came to the door of the second bedroom and knocked. "I've put the shirt on the handle for you. I'm going to heat up the milk. Please open the door and take it." "Okay." After hearing the footsteps of Lin Muhong leaving, Xia Wanning covered her chest and opened the door embarrassedly to take her clothes. She clutched her white t-shirt tightly, her heart beating very fast. Xia Wanning lowered her head and smelled the clothes, then smiled. It was the smell of Libby laundry detergent. After putting on her clothes, she came out of the room shyly, just in time to see Lin Muhong walking towards her with milk. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she didn't dare look directly into Lin Muhong's eyes. Xia Wanning clutched the corner of her clothes and said gratefully, "Thank you for lending me your clothes. I'll wash them and bring them back to you." "Yeah, okay." Lin Muhong nodded. After the two entered the room, Wanwan saw the clothes on Xia Wanning while drinking milk, and said softly, "Mom, why are you wearing Dad's clothes? Is it because Daddy's clothes are pretty?" The little guy tilted his head and thought about it. After a moment, he shook his head and said excitedly, "Oh, I know. Daddy must like to see Mommy wearing Daddy's clothes, especially when sleeping, right?" Chapter 38. This child actually tells the truth. After saying this, Wanwan blinked her big eyes, looking forward to her mother's affirmation. Hearing this, Lin Muhong raised his head and met Xia Wanning's eyes. Looking at the other person's shy little face that looked like a red apple, he quickly explained, "Wanwan must be talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." There was a bit of embarrassment and helplessness in his voice, and he muttered to himself in his heart, "This little cotton padded jacket is leaking, it's really a bummer." After hearing her father's explanation, Wanwan didn't buy it. She put her hands on her hips proudly, stomped her little feet, and said stubbornly, "I'm not talking nonsense, Dad, don't you like to see Mom wear it?" After saying that, she tilted her head and looked at her father with a questioning look. Seeing this, Lin Muhong's face was filled with embarrassment, and he secretly complained in his heart, how could this child tell the truth? He coughed and tried to change the subject. "Baby, you should go to bed, otherwise Daddy won't make you dumplings tomorrow." As he said that, he reached out and pulled Wanwan into the quilt. When Wanwan heard the word Xiaolongbao, her eyes immediately lit up. She loved the Xiaolongbao made by her father the most. So she lay down obediently, her little fingers still tightly grasping a corner of the quilt, as if she was afraid that the quilt would run away. At this time, she blinked her eyes, looked at Xia Wanning playfully, and said, "Mom, can you tell me a story tonight?" "Okay." Xia Wanning smiled gently. She sat on the bed and read softly the story on the phone that Lin Muhong handed over. Looking at this scene, Lin Muhong couldn't help but complain in his heart, he just published a storybook, but he still has to read it on his phone. How pitiful. In less than 15 minutes, Wanwan fell asleep. Xia Wanning considerately covered the little one with a quilt and then quietly left the room. She handed the phone to Lin Muhong and praised, "The story you found is really good. Wanwan likes listening to it very much." Lin Muhong grinned, did not answer, and silently sent Xia Wanning to the elevator. After the elevator door was completely closed, he turned back to the room to wash up. However, at this moment, he was surprised to find that the story on his mobile phone had been removed from the shelves. He frowned, his heart full of doubts and confusion. He refreshed the page several times, but still no response. Lin Muhong frowned, wondering, what is going on? In order to find out what was going on, he called Zhou Shudong. Zhou Shudong was busy at this time. When he saw Lin Muhong's call, he went to an empty corner and answered it. He knew that the other party called because the story was taken off the shelves. Sure enough, Lin Muhong started asking as soon as he opened his mouth. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong sighed and said, "I received a call from the Radio, Film and Television Bureau tonight, saying that some of the plots in your story are rather cruel and that the story involving such content must be removed from the shelves and can only be put back online after rectification." After hearing this, Lin Muhong was extremely confused. How could he write a cruel story? He is also a father now, and he knows that children's hearts are so fragile and innocent. He asked in confusion, "What's the cruel part?" Zhou Shudong heard this and replied angrily, "People said you wrote that the big bad wolf ate the little white rabbit. How could you eat a rabbit when it's so cute?" There was a hint of ridicule and helplessness in his voice, as if he was telling something extremely absurd. Some mothers said that their babies were very sad after hearing this plot, and then they complained and reported you about these stories. Zhou Shudong's tone was full of helplessness. Lin Muhong was so angry that he laughed when he heard this answer. He had never been so speechless before. Although he was very angry when he heard the reason, he also knew that the matter was not that simple and there must be people behind the scenes fanning the flames. Then he said, "We are definitely being targeted. We don't need to think about who it is." Zhou Shudong nodded and sighed. "It's not just Tongchu.com this time. I received news that those relatively famous websites have teamed up to mess with us and want to bring us down. Today these few articles are in trouble, and tomorrow they will find other reasons to deal with the remaining articles. They won't stop until they have ruined the website." Zhou Shudong continued, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. Lin Muhong smiled playfully upon hearing this. "Since Tongchu.com was the first to take action, don't blame us for being rude. You're..." After hearing this, Zhou Shudong wondered, will they listen to us then? His heart was still filled with worry. "Don't worry," Lin Muhong said confidently. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shudong began to contact relevant personnel one by one. Although he was somewhat pessimistic about Lin Muhong's idea, there was no other way now. Since waking up in the morning, Xia Wanning has been busy with the debate competition. She is the president of the student union and is responsible for organizing this debate, which is a heavy responsibility. At that time, the venue for the debate had already been determined to be in Lecture Hall 101. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the school specially selected 50 students from each grade to serve as scorers for the debate. The contestants are also ready, and they are all full of energy and high morale. Before the start, everyone drew lots to decide the order of performance. There were 12 students in total participating in the competition. Xia Wanning was lucky enough to be drawn as the last one. She has been busy arranging things up front, and her classmates are also making final preparations. At this time, a figure quietly entered the backstage. She quietly opened Xia Wanning's backpack, took out the computer, and quickly browsed the content of the debate. After reading it, her eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. She hated herself for trying so hard this time, but why was she still not as good as Xia Wanning? Jealousy can make a person unrecognizable. She noticed the cup in her hand, which was filled with water she had just filled from the water dispenser. Without hesitation, she unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the water onto the computer. As she watched the computer screen gradually dim, she felt an inexplicable pleasure in her heart. After doing all this, she came out from the backstage happily. The woman was extremely excited. This time, she would definitely get the first place and would also be the leader of the debate team. At this time, Xia Wanning was standing at the door of the classroom, looking forward to it. Soon, she saw the figures of the father and daughter. I saw Wan wearing a pink puffy skirt with 2 little pigtails on her head, running towards her happily. She looks like a cute little angel, making people want to hug her. Mom, I look beautiful today." Wan ran to Xia Wanning, tilted her head and asked with a smile. "Beautiful. Our Wan is the most beautiful." Xia Wanning pinched Wan's little face lovingly, then led the two of them into the classroom. Chapter 39, Wan cheers for her mother. Coming to the window seat, Lin Muhong took Wan's little hand and gently held her in the seat. After sitting down, the little guy was like a busy little bee, struggling to pull the small school bag on his back onto the table. When she put it down gently, a lot of dust flew up on the table, and Wan's white and tender little hands were also stained with some dust. She picked up the bag and saw that the bottom was dirty. Immediately, the little girl's face wrinkled up, she pouted, and looked unhappy. "Ah! The bag is dirty, how could this happen?" There was some grievance and confusion in her voice, which made people want to comfort her. Seeing this, Xia Wanning gently patted Wan's little head and said softly, "Mom will get you some wet wipes now. Just wipe it and it will be clean. Don't be sad." After listening to her mother's words, Wan nodded obediently, with anticipation shining in her big eyes. Then she sat motionless on the chair waiting, looking so adorable. Xia Wanning turned and walked backstage, picked up her school bag, and searched for wet wipes inside. Suddenly, she frowned, her face full of confusion and surprise. She wondered to herself, why is the bag so wet? What's going on? Xia Wanning complained in her heart. There was no water in the bag, only wet wipes and a laptop, and the wet wipes came in a small package. It was impossible for them to print out so much water. She hurriedly poured out everything in her bag and discovered that the computer was covered in water stains, which made her heart tighten. She hurriedly pressed the power button on the computer, but the computer did not respond and the screen was black. Her heart skipped a beat. The competition was about to begin. What should she do? Her computer was broken and all her manuscripts were in it. Xia Wanning was so anxious that she was running around in circles. Finally, she could only run out from the backstage holding her computer. At this moment, Gao Xingyue saw the scene, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was secretly delighted in his heart. Xia Wanning, let's see how you compete with me now. Xia Wanning came to Lin Muhong with an anxious look on her face, holding the computer tightly in both hands, and asked with a trembling voice, my computer is broken, can you fix it? Lin Muhong took the computer and looked at it carefully. There were still some residual water stains on it, which meant that water had entered the host computer. If it was another minor problem, he might be able to tinker with it, but with the host computer being flooded, he wasn't sure he could fix it, so he could only take it out and ask a professional to fix it. When Xia Wanning saw Lin Muhong's frown, she knew that there was no hope. And if we repair it now, it will be too late by the time she goes on stage to give her speech. Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning very apologetically. When he was about to say sorry, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his head. Ding! The system detected that Xia Wanning was in an emergency, so we are sending you a quick course on computer repair techniques and repair tools. As soon as the system finished speaking, the knowledge of computer repair flooded into his mind like a tide, and the repair tools magically appeared in his pocket. Lin Muhong took out his pocket and saw that the repair tool was just a palm-size 3-in-1 tool knife, but it looked like it should be enough. Just as Xia Wanning was about to leave with the computer to look for other solutions, Lin Muhong stopped her and said, how about I give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I can fix it. When Xia Wanning heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, as if she had grasped the last straw, and she nodded quickly and said, well, okay, you try it. Soon, the debate began in a tense atmosphere. The contestants expressed their views on the stage one by one, and time passed by second by second. At this time, Gao Xingyue walked down from the podium, his eyes full of satisfaction and pride. So far, she has the highest score of the game, 91 points. She firmly believed that she would definitely win first place, lead the school to compete with the opposing school, and become the pride of the school. When she met Xia Wanning in the backstage, she proudly whispered in her ear, your computer is broken, let's see what you can use to compete with me this time. Hearing this, Xia Wanning's expression changed. She turned her head to look at Gao Xingyue and asked, did you break my computer? You really won't give up until you achieve your goal. Gao Xingyue shrugged innocently and said, I didn't say I broke it. Don't accuse a good person. After saying that, she patted Xia Wanning on the shoulder and walked away. Looking at her back, Xia Wanning clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart, it's not the last moment yet, I hope you can still smile by then. Now success or failure all depends on Lin Muhong. Xia Wanning doesn't know why, but she trusts him very much, as if there is an inexplicable sense of trust supporting her. Soon, the 11th contestant came on stage, and there were still 5 minutes left before she went on stage. Xia Wanning paced anxiously back and forth backstage. It was soon her turn to go on stage. At this moment, Lin Muhong hurried to the backstage with his computer. When he saw Xia Wanning, he smiled as expected. The computer is repaired, take a look. Lin Muhong handed the computer to Xia Wanning. She looked at the lit computer screen, hugged Lin Muhong suddenly, and said with a choked voice, I knew you could do it, thank you. Lin Muhong was caught off guard by Xia Wanning's sudden enthusiasm. He smiled and felt Xia Wanning's softness. After realizing what was happening, Xia Wanning shyly let go of Lin Muhong, and then said excitedly, it's my turn to go on stage soon, I'll go get ready first. After saying that, she skipped out of the backstage like a little deer. Lin Muhong waved his hand, grinned, and came to Wan Wan. Wan Wan was sitting obediently on a chair looking at a painting book. Her serious look made people laugh. Lin Muhong gently closed the book and said softly, Wan Wan, it's Mom's turn soon. Shouldn't we cheer her up? Yes. Wan Wan nodded her little head like pounding garlic, and then quietly waited for her mother to come on stage. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Soon, Xia Wanning walked towards the podium holding a notebook. She was wearing a white dress and her hair was combed into a bun, looking very capable. There was an immediate round of applause from the audience, especially Wan Wan's chubby little hands, clapping very hard, with a proud smile on her little face. When Gao Xingyue saw this scene, a trace of panic and uneasiness flashed through his heart. She clenched her fists tightly and muttered in her heart, impossible. I saw with my own eyes that her computer broke down, how could it be fixed so quickly? That must be her last struggle. Yes, it must be that. She tried to comfort herself, but she was very anxious in her heart. Chapter 40? Looking for a stepmother for Wanwan? Seeing her mother at ease on the stage, Wanwan excitedly leaned close to Lin Muhang's ear and whispered, "Dad, Mom is so amazing on the stage. I want to be like her in the future, shining brightly on the stage and having everyone applaud for me." Lin Muhang felt warm at heart when he heard this. He scratched the tip of the little guy's nose and said with a doting look in his eyes, "Then you better try your best. Dad believes in you." After hearing this, Wanwan nodded vigorously, clenched her fists, and said firmly, "Dad, don't worry, I will definitely work hard." As they spoke, the father and daughter looked towards the podium again, only to see Xia Wanning talking animatedly on the stage, and Lin Muhang was fascinated by what she was saying. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems like marrying the school beauty is really good. As Xia Wanning's speech progressed, the atmosphere in the classroom became more and more heated. When she ended her speech with a powerful word, thunderous applause broke out in the classroom. Finally, the judges gave their scores, and Xia Wanning won first place with a high score of 96. Wanwan jumped up excitedly in the audience, clapping her hands and cheering. Gao Xinyue was so angry when she saw this scene. She clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and her heart was filled with resentment and anger. She had worked so hard and prepared so carefully for this competition, even destroying her opponent's computer to prevent her from giving a speech. Why could he still bully her? Should she be the second forever? She was unwilling to accept this. She really was unwilling to accept this. Just then, Xia Wanning walked up to the stage and announced the list of contestants for the debate. In addition to Gao Xinyue, 2 other boys were also selected. As everyone applauded and congratulated, Xia Wanning suddenly put her arm around Gao Xianyu's shoulders and whispered in her ear, "God is watching what you do. You will suffer for your own mistakes. You are also very good, why do you have to be so stubborn? I won't make a fuss about it this time. I hope you can take care of yourself." When Gao Xinyue heard this, her body stiffened. She felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. After all, there was no monitoring in the background, so a guess was useless, and Xia Wanning didn't want the other party to continue making mistakes. The debate was over and everyone left the classroom. Wanwan held Lin Muhang's hand and skipped along. "Dad, let's go congratulate Mom. She's so great." Lin Muhang smiled and nodded. When he was about to take Wanwan to congratulate them, a man suddenly walked into the classroom. The tall man, wearing a basketball uniform, shouted with joy on his face, "Ningning, congratulations." Wanwan turned her head curiously, looked at the strange uncle, blinked her eyes and asked, "Dad, who is he? Why does he call Mom so affectionately?" Lin Muhang's heart tightened. He didn't know who this man was, but when he heard him call him so affectionately and Xia Wanning saw how happy he was, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He squatted down and hugged Wanwan, and said softly, "That's Mom's friend. Mom is busy, so let's not disturb her. Dad will take you to dinner, okay?" "Yeah, okay." Although Wanwan was a little reluctant, she nodded sensibly and left with her father. Here, Xia Wanning ran up to the man and shouted excitedly, "Brother Ditsong, why are you here?" The man's name is Su Tsong, and he is Xia Wanning's neighbor's brother. Currently, Su Tsong is studying for a doctorate, and he is also a good brother to Xia Wanning's brother, so he treats Xia Wanning like a sister. "I heard that you were holding a debate competition, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that our Ningning is still so amazing. She stunned everyone as soon as she opened her mouth." Su Tsong praised with a smile. Xia Wanning waved her hand modestly, but her face was filled with a happy smile. "Brother Ditsong, you are too kind. By the way, let me introduce someone to you." Then she turned her head to look at the classroom, and saw that there was no one in the classroom except for the 2 people. She murmured, "Where did he go? He was here just now." After seeing this, Su Tsong smiled and joked, "Ningning, are you going to introduce your boyfriend to me? If your brother knew about this, he would definitely fly back from abroad immediately." Xia Wanning blushed with embarrassment after hearing this. She quickly changed the subject and said, "No, he is just an ordinary friend. He may have left for something. I will introduce you to each other next time." "Okay." Su Tsong nodded, and the 2 chatted for a while before parting. Carrying her school bag, Xia Wanning walked out of the classroom, took out her cell phone and checked, only to find that Lin Muhang had not sent her a single message. She felt a little disappointed and hesitated whether to call the other party. However, when she passed by the cafeteria, she was surprised to find Lin Muhang eating and chatting with a girl there. Moreover, his beloved daughter, Wan Wan, was by his side. When Xia Wan Ning saw the scene, her face suddenly darkened and she stomped her feet in anger. She stared at the girl with eyes wide open, her heart filled with jealousy. Xia Wan Ning looked at the two of them and muttered, "Lin Muhong, you are already looking for a stepmother for Wan Wan? You are awesome." Humph. She had been busy until now and her stomach was growling with hunger. She wanted to have lunch to celebrate her victory, but when she saw the scene, she instantly lost her appetite. Xia Wan Ning turned away angrily, feeling full of grievance and dissatisfaction. In the cafeteria, Lin Muhong was speechless as he looked at Hu Lily sitting opposite him. She was eating so fast as if she had not eaten at all. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch the food from you." Lin Muhong couldn't help but complain. He was also thinking about Xia Wan Ning and felt a little annoyed. Hu Lily didn't care when she heard this. Instead, she praised, "Boss Lin, the food in your school cafeteria is really delicious. You have never eaten takeout. It's 100 times worse than this." Seeing this, Lin Muhong shook his head helplessly. He might not have experienced the hardship of working people ordering takeout, so it was difficult for him to empathize with them. He smiled and said, "Then why don't you just order something delicious?" Hu Lily blinked her eyes and said expectantly, "The delicious food is too expensive. How about Mr. Lin, can you give us a raise?" Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong was speechless. What a guy, there are people waiting for him here. He smiled helplessly, "Next time we pay salaries, I'll give everyone a bonus of 10,000 yuan each. There are more than 30 people in the company, and each person earns 10,000 yuan, which adds up to more than 300,000 yuan. Although Lin Muhong feels sorry for the money, he also knows how difficult it is for his employees. What's more, everyone worked together to speed up the progress of the storybook and worked overtime to produce it, so these are the rewards they deserve. Mr. Lin is so generous. Thank you on behalf of everyone," Hu Lily said with great gratitude. Lin Muhong smiled and waved his hand, then continued to ask, "How is the thing I asked you to prepare going?" Chapter 41, Misunderstanding between Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong. Hu Lily looked up at Lin Muhong with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "You were such a black-hearted boss, at least let me finish my meal before discussing work." Hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, you eat it, you eat it." The other person has been in the workplace for several years, and Lin Muhong, a novice boss, really can't handle it. However, he still likes the feeling of being able to get along with his employees in a relaxed and pleasant manner. While eating, Wan Wan kept staring at Hu Lily, her big eyes full of love. Hu Lily felt her gaze and asked with a smile, "Little boy, why are you staring at you?" Her voice was gentle with a hint of teasing. "Because my aunt is very beautiful." Wan Wan blinked and said playfully. Hu Lily was so happy to be praised for her beauty, especially when praised by a child, because children cannot lie after all. "Baby, why are you so cute?" Hu Lily said to Wan Wan lovingly. At this moment, the little guy suddenly had an idea, and his soft voice sounded again, "Auntie, do you have a boyfriend? My uncle is very handsome, will you marry my uncle?" Hearing this, Hu Lily almost spit out a mouthful of rice. This little girl, who was so small, actually became a matchmaker. She coughed twice and glanced at Lin Muhong out of the corner of her eye. She saw that his face was slightly red and he looked a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Lin Muhong quickly tried to smooth things over. "The child is just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." Wan Wan refused to give in. She puffed out her chest proudly and said, "Dad, I'm not talking nonsense. Uncle is handsome and considerate, but it's a pity that he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Grandma and Grandpa are very worried." When Hu Lily heard the word dad, she felt her brain was not enough. A dad who was in college? A daughter who was about to go to kindergarten? Playing role-playing games here? However, she did not ask. After all, he was the boss. If she, an employee, asked about his family affairs, she would really be living too long. Hu Lily smiled, stroked Wan Wan's head, and joked, "Wow, your uncle is so nice, it's not a loss to be your aunt." When Wan Wan heard this, her eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "Wow, Auntie, do you agree? I'll tell my uncle when I see him." Her voice was full of anticipation and excitement, as if she had already seen her uncle and aunt's happy faces. "Okay." Hu Lily nodded with a smile. It wasn't a difficult task to coax a child. However, she never expected that this unintentional joke of hers would actually get her into trouble. It seems that people really can't agree blindly. After eating and drinking, Hu Lily began to report on her recent work progress. After finishing the report, Lin Muhang nodded and said, "There is a drinking party tonight, you can come with me then." "Okay, no problem." Hu Lily agreed readily and left. Before leaving, Wan said to her playfully, "Aunt Lily, wait for me to bring uncle to find you." "Okay." Hu Lily smiled knowingly, then left the cafeteria in her high heels. On the other side, Xia Wanning returned to the dormitory and sat on the bed sulking. She was holding a bag of chicken feet in her hand and eating them angrily in big mouthfuls, as if she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction on the chicken feet. After Xiao Xiao entered the dormitory, she saw her roommate sitting on the bed with a resentful look in his eyes, and asked curiously, "Ningning, you didn't make it to the debate competition? How is that possible?" Hearing this answer, Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, then sat on the bed and said with a smile, "Did you have a quarrel with Lin Muhang?" "No, I didn't," Xia Wanning said excitedly. You could tell she was lying from her shy look. Seeing Xiao Xiao covering her mouth and laughing secretly, Xia Wanning came over to her angrily and sat down next to her, saying with a sad face, "Actually, we didn't have any quarrel." There was a hint of helplessness and grievance in her voice. "What's going on?" Xiao Xiao asked puzzledly. Xia Wanning hesitated for a moment, then told Xiao Xiao the whole story. After hearing this, Xiao Xiao indignantly confirmed again, "He didn't tell you when he left the classroom, and he was eating with Wan and chatting and laughing with the girls?" She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Is this kid really going to find a stepmother for Wan? After hearing her roommate's analysis, Xia Wanning's sense of crisis intensified. She admitted that she was a little selfish, but she just didn't want to see Lin Muhang with other girls. She secretly complained in her heart, "Could it be that I really like him? But Lin Muhang should have someone he likes." Thinking of this, she suddenly felt so sad, so sad. Xia Wanning's eyes were slightly red, tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Seeing her roommate's listless look, Xiao Xiao hurriedly comforted her, "Ningning, you are Wan's biological mother, so you are closer to her than to others. Even if Lin Muhang already has someone he likes, you two can still foster your relationship by spending time with the child. With your looks, you will definitely be able to win him over." After listening to this, Xia Wanning nodded, her heart filled with hope. After all, their family has spent so much time together, and she believes she has a chance to win Lin Muhang's heart. After being enlightened by Xiao Xiao, she felt much better. After class, Xia Wanning was packing up her books when her cell phone suddenly rang. When she saw that it was Lin Muhang calling, her heart tightened, and then she happily answered the call. Soon, the other party's voice came, "Are you free now? I have something to do tonight, so I might need you to take care of Wan. Okay, where are you? I'll come find you." Xia Wanning agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Xia Wanning walked towards the school gate. Soon, a Dior car was seen parked opposite the school with the window half open, and Lin Muhang and Wan were sitting inside. When Wan saw Xia Wanning, she waved at her excitedly and shouted, Mom, Dad and I are here." Xia Wanning walked quickly to the front of the car, and saw little Wan saying in a milky voice, "Mom, you are here." She jumped out of the car happily and threw herself into Xia Wanning's arms. Her little hands were tightly around her mother's neck, as if she was afraid that she would run away. "Mom came here as soon as get out of class was over." "Is Wan being well behaved?" Xia Wanning asked gently while tidying up the little tuft of hair on Wan's head. "Be good," Wan said with a smile. Although Xiao Xiao's analysis was correct, Xia Wanning still felt a little awkward after meeting Lin Muhang. Perhaps she still felt a little aggrieved and dissatisfied. After all, when she saw Lin Muhang and Hu Lily together, she felt very upset. Lin Muhang was the same. When he saw the seemingly intimate interaction between Xia Wanning and Su Song, he felt like there was a thorn in his heart. He took a deep breath, tried to adjust his emotions, and then said, "I may be back late tonight, Wan is in your care." "It's okay, just focus on your work," Xia Wanning replied softly, but with a hint of distance and politeness. As soon as the two finished talking, an urgent voice sounded. Chapter 42? Xia Wanning leaves her father and keeps her daughter? Hu Lily said softly with a hint of apology, "Sorry, I'm late." "It's not too late, get in the car," Lin Muhang answered calmly. Hu Lily saw her boss sitting in the driver's seat. She stood in front of the car door, hesitated for a moment, and glanced around the car. "Sit in the back seat? Wouldn't that mean the boss is the driver?" She muttered to herself, but finally decided to sit in the passenger seat, with a hint of relief on her face. When Xia Wanning saw that the person coming was the girl who was chatting and laughing with Lin Muhang at noon, her eyes were full of jealousy. After seeing Hu Lily sitting down, Lin Muhang turned to Wan Wan with a smile, his eyes full of doting. Baby, daddy will come back as soon as he is done with his work to accompany you. Yeah. The little guy nodded obediently, with anticipation twinkling in his big eyes. Then he waved his little hand and said sweetly, goodbye, Daddy, and Aunt Lily. Lin Muhang's eyes stayed on Xia Wanning for a moment, his eyes were complex and deep. In the end, he said nothing, just nodded slightly, and drove away. Looking at the car slowly driving away, especially seeing Hu Lily sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Wanning felt a little uncomfortable. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly, feeling mixed emotions. Although Lin Muhang is Wan Wan's father, in Xia Wanning's eyes, he is just a man who values women over girls. In order to live in a world of two, he actually left Wan Wan to her. She stood there, unwilling to leave for a long time, with a determined light flashing in her eyes, as if she had silently made up her mind, if Lin Muhang didn't have time, she could take care of the child by herself. There is a saying that goes, go with the father and keep the daughter. In the car, Hu Lily was talking intermittently. Suddenly, she asked curiously, Boss Lin, who was that person next to Wan Wan just now? She is Wan Wan's mother. Lin Muhang was stunned for a moment and spoke. After hearing this, Hu Lily nodded in sudden realization and said with a smile, oh, I thought so. No wonder she looked at me with a strange look in her eyes. There was a hint of teasing in her tone, but it also revealed a bit of sharpness. What do you mean? Lin Muhang asked in confusion, frowning slightly, obviously surprised by the answer. After hearing this, Hu Lily smiled and blinked her eyes, and said confidently, she regards me as a love rival. I don't know why, but when I heard these words, Lin Muhang felt inexplicably happy and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He began to reflect on his own behavior. Could it be that he really misunderstood the other person? At that time, in a private room of the hotel, Zhou Shudong called the editors-in-chief of all websites except Tongshu.com. Everyone sat on the bench, looking at each other, somewhat confused about Zhou Shudong's arrangement of the game, with a bit of confusion and curiosity in their eyes. Mr. Zhou, why did you call all of us here? An editor-in-chief asked first, with a bit of impatience in his tone. You might as well revise your article instead of wasting time here. Another editor-in-chief echoed, with a mocking gleam in his eyes. After hearing this, Zhou Shudong cursed in his heart. Sure enough, it was these bastards who did this. But he remained calm on the surface, smiling and saying to everyone, why I called you here today, you will know in a moment. 2 more people are about to arrive. They will be here soon. Everyone present was wondering who the people coming were. Some even guessed that they were from Tongshu.com. Zhou Shudong smiled without saying anything. 5 minutes later, the door of the box was pushed open, and Lin Muhang and Hu Lily walked in smiling. Their appearance surprised the editors. After all, this circle is very small and everyone knows each other. There was surprise and curiosity in everyone's eyes as they looked at the 2 unfamiliar figures. Who are these 2 people? Someone looked at Zhou Shudong and asked, with a hint of doubt in his tone. He smiled and stood up from his chair, walked over to Lin Muhang, and solemnly introduced him to everyone. This is the author Zhong Qianni, the one you banned. Upon hearing this, the editors looked at Lin Muhang with disbelief in their eyes. After all, someone who can write such a good children's story shouldn't be that young. Seeing everyone's confusion, Lin Muhang smiled and said, I am indeed the real Zhong Qianni. I called you all here today through Mr. Zhou because I have a business deal to discuss with you all. What business? Zhang Anren asked first, her eyes revealing a bit of curiosity and anticipation. You sit down and listen to me. Lin Muhang sat down first, and then continued, I know that the launch of Caterpillar will have some impact on your website. But even if one caterpillar is gone, there are still thousands and millions of caterpillars. We should still find a way out for the website. It's easy to say, but if we could find a way out, we wouldn't. One of the editors sneered, with helplessness flashing in his eyes. Lin Muhang waved his hand and said with a smile, hey, you don't have to find this way out. I will give it to you. He looked at the people present confidently. Seeing that everyone was very interested, he continued, I know that it was not your intention to cooperate with Tongshu.com. I can understand that. But as the industry leader, it must be very uncomfortable for Tongshu.com to be suppressed by them. Lin Muhang's words revealed a sense of resonance and understanding, as if he was speaking for the editors. The editors looked at each other after hearing this. After all, they were a small website and it was impossible for them to compete head-on with the top websites. Now there is a chance to surpass it. Are you willing to give it a try? Lin Muhan's words were full of temptation and expectation, and everyone felt itchy after hearing it. You have to tell me what the opportunity is. After all, everyone can brag. One of the bald editors said, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lin Muhan grinned and complained in his heart, they are all old foxes who won't release the eagle until they see the rabbit. Then he looked at everyone and said with a smile, there are so many children across the country, and children don't just read one storybook. If everyone compiles the popular stories on their own websites into a story collection, there will definitely be a market for it. Lin Muhan's words were full of confidence and expectation. Today's parents are very concerned about age-appropriate enlightenment, and if popular stories are made into cartoons, they will be very popular. After finishing speaking, Lin Muhan looked at Hu Lily and continued, the person next to me is Hu Lily, the editor-in-chief of Woyo Publishing House. You can contact her for publishing matters. Upon hearing this, Hu Lily looked at everyone and said with a smile, our publishing house is looking for cooperation in this area. To show our sincerity, we are willing to give 70% of the profit on the sales of cartoons and storybooks. All you have to do is authorize us to tell your story, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Just wait for the money to be shared. How can there be such a good thing in this world? When the editors heard this, they couldn't believe it, with surprise and confusion flashing in their eyes. Chapter 43, Being Sold but Still Counting Money for Lin Muhan. Hu Lily nodded, a confident smile on her face. Of course, we are all doing things according to the contract. If you still have doubts, you might as well search the internet for the reputation of Woyo Publishing House. It is obvious to all. If you miss this opportunity to cooperate, it will be too late to regret it later. Her words caused ripples in the hearts of the editors present. They began to discuss with each other, with excitement glittering in their eyes. At this time, Zhang Yanren was the first to break the silence. She stood up and replied with a smile, we, Tree Baby, are willing to cooperate with your publishing house. As soon as she finished speaking, other editors-in-chief also expressed their willingness to work hand in hand with Woyo Publishing House to create brilliance together. Seeing that everyone agreed so quickly, Zhou Shudong was surprised. He widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Seeing this, Lin Muhan was secretly proud of himself. He raised his teacup and said with a smile, since everyone is so straightforward, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Happy cooperation. Hu Lily was in high spirits when she took out several contracts that she had prepared in advance from her bag. She gently spread the contracts on the table and smiled at everyone, if there are no problems, you can take them back and have them signed by the boss. Our publishing house is very efficient. Once the cooperation is confirmed, we will start production immediately. The editors picked up the contract and read it carefully. Hu Lily continued, after signing tomorrow, mail the contract to our publishing house. Now that we have confirmed the cooperation, we will produce the storybooks and age-appropriate animations as soon as possible. However, I have to remind everyone that there are several websites here and we cannot produce them all at the same time. There must be a sequence. We will produce the work of whoever sends the contract first. There was a sly smile in her words, as if suggesting that everyone should hurry up. When the editors present heard this, they all had some concerns in their minds. They took out their mobile phones and secretly contacted their bosses. Some even used the excuse of going to the bathroom to take the contract, but in fact they asked someone to deliver it to their boss. Seeing this, Hu Lily curled up a smug smile. She thought to herself, Mr. Lin's move was really brilliant. Not only did it successfully attract everyone's attention, but it also cleverly made them feel a sense of urgency. After a while, everyone sat back in the private room. Lin Muhan said with a smile, since we are a partner, then Tongchu.com. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an editor-in-chief. Don't worry, we will definitely not listen to her arrangements. She relies on her status as the big brother to bully us younger ones. Now that she has a new way out, she is nothing. Another editor-in-chief also agreed, that's right, now we are not afraid of her. With the support of Worry-Free Publishing House, we will definitely be able to produce better content. Listening to everyone's opinions, Lin Muhan felt even more proud. He smiled and nodded. Now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need for him to stay here. Before leaving, he pulled Hu Lily out and said in a deep voice, your work is over, go home quickly, I will reimburse you for the travel expenses. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. Hu Lily waved her hand and left with a smile. At this time, Zhou Shudong suddenly chased out from the restaurant. He said shyly, Boss Lin, can our website also cooperate with your publishing house? Lin Muhang stopped, thought for a moment, and replied, "Forget it." "Why?" Zhou Shudong asked anxiously. He didn't understand why Lin Muhang would cooperate with others but not him. Could it be that he disliked that his website was small and not well known? Seeing this, Lin Muhang patiently explained, "I set a trap for those websites this time. Although storybooks and age-appropriate stories can indeed make money, it takes a long time to recover the funds. If you rent out the copyright directly, you can save trouble and make money. Do you understand now?" "Oh, I understand." Zhou Shudong nodded in sudden realization. "Boss Lin, you are really my benefactor." Hearing this, Lin Muhang waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Keep working hard. Maybe you'll be the boss in this circle in the future." "Okay." Zhou Shudong nodded happily. After getting in the car, Lin Muhang drove towards home, his eyes full of joy. Although the decision he proposed sounds beneficial to those websites, the publishers are the ones who really make money. He was secretly proud of himself. These websites were sold and he was counting the money for himself. After returning home, the room was dark. Lin Muhang turned on the light in the living room and found Xia Wanning sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with her hair casually draped over her shoulders. Lin Muhang was startled. He didn't expect Xia Wanning to be sitting here waiting for him. After a moment, he asked, "Wan fell asleep?" "Yeah, I slept for a while." Xia Wanning nodded and replied. Then she stood up from the sofa, put on her bag and said, "Since you're back, I'll leave first. I'll come to see Wan tomorrow morning." Lin Muhang looked at the clock on the wall and said worriedly, "It's so late, don't leave. You and Wan sleep in the master bedroom, and I'll sleep in the second bedroom." "Okay then." Xia Wanning nodded. Today happened to be Friday, so there was no need to check the dormitories. At this time, Lin Muhang hesitated whether to ask the other party about the man in the classroom. However, when he saw Xia Wanning had turned and walked towards the master bedroom, he finally retracted his hand that was trying to stop her. He was struggling in his heart. Even if he wanted to ask, what identity should he use to ask? Wan's father? But the two of them had agreed at the beginning not to disturb each other's life. The question of love is so profound that Lin Muhang tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Xia Wanning in the master bedroom also had trouble falling asleep. She lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with wide eyes, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Lying next to Wan, she thought a lot. Even if she had to leave her father behind and keep her daughter, she had to have enough money. In the evening, she took an urgent order, which was a comic convention, to cosplay anime characters. Xiao Xiao helped her find this part-time job. She could earn 2,000 yuan a day. Although it might be a bit hard, she felt that it was all worth it when she thought about providing better living conditions for Wan. As soon as the sky was getting light, Xia Wanning came out of Lin Muhang's house. After waking up, he saw the note left by Xia Wanning and felt mixed emotions. It was a sunny Sunday, and Lin Muhang took Wan to the playground to bask in the sun. Wan was wearing a cute little skirt and running around on the grass. Lin Muhang sat beside her and watched her with a happy smile on his face. At this time, a gaze rested on Lin Muhang. The man clenched his fists, his eyes full of indignation. Chapter 44? Dad, do you like Mom? The woman strode angrily to Lin Muhang. She glared at him fiercely, her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, and her tone was full of reproach. "Lin Muhang, are you going to find a stepmother for Wan? Seeing the person coming, Lin Muhang frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He looked at the girl in front of him carefully and felt that she looked familiar. After a moment, he remembered that she was Xia Wanning's roommate, the straightforward Xiao Qiao. However, when he heard what the other party said, he was puzzled and frowned. "When did I find a stepmother for Wan? Did Xia Wanning tell you that?" He asked doubtfully, muttering to himself. No wonder Xia Wanning had been a little distant from him these past 2 days. It turned out she had misunderstood him. He felt very aggrieved, as if he had been greatly misunderstood. "I don't have this idea at all. How could she think that I want to find a stepmother for Wan? After hearing this, Xiao Qiao's tone softened a little, but he was still indignant on behalf of his roommate. She put her hands on her hips and said righteously, "On the day of Ningning's debate competition, you didn't wait for her and ate with other girls, chatting and laughing. Isn't that right?" Her eyes were shining with heartache for her friend, as if Lin Muhang was the unfaithful man. When Lin Muhang heard this, he immediately understood the reason. He sighed helplessly and explained, "The person who had dinner with me was my colleague. We were talking about work that day. After he finished speaking, a trace of dissatisfaction surged in his heart, his brows knitted, and his tone was a bit complaining. On the day of the debate, Xiao Ning was talking happily with a man, so I didn't disturb her. Xiao Xiao saw that the other person seemed to be jealous. She smiled helplessly, with a bit of teasing and ridicule in her eyes. That's Ning Ning's neighbor's brother. We grew up together, and he has a girlfriend. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Lin Muhong was instantly happy, his brows relaxed, and a relieved smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Xiao Xiao continued, Ning Ning mistakenly thought you found a stepmother for Wan Wan, and she was so sad. It can be seen that she has you in her heart. What's your attitude towards our Ning Ning? Xiao Xiao asked curiously, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. When Lin Muhong heard this, his ears turned red instantly, as if they were burned by fire. He lowered his head shyly and did not answer. Although the other party didn't reply, Xiao Xiao knew clearly that both parties were interested in each other. Since it was a misunderstanding, Xiao Xiao prepared to leave. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Muhong suddenly stopped her and asked anxiously, do you know what Xiao Ning is busy with recently? His eyes were full of concern. Don't you know? Xiao Xiao asked back. She thought the other party knew. Then, she replied, Ning Ning has found a part-time job these days, cosplaying anime characters, at Green 100 Plaza. Again? Lin Muhong repeated the word doubtfully, with a trace of heartache in his eyes. Yes, she found a part-time job last time, distributing flyers while wearing a teddy bear. The weather was so hot, I don't know how she managed to hold on. Xiao Xiao said helplessly, her eyes full of heartache. At this time, Lin Muhong felt very sad after hearing this. It turned out that the other party was also working hard for this family. He turned around and called Wan Wan, who was playing on the lawn, and said with a gentle smile, Baby, let's go find mommy. Lin Muhong held Wan Wan in his arms, looked at Xiao Xiao gratefully, and said sincerely, Thank you. You're welcome. Don't tell Ning Ning that I said that, otherwise she will definitely be unhappy. Xiao Xiao instructed. Don't worry. Lin Muhong nodded, then he turned around and went home with Wan Wan in his arms. After getting the car keys, the father and daughter drove excitedly towards Green 100 Plaza. Not long after, Lin Muhong brought Wan Wan to the comic convention. The little guy seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He opened his mouth wide and his eyes were round in amazement. Wow, Dad, it's so fun here. Those sisters are wearing white wings on their backs, they look so beautiful, she said while pointing at the cosplay characters with her little hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. After he finished speaking, the little guy tilted his head and suddenly looked at Lin Muhong in confusion, blinking his big eyes and asked, But Dad, aren't we here to find Mom? What are we doing here? Lin Muhong touched her head lovingly and said with a smile, Because Mom is here, Wan Wan, you must keep your eyes open to find Mom. Okay. The little guy nodded obediently, and then began to look around the venue, as if he was afraid of missing his mother. Then, the father and daughter started walking around the venue. At the same time, Xiao Ning was taking photos with the audience who loved anime. Because of her good looks and appearance, many people wanted to take photos with her. She stood there and actively cooperated with everyone with a bright smile on her face. At this moment, Wan Wan in the distance suddenly stretched out her chubby little hand and pointed at the distance, shouting in surprise, Dad, is that Mom? Lin Muhong looked in the direction of his sight and saw Xiao Ning standing there taking a photo with someone else. She was wearing a gorgeous cosplay costume and had white wings on her back, like a fairy in the sky. He nodded happily and said with a smile, Yes, that's Mom. Shall we go find her? Okay. Wan Wan nodded, and her pink little mouth praised, Mom looks so beautiful today. Dad, do you like it? The little girl asked sweetly, her eyes full of curiosity. Lin Muhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. He scratched the tip of his nose and said, Baby, do you know what love is? I know. Wan Wan nodded, and the little girl said seriously, just like Wan Wan likes to read picture books. She feels lost when she can't see. Her tone was full of innocence and purity. After hearing this, Lin Muhong's heart tightened. He didn't expect that his daughter was more insightful than himself. He smiled and touched Wan Wan's head, praising her, Our baby Wan Wan knows so much. Dad, you haven't told me whether you like it or not. The little girl asked curiously, looking eager to know the answer. She blinked her big eyes, looking forward to her father's answer. Lin Muhong smiled, nodded heavily, and said, I like it. He of course Dad likes it. Because that's Mom. After the little guy said that, he ran towards Xiao Ning excitedly. As she ran, she called out sweetly, "Mom, Mom." Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Wanning looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw her cute daughter running towards her like a little angel. Her heart tightened and she asked, "Baby, how did you get here? Where's your dad?" Chapter 45, Wanwan takes a family photo with her father and mother. Dad is there. Wanwan's chubby little hand pointed at Lin Muhong, who was slowly walking towards her. Hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves relaxed instantly. She thought that the other party had abandoned her daughter again and was enjoying his own world with another woman. Fortunately, she didn't, otherwise she really wouldn't mind taking Wanwan away and taking care of her herself. Soon, Lin Muhong walked up to Xia Wanning with a gentle smile on his face. "Hi, I hope I didn't disturb you." "Excuse me," Xia Wanning said lightly. After all, what happened on the day of the debate was still vivid in her mind, so she was surprised to see Lin Muhong being indifferent and even speaking in a very bad tone. Then, she squatted on the ground and patiently said to Wanwan, "Baby, Mom is still working now. Can you play with Dad for a while? I will accompany you after Mom is done." "Oh, okay." The little guy pouted, his face full of reluctance, but still nodded obediently. After finishing speaking, Xia Wanning turned her head and looked at Lin Muhong, with a hint of indifference and alienation in her tone. "I have to work, you take Wanwan for a walk here." "Yeah, okay." Lin Muhong nodded. He felt the other party's cold attitude and felt empty in his heart. He knew that the misunderstanding between them had not been resolved, but now was not the time to solve the problem. He should wait until he got home to explain it to the school bell. Next, Xia Wanning continued to take photos with the tourists. She had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes drifted towards the father and daughter from time to time. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Muhong taking Wanwan out of her sight. She felt uncomfortable being stared at by acquaintances. However, at the end of the line, Lin Muhong pulled Wanwan into a long queue. The little guy blinked his big eyes and asked curiously, "Dad, what are we doing?" "Wanwan, do you want to take a photo with your mother?" Lin Muhong squatted down, looked at his daughter's bright eyes, and asked gently. "I want to." After hearing this question, Wanwan jumped up happily, with excitement shining in her eyes. Then, she hugged Lin Muhong's thigh and said in a soft voice, "Wanwan not only wants to take a photo with her mother, but also with her father. Can we take a photo of the three of us as a family later?" Her little face was full of anticipation and excitement. "Of course you can." Lin Muhong smiled with relief when he heard that. He looked up at Xia Wanning, remembered her attitude towards him, and then instructed Wanwan, "Baby, tell Mom about taking pictures. Whatever Dad says is useless." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Wanwan thought for a moment and nodded, her little face full of seriousness and determination. "Yeah, Dad has the lowest status in the family and doesn't have much say. Then leave this matter to me." She patted her chest with her little hands, as if she was accepting an important task. Lin Muhong was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He originally wanted his daughter to be his wingman, but he didn't expect it to be so heartbreaking. The team was moving forward very quickly, getting closer and closer to Xia Wanning, and it was the father and daughter's turn next. After Xia Wanning took a photo of the previous tourist, she turned around and said with a smile, "Hello." Upon hearing this, Wanwan hugged her thighs, blinked her eyes and said playfully, "Mom, it's us." Xia Wanning was very surprised to see the father and daughter in the team. "Why are you here?" There was a hint of confusion and doubt in her voice. "We want to take a photo with Mom," Wanwan said sweetly, and then urged Lin Muhong, "Dad, take out your phone quickly." Her little hand pulled the corner of Lin Muhong's clothes, her eyes full of eagerness. "Oh, okay." Lin Muhong nodded, then took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera. Seeing this, Wanwan pulled Xia Wanning's arm and said coquettishly, "Mom, let's take a photo of our family of three. Mom is so beautiful today, I want to record it." Her little hand gently shook Xia Wanning's arm, her eyes full of anticipation. Actually, Xia Wanning wanted to refuse in her heart. Thinking back to how Lin Muhong was talking and laughing with others, she felt very uncomfortable. So, she was very resistant to interacting with Lin Muhong, and didn't want to pretend to be affectionate in front of the camera. Lin Muhong saw her entanglement and helplessness, so he retreated and said, "Forget it, I won't take pictures. I'll take pictures of you and your daughter." When Wanwan heard this, she shook her head, frowned, and her face was full of reluctance. "No. I want my daddy. I want my daddy." Her little hands tightly grasped Lin Muhong's hands. Lin Muhong was very satisfied with his daughter's reaction, and he secretly gave her a thumbs up. When Wanwan saw this, she made an okay gesture behind her back, then blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Xiaowaning, as if tears were about to flow out in the next second. Looking at her daughter's eyes full of expectation, Xiaowaning couldn't bear to refuse. She knew that it was a very happy thing for her daughter to take photos with her parents. So, she could only force a smile and agreed to the proposal. Okay, let's take a photo as a family of 3. Hearing this, Wanwan broke into a bright smile, with 2 dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. She jumped up excitedly. Great! We can take a photo together. Lin Muhong was holding the phone, Wanwan was sandwiched between the two of them, and Xiaowaning was standing on the right. Wanwan saw through the phone screen that her mother was not smiling, so she immediately turned around and poked Xiaowaning's cheeks with her chubby little hands. Mom, smile, we want to take beautiful pictures. Her little face was full of pleading. When Lin Muhong saw how supportive Wanwan was, he thought to himself that he must buy the little one some ice cream to reward her when he got home. Amid her daughter's accusations, Xiaowaning finally smiled. Although her smile was a little forced, she was indeed very beautiful at that moment. Lin Muhong froze this moment on his mobile phone. The family of 3 were smiling so happily and joyfully. Lin Muhong and Wanwan are very satisfied with this photo. They know that the happiness at this moment was given to them by their parents, and it is also one of their most precious memories. When Xiaowaning saw the photo, her heart was a little moved. The 3 people in the photo were smiling so happily. She felt mixed emotions and thought silently, it would be great if the family of 3 could remain a family of 3 in the future. After taking the photos, she began to urge the 2, okay, you 2 go have fun, I have to start working. Okay, Wanwan and I will wait for you to get off work, and we'll go home together. Lin Muhong said gently, but Xiaowaning did not reply and continued taking pictures with the tourists. Chapter 46 Peeping Tom. Next, the father and daughter continued to stroll around the comic convention venue. The venue was bustling with activity. Not only were there various cosplayers walking around, playing classic characters from anime, but there were also DIY figures, which was a feast for the eyes. When Wanwan saw the exquisite figurines on display at the booth, the little one's eyes suddenly lit up and were filled with great interest. She held Lin Muhong's hand and walked forward happily, looking like a lively and cute little rabbit. After a while, Wanwan pointed at one of the figurines and said with a smile, Dad, look, this one looks like Uncle. Seeing this, the man whom Wanwan called Uncle walked over with a smile. He was slightly plump and had a kind smile on his face. He was the owner of the store, and Wanwan was pointing at his action figure. Smelling business, he asked enthusiastically, little boy, do you want to make a unique figurine? After hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up and she nodded excitedly, yes. She looked at Lin Muhong and said coquettishly, Dad, let's make one. Wanwan likes it so much. Okay, let's make one. Lin Muhong said happily with a doting smile on his face. After hearing this, the boss praised even more enthusiastically, little boy, your father is so kind to you. What kind of action figures do you want to make? Upon hearing this, Wanwan tilted her little head up and thought. After a moment, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new world. Can we take a family photo? She asked excitedly. Of course, no problem, as long as you have photos, I can make it for you. The boss patted his chest and said confidently, as if there was no model in the world that he could not make. At this time, Wanwan urged Lin Muhong beside her, Dad, take out your phone quickly and open the photos we just took together. Lin Muhong asked while picking up his phone, Wanwan, do you really want to take a family photo? After hearing this, the little girl nodded playfully, yes. Her little face was filled with a happy smile, this way I can see my dad and mom all the time. Okay. After hearing this, Lin Muhong gently stroked Wanwan's little head and said lovingly, then listen to Wanwan. Hee, the little girl grinned, revealing her sweet dimples. She handed her father's mobile phone to the boss and said expectantly, Uncle, we want to make this figurine. The boss happily took the phone, looked at the family photo, and said with a smile, no problem, you just sit here and wait for a moment, it will be done in less than 30 minutes. His voice was full of confidence. Well, okay, Wanwan said, then sat on a chair beside her and waited. The little girl was looking forward to it, with great expectation. Her little eyes were fixed on the operating room, but she could not see anything from outside. Nowadays, the equipment is all high-tech. After just 20 minutes, the boss held up the finished figurines and called out to the 2 of them, children, your figurines have been made. Come and have a look. When Wanwan heard this, she ran over excitedly, even faster than a little rabbit. When the little girl saw the figurine in the boss's hand, she was extremely happy. Wow, the ones above are exactly the same as the real dad and mom, and Wanwan too. Uncle, you are really awesome. She held the figurine in her little hands, with admiration shining in her eyes. Hee hee, it's okay. The boss who was praised stroked his head and smiled foolishly. At this time, Lin Muhong asked, Boss, how much? I usually sell it for 400, but seeing that the girl is so sweet, I'll just give her 360, the boss said cheerfully. Thank you, Uncle Wanwan smiled sweetly and jumped around happily with the figurine in her hand. Lin Muhong readily scanned the code to pay. Next, the father and daughter continued to stroll around. The venue was not big, but there were a wide variety of stalls, which was overwhelming. Soon, the two had finished visiting the entire venue. Tired from shopping, the father and daughter sat down on the public chair next to Xia Wanning and waited for her to get off work. Wanwan sat on the chair, dangling her little feet, looking leisurely and comfortable. From time to time, she would pick up the figure and look at it, as if it were her treasure. At that time, Xia Wanning was busy working. She looked up and happened to see the figures of the two people. Just at this moment Lin Muhong also looked at her, and their eyes met. Lin Muhong smiled, nodded, and greeted her. Xia Wanning felt a little embarrassed when she saw this. She quickly retracted her gaze and took a photo with everyone uncomfortably. After that, she would glance at the two of them from the corner of her eyes from time to time, and found that Lin Muhong was staring at her. The look in his eyes was fiery and deep. Xia Wanning felt angry and happy at the same time. She couldn't help but complain in her heart, how could this person be so shameless while eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? She simply stopped looking at the two of them and concentrated on her work. Wanwan, who was standing next to her, saw that her father was always looking away and became very curious. She twisted Lin Muhong's face with her chubby little hands and asked in a milky voice, Dad, what are you looking at? I didn't see anything. Lin Muhong waved his hand, looked at his daughter with a smile and said, Baby, what's wrong? Wanwan covered her stomach a little embarrassedly and said shyly, I'm hungry. When will mommy finish? Lin Muhong touched his daughter's head lovingly and said gently, It will be soon. Can we hold on a little longer? Okay. Wanwan nodded and waited obediently. She sat on the chair, her little feet no longer shaking, but quietly holding the figurine. Maybe the little guy's battery had run out and needed to be charged urgently. At this moment, when Lin Muhong looked at Xia Wanning again, he suddenly found that there was something wrong with the man next to her. The man was wearing casual clothes and a pair of green sneakers. The shoes looked a little old, but the uppers were exceptionally clean. When taking the photo, the man's shoes moved towards Xia Wanning a few times. The movement was very secretive, but it did not escape Lin Muhong's eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the position of his feet. When he thought he had taken a picture of what he wanted to see, an obscene smile appeared on the man's face. That smile made people feel disgusted. Seeing this scene, Lin Muhong suddenly recalled the news he had read before, that there were voyeurs who installed pinhole cameras on their shoes to peek under women's skirts. Looking at his sneaky appearance, Lin Muhong became more certain of his guess. A surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart and his eyes turned cold. Then, he came to the man with Wanwan in his arms and grabbed his shoulders. His grip was so strong that it hurt the man a little. Xia Wanning saw Lin Muhong suddenly rushing over, grabbing the tourist's shoulders, and asked in confusion, What are you doing? After seeing this, the man looked at Lin Muhong with dissatisfaction and asked, Why are you holding my shoulders? Let go. Hearing this, Lin Muhong squeezed his shoulders even harder and replied coldly, Do you want to take it out yourself, or do you want me to take it out for you? What are you saying? I don't understand at all. The man answered while pretending to be calm, but a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He believed he had done it so perfectly that no one could see the hidden camera on his shoe. But he didn't know that all his actions had been seen by Lin Muhong. Chapter 47, A Couple Creates Miracles. The man struggled hard, trying to break free from Lin Muhong's iron-like grasp, but every struggle seemed to only make the pain more intense. With no hope of breaking free, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he said viciously, If you don't let go, I'm going to call the police. Lin Muhong's mouth curled up into a cold smile, his eyes firm and fearless, Go ahead and report it, and see who the police will arrest. The man saw this and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He then quickly adjusted his expression, pretending to be pitiful. He turned to the people around him and said in a tearful voice, Everyone, please judge for yourself. I don't even know this person. Why is he holding on to me? The man's tearful performance did indeed arouse some people's sympathy. They all cast strange looks at him, some began to whisper, and some directly rebuked him. Young man, he already said he doesn't recognize you, why are you still holding him? Let him go. That's right. Even if you two have any conflicts, just talk it out nicely. Why bother with violence? A young man wearing glasses echoed, his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction with Lin Muhong. Everyone is right, let me go. The man saw someone speaking for him, turned his head and looked at Lin Muhong, his eyes flashing with pride, as if he thought that this would make Lin Muhong let go. Xia Wanning stood aside, brows furrowed, eyes full of confusion. She knew that Lin Muhong was not an impulsive person and there must be a reason for him doing this. So, she quietly approached Lin Muhong and asked in a low voice, "Why did you catch him? If things get out of hand, you'll be kicked out by the security." She tried to remind Lin Muhong, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong replied in her ear with dissatisfaction, "He took a picture under your skirt." Although his voice was low, it was full of unquestionable certainty. Ah! Upon hearing this, Xia Waning's face turned red, and she instantly felt a surge of blood rushing to her head. She hurriedly lowered her head to adjust her skirt, her fingers trembling slightly, feeling both shy and angry. "Then do you have any evidence?" she asked shyly. After all, if there is no evidence, it is hard for people to believe such a thing, not to mention that the man will definitely refuse to admit it and will not cooperate. Lin Muhong shook his head, his eyes still firm. "No, but I'm sure there must be a pinhole camera in his shoes." He clasped the man's wrists tightly with both hands, fearing that the man would take advantage of the situation to do something. Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong looked at each other, and they both understood each other. Her eyes quickly scanned the man's body and finally locked on the shoe on his right foot. The upper of the left shoe is very dirty, but the upper of the right shoe is very clean. It should be maintained frequently to take clearer photos. When the man was struggling, she pretended to be careless and kicked the man's shoes aside with her toes. She pretended to be apologetic and said, "I'm sorry, I'll go get your shoes back right away." Her tone was full of apology, but there was a hint of cunning in her eyes. When the man saw his shoes being kicked away, he instantly became anxious. He tried to break free from Lin Muhong's restraints and pick up his shoes. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Lin Muhong's restraints. Seeing that the truth was about to be exposed, the man became a little furious. He widened his eyes and roared, "Let me go quickly, I'm going to put on my shoes." There was a hint of hysteria in his voice, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, Lin Muhong raised a smug smile. He tightly grasped the man's wrist and said leisurely, "Didn't I tell you to bring it to you? Just wait." His tone was full of teasing and mockery, and he felt even happier when he saw the man's anxious look. On the other side, while Xia Wanning was taking the shoes, she quickly squatted down and carefully looked for the trick in the shoes. Her fingers groped gently inside the shoe and soon felt a small hard object. She was delighted and quickly took out the thing. It turned out to be a pinhole camera. She raised it excitedly and shouted to Lin Muhong, "We found the camera." "What's going on? What camera?" The people around were stunned when they heard this. They all looked at him curiously, trying to figure out what was going on. Seeing this, Lin Muhong hurriedly explained, "This man installed a pinhole camera on his shoe just to take pictures of girls' skirts. He is a real voyeur." Ah! When these words were spoken, the girls in the team were shocked. They all squeezed their thighs together, their eyes full of fear and anger. A girl rushed up angrily, clenched her fist and hit the man directly, saying angrily, "You pervert, you are so shameless, bah." After saying that, she took out a mobile phone from the man's pocket, pointed the phone at the man to unlock his face, and opened the phone album. Sure enough, the album was full of photos of girls' underwear, in all kinds of colors. Seeing this, the man no longer had the strength to resist. He lowered his head and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. Lin Muhong took the phone and completely deleted the latest underwear photo, because it was Xia Wanning's, and he didn't want any boy except himself to see it. There are so many underwear photos in the photos, which are enough to convict this voyeur. Afterwards, Lin Muhong called the police without hesitation. The police quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the peeping Tom. They handcuffed the peeping Tom and put him in a police car. Since the police needed to understand the situation at the scene, one of the muscular men said to Lin Muhong, "Thank you for coming back to the police station with us to take a statement." Lin Muhong nodded, "No problem, this is what I should do." He turned to Xia Wanning and said, "I'll pick you up after I finish taking the statement, wait for me." "Yeah." Xia Wanning replied subconsciously. She looked at Lin Muhong's departing back and felt warm in her heart. Suddenly, she slapped her cheek and reminded herself, he is only Wanwan's father. What's more, he has a girlfriend. It must be convenient for him to come back to pick me up. When he arrived at the police station, Lin Muhong was taken into a reception room. The female police officer in police uniform and with her hair tied up came over with a smile and asked, "Are you the person who reported the case just now?" "Yes." Lin Muhong nodded. "Come with me now, I will record the situation at that time." The policeman said seriously, and then took Lin Muhong into an interrogation room and began to ask in detail about the situation at that time. Lin Muhong sat on a chair and narrated the process of the comic exhibition word by word, while the policewoman sat beside him, carefully recording every detail. After a moment, the policewoman closed the notebook and said gratefully, "Thank you for cooperating with our investigation." "You're welcome." Lin Muhong waved his hand with a humble smile on his face. He knew that he was just doing something that he should do. After walking out of the interrogation room, Lin Muhong saw Wanwan waiting in the lobby and smiled happily. Wanwan. Hearing Lin Muhong's voice, she turned her head and shouted excitedly, "Dad!" The little guy came running over and hugged his thighs. Lin Muhong squatted down, smiled and hugged his baby daughter, and said softly, "Wanwan, let's go pick up Mom and take her home." Chapter 48? Dad doesn't he have a say? After leaving the police station, Lin Muhong drove to Green Hundred Plaza with Wanwan. At that time, the staff began to dismantle the venue. The two walked around and finally saw Xia Wanning sitting on a public seat. At this moment, she was sitting quietly with her mobile phone in her hand. When Wanwan saw her mother's figure, her eyes lit up instantly. She ran over excitedly, her pigtails bouncing as she ran, and she called out sweetly, "Mom, Mom." "Hey!" Xia Wanning heard the familiar voice and responded happily. However, at this moment, a board used to build the stage behind her suddenly tilted and was about to fall on her. Lin Muhong's heart suddenly tightened and he shouted anxiously, "Be careful." He had almost no time to think and took a step forward instinctively. He quickly ran to Xia Wanning, and at the moment the board fell, he raised his hands and used all his strength to lift the board. The board was extremely heavy, but his eyes were even more determined. When Xia Wanning saw this scene, her mind went blank. After a moment, she reacted and asked hurriedly, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" "It's okay." Lin Muhong shook his head, beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead, and then he instructed, "Go away quickly, and then carry Wanwan to a far place. It's not safe here." "Oh, okay." Xia Wanning nodded, and she quickly held Wanwan in her arms and walked towards a safe place. Wanwan seemed to be frightened by this sudden scene. Her little face was pressed tightly in her mother's arms, her big eyes full of fear. Only after seeing that both mother and daughter had reached a safe place did Lin Muhong dare to put the board on his body aside. The moment he put it down, a lot of dust was knocked out and he coughed a few times because of the dust. Seeing that they were safe, Xia Wanning brought Wanwan over, her eyes full of worry. "Let me see if you are injured, don't try to lie to me." "No, I really didn't lie to you," Lin Muhong said lightly. Xia Wanning didn't believe it. She walked around him and didn't find any wounds. She felt relieved. She said coquettishly, but her eyes were full of tenderness, "Why did you come here? If you get hurt, I have no obligation to take care of you." Although Xia Wanning's words sounded a bit harsh, Lin Muhong could hear her worry in them. Although they had not been together for a long time, he understood her. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and always said one thing and meant another. Lin Muhong pursed his lips and smiled, saying sincerely, "If I don't run, I will hit you." "Humph. Who asked you to save me?" Xia Wanning snorted coldly and turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. She was really touched, but also really worried. If Lin Muhong got injured while saving her, she would be very distressed. Then, as if to hide her emotion, she deliberately pulled Wanwan away first. "Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom made a lot of money today. Can I take you to eat something delicious?" Xia Wanning looked at Wanwan lovingly, her eyes full of tenderness. "Great!" Wanwan jumped up with joy when she heard this. Then, she pursed her lips, pretended to look pitiful, blinked her big eyes and said, "Wanwan has been hungry for a long time. I'm about to faint from hunger." As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her little belly, which looked extremely cute. "Ah! You are so hungry. You have to give us the best food." When Wanwan heard this, her smile became even happier. She gestured excitedly, "Mom, Wanwan wants to eat meat, lots of meat." After saying that, the little guy tilted his head, as if he had thought of some delicious food, and continued, Mom, can we have hot pot tonight? Wan Wan wants to eat hot pot. Of course, we'll all listen to Wan Wan. Our little cutie is almost fainting from hunger. Looking at the sweet interaction between mother and daughter, Lin Muhong waved from behind and said, At least ask for my opinion. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. After hearing this, Wan Wan turned her head and made a little face, then said with a smile, Dad doesn't have the right to speak, so it's useless to ask you. Hearing this, Lin Muhong immediately lost his temper, because his daughter was right. Soon, the family of 3 arrived at a very famous hot pot restaurant in Mo City. It was dinner time and the restaurant was crowded with people eating. But maybe the 3 of them were very lucky and got a seat as soon as they arrived. The waiter led the group to a clean table and sat them down. Then he placed the menu in front of them and said with a smile, Everyone, you can order now. Xia Wanning nodded, then looked at Wan Wan and Lin Muhong with a smile, and said generously, You 2 order, I made money today, so I'll treat you to a good meal. Hearing this, Wan Wan danced with joy, with a bright smile on her little face, Mom is the best. Then she turned to Lin Muhong and said, Dad, Wan Wan wants to eat meat, lots of meat. Her little hand pointed at the picture on the menu, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay, Dad will order for you. Lin Muhong agreed with a smile, and then carefully checked the items on the menu. I chose 1 portion each of beef, mutton and pork, and also specially selected some vegetables that Wan Wan liked. After making his selection, he pushed the menu in front of Xia Wan Ning and said gently, I don't know what you like to eat, so you order the rest. Okay. Xia Wan Ning nodded, took the menu and browsed through it carefully. She checked off a few of her favorite dishes on the menu, then looked up at the waiter and said with a smile, I want 1 soup base with clear broth and 1 with slightly spicy sauce. Okay. The waiter nodded, then left with the menu. This hot pot restaurant serves food quite quickly, and the hot pot base and various dishes are served soon. The steaming pot exudes an enticing aroma that makes people salivate. Lin Muhong took the lead in putting the meat that Wan Wan wanted to eat into the clear soup pot. The little guy stared at the pot without blinking, full of anticipation. Her little mouth was still swallowing saliva from time to time, it seemed that she was very greedy. Then, he stood up and prepared to get some condiments. Before leaving, he looked at the mother and daughter and asked, Would you like oil sauce or sesame sauce? Sesame sauce. The mother and daughter answered in unison. Lin Muhong smiled bitterly when he heard it. He likes to eat oil dip when eating hot pot, it seems his daughter doesn't follow him at all. When pouring the sesame sauce, he also put some coriander in their bowls. He remembered very clearly that when the 2 of them were eating noodles, the bowl was green and covered with coriander, which showed how much they liked coriander. When she placed the bowl of sesame sauce in front of the 2 of them, Xia Wan Ning's eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect that Lin Muhong still remembered that she and her daughter liked to eat coriander, which made her inexplicably touched. However, whenever she recalled the night he left with the girl named Lily, Xia Wan Ning couldn't help but complain in her heart, he is a pretty good father, but he values women over girls. Chapter 49, The cold and aloof school beauty has come down to earth? At that time, Wan Wan was like a little fool, staring at the pot, which was bubbling with bubbles. When she finally saw the boiling soup and the tempting ingredients, the little girl patted Lin Muhong's arm excitedly, her big eyes flashing with anticipation. Dad, can we eat now? Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, his voice full of doting, You can eat it now. Daddy will put it on the small plate next to you. When you eat, take it from the small plate, so that you won't get burned. Hey, thank you, Dad. Wan Wan's eyes were fixed on the meat, as if she was afraid that the meat would grow legs and run away. The meat was covered with sesame sauce and coriander, and looked extremely tempting. The little guy opened his mouth wide and put all the meat into his mouth in one bite. After smelling the meat, Wan Wan shook her little head happily, swaying back and forth. Her satisfied little look made Lin Muhong feel very happy. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. Daddy will give you some more after you finish this meat. Lin Muhong lovingly played with the strands of hair on Wan Wan's forehead. His eyes were full of tenderness, as if water could drip out of them. Yeah, Dad is the best. Wan Wan blinked her big eyes and said excitedly. Suddenly, the little guy seemed to realize that it was his mother's treat today, and then he looked at Xia Wan Ning sweetly with his eyes smiling into a crescent shape, and said softly, Mom is the best too, Wan Wan loves you guys. He looked like he didn't want to offend anyone, just like a master of keeping a balance. Xia Wan Ning smiled happily, her eyes full of pampering and satisfaction. She looked at Wan Wan's cute little appearance and felt warm in her heart. The little girl was eating happily. Seeing that Xia Wanning was a little reserved, Lin Muhong picked up the meat and put it in her bowl. The meat is ready. Eat it quickly. You must be very tired after working part-time all day. Thank you. Seeing this, Xia Wanning smiled and nodded, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. At this time, the waiter came over with a few plates of hard goods and said with a smile, "Sir, madam, this is the brain and pig intestines you ordered. Now all the dishes are served. Please enjoy them slowly." Lin Muhong frowned slightly when he heard this, and looked at the hard goods on the plate in confusion and said, "Huh? This is not what we ordered, was it sent to the wrong person?" Seeing this, Xia Wanning said somewhat embarrassedly, "I ordered it, it was not delivered to the wrong person, thank you." She looked at the waiter and thanked him with a smile. To be honest, Lin Muhong really didn't expect that Xia Wanning would like to eat things like brains and pig intestines. In his impression, school beauties should be high and mighty and should stay away from these heavy-tasting foods. But now, he only had one feeling: the cold and aloof school beauty had come down to earth. Feeling Lin Muhong's scrutinizing gaze, Xia Wanning couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She whispered, "If you don't like the taste, I'll put it in the pot after all the dishes are rinsed." "It's okay, I like it, I like it," Lin Muhong said with a smile. He really didn't expect that she had such a down-to-earth side. He thought he knew the other person well enough, but Lin Muhong found that what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. However, he was not discouraged, but became more determined to get to know Xia Wanning better. When the brain was cooked, Xia Wanning put a small piece of it into Lin Muhong's plate, smiling expectantly, "Try it." Lin Muhong looked at the thing that looked like a brain and couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he still plucked up the courage to put it in his mouth and taste it carefully. Maybe he really didn't like the taste, and an unnatural expression flashed across his face. Xia Wanning looked at the other person's expression pretending to be happy, and asked with a sly smile, "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious, delicious." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile. He didn't want to disappoint Xia Wanning, so he had to bite the bullet and say it was delicious. "It's delicious, eat some more." After saying that, Xia Wanning wanted to put some more brains on his plate. Seeing this, Lin Muhong quickly refused, "No, you eat it." There was a hint of panic in his voice, as if he was afraid that Xia Wanning would give him more. Looking at Lin Muhong's stubborn look, Xia Wanning couldn't help but smile. At this time, Wanwan pouted, looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "Dad, Mom, there is no meat on Wanwan's plate." Hearing this, Lin Muhong said lovingly, "Okay, Dad will pick it up for you." He also praised, "My Wanwan is really amazing. She eats so fast that Dad has to admit defeat." Hee Wanwan grinned, revealing sweet dimples. Then, Wanwan put the bowl of sesame sauce in front of Lin Muhong, blinked her big eyes and said, "Dad, there's no more sesame sauce in the bowl, can you go get me some?" "Okay, then you wait here." After saying that, Lin Muhong stood up and walked to the entrance. Just as he was serving the sesame sauce, a pair of eyes behind him were fixed on him. When the woman saw it, a hint of excitement and surprise flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but whispered, "Boss Lin." "Boss Lin." Lin Muhong frowned, feeling a little confused. Could it be that someone is calling me? When he looked back, he saw Hu Lily waving her hands and looking at him with a smile. "Boss Lin, what a coincidence, you also come here to eat hot pot." "Yeah." Lin Muhong nodded, looked around and asked, "Are you here alone?" "Yes, I'm waiting for a seat," Hu Lily said with a smile. In order not to disturb the other party, she waved her hand and urged, "Boss Lin, you go eat first. It will be my turn in a while." "Oh, okay." Lin Muhong nodded, turned around and walked back. However, on the way, he couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Now Xia Wanning has misunderstood our relationship. Wouldn't it be best if I took this opportunity to clarify the misunderstanding?" Thinking of this, Lin Muhong couldn't help but feel a little excited. He walked quickly to Hu Lily and said with a smile, "Since you are alone, come and eat with us." His voice was full of enthusiasm. Seeing this, Hu Lily refused on the surface, "That's not a good idea, Mr. Lin." However, her legs moved forward unconsciously. "There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm not letting you eat it for free." Lin Muhong waved his hand, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Hu Lily heard this and complained in her heart, "I know there is no such thing as pie falling from the sky. Those who can become bosses are all profiteers." Then she asked curiously, "What conditions, you say? When we have dinner later, you have to naturally clarify the relationship between us and what we did that night." "It's that simple," Lin Muhong said with a smile. He hoped that through Hu Lily's clarification, Xia Wanning would be able to resolve her misunderstanding of him. After hearing this, Hu Lily pointed at Lin Muhong with interest and said, "Oh, Mr. Lin, you want me to help you clarify the misunderstanding in front of the boss's wife? No problem." She patted her chest and said confidently, "I'll take care of this matter." Chapter 50, Misunderstanding Resolved. At the dining table, the bowl of sesame sauce was taken away by her father. Wan turned back from time to time, and her expectant look was like a father-looking stone. Finally, Lin Muhong appeared in sight. When Wan saw him, she pouted her pink lips and said coquettishly, "Dad, why did you come back just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Muhong walked over with a smile and said gently, "Dad met an acquaintance, so he came back late." "Oh." Wan nodded obediently. She picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. While chewing, she blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, "Who is the acquaintance that Dad met?" At this moment, Hu Lily walked out from behind Lin Muhong. She looked at Wan with a smile and said, "It's me." When the little guy saw it, his face was immediately filled with excitement, and his eyes were bright like stars. "Wow, it turned out to be Aunt Lily. Come and sit down, come and sit here." As she spoke, she patted the chair beside her with her little hands, looking so adorable. "Thank you." Hu Lily nodded with a smile, then sat next to Wan. Xia Wanning, who originally had a smile on her face, was stunned when she saw the person coming. Especially when she saw how much her daughter liked the other person, she felt even worse. She clenched the chopsticks tightly, and a barely perceptible complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but in front of Wan, she pretended to be calm. After everyone took their seats, Lin Muhong noticed that Xia Wanning's face was cold and expressionless. His heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, "Oh no. It seems she has misunderstood again." Then, he quickly introduced, "This is my colleague, Hu Lily." Hearing this, Hu Lily had a bright smile on her face. She stood up, extended her hand to Xia Wanning, and spoke enthusiastically. "Hello, Madam Boss. It's all because Mr. Lin is so kind. He saw me waiting for a table at the door for a long time and called me over to eat with you." "Ha?" Hearing this, Xia Wanning frowned and muttered to herself, "Boss lady, are you calling me? Mr. Lin is calling Lin Muhong?" She was a little confused, but her face remained calm. Anyway, the other person was talking with a smile, and she didn't want to refuse him, so she forced a smile and replied, hello, are you his employee?" she asked in surprise. Hu Lily nodded. After hearing this answer, the gloom on Xia Wanning's face instantly dissipated a lot. Could it be that she had always misunderstood that Lin Muhong was looking for a stepmother for Wan? She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other party was not her love rival, so there was no need for her to be so nervous. She immediately became enthusiastic and greeted with a smile, "You have been waiting for a long time, come and eat something, there are meat and vegetables, order whatever you want, don't be polite." "Boss lady, you are so nice." "I won't be polite then." After saying this, Hu Lily quickly picked up the chopsticks and started eating. When Xia Wanning heard this name, her face instantly turned red. She secretly looked at Lin Muhong and found that he did not correct her either, which made her feel even happier. Thinking of this, she felt a little guilty. She had always misunderstood the other party. Why not apologize to him when she returned? Afterwards, Hu Lily chatted with Xia Wanning intentionally or unintentionally about her visit to their school and accompanying Lin Muhong to the dinner party. After listening to this, Xia Wanning finally realized that she was totally wrong. Thinking back on this, she couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. Listening to Hu Lily calling her the boss lady one sentence after another, Xia Wanning felt a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, "Don't call me the boss lady. You can call me Wanning or Ning. This is not the company, and I am not your boss." "Okay, then I'll call you Ning and you call me Lily." Hu Lily said happily, secretly thinking in her heart, "If I can please the boss's wife, how long will it take for me to get a promotion and a raise?" At this time, Wan, who had been concentrating on eating, suddenly looked up at Xia Wanning, her little face full of seriousness. "Mom, Aunt Lily has agreed to be Wan's aunt. Is Uncle busy recently? Can Wan ask Aunt Lily to go play with him?" The little guy blinked his big eyes, looking very sincere. When Xia Wanning heard her precious daughter's words, she was shocked and quickly apologized, "The child is just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." Unexpectedly, when Wan heard this, she pouted and looked unhappy. "Humph. Wan is not talking nonsense. Wan is an honest and good child. Aunt Lily really agreed to be Wan's aunt, right, Aunt Lily?" She tilted her little head and looked up at Hu Lily. Seeing this, Hu Lily nodded gently. Well, Wan is so cute, of course I am willing to be your aunt. As she spoke, she reached out and scratched the tip of Wan's nose, full of love. Xia Wanning knew that the other party must be trying to coax Wan, so she smiled helplessly and replied, Uncle is busy recently, Mom will tell you when he is not busy, okay? Well, okay. Wan nodded, and then whispered in Hu Lily's ear, Aunt Lily, my uncle is very powerful and handsome. You will definitely like him when you see him. Huh, then when your uncle is free, let's go play with him. Hu Lily said with a smile. She didn't expect Wan to be so persistent. Since he is a handsome guy, there is no harm in taking a look at him. After drinking their fill, the group walked out of the hot pot restaurant with satisfaction. Hu Lily smiled and waved, and said to Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong, Ning, Mr. Lin, the subway station is just ahead. I'm leaving first. Thank you very much for your hospitality today. I'll treat you again next time if I have the chance. Xia Wanning waved her hand and said with a smile, You're welcome. Let's keep in touch. After spending some time together, she found that Hu Lily was straightforward and a very nice person. It was very comfortable to get along with her. It would be nice if she could really be her sister-in-law. After returning home, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong who was sitting on the sofa and asked shyly, I have some makeup on. Can I take a bath here? Lin Muhong rubbed his head, smiled naively and answered, Of course, you can treat this as your own home and use it as you like. After hearing this, Xia Wanning smiled, turned around and walked into the bathroom. On the other side of the city, in a high-rise building, the lights in the editor-in-chief's office were still on. Song Qianyue was sitting alone in a chair, her face haggard, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She looked at the computer screen and saw that the story of the Caterpillar website was still hanging there, taking away a lot of traffic from her website. Her eyes were full of anger and resentment. At this time, Shali hurried in and said in a panic, Editor-in-Chief, I just got the news that several other websites have teamed up with Mao Maochong. Our situation is not optimistic. Song Qianyue's expression became a little crazy when she heard this. Okay, you dare to betray me, I will make you pay the price. She picked up her phone, dialed a mysterious number, and said coldly, Want to take the job? I have a big business to discuss with you. Chapter 51, She Has Nothing On? In the living room, Wan hadn't seen her mother for a long time. She blinked her bright big eyes and stared at the bathroom door. Her little head was full of doubts. Dad, why hasn't Mom come out yet? Could something have happened? The little girl's face was full of worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong looked up at the clock on the wall. Unconsciously, an hour had passed and he felt a little worried. You play first, Dad will go and take a look. In the bathroom, after taking a shower, Xia Wanning paced back and forth in the small space. She completely forgot that this was Lin Muhong's home, not the school bathhouse. While taking a shower, she washed her underwear, but suddenly realized that her pajamas were not there. Xia Wanning thought over and over in her mind how to ask Lin Muhong for help. Just when she was in a dilemma, Lin Muhong's worried voice came from outside the door, You haven't come out for a long time. Wan is a little worried. If you are okay, just call back. Xia Wanning's heart tightened, and she quickly waved her hand in response, her voice sounding a little flustered through the crack in the door, I'm fine. Then, her face flushed, and she mustered up the courage to say shyly through the door, can you find me some clothes? Outside the door, Lin Muhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then replied gently, Okay, you wait. He turned back to the bedroom, took out a very large t-shirt from the closet, came to the bathroom door, and said softly, The clothes are for you. Xia Wanning's heart beat faster when she heard that. She swallowed nervously and then carefully opened the bathroom door a crack. A hand reached out in panic, grabbed the clothes, and then quickly closed the door. Holding the clothes, she said gratefully, Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Muhong chuckled, then turned and went to the living room to play with Wan. Xia Wanning walked out of the bathroom, wrapped tightly in a loose t-shirt, but the shyness on her face was hard to hide. She looked around cautiously and found that the father and daughter were immersed in playing and did not notice her abnormality. She quickly picked up her underwear, trotted to the balcony, and hurriedly put her clothes on. Just then, Wan heard some noise coming from the master bedroom and suddenly ran over from the living room. After entering the door, the little guy saw his mother standing on the balcony, and ran over excitedly and hugged her thighs tightly. When the little guy got close to her body, he took a deep breath and said intoxicatedly, Mom, you smell so good. Xia Wanning lowered her head, gently stroked her daughter's little head, and said with a smile, Wan also smells good after taking a bath. At that time, Lin Muhong, who was standing next to her, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the pink suit in Xia Wanning's hand. His heart suddenly tightened and his cheeks unconsciously flushed. He quickly looked away, mumbling in his heart, so she's not wearing anything underneath? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he quickly shook his head, trying to put these unhealthy thoughts behind him. In order to break the subtle awkwardness, he coughed lightly and called Wan, baby, daddy will take you to wash up, and we will go to bed when we come back. Oh, okay, Wan pouted and ran to her father obediently. She held his big hand with her little hand and skipped towards the bathroom. After washing up, Xia Wanning changed Wan into soft pajamas, and the little one happily crawled into the quilt. Xia Wanning took her daughter's dirty clothes and wanted to wash them herself, but was gently stopped by Lin Muhong. I'll wash the clothes, you go and have a rest. He thought that the other party must be exhausted after working part-time all day, and he felt a little sorry for her. It's okay. You usually wash it. Today I have time, so I'll do it. Xia Wanning insisted, with a bit of stubbornness and tenderness on her face. Because of a piece of clothing, the two began to fight for it. Accidentally, Xia Wanning slipped, lost her balance, and fell backwards. In panic, she grabbed the wall beside her, while Lin Muhong rushed forward due to inertia, and the distance between the two instantly closed. Lin Muhong instinctively raised his hand to support his body, but unexpectedly touched the soft spot on Xia Wanning's chest. Although it felt a little small to the touch, its delicacy and warmth made his heart tremble, and his hands tightened unconsciously. When Xia Wanning felt Lin Muhong's big hand, her brain went blank for a moment, as if she had been hit by an electric current. After a moment, she suddenly reacted, looked down at her chest, then looked up at Lin Muhong. A blush quickly appeared on her face, and her eyes showed both shyness and a bit of panic. Lin Muhong realized that he had touched the wrong place, and his face turned red instantly. He quickly retracted his hand and explained awkwardly, well, I didn't mean to do that, I'm really sorry. There was a slight tremor in his voice, and he was obviously overwhelmed by this sudden contact. Yeah. Xia Wanning nodded shyly, her voice as thin as a mosquito, I know you didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Although she said this, her face was still blushing. Lin Muhong looked at her with an apologetic look on his face, his voice firm, you go out first, I'll wash Wan's clothes. Okay then. Xia Wanning lowered her head and walked out of the bathroom in small steps, but her heart felt like countless deer were running around in her chest. Recalling the moment of skin contact just now, her heartbeat accelerated again and her face flushed again. She secretly blamed herself, Xia Wanning, you must be crazy, how could you miss something like this? After washing the clothes, Lin Muhong came to the balcony. When he saw the pink suit in the corner, he couldn't help but take a second look, it's so pink. Just as he was about to leave the room, Wan suddenly took him aside and said coquettishly, Dad, please read me a story today. Okay. Lin Muhong said gently, then picked up his phone and started reading. Wan held her father and mother's hands tightly, and fell asleep happily like the little bear in the story. She snuggled between her parents, as if she owned the whole world. However, Xia Wanning and Lin Muhong, who were lying next to them, had their eyes closed but could not fall asleep for a long time. Xia Wanning felt mixed emotions. She couldn't help but start to wonder, will he dislike my small breasts? These thoughts were like little hands, fiddling with her heart, making her feel shy and uneasy. And what about Lin Muhong? His heart was also restless. Thinking back to the scene just now, an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. At this time, the children's book website was in an even worse situation. As soon as midnight passed, the website was attacked by unknown persons and crashed. Song Qianyue felt very happy when she looked at the caterpillar that couldn't display anything in the background, as well as websites like Tree Baby. However, she soon received bad news. Chapter 52 Dad, I think you want to kneel down. Shaoli hurried in, looking panicked and frowning, Editor-in-Chief, our website has crashed too. When Song Qianyue heard this, she suddenly raised her head, a hint of disbelief flashed across her eyes, and then was replaced by anger. She stood up directly, slammed her hands on the table, and yelled, What? Who did it? Shaoli was frightened by the sudden roar and said in a low voice, I don't know, but it should be the caterpillar gang. They came with great force this time. Wei. Song Qianyue gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fire, and snorted coldly, How dare you touch my website? Her clenched fists were shaking slightly, and she became even angrier when she saw Shaoli still standing in front of her. What are you standing there for? Go and fix the website. Upon hearing that, Shelly nodded quickly, turned around and ran out, fearing that he would become a punching bag again. At that time, there was a jubilant scene in the Caterpillar company. The employees sat together, cheering loudly, with proud smiles on their faces. One of them said happily, "We should teach Tongchu.com a lesson, so that they know the truth that the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind." Yes, this is really a relief. A bald programmer waved his arms excitedly, his face full of joy. "I guess they won't be able to recover until morning." Zhou Shudong stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at everyone and said with a smile, "Everyone has worked hard, this operation was very successful, go back and rest first, they are already busy with their own affairs." It turned out that several websites had just joined forces and used advanced technical means to directly take down the backend of Tongchu.com, and now they couldn't recover it for a while. The hackers hired by Song Qianyue had been defeated by them and had no power to fight back. This website was then counterattacked by all the websites, which was really a case of shooting itself in the foot. Soon, Song Qianyue received an anonymous call. The other party used a voice changer and sounded eerie. "There are too many people on the other side. We can't defeat them, but we agreed that the money cannot be refunded." When Song Qianyue heard this, she slammed the table in anger, stood up and shouted, "You took my money, but you still don't want to do the job? How can it be so good?" Her eyes were flashing with anger, as if she wanted to eat the person on the other end of the phone alive. "Aren't you a top hacker? If you can't even do such a small thing, what use is there for me to have you?" Thinking that now was not the time to worry about this matter, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She understood that the most important thing now was to restore the website as soon as possible, so she softened her tone and said, "I won't ask you to return my money either. If you fix our website, I'll give you another 50,000 yuan. How about that?" I thought the other party would agree readily, but he refused without hesitation. "No. After being defeated by the other party, I can't interfere in your affairs. This is the rule of the industry. You should find someone else." After that, I heard a beeping sound from the other party on the phone. Song Qianyue was so angry that she gritted her teeth, clenched her fists and slammed them hard on the table. She was filled with resentment after working so hard on all this and ended up like this. It was not until 6 o'clock in the morning that Song Qianyue received the news that the website had been restored. She didn't sleep a wink that night, and kept thinking about what she had done wrong and how she had ended up in this place. Thinking back to the past, her heart was filled with hatred. If Zhong Qianyi hadn't intervened, she wouldn't have made so many mistakes. Her hatred for Zhong Qianyi increased a bit. In the morning, before the working hours, President Zhang learned about what happened in the company and hurried over. With a grim face, he called Song Qianyue to his office. After Song Qianyue came in, she lost her usual arrogance. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Mr. Zhang." Seeing this, Zhang Donglai looked at her angrily, his eyes full of disappointment. He slammed the table and roared, Xiaoye, I gave you a chance, and this is how you repay me. Look at what you have done." Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue hurriedly pleaded, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Give me another chance, and I will definitely shut down those websites that are against us." There was a pleading gleam in her eyes, but Zhang Donglai was not moved at all. He looked at Song Qianyue coldly and said angrily, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. You know the price. Get out." Hearing this, Song Qianyue realized that she no longer had a chance. She looked at the place where she had worked for so long, her heart filled with reluctance and unwillingness. Looking at the familiar place, her resentment towards Zhong Qianyi deepened. If it weren't for him, she would still be the high and mighty editor-in-chief. She packed her things silently and walked out of the company. The moment she stepped out of the company, everyone in the industry knew that she was kicked out of Tongchu.com. Due to Song Qianyue's previous drastic measures, suppression, etc., she has now been banned in the industry. When Zhou Shudong and others heard the news, they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. He immediately shared the news with Lin Muhong, but the other person did not look particularly happy. Lin Muhong just smiled faintly, thinking in his heart, Song Qianyue's fate was entirely her own fault. As soon as I put the phone in my pocket, I heard Wanwan's sweet voice, "Dad, come here quickly, the flowers here are so beautiful." The little one waved her hands and then admired the beautiful flowers, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly the little one looked up, blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Auntie, why are there so many uncles buying flowers? Who are they giving them to?" His voice was full of innocence and confusion. The lady boss looked at the cute little dumpling and felt a warm current in her heart. She gently replied, "Today is 520, of course I want to give it to my loved one." 520? Upon hearing this, the little guy's eyes widened and he began to think. After a moment, she seemed to suddenly understand something and shouted excitedly, "Does 520 mean I love you?" "Yes, little darling, you are so smart." The proprietress praised, her eyes full of envy. She thought to herself, how nice it would be if she also had such a smart and beautiful daughter. After hearing the boss lady's praise, Won was even more proud. She skipped to Lin Muhong's side, her face tense, and said seriously, "Dad, today is 520. Lin Muhong looked relaxed, and obviously didn't take this date seriously. He asked casually, "What happened to 520? Seeing her father's indifferent attitude, Won couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She pouted and complained, "Dad, I think you want to kneel down. Of course, you have to give flowers to Mom on 520. After hearing this, Lin Muhong suddenly realized that he was really used to being single and even forgot the special holiday of 520. Won looked at this confused father with a look of disappointment in her eyes. Like a little adult, she said earnestly, "Dad, choose a bouquet of flowers for Mom. She will definitely be very happy." Lin Muhong nodded and started thinking in his mind, since everyone else was sending flowers, he wanted to send something different. Chapter 53, Special 520 Gift. Thinking that the gift should touch the heart, Lin Muhong thought about the things Xia Wanning liked. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he knew that there was something that must be her favorite. Then, he took Wan's little hand and went to the shop next door. Seeing this, the little guy blinked his big eyes and asked in confusion, "Dad, what are we doing in the store? Don't you have enough money to buy flowers for Mom?" After saying this, she pouted her lips seriously, looking like she knew everything. Lin Muhong found it a little ridiculous when he heard this. He would be a man living in Thompson's second floor in the future, so why would he need to hide his private money? But looking at her sincere little expression and chubby face, he somewhat believed that his future self would have a cleaner pocket than a cleaner face, perhaps because of his family tradition. Seeing his father looking like he wanted to cry but couldn't, the little guy opened the backpack behind him with his chubby little hands and said generously, "Dad, this is my pocket money, you can spend it." As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and tried hard to hand a $100 bill to Lin Muhong, her eyes full of pride. Seeing this, Lin Muhong said with a smile, "Dad has money, you can keep the pocket money. If Dad really has no money in the future, I will borrow from you, okay?" "Oh, okay." Wan nodded and carefully put the pocket money into her small backpack. After entering the store, Lin Muhong began looking for that special gift. The dazzling array of merchandise in the store is dazzling, but Lin Muhong's gaze is unusually firm. Soon, he found it on the innermost shelf: chicken feet. That's right, it was chicken feet. The last time he and Xia Wanning were shopping in the supermarket, he saw the other party taking a lot of chicken feet. He must have loved eating them very much, so he bought them. This time, Lin Muhong bought some red and white. After buying them, he came to the flower stand across the street and said sincerely, "Boss lady, can you help me wrap these chicken feet in flowers?" When the woman saw the chicken feet in the man's hand, her eyes were full of confusion. What does it mean to give a girl chicken feet on 520? She couldn't help but look at Lin Muhong a few more times. Although she didn't understand, she was very supportive. After all, she had to do the business that was delivered to her door. The proprietress smiled and nodded, "No problem, I'll get it done for you right away." Then, Lin Muhong selected a bunch of pink roses. The roses were so beautiful that they were dripping with color. In less than 10 minutes, the proprietress propped up the chicken feet with a stick and skillfully inserted them into the flowers. "Young man, it's done." "Thank you." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile, then went home with Hua and Wan in his arms. At that time, Wan stared at the unique bouquet and whispered, "Will Mom really like this chicken claw flower?" Thinking of this, the little guy patted his chest again, smiled confidently, and said, "It doesn't matter, Mommy still has me." After lunch, Wan pulled Lin Muhong to her side and said in a milky voice, "Dad, today is 520, and I love Mom too, so I want to use my pocket money to buy a gift for Mom. Please accompany me to pick one this afternoon." There was a gleam of anticipation in her little eyes, as if she was doing something incredibly great. "Okay." Lin Muhong smiled and nodded when he heard that. Although he didn't have his own gift, his heart felt warm. After waking up from a nap, Lin Muhong drove to a nearby shopping mall with Wan. Entering the mall, Lin Muhong looked at his beloved daughter tenderly and asked, "Wan, what gift do you want to give to your mother?" The little girl tilted her head and thought seriously. After a moment, she said excitedly, buy a water cup for mom. This way she can think of me when she drinks water. Her little face was filled with a happy smile. Okay, I'll listen to Wan Wan. Lin Muhang rubbed the little guy's head lovingly, and then walked towards the jewelry store. After entering the jewelry store, the father and daughter went straight to the cup area. There were all kinds of cups on the shelves, which were dazzling and overwhelming. Wan Wan's little eyes rolled back and forth, as if she was comparing which one was better. She picked up this one and looked at it, then picked up that one and looked at it, and she couldn't put each one down. However, there were too many good-looking ones and she couldn't make up her mind. At this time, she looked at Lin Muhang pleadingly and asked, Dad, which cup do you think Mom will like? Lin Muhang looked carefully at the cups on the shelf, then pointed to a pink piggy cup and said, let's go with this pink piggy one. I think your mother will like it. Okay, then this is it. Wan Wan shouted excitedly. After that, the little guy came to the front desk with a pink piggy cup and said in a baby voice, hello, Auntie, I want this piggy cup. When the cashier heard the soft and sweet baby voice beside her, she was immediately melted by it. She smiled and nodded, okay, Auntie will pay for you. After scanning the code, the cashier smiled and put the piggy cup into the packaging bag, bent over and handed it to Wan Wan, saying, little friend, this piggy cup is easy to break, so please hold it carefully. Thank you, Auntie. I'll get it. Wan Wan carefully carried the packaging bag and walked out contentedly holding her father's big hand. She bought this gift for her mother today with her own pocket money. Since they were at the mall today, Lin Muhang remembered that he didn't have Xia Waning's pajamas at home, so he thought of buying a set as a gift for her. Soon, he pulled Wan Wan to the second floor. However, as soon as he reached the second floor, Lin Muhang felt very embarrassed. There were small panties hanging at the doors of those shops selling pajamas, especially the black lace ones, which made him too embarrassed to look at them. Seeing this, Wan Wan asked in confusion, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Lin Muhang smiled awkwardly, it's nothing, Dad is just a little hot. He fanned himself with his hands as he spoke, trying to hide his embarrassment. After walking around, he still didn't have the courage to go into the store. Seeing this, Wan Wan asked in confusion, Dad, what are we buying here? Buy a set of pajamas for your mother. Lin Muhang had just finished speaking when Wan Wan pulled his big hand and walked straight to the shop nearby. Looking at the little guy's attitude, it seemed that he disliked this useless old father. To be honest, this is the first time that Lin Muhang has stepped into such a store. You know, he is still an innocent college student. When the salesperson saw a customer coming into the store, he walked up and asked enthusiastically, young man, what do you want to buy? Before Lin Muhang could answer, Wan Wan came up to him with a black lace suspender and said in a soft voice, Dad, you like Mom to wear this style the most? When Lin Muhang felt the salesperson's gaze looking him up and down, he just wanted to crawl into the ground. This little guy was such a rip-off. At this time, Wan Wan saw her father's evasive gaze and came closer in confusion. She tilted her head and asked innocently, huh? Dad, you don't like it now? Chapter 54, Wan Wan betrayed both her father and mother. Strange, Dad, why is your face so red? Are you sick? The little guy saw that Lin Muhang's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and his face was full of worry. Not only that, Wan Wan also stood on tiptoe, trying to touch her father's forehead. Her chubby little arms were raised as if she wanted to examine her father herself. She looked serious and cute. After hearing his daughter's words, Lin Muhang felt even more embarrassed. He patted Wan Wan's little hand gently and said softly, Baby, Daddy is not sick. Put your clothes back quickly. When Wan Wan heard this, she pouted proudly as if she had been wronged. Her face was full of reluctance. She retorted in a baby voice, No, Mom also likes this style. Let's buy this one for Mom. The little girl really couldn't praise her father's taste. She tilted her head and thought, what if Mom doesn't like the pajamas Dad bought? Then Dad will have to sleep on the sofa. Wan Wan didn't want to see her father looking so pitiful, so she hugged the lace suspender pajamas tightly, holding it tightly in her little hands, as if she was afraid that it would be snatched away. Lin Muhang looked at this scene with mixed feelings, and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He knew very well that if Xia Wanning was present and saw this scene, she would be so embarrassed that her face would turn red and she would not dare to see anyone. In order to prevent his little girl from saying anything shocking again, he could only smile helplessly and nodded, agreeing to Wan Wan's request. Then, Lin Muhang turned to the salesperson, smiled awkwardly, and said sheepishly, please pack this for me. Okay. For the salesperson, they have become accustomed to it. After all, Which man can resist the charm of black lace suspenders? After returning home, Wanwan couldn't wait to give her mother the gift she had carefully selected. She sat on the sofa, twisting her little body constantly, her big eyes full of expectation sparkling. Dad, when will Mom come back? I guess it will be soon. Lin Muhong replied while sorting the ingredients. Wanwan seemed unable to wait any longer, and immediately jumped down from the sofa, skipped to the table, picked up Lin Muhong's mobile phone, and her little fingers slid across the screen deftly, and she quickly dialed her mother's number. At the same time, Xia Wanning heard the vibration in her bag and quickly took out her cell phone. When she saw that it was Lin Muhong's call invitation, a warm feeling surged in her heart. After the call was connected, Wanwan's soft voice came over immediately. Mom, when will you come back? Wanwan has prepared a surprise for you. Oh? Hearing this, Xia Wanning's eyes were full of tenderness. She asked gently, what's the surprise? Can you tell Mom? No, there will be no surprise if I tell you. Wanwan shook her head, her little face full of seriousness and mystery. Seeing this, Xia Wanning stopped teasing Wanwan and replied, in about half an hour, Mom will be able to go back to accompany Wanwan. Okay. Wanwan nodded, and then said excitedly, Mom, Dad, and I will pick you up. I'll secretly tell you that Dad has prepared a surprise for you as well. Xia Wanning's eyes lit up immediately when she heard that. Her heartbeat also accelerated, pounding like a deer. She was very happy, and at the same time, she was full of curiosity and anticipation about the surprise that Lin Muhong had prepared. After hanging up the phone, Xia Wanning couldn't calm down for a long time. At that time, Lin Muhong had already prepared the ingredients and was just waiting for Xia Wanning to come back so that they could start eating. As soon as he came out of the kitchen, he saw Wanwan holding a mobile phone, her little face full of excitement. Baby, what are you doing? Lin Muhong asked gently. I'm calling my mom. Wanwan answered sweetly, then ran to Lin Muhong, took his hand and said, Dad, Mom asked us to pick her up, let's go now. Ha? Lin Muhong felt a little doubtful when he heard that. In his opinion, Xia Wanning would not take the initiative to ask them to pick her up. He wondered, could there be something wrong with the other party? Lin Muhong didn't think much about it, and immediately put on the pair of pink sandals for Wanwan and prepared to go out. Just before closing the door, the little girl suddenly called him, Wait a minute, Dad, I'm going to get something. After that, she ran into the living room like a gust of wind, and soon came out holding the bouquet of flowers that was half a person's height. She looked at Lin Muhong playfully, her eyes full of helplessness. Dad, you have a really bad memory, we need to send flowers to Mom. Seeing the little girl coming out with flowers, Lin Muhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wanwan, why don't we wait for Mom to come back and give them to her? He tried to persuade Wanwan, but the little girl was very determined. Upon hearing this, Wanwan sighed, then patted her father on the shoulder like a little adult and said earnestly, Dad, you are so silly. Mom holds the flowers so that no other man will miss her. I see that on TV. Lin Muhong was stunned. He didn't expect Wanwan to say such a thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, he found that what his daughter said made sense and that was what they should do. On the other side, in the classroom, Xia Wanning and 3 other student union members were discussing tomorrow's debate competition. Looking at the clock on the wall, she looked at a few people and said, Everyone has worked hard today. Go back and have a good rest. There will be a tough battle tomorrow. After hearing this, the 2 boys waved and left first. Xia Wanning looked at Gao Xinyue who stayed behind, thinking that she was going to do something to intimidate him again, so she smiled helplessly. We are a team now, so let's not fight among ourselves. Hearing this, Gao Xinyue smiled, shook her head and said sincerely, I was wrong to deliberately break your computer last time. I'm sorry. It's okay, that thing is in the past, and my computer has been repaired. Xia Wanning didn't expect the other party to apologize to her. Thinking that the other party had the courage to take responsibility for the mistake, she was still very happy. Let's work hard together tomorrow. Yeah. Gao Xinyue nodded with a smile. She listened to what the other party said in her ear last time. She was obviously very outstanding, so why did she have to dwell on such a small matter? She waved her hand, put on her bag and walked out of the classroom. Since she had spoken her heart out, Gao Xinyue felt a lot more relaxed. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the classroom, and then Lin Muhong and his daughter walked in. Mom, we're here to take you home, Wanwan shouted excitedly, and she threw herself into her mother's arms like a little bird. Xia Wanning hugged Wanwan tightly, with a happy smile on her face. At this time, Wan Wan looked at Lin Muhang behind her, waved her hand and said excitedly, "Dad, come here quickly." Hearing this, Lin Muhang shyly handed the flowers to Xia Wanning and said softly, "Happy 520." Looking at the bright pink roses with red and white chicken feet in between, Xia Wanning was stunned and muttered in her heart, "What's the meaning of giving me chicken feet? Do you think I have small breasts?" She couldn't be happy at all now, because Wan Wan was still there, so she forced a smile and said, "Thank you." Chapter 55, Mom, close your eyes and don't peek. Lin Muhang saw Xia Wanning smiling and feeling complacent about her own behavior. He sighed, it is indeed a wise choice to cater to someone's preferences. Afterwards, Xia Wanning slowly walked out of the school gate holding the bouquet of gorgeous rose and chicken feet flowers given by Lin Muhang. When the students passing by saw this, they couldn't help but cast curious glances, and some even whispered. Feeling the gazes of others talking, Xia Wanning's cheeks couldn't help but flush. She quickened her pace and muttered to herself, "This is so embarrassing." Wan Wan saw her mother walking so fast, and the little one followed behind her happily with her short legs. She looked at Lin Muhang with a puzzled look on her face, blinking her big watery eyes and asking, "Dad, Mom walks so fast, is she angry?" Lin Muhang gently touched Wan Wan's head and consoled her with a smile, "No, baby, your mother must be starving and is anxious to go home for dinner." He thought to himself that Xia Wanning must be so happy that she lost herself in thought and that was why she was so anxious. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan frowned and muttered to herself, "Really?" She remembered that her mother walked so fast when she was angry. She couldn't understand why. Wan Wan pouted inside, the adult world is really complicated. After returning home, Lin Muhang tied on an apron and looked like a chef. After a while, he brought the steak pasta to the table. This was the dish that Wan Wan specially ordered. Now both mother and daughter are full of praise for Lin Muhang's cooking skills. Every time he cooks, they can enjoy a feast. When Xia Wanning saw the delicious food, her mood instantly improved. She sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks and started to eat. After eating the delicious food, her previous unhappiness was forgotten. She thought to herself, since Lin Muhang cooked such a delicious meal, she wouldn't mind him giving her chicken feet. After finishing the meal, Wan Wan couldn't wait to pull Xia Wanning to her side, with an excited smile on her little face. "Mom, come here, I have something for you." "Okay." Xia Wanning followed Wan Wan gently, her eyes full of anticipation, wondering what surprise this little guy would give her. Wan Wan pulled her to sit on the sofa, then raised Xia Wanning's hand in front of her eyes with her chubby little hands, and did not forget to remind her, "Mom, close your eyes, don't peek, you can only take them down when I tell you to." She looked so serious and earnest that people could not help laughing. "Okay, Mom promises not to peek." Xia Wanning smiled gently when she heard this. She waited quietly, her heart full of curiosity. Soon, Wan Wan stood on tiptoe, carefully took out an exquisite cup from the bag behind her, and then came to Xia Wanning mysteriously. She saw that her mother was still covering her eyes. The little girl smiled with satisfaction, revealing two cute dimples, and said softly, "Okay, Mom, you can open your eyes now." Xia Wanning took her hand away, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She saw Wan Wan's chubby little hand holding up a pink cup with a cute little pig printed on it. "Mom, this is the cup I bought for you, do you like it?" Seeing the pink piggy cup, Xia Wanning felt warm in her heart. She said with emotion, "Mom likes it very much." "Thank you, Wan Wan baby." She took the cup and looked at it carefully, her eyes full of love. She was really happy to receive the gift from her daughter. She was so lucky to have such a caring and well-behaved daughter. It's her father, a very straight man. How could he give someone chicken feet flowers? Seeing her mother smiling so happily, Wan Wan was filled with pride. She shook her head and said in a baby voice, "Mom, you must think of me when you drink water next time." "Okay, my little princess." Xia Wanning kissed Wan Wan on the face again and again, as if no actions could express the excitement and emotion in her heart. She hugged Wan Wan and asked affectionately, "Baby, why did you think of giving Mom a gift today?" Hearing this, the little girl tilted her head and said mischievously, "Because today is 520, I love my mother, so I gave her a gift." She blinked her big eyes and said seriously, "Oh, so that's how it is." Xia Wanning nodded, as if she had forgotten this happy day. No wonder Lin Muhang suddenly gave her flowers, it turned out that today was a special day. She recalled that her attention was all on the chicken feet and she didn't hear Lin Muhang say happy 520 at all. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and she no longer complained in her heart, but she was still very curious why he gave her chicken feet flowers. Could it be that he was urging her? Suddenly, Wan Wan saw Lin Muhang coming over. She jumped up excitedly and said excitedly, "Dad, please take out the gift for Mom." Lin Muhong nodded, but he felt a little uneasy. Thinking of the gift he had prepared, he had a bad feeling. He was even worried that the other party might misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. Seeing Wanwan urging him, he quickly turned around to get the gift. In the living room, Wanwan smiled and whispered in Xia Wanning's ear, "Mom, you like the gift Dad gave you very much." A mysterious smile appeared on her little face, as if she had seen her mother's surprised expression when she received the gift. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning's heartbeat quickened. She secretly wondered in her heart, what would the other party give her? Then, the little guy covered her face with his chubby hands and said in a baby voice, "Mom, you are not allowed to peek." Xia Wanning smiled, her eyes full of tenderness and love, "Promise not to peek." Soon, Lin Muhong came to her holding the box. Seeing this, Wanwan excitedly took her hand away and said, "Mom, you can open your eyes now." Xia Wanning slowly lowered her head and saw a red box in front of her with a beautiful ribbon tied on it. She was very happy but also a little nervous. She opened the box carefully, but when she saw the style of the pajamas inside, her face instantly turned red all the way to her ears, and even her neck was red. She couldn't help but complain in her mind, lace suspender pajamas? This is too sexy. She looked up at Lin Muhong and thought to herself, could it be that he likes this style? Thinking of this, her cheeks became even hotter. Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong shyly and said softly, "Thank you for giving me the gift." She knew that although this gift was a little unexpected, it was a thoughtful gift from him. At this time, Wanwan innocently pulled her mother's arm and said, "Mom, go and try it." Chapter 56. Xia Wanning, do you like it? Xia Wanning looked down at her daughter's chubby, pink face, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart, but then she felt shy again. She said softly, "I won't try." However, Wanwan refused to give up. She pouted her little mouth, pulled her mother's arm even harder with both hands, and walked towards the bedroom. Her little face was full of determination. "Mom, give it a try." Since Wanwan pulled her like this, Xia Wanning had no choice but to go into the bedroom. Lin Muhong sat in the living room with his hands folded on his knees. He secretly thought that if Xia Wanning wore the black lace suspender pajamas, it would definitely make her look very fair. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. In the bedroom, under Wanwan's urging, Xia Wanning finally changed into the lace suspender pajamas. After putting it on, she felt air leaking in everywhere. It was too cool. She had never worn this kind of clothes before. She was so shy that she didn't dare to walk out of the bedroom. Seeing this, Wanwan smiled and praised, "Mom, you look so beautiful in this pajamas. Dad will definitely like it. Let's go out and show it to Dad." As she said that, she took her mother's hand and walked out of the house. Xia Wanning quickly waved her hands and refused, "No, I'd better change my clothes back. Mom is not used to this dress." However, Wanwan pulled her arm with a playful smile on her little face, "Mom, are you shy? But you like wearing this kind of pajamas the most." Xia Wanning was stunned. She looked at Wanwan's serious expression and her face turned even redder. It was hard for her to imagine that she would like this style in the future. Strange, what happened to Dad and Mom recently? They're acting so weird. Wanwan tilted her little head, frowned slightly, and thought like a little adult. In the eyes of the little girl, Mom is very beautiful and should show it generously. Then she took Xia Wanning's hand and said coquettishly, "Mom, just go out and show Dad. Dad will definitely be very happy." Faced with Wanwan's cute attack, she had no choice but to let the little guy pull her out of the room. In the living room, Lin Muhong heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and his eyes widened instantly. He sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. When he saw Xia Wanning appear in his sight, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Jinbai." Wanwan didn't hear clearly what her father said. She patted her father's arm and asked curiously, "Dad, what did you just say?" Hearing this, Lin Muhong hurriedly explained, "I said your mother is really beautiful, this pajama suits her very well." After hearing this, Xia Wanning couldn't help but smile, and her heart was pounding. She lowered her head shyly and asked tentatively, "Do you like it?" After she said that, she felt a little regretful. Didn't this make her seem too proactive? Lin Muhong was stunned when he heard this, and he looked at Xia Wanning carefully. She had a slender figure and well-proportioned body, and except for her small breasts, everything else was perfect. Especially the hollow back, which is very bony, coupled with the long neck, distinct collarbone, and a face that is more beautiful than Lu Tianxian. She is simply a gift from God. How could he not like such a girl? Lin Muhang nodded very honestly and said with admiration, I like it very much. His eyes were full of sincerity and passion, which made Xia Wanning even more at a loss. She lowered her head shyly, then turned and ran back to the bedroom to change her clothes back. Holding the lace pajamas, Xia Wanning smiled and felt an inexplicable happiness in her heart. Seeing that the time was almost up, she should go back to school. Before leaving, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhang with a gleam of reluctance in her eyes. She said, tomorrow our school will have a debate competition with the school across the street. Do you want to come and watch? When Lin Muhang heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said gently, is this the one you selected last time? Yes. Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. Then I'll go and see you guys. Lin Muhang encouraged. Unconsciously, he was also looking forward to meeting Xia Wanning every day. At that time, in an upscale residential area in Shanghai, Song Qianyue was sitting alone in a spacious but somewhat deserted living room. When she looked at the mortgage information sent by the bank and the repayment information sent by Huabei on her mobile phone, she suddenly felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her head and her mood became extremely heavy. At that time, in pursuit of a higher quality of life, she resolutely bought the house. However, now that she is unemployed, she can no longer afford to pay her mortgage. Although she has some savings from working over the years, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the mortgage that she still has more than 20 years to pay off. What's more, she has been banned from the industry now. No website is willing to hire her, and she can't afford the huge mortgage. Song Qianyue sneered as she drank. She thought back to how much contribution she had made to the company and how much dirty work she had done for Zhang Donlai, but now she was kicked out. She was furious. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, as if she wanted to devour the world. Song Qianyue raised her wineglass, sneered, and said to herself, since you don't let me live easily, I won't let you live easily either. Zhang Donglai, Zhong Qiani, I will not let you go. She said, gritting her teeth, with hatred flashing in her eyes. Then, Song Qianyue picked up her cell phone and dialed a mysterious number. After the call was connected, she said coldly, help me check the two people, money is not a problem. In the auditorium, there was a busy scene. Xia Wanning was organizing the members of the student union to set up the venue and make final preparations for the upcoming debate competition. The debate will begin in an hour, and all work is proceeding in an orderly manner. However, at this moment, Xia Wanning suddenly felt something was wrong with her body, and she had a bad premonition. She looked at the calendar reminder on her phone and suddenly realized that today was the day her period was coming, but she had nothing prepared in her bag. Xia Wanning glanced at Gao Xingyue who was present. She squeezed her legs together and walked over shyly. She came to Gao Xingyue and whispered in her ear, did you bring your sanitary napkin? Gao Xingyue shook her head when she heard that. Then she turned to look at Xia Wanning and asked in horror, didn't you bring it? Her eyes were full of worry. Xia Wanning smiled bitterly and said, I just got here, and I didn't expect it to be so sudden. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Gao Xingyue looked at Xia Wanning's anxious expression and couldn't help but feel sympathy in her heart. As a girl herself, she understood her very well. She comforted him, don't worry, I'll give you some toilet paper first, you can use it first, I'll go buy you sanitary napkins now, it should be in time. Since the last computer incident, Gao Xinyue's attitude towards Xia Wanning has changed a lot. She no longer felt hostile towards Xia Wanning, but instead had a feeling of mutual respect. To be honest, Xia Wanning was very moved when she heard this, but the lecture hall was still very far from the school supermarket. It would take more than 50 minutes to go back and forth, and neither of them would be able to keep up with the debate, so the proposal was rejected. At this time, Gao Xinyue continued to ask, think carefully about whether there is anyone who happens to be here right now and ask them to buy it for you. Ah, there is no one here at this time. However, as soon as she said this, a figure appeared in her head. Chapter 57, You want a grown man like me to buy women's products? Xia Wanning completely believed in this person. Thinking of this, she hurried to the side and called Lin Muhang. The phone was answered almost the first second it rang. She was so excited that her voice trembled slightly, and she said shyly, can you buy me a pack of sanitary napkins? I need them urgently now. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she was obviously embarrassed by such a request. Lin Muhang on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard Xia Wanning's request. He never expected that the other party would let a grown boy buy girls' products. For a moment, his cheeks turned slightly red. Okay, don't worry, I'll send it to you soon. Although Lin Muhong was a little embarrassed, he agreed without hesitation when he heard Xia Wanning's anxious tone. After hanging up the phone, Wanwan blinked her big watery eyes and asked playfully, Dad, is it Mom calling? Well, Mom needs us to buy some things, let's leave quickly. Lin Muhong said gently, then picked up Wanwan and hurriedly left home. Afraid that Xia Wanning would get anxious waiting, he trotted with Wanwan in his arms, and soon appeared at the supermarket in front of the school, panting. It was the end of get-out-of-class time and the supermarket was crowded. Lin Muhong pulled Wanwan and awkwardly walked through the crowded crowd to the girls' supplies area. There were a few girls nearby who were also choosing sanitary napkins. When they saw Lin Muhong, a big boy, suddenly appear here, they felt embarrassed, their cheeks flushed, and they hurriedly picked one and ran away. Looking at the girls' fleeing backs, Lin Muhong wanted to stop them and ask them what they should choose, but he didn't expect them to run faster than rabbits. Looking at the dazzling array of sanitary napkins on the shelves, Lin Muhong couldn't help but feel a headache. Having never used this thing before, he had no idea how to choose. He scratched his head, looking a little at a loss. Thinking that time was running out, Lin Muhong finally took a box, picked out one expensive sanitary napkin each from the shelf, and then took them to the counter. Most of the cashiers in the supermarket are college students who work part-time to support themselves. Seeing the box full of sanitary napkins, the girls couldn't help but look up at Lin Muhong a few more times. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, this boy is quite handsome, is he a pervert? However, she remained calm on the surface and said, a total of 128. Feeling the gazes from everyone around him, Lin Muhong awkwardly scanned the code, then looking at so many packs of sanitary napkins, he said sheepishly, please give me a plastic bag. The girl was very considerate and gave him a black plastic bag so that others would not see what he bought. After packing all the sanitary napkins, Lin Muhong picked up Wanwan and ran quickly towards the classroom. On the other side, Xia Wanning stood at the door of the classroom, waiting anxiously, looking at her watch from time to time. There are still 20 minutes before the debate starts. Although time is tight, she believes that Lin Muhong will deliver it to her in time. Soon, two figures ran over from the entrance. Xia Wanning looked carefully and saw that it was Lin Muhong and Wanwan. She ran over excitedly, with an excited smile on her face, you are here. Lin Muhong nodded, handed over the plastic bag in his hand, and said in a panic, I don't know what you like, I just bought some at random. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning looked down into the plastic bag, and saw all kinds of sanitary napkins. Her face turned red, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Thank you so much. She said gratefully, and pointed to the classroom, take Wanwan in, the debate will start soon. Okay. Lin Muhong nodded and walked into the classroom holding Wanwan. Looking at the heavy plastic bag in her hand, Xia Wanning felt warm in her heart and immediately went to the toilet to deal with it. When the debate began, she appeared on the podium on time. With the order from the school leaders, a thrilling debate began. Looking at Xia Wanning on the stage, who was full of energy and eloquence, Lin Muhong's eyes were full of admiration. Although Wanwan didn't understand the content of the debate, when she saw her mother stand up to speak, she waved her hands excitedly and shouted happily, Dad, it's Mom. Her innocent look made people laugh. Soon, the debate was over, and Xia Wanning and her friends won as expected. This was inseparable from everyone's joint efforts. She tightly grasped the 10,000 yuan prize money of the debate, feeling extremely excited. After the game, people in the classroom left one after another. Lin Muhong came to Xia Wanning holding Wanwan and said happily, congratulations. Thank you. Xia Wanning responded with a smile. Wanwan threw herself into her mother's arms and said softly, Mom, I knew you would win. Xia Wanning smiled, then kissed Wanwan on the cheek and said happily, oh? Our Wanwan's estimate is too accurate. At that time, Lin Muhong looked at the two of them with a smile, let's go home and make you something delicious. When talking about delicious food, Wanwan's eyes light up, Dad, Wanwan wants to eat meat. Okay, Daddy will do it for you. Lin Muhong scratched the tip of the little guy's nose lovingly, feeling extremely happy. At this moment, the three of them are a happy family of three. However, in the corner of the classroom, a pair of sharp eagle-like eyes locked onto Lin Muhong. The man looked at the people around him and asked, who is that boy next to the school beauty? Brother Zhang, I don't know this person. The person next to him said angrily after seeing that it was Zhang Fucheng. Seeing the school beauty smiling so happily at other men, Zhang Fucheng felt very uncomfortable. Boy, you actually dare to think about the school beauty. Do you think I'm dead? After returning home, Lin Muhong specially prepared a sumptuous lunch to celebrate Xia Wanning's victory. The dining table was filled with delicious food that made people salivate. The mother and daughter had a great time and ate with gusto. However, after eating and drinking, Xia Wanning remembered the important business. She looked at the two of them and said, after the debate competition, the school allocated us 5,000 yuan in funding to let us celebrate on our own. We discussed that we would hold a celebration party at the barbecue restaurant opposite the school tonight. Family members are welcome to attend. How about you and Wan come with me tonight? After Xia Wanning finished speaking, she felt a little uneasy, fearing that Lin Muhong would refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Muhong agreed readily. Okay, Wan, the greedy little cat, just wants to eat skewers, so we'll have a free meal. When Wan heard the conversation between the two, her attention was immediately drawn to the skewers. She looked at Lin Muhong happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dad, shall we have meat tonight? Yes, Wan, eat as much as you want. Lin Muhong replied with a smile. When Wan heard this, her eyes immediately widened and she almost jumped up in excitement. You can eat as much as you want. Then I want to eat a lot. She waved her little hands and made a big circle, and her mischievous look made people laugh. At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Muhong's pocket suddenly rang. He saw that the caller ID showed it was Zhou Shudong. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that Tongchu.com was up to something again? He immediately pressed the answer button, and instantly, a shocking piece of news came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 58. The next target is you. Mr. Lin, the CEO of Tongchu.com, Zhang Donglai, was killed by Song Qianyue. Zhou Shudong spoke excitedly with a tremor in his voice. He really didn't expect that a woman could be so reckless when she went crazy. He couldn't help but feel a little scared now. If he was also on her revenge list, would he end up like this? The man was stabbed at noon. The scene was very bloody and Zhang Donglai didn't even have a chance to resist. In less than an hour, the news spread throughout the circle. When the editors-in-chief of those websites heard the news, they were so frightened that their legs went limp, and some even collapsed on the ground. They were afraid that they would become Song Qianyue's next target. After Zhou Shudong received the message, he immediately notified Lin Muhong. He knew that the feud between Lin Muhong and Song Qianyue had been going on for a long time, and he was worried that Song Qianyue's next target would be him. When Lin Muhong heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, and a strong shock surged in his heart. He didn't expect that Song Qianyue would be willing to kill someone for revenge. Seeing no sound coming from the phone, Zhou Shudong hurriedly asked, Mr. Lin, did you hear it? His voice was full of anxiety and worry. I'm listening. Lin Muhong came back to his senses and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong hurriedly warned, Boss Lin, Song Qianyue ran away after killing Zhang Donglai, and the police haven't caught her yet. You must be careful during this period, and it's best to hide. Lin Muhong was silent for a while, then said, I know, thank you for telling me the news, I will be careful. It's okay, you've helped me before, and it's just a small matter. Zhou Shudong said sincerely. He is a simple man at heart. He will repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. Moreover, the website's current status is inseparable from the other party's help. Although Zhou Shudong told Lin Muhong to be careful, people were still worried as long as Song Qianyue was not caught. To be honest, Zhou Shudong was also very worried about his own safety. After all, his website was a thorn in Song Qianyue's side. These days, he planned to stay in the company and not come out, and even asked his assistant to bring him meals. He didn't want to lose his life because of a momentary carelessness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong frowned and fell into deep thought. He was not afraid of Song Qianyue. If it were him, he would be fearless. But Wan and Xia Wanning are by his side, and he doesn't want them to get hurt because of him. But hiding all the time is not a solution. There are only thieves who can thieves for 1,000 years, but there is no one who can guard against thieves for 1,000 years. Lin Muhong knew that he had to find a way to lure Song Qianyue out and then capture her in one fell swoop. He couldn't let this crazy woman remain at large, threatening the safety of him and his family. Lin Muhong thought that tonight's celebration party was a good opportunity. Maybe she was hiding in a corner watching him and waiting for the chance to strike. I have to say that Lin Muhong's guess was very correct. At this moment, downstairs in his community, a woman wearing a baseball cap and white sneakers was hiding behind the bushes. Her eyes were sinister and vicious, staring closely at the door of Lin Muhong's unit. This woman is Song Qianyue. She has been waiting here for an hour, just waiting for Lin Muhong to appear. Looking at the photos on the phone, Song Qianyue felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She didn't expect that the Zhong Qianni she hated was actually a college student. When she thought about being pulled down from the altar by this young boy, the anger in her eyes seemed to be about to burst out. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, but she felt no pain, only the rage burning in her heart. Song Qianyue stared at the door of the apartment angrily. Once Lin Muhan came out, she would follow him and find a corner where no one was around and. It was late in the evening. Xia Wanning looked at the clock on the wall, smiled at the father and daughter and said, "I'll go out and reserve a table first. You two can come over at 7. After hearing this, Wanwan tilted her head and blinked her big eyes at her mother, asking in a baby voice, "Mom, what are you doing outside now?" "Mom, go reserve a table, otherwise Wanwan won't be able to eat meat." Xia Wanning rubbed Wanwan's little head lovingly. When the little one heard that she couldn't eat meat, she immediately became anxious and hugged her mother's thighs tightly, fearing that her mother would not take her with her. Wanwan wants to go with her mother. Her little mouth was pouted so high that you could hang an oil bottle on it. Lin Muhan couldn't help laughing when he saw Wanwan like this. He thought that it might be unsafe for Wanwan to be with him, so he agreed, "Since Wanwan is going with you, then you can take her with you." "Okay then." Xia Wanning nodded, and then ordered, "Then go put on your shoes, Mom will take you." "Hee Mom, I love you," the little guy said sweetly, and then put on his little sandals obediently on the small bench. When she was putting on her shoes, she did not forget to look up at her mother, fearing that her mother would leave without waiting for her. After getting dressed, Xia Wanning came out holding Wanwan's little hand. Wanwan followed her mother as she walked, swaying from side to side like a little penguin. Lin Muhong stood at the door, smiling and admonishing, "Baby, you have to listen to your mother, understand?" "I know." Wanwan nodded her head and said, her pigtails swaying like a cute elf. The elevator came, and she couldn't wait to hold her mother's hand and walk in. She looked at Lin Muhong happily and said, "Goodbye, Dad." Lin Muhong waved happily and watched the elevator door close. Watching the sun setting outside the window, he decided to wait until dark before leaving home to create conditions for Song Qianyue. Seeing someone coming out of the unit door, Song Qianyue looked up, her eyes full of disappointment. She cursed secretly, and then continued to hide, "Zhong Qianni, I don't believe I can't wait for you." After a while, the mother and daughter arrived at the barbecue restaurant opposite the school. This barbecue restaurant is a small house built with colored steel tiles. Although it is simple, its business is extremely popular. At that time, many small tables and benches had been placed at the door, and people were sitting in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and eating barbecue. Xia Wanning settled Wanwan on a small chair and said to the boss with a smile, "Uncle, please share a table for us. There will be about 10 people and they will be here soon." "Okay, no problem." The boss agreed with a smile and started to put the table together. He moved very quickly and had put together a large table in no time. After the table was put together, Wanwan looked around and asked curiously, "Mom, when can we eat meat?" Her little mouth was pouted high, as if she couldn't wait. "Baby, we can only eat meat after everyone is present. This is basic etiquette," Xia Wanning said gently to her baby daughter. After hearing this, Wanwan nodded as if she understood. "Oh, okay. Then Wanwan will wait a little longer." "Great, our Wanwan is so well behaved." Xia Wanning scratched the tip of Wanwan's nose lovingly, and then started reading a picture book with the little guy. After a while, someone sat down next to Xia Wanning. Chapter 59. This is my boyfriend Lin Muhong. Gao Xingyue sat down and his eyes fell on the soft and sticky little ball next to Xia Wanning. The little girl was wearing a pink dress and her hair was tied into 2 cute braids with sparkling bows on them. Seeing such a cute little girl, Gao Xingyue's eyes sparkled with joy. "Ning, this is your sister, she's so cute." After she finished speaking, she stretched out her slender fingers, gently pulled Wanwan to her side, and asked with fondness in her voice, "Little sister, what's your name?" Wanwan pursed her lips and smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "My name is Lin Wanwan." Her voice was childish, and it made people happy just by listening to it. After hearing this, Gao Xingyue happily touched Wanwan's little head, then took out a lollipop from her pocket and said, "Here's the candy for you." When Wanwan saw this, her eyes whitened instantly. Her chubby little hands couldn't wait to tear open the wrapping paper and put the candy into her mouth. The sugar is sweet, and the little girl's heart is also sweet. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, like a little greedy cat. Recalling the name the little guy just said, Gao Xingyue said with surprise, "Ning, your family is really trendy, your sister takes after her mother." Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning smiled helplessly and said, "What do you mean by taking after the mother's instincts? Wanwan is my daughter. Although no one would believe it if she said it out loud, her heart was filled with happiness and pride. Is this true? Gao Xinyue looked the two of them up and down, his face full of disbelief. Xia Wanning said very sincerely, really. But Gao Xinyue was still a little bit unbelievable, but she didn't take it seriously. Thinking that he had something important to tell her, he patted her shoulder and gave her instructions. Ningning, I heard some news from others. Zhang Jinfu and others have agreed to take turns getting you drunk at night. I'm worried that they have bad intentions, so you must not drink with them. Gao Xinyue's voice was full of worry. She didn't want to see Xia Wanning suffer. There was a hint of coldness in Xia Wanning's eyes, that coldness was like ice, making people shudder. Yeah, thank you for telling me this news. I won't drink with them. She knew in her heart that Zhang Jinfu appeared to be very kind, but in fact he was full of bad intentions. She had already started to guard against him. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. Soon, Zhang Jinfu and several members of the student union came over. They came in a large group, with malicious smiles on their faces. After seeing Xia Wanning, Zhang Jinfu came over with a smile, a bit of cunning hidden in his smile. Sister Ning Ning, you came really early, you must be anxious waiting. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning didn't even look at him and replied coldly, You didn't call me Ning Ning. I'm not familiar with you. There was no warmth in her voice, just like the cold wind in winter, biting and cold. Zhang Jinfu was so dissatisfied that he said to himself, Why are you being so high-minded? I'm going to sleep with you today. He glared at Xia Wanning fiercely, his eyes full of possessiveness and anger. Then the group sat opposite each other, and the men smiled at each other, with a bit of cunning in their smiles, and then said, Thank you, President. Today our student union is proud of us, so we have to celebrate well. We won't go home until we are drunk, haha. They all knew that today's goal was to get Xia Wanning drunk and then take the opportunity to attack her. Knowing their plans in advance, Xia Wanning refused without blinking. I'm so sorry, I have a cold recently and took ceftriaxone when I came out. You guys should drink it. When Zhang Jinfu heard this answer, the smile on his face froze for a moment. His original plan was ruined, and his eyes were filled with anger. He gritted his teeth fiercely and cursed in his heart, This bitch actually dared to ruin my good deeds. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Wanwan looked at the many people gathered around the table. She tilted her head, looked at Xia Wanning curiously and said, Mom, are the uncles and aunts here? Wanwan's stomach is rumbling. She covered her stomach with her little hands, feeling a little embarrassed. Xia Wanning looked at the time. It was already the agreed time. She smiled and said, Okay, let's eat. Then, she called the boss to start taking the order. However, at this time, several men looked at each other, and their eyes fell on Wanwan with a bit of surprise in their eyes. After placing the order, Zhang Jinfu asked eagerly, President Xie, is the little girl next to you your daughter? Yeah, is that not possible? Xia Wanning asked back unhappily, with a hint of disdain and indifference in her eyes. Zhang Jinfu waved his hands upon hearing that, muttering to himself, Damn it, you're not a virgin anymore, why are you still pretending to be so cool? If others can sleep with her, so can I. His heart was filled with resentment and dissatisfaction towards Xia Wanning. At the table, everyone had different expressions, only Wanwan was concentrating on eating the meat. She took a bite of the meat, and her little face showed great satisfaction. I have to say, when you are young, you have no worries, your happiness is so simple and pure. While eating, Wanwan suddenly remembered something important. She looked at Xia Wanning, her big eyes flickering with doubt. Mom, why hasn't Dad come yet? Did he forget? There was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in her voice, for fear that Dad would miss the delicious meat. No way. Xia Wanning was puzzled and immediately wanted to take out her cell phone to contact the other party. Just then, a familiar voice came, Sorry, I'm late. Dad, you're here. After hearing her father's voice, Wanwan jumped over and pulled him to sit next to her. The little figure was like a happy elf. Seeing this, Xia Wanning smiled and shook her head, It's not too late, the skewers have just arrived and are still hot. At this time, Gao Xinyue whispered in her ear in surprise, Ningning, this handsome guy is not from our student union, I haven't seen him before. There was a hint of curiosity and surprise in her voice, and her eyes looked back and forth at Lin Muheng. Indeed not. Xia Wanning replied in a low voice, and then introduced in front of everyone, This is Lin Muheng, my boyfriend. She blinked when she looked at Lin Muheng, and he nodded in cooperation, his smile full of doting and tenderness, Hello everyone, thank you for taking care of my Ningning. The girls present applauded enthusiastically when they saw such a handsome guy, but Zhang Jinfu felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly leg. He slammed the wine glass heavily on the table, and the sound of the glass hitting the table was particularly harsh. He said impatiently, "Anyone can say nice things, but you have to be sincere. Drink a glass first." As soon as he said this, the little followers beside him also echoed, "That's right, since he kidnapped our school beauty, we must have a drink." Seeing that everyone was deliberately picking on her, Xia Wanning said coldly, "My boyfriend can't drink. If you want a drink, drink it yourself." Upon seeing this, Zhang Jinfu looked at Lin Muhong provocatively and continued, "You coward who hides behind a woman, I really doubt the vision of our president Xia, don't you?" His eyes were full of contempt and ridicule, as if he wanted to provoke the other party. Seeing this, Lin Muhong smiled and nodded, "I'll drink with you." When he came, he found someone following him, and he was very sure that person was Song Qianyue. "Just when I was worrying about how to lure her out, this guy came over and gave me a pillow." It was just in time. At that time, Lin Muhong already had a plan in his mind to ensure that Song Qianyue would be brought to justice. Chapter 60, Mom, I see it's so delicious. Then, Lin Muhong's deep eyes slowly fell on the bottle of white wine beside him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a relaxed smile. A glass of wine is so insincere. I'll drink a bottle. Do you dare to follow me? After that, he raised his chin slightly, his face full of pride. You know, he is talking about white wine. An average person would probably feel dizzy and stagger after drinking one glass of it. After drinking this bottle of wine, he would have to go see Tainai. When the little followers beside him heard what Lin Muhong said, they immediately became excited. They all came to Zhang Jinfu and said in unison, "Brother Zhang, this guy is just trying to scare you. He can't drink at all. Let's bet with him." "Yes, that's right. Let's not fight for the buns but for our dignity. Let this kid see how much you can drink." Zhang Jinfu heard every word the little followers said. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Okay, I'll drink with you, but you have to drink first." "No problem." Lin Muhong nodded with a smile, and with a bit of contempt, he said in his heart, "You are not qualified to compete with me in drinking capacity." Seeing the two of them were on the verge of a fight, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhong worriedly, her eyes full of anxiety and concern. She didn't want the other party to show off because of her. If something happened, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. However, when she looked at Lin Muhong, his eyes seemed to tell her, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." In the end, Xia Wanning swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth, but her hands unconsciously clutched the corners of her clothes tightly. Then, Lin Muhong slowly picked up the white wine on the table, twisted his fingers lightly, and the lid opened with a pop. He simply picked up the bottle, tilted his head back, and began to drink it up with big gulps. His Adam's apple rolled up and down as he swallowed. It seemed as if he was not drinking liquor, but ordinary water. When the people around him saw him drinking, they couldn't help swallowing, their eyes widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. Seeing the scene, Zhang Jinfu couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and kept muttering in his heart, "This person is not drinking alcohol, he is just drinking water." After the little followers around him felt the boss's anger, they dared not speak and lowered their heads. During the process, Xia Wanning stared at Lin Muhong closely, not daring to relax for a moment, for fear that he would feel uncomfortable in any way. Soon, after drinking a bottle of white wine, Lin Muhong looked at Zhang Jinfu proudly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I finished drinking, it's your turn." Frightened by the other party's momentum, Zhang Jinfu stuttered, You can't have water in here, right? Otherwise, how could you drink it so fast? You are cheating, I won't follow you." As soon as these words came out, all the girls in the room went wild, saying indignantly, "Zhang Jinfu, you brought the wine, so how could they have the chance to tamper with it? I think you guys are obviously afraid to compete." "That's right. If you can't drink as much as others, just say it directly. It's really shameful to make up excuses." Gao Xinyue and others put their hands on their hips, shook their heads mockingly, with contempt on their faces. When Zhang Jinfu heard this, his face turned red and white, and he felt ashamed and annoyed. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and roared, "Who said I don't want to drink anymore? I'll drink." After saying that, he took the full bottle of white wine, frowned, and started drinking with a painful look on his face. After just a few sips, his brows furrowed even more tightly and an uncomfortable expression appeared on his face, as if what he drank was not wine but poison. However, before he had drunk much, he felt his stomach churning. Seeing this, Lin Muhong mocked, "Your alcohol tolerance is not embarrassing enough. Don't ever say you can drink in the future. I'm embarrassed for you. You." Ugh! Zhang Jinfu was about to curse when he felt his stomach churning. He quickly covered his mouth and ran towards the alley next to him. When his followers saw this, they hurriedly followed him. At this time, Xia Wanning couldn't bear it anymore and asked worriedly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable after drinking so much liquor just now?" "I'm sorry, they targeted you because of me." Her eyes were full of self-blame and heartache. Hearing this, Lin Muhong smiled and waved his hands, his face full of relief. "It's okay, that little bit of wine is a piece of cake for me, you don't have to blame yourself, not to mention that you are Wanwan's mother, it's my duty to protect you." Xia Wanning smiled and nodded when she heard this, but she felt something else in her heart. Wanwan's mother? But she doesn't just want to be Wanwan's mother. Next, Lin Muhong ate the barbecue with big mouthfuls, enjoying it so much. Soon, they came over. Zhang Jinfu's face was as red as a monkey's butt and he walked unsteadily. It was obvious that he was drunk. Then he fell asleep on the table. At that time, Song Qianyue was hiding in the corner in the darkness, staring at Lin Muhong. Seeing the other person leisurely eating barbecue, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and her stomach started to growl. She has been following Zhang Donlai since this morning and hasn't eaten a single bite of food until now. She is really hungry. She waited quietly, her eyes full of resentment, and she muttered softly, "Zhong Qianing, just eat well, this is your last meal." At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Muhong saw that there were fewer people in the alley, so he got up and prepared to go fishing for big fish. Seeing this, Xia Wanning asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Her eyes were full of worry, and her hands unconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Muhong's clothes. "Deal with some personal matters," Lin Muhong said softly. When Xia Wanning heard this, she thought he was going to defecate. Her little face immediately turned red like a ripe apple, and she quickly let go of his hand. At this time, the little followers saw Lin Muhong getting up from his seat, and they were all very excited. They quickly patted Zhang Jinfu, "Brother Zhang, wake up quickly, that guy named Lin Muhong went to the alley, let's go over and teach him a lesson." Zhang Jinfu opened his eyes dazedly. Hearing this, he suddenly perked up, sat up abruptly, and said, "Well, since you've embarrassed me so much, I'll break your legs. Let's go." After saying that, several people stood up with a rumble and walked towards the alley. Seeing this, Xia Wanning's heart skipped a beat. "I hope they won't cause trouble for my boyfriend." Her eyes were full of worry and uneasiness. "I don't think so. Maybe he drank too much and felt like throwing up." Gao Xingyue patted her shoulder to comfort her, and Xia Wanning didn't think much about it, but she still felt a little uneasy, as if there was a stone pressing on her heart. When they came to the alley, Lin Muhong pretended to be drunk, his body staggering, and finally he squatted on the ground and vomited. While pretending, he observed the situation around him with his peripheral vision, his eyes showing vigilance. He noticed a figure approaching him quietly, with light footsteps, as if afraid of being discovered. After getting closer, the man rushed over suddenly, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and stabbed at Lin Muhong fiercely with a decisive action. Then Song Qianyue's hoarse voice was heard, "Zhong Qianing, die." After her revenge, she opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her. Song Qianyue was stunned. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 61, Why is this kid following me? To be honest, Zhang Jinfu, who was stabbed, was also full of surprise. He opened his eyes wide, and his mind was full of doubts. With so many people, how did he end up in the gun barrel? He felt a sharp pain in his body, which spread like a tide, making his eyes go black. Then he lost consciousness and fainted. At that time, the little followers around Zhang Jinfu saw that their boss was stabbed many times and blood kept gushing out, and they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They ran to the intersection in panic, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Murder, murder, run." Hearing this, Xia Wanning immediately held Wanwan tightly in her arms. Her body was trembling slightly and her eyes were full of fear. When the people around heard the shouting, they all hid. Later, when there was little movement around them, they looked cautiously into the alley. At this moment, Xia Wanning suddenly remembered that Lin Muhong had just gone into the alley and had not come out yet. Her heart suddenly tightened and a bad premonition came to her mind. Her eyes were filled with worry and her hands clenched unconsciously. Then, she pushed Wanwan into Gao Xinyue's arms and said anxiously, "Yeah, Wanwan, please help me take a look." "I'll go over and take a look." "Ningning, it's dangerous inside, don't go over there." Gao Xinyue frowned and advised with a worried look on her face, but Xia Wanning's back looked resolute. At this time, Lin Muhong found a good opportunity nearby. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the dagger in Song Qianyue's hand. When she wasn't paying attention, he rushed forward and knocked the dagger off Song Qianyue's body with a stick. Then he kicked Song Qianyue in the stomach. She screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Soon, Lin Muhong tied up Song Qianyue using the same method as tying a pig. He was very skilled and tied her up tightly in no time. Then, he took out his cell phone and called Yaoling and Yaoling. Seeing that Lin Muhong was still fine, Song Qianyue shouted at the top of her lungs, "Zhong Qianing, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Her voice was full of resentment and anger, as if she wanted to eat Lin Muhong alive. Hearing her fierce voice, Lin Muhong frowned. He slowly walked to Song Qianyue, took off her hat, rolled it up and stuffed it into her mouth. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "It's so noisy." Looking at Zhang Jinfu lying on the ground in a pool of blood, Lin Muhong shook his head, sighed and said, "Why did this kid follow me? God doesn't want you to die, but you are looking for death." There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. At that time, Xia Wanning turned a deaf ear to the advice of people around her. Her eyes were determined and she had only one thought in her mind, to find Lin Muhong. She ran into the alley desperately, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. As she ran, she prayed in her heart, "Lin Muhong, please don't be in any trouble." The alley was pitch dark, and Xia Wanning vaguely saw a tall, large black figure from a distance. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened and her pace became hurried. When she got closer and saw that it was Lin Muhong, she couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on him. "You really scared me to death, I thought, woo-woo. I thought." Xia Wanning cried, her voice choked with sobs. "You thought something was wrong with me?" Lin Muhong smiled. He patted Xia Wanning's back gently and comforted her, "I'm fine. Don't cry. I'm just worried about you," Xia Wanning said coquettishly. She raised her head, looked at Lin Muhong with tearful eyes, then patted his chest and complained. After adjusting her mood, Xia Wanning touched Lin Muhong's arm, turned him around, and asked worriedly, "Are you not hurt? Is Zhang Jinfu going to attack you?" "No, he is also a victim." Lin Muhong shook his head, then pulled Xia Wanning out of the alley. He didn't want the other party to see the bloody scene of Zhang Jinfu, so as to avoid her having a nightmare. Soon, the ambulance and Yaoling arrived at the scene, and the doctors quickly lifted Zhang Jinfu onto a stretcher and sent him to the hospital. When the people around him saw so much blood on his body, they frowned and couldn't help feeling scared. "It's so cruel," someone whispered, his eyes filled with fear. At this time, the police handcuffed Song Qianyue and took her away. Before leaving, Song Qianyue stared at Lin Muhong viciously, as if she was very resentful that she had not yet gotten her revenge. Soon, the police came to Lin Muhong and asked, "Did you call the police? Can you go with us to the police station to make a statement?" "Well, okay." Lin Muhong nodded, then turned to look at Xia Wanning and instructed, "Take Wan home first." "Okay." Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes full of reluctance. After arriving at the police station, Lin Muhong told the police truthfully about Song Qianyue following him and her resentment towards him. The police listened carefully and took notes. When the police heard that Zhang Jinfu was just an innocent passerby, their eyes were full of pity. He was so pitiful. They just received a call from the hospital, saying that the murderer had stabbed Zhang Jinfu in the aorta. Zhang Jinfu's organs were stabbed in many places and he has died. The police officers all felt heavy-hearted as they had not expected matters to be so serious. To be honest, Lin Muhong was also very sad to hear the news. All he could say was that if people had good hearts, they would not have ended up like this. After coming out of the police station, Lin Muhong called Zhou Shudong. The other party was now eating and sleeping in the company. He had just finished making a bed and was about to go to sleep when he suddenly received a call. "Boss Lin, is there anything wrong so late?" "Mr. Zhou, Song Qianyue has been arrested by the police. You can go home and sleep peacefully," Lin Muhong said calmly. "Ah? Really?" Zhou Shudong was shocked when he heard the news. He didn't expect the police to act so quickly. He sat up from the ground all of a sudden, his eyes wide open, but he still asked curiously, "Boss Lin, where did you get the news from?" Lin Muhong said calmly, as if it was a trivial matter, "The police arrested her in front of me. She really came for me." Zhou Shudong nodded after hearing this, and asked after a moment, "Boss Lin, are you not hurt?" "No, that's good, we'll talk another day." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shudong notified everyone in the circle that they could finally have a good night's sleep. After arriving home and turning on the lights in the living room, Lin Muhong found Xia Wanning sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He smiled and said, "Why don't you go take a rest?" Chapter 62. 3 Followers. Xia Wanning raised her head, her eyes full of concern. I was a little worried about you and couldn't sleep. Recalling the look the woman gave Lin Muhong when she was taken away by the police, she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious, and then asked, Is that woman's target you? Do you have a grudge against her? Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Lin Muhong nodded helplessly. Hearing this, Xia Wanning's heart suddenly tightened, and she was worried and scared, but she was relieved to see that he was safe and sound. She looked at Lin Muhong distressfully and asked, You asked me to bring Wan here first tonight. Did you sense the danger? Yes. Lin Muhong didn't expect her to be so perceptive. Xia Wanning's tears instantly fell like pearls from a broken string. She cried and said worriedly, You are Wan's father. Don't do such dangerous things next time. I don't want you to get into an accident. Wan can't live without you. Do you understand? Seeing that she was so worried about him, Lin Muhong quickly shook his head and promised, Well, I won't do that next time. Xia Wanning said with a coquettish voice, You sleep in the second bedroom tonight and reflect on your behavior. I'm going to bed first. After that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. Lin Muhong looked at her departing back, feeling like crying but without tears, thinking to himself, I called him my boyfriend so gently last night, now she has turned against me? The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto the dining table. Xia Wanning looked up at Lin Muhong and asked, Do you have time recently? I promised to take Wan to the amusement park after the debate competition. If we have time, let's do it tomorrow. I don't have classes. What about you? Lin Muhong said after thinking for a while. Xia Wanning also nodded and said, Okay. After seeing her father and mother discussing, she said excitedly, So, we are going to the amusement park tomorrow? Wan is so happy. Dad, Mom, you are so nice to me, I love you. After saying that, Wan flew into their arms like a happy little bird and kissed them on the forehead. There was a gleam of anticipation in her big watery eyes, and her little hands were tightly holding her father and mother's hands, as if she was afraid that they would go back on their word. In the afternoon, both Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning had classes, but Lin Muhong only had one class, so he brought Wan to class. Wan was carrying a small school bag and sitting obediently next to her father, looking at everything around her with curious eyes. Soon, Zhao Zijuan, Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailuan came over chatting and laughing and sat beside him. As soon as Wang Kailuan sat down, he looked at Lin Muhong and complained, Ahang, we don't see you except in class, what are you busy with recently? Taking care of the children. Lin Muhong said sincerely. After all, he cherished the time he spent with Wan. At this time, Zhao Zijuan rolled his eyes and said with a wicked smile, Ahang, you have chased after the campus beauty, but you don't introduce her to us. Isn't that too mean? That's right, please introduce your sister-in-law to us. We are still single now, you have to help us. Wang Kailuan also joined in. Lin Muhong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although Xia Wanning was not his girlfriend now, she was Wan's mother, and it was time for her to meet his good brothers. He replied, Okay, then you guys come to my house for dinner later, I'll cook for you myself. However, after hearing this, Lu Xiaorong immediately frowned and asked in confusion, Ahang, is the food you cooked edible? It won't make us have diarrhea for several days after returning. Don't worry, the poison won't kill you, but it will help detoxify you. Lin Muhong said sinisterly. His cooking skills were indeed very unreliable before, but now he has been reborn, his cooking skills are excellent, and he is guaranteed to win over many people. The three of them just didn't follow the beaten path, and when they heard Lin Muhong say this, they really wanted to try it. But this is not their original intention. Their real interest is not in wine but in people. After class, Lin Muhong was followed by 3 tail chasers. Seeing this, Wan glanced behind her and asked curiously, Dad, why are these weird uncles still following us? Because these 3 weird uncles are coming to our house for dinner. Lin Muhong pinched Wan's nose and said happily. Oh, so that's how it is. Will their son come too? Wan wants to play with them. After hearing this, Wan said playfully, pouting her little mouth with a look of anticipation on her face. Hearing what the little guy said, Lin Muhong quickly replied, Baby, you must stay away from their son in the future. He didn't want his roommate's son to kidnap his precious daughter, otherwise they would be proud for the rest of their lives. Okay then. Wan tilted her little head, full of confusion, but she still listened to her father and nodded. After buying some vegetables and meat from the supermarket downstairs in the community, Lin Muhong led a few people home. After opening the door, Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 were envious of the cozy little house in front of them. The decoration here is very nice, warm and comfortable. No wonder my good brother doesn't go back to the dormitory. I will never go back either. At this time, Lin Muhan looked at the three people and said, please sit wherever you like. Don't be restrained. I'll go cook. Okay. The three nodded, then sat on the sofa, either playing with their phones or watching TV. Dad was cooking and had no time to accompany her, so Wan Wan started playing by herself. She played with her doll for a while, then played with building blocks. Maybe the little girl was born to like playing with water, so she went to the bathroom to play. She couldn't reach the faucet on the sink and could only touch the water in the toilet. At this time, Wan Wan noticed a small cup next to her. Her eyes lit up, and she picked up the cup to scoop out the water in the toilet, having a lot of fun. Her little hands stirred the water, splashing tiny water droplets, and her face was filled with an innocent smile. Later, the little one didn't want to play in the bathroom anymore, so she came to the coffee table with a small cup. Zhao Zijuan looked at the small teacup in front of him and thought that the little guy was bringing him water. His eyes lit up, he picked up the cup and looked at the two of them and said proudly, look, this is the water that Wan Wan brought me. You don't have it, right? I just want the kids to like it, there's nothing I can do. After saying that, he drank the water in the cup, then looked at Wan Wan with a smile and said, baby, go pour another cup for uncle, okay? Upon hearing this, Wan Wan nodded, took the cup and ran away. She ran towards the bathroom with her short legs, bouncing back and forth, looking so adorable. Zhao Zijuan only saw Wan Wan running away, but didn't see where she ran to. At this moment, he said with a smile, look at the treatment I received, and then look at the two of you. Alas, there is nothing I can do. It's because Wan Wan is so proud of me. Wan Kailawan and the other man were so angry when they saw the other party's expression of taking advantage of them. Lu Xiaorong complained sourly, it's just a glass of water, what's the big deal? Chapter 63, thanks to Wan Wan, I drank toilet water all afternoon. Soon, Wan Wan's round little face was gently pursed with her cherry-like lips, and she held the cup in both hands. However, the water in the cup swayed gently with her steps, as if it would spill out at any time. She took every step with extreme caution, her eyes fixed on the cup, fearing that the water would spill out and her uncle would have less to drink. Zhao Zijuan was originally sitting on the sofa chatting with Lu Xiaorong and Wan Kailawan. When he looked up, he saw Wan Wan walking towards him with her short legs like a little angel. He stood up with an extremely excited smile, took the cup with both hands, and said proudly, Wan Wan is so sensible, thank you uncle. It's okay. Wan Wan shook her head, looking very well behaved. Then, Zhao Zijuan held the cup and waved it in front of Lu Xiaorong and Wan Kailawan, and said proudly, look, how considerate Wan Wan is. Forget it, it doesn't make sense to you people who don't have water to drink. After saying that, he raised his head with a smile and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking it, he deliberately smacked his lips and said with satisfaction, this water is so sweet. Looking at Zhao Zijuan's arrogant look, Lu Xiaorong and Wan Kailawan were filled with resentment. At this time, Wan Kailawan's eyes turned, his face was full of smiles, he waved at Wan Wan, and gently called out, baby, uncle is thirsty too, can you pour uncle a glass of water too? Okay, Wan Wan will pour it for you. Wan Wan agreed crisply. After that, she jumped away like a happy little rabbit. Seeing this, Lu Xiaorong also smiled and shouted, pour uncle a glass of water too. Okay, I know, the little guy said in a milky voice. His voice was so soft and cute that it made people's hearts melt. Lin Muhan, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile when he heard these words. Looking through the glass door of the kitchen, he looked at Wan Wan's lively and lovely figure, and his heart was filled with relief. His daughter Wan Wan is really well behaved and sensible, and knows how to help her father take care of guests. However, he was a little confused. There was no water in the direction where Wan Wan ran. Lin Muhang thought, maybe the little guy went to find a water cup. At that time, Lin Muhang suddenly remembered an important matter. 3 of his roommates were coming to visit his home, and he should inform Xia Wanning in advance, otherwise she would feel uncomfortable with so many more people at home. So he quickly opened the WeChat chat box and sent a message to the other party, my roommate is coming to my house for dinner today, do you mind? Xia Wanning felt her phone vibrate, opened it and looked at it. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly raised, and she replied, nothing. Then come back after class and we'll have dinner together. Lin Muhang said happily. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Xia Wanning felt a warm current in her heart. She felt Lin Muhang's respect for her. After class, Xia Wanning dragged Xiao Chao back to the dormitory in a hurry. Seeing the school beauty Xia rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Xiao Qiao smiled helplessly and said, Ning Ning, what are you doing? You pulled me back. Are you asking me to help you find clothes? Xia Wanning said nothing, but picked up a pink skirt and compared it in front of herself, then asked with a smile, Xiao Qiao, do you think I look good in this skirt? She looks good. Our Ning Ning is the campus belle of Shanghai University. She's stunningly beautiful even with a sack on. Xiao Qiao leaned back in her chair and replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning frowned slightly, puffed up her cheeks and said helplessly, Xiao Qiao, seriously, do I look good in this skirt? It looks good, it looks good. Xiao Qiao nodded affirmatively. After all, with that pretty face, she would look good in anything. Looking at the other party's abnormal behavior, Xiao Qiao tilted her head and asked excitedly, Ning Ning, did Lin Muhong ask you out? Xia Wanning shook her head and said shyly, his roommate is coming to visit my house, I can't embarrass him. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao pulled Xia Wanning to her side in frustration and said excitedly, come on, you're the campus beauty of Magic City University, you can only make him proud. But, Ning Ning, have you two made any progress now? Has he confessed his love to you or something? Xiao Qiao asked puzzledly. When Xia Wanning heard this, her face instantly turned red and she said shyly, no. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao hurriedly took her hand and told her, Ning Ning, boys often don't cherish girls who are too easy to get. You have to be more reserved. Is that so? Xia Wanning thought to herself. Besides, she had never been in love before and didn't know much about this. Then she looked at Xiao Qiao and asked with a smile, how do you know so much? Of course. I can walk through thickets of grass without getting a single leaf on me. Xiao Qiao's eyes were evasive and her tone became more guilty. Seeing this, Xia Wanning did not expose her. She put on a pink dress and carefully put on some light makeup. She looked at Xiao Qiao and blinked. Xiao Qiao immediately understood and nodded with a smile, very beautiful, Lin Muhong will definitely fall at your feet. Hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Xia Wanning's face turned red as if blood could drip out. She ran away in embarrassment, leaving behind a sentence, Xiao Qiao, you are so mean. Looking at the other persons fleeing back, Xiao Qiao smiled and said to herself, I must have been born into the wrong family in this life. Women love me so much even though I'm such a bad guy. At the same time, Wan Wan was helping her father take care of several uncles. She was like a little spinning top, fetching water back and forth and having a lot of fun. She brought water to one uncle, then to that uncle, and she looked so adorable. At this time, the sound of the door opening was heard at the door, and Xia Wanning walked in. When Wan Wan heard the noise coming from the door, her eyes lit up and she rushed towards her mother with a smile, Mom, you're back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijuan and the other two hurriedly sat up from the sofa, then came to Xia Wanning and greeted her with a smile, Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Xia Wanning also waved and greeted them with a smile, but she was even happier in her heart because these people were calling her sister-in-law. Lin Muhong heard the noise coming from the living room, and he walked out with a smile, You're back, let me introduce you. This one is Zhao Zijuan, this one is Wang Karen. Xia Wanning nodded one by one. Lin Muhong continued, Now that we are all here, come and have dinner. At that time, the table was filled with various dishes, exuding tempting aroma, making people salivate. At this time, Zhao Zijuan brought the three people's small cups to the table. Wan Wan saw that their cups were empty, her eyes curved into crescents, and she said with a smile, Uncle, Wan Wan will go and pour you some water. Thank you, baby. Seeing Wan Wan being so well behaved, Zhao Zijuan and the other two were full of love. However, Lin Muhong looked at Wan Wan walking inside and wondered, the water dispenser is right next to it, why did the little guy go there to get water? Zhao Zijuan and the other two had a bad feeling, especially when they saw Wan Wan walking towards the bathroom. The three of them looked at each other with fear in their eyes. At that time, several people followed Wan Wan, walking cautiously, not daring to breathe. Sure enough, they found that she was holding a small cup and scooping water from the toilet. Seeing this, Lin Muhong was stunned at first, then he said to his three roommates with a smile, I'm sorry, brothers, my family is poor and I don't have anything to treat you. I made you drink toilet water for the whole afternoon. After saying this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 64 Something happened at home. Zhao Zijuan and the other two heard this and immediately retched. Wang Kailuan in particular complained angrily, Zhao Zijuan, what's your taste? You said the water is sweet. Ugh. You two were drinking quite enthusiastically, and now you're talking about me. Zhao Zijuan replied helplessly, thinking to himself, he didn't know who was the one who was vying to ask Wan Wan to pour the water. Seeing the people blaming each other, Lin Muhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You three are all the same, don't blame each other. At this time, Wanwan seemed to realize that she had done something wrong. She stood next to the toilet, scratching her little fingers nervously, and glanced at a few people from time to time. She was afraid that everyone would say something about her, so she stood there without daring to move, with even her little mouth pouting as if she was about to cry at any moment. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, so pitiful. Seeing this, Lin Muhang gently pulled Wanwan to his side. Before he could say anything, the little guy opened his mouth and burst into tears. He looked as if he had suffered a great injustice, or even as if he was the bad guy who was complaining first. When Lin Muhang saw Wanwan's tears as big as beans flowing down, his eyes were filled with heartache. He patted Wanwan's back gently and consoled her. Wanwan, the uncles don't blame you. If you cry again, you will turn into a little cat. The little guy was sobbing, and his appearance was so heartbreaking. Zhao Zijuan and the other two looked at her crying and were suddenly at a loss as to what to do. Then, Wang Kailuan quickly echoed, Wanwan, the uncles are fine, we were just joking. Seeing this, Lu Xiaorong also continued, that's right, Wanwan has hosted us for such a long time, and she has no complaints at all. It's not a big deal. The water in the toilet is also water, and it's very clean. Zhao Zijuan said with a smile. As he spoke, he actually convinced himself and nodded seriously. After hearing this, Wanwan gradually stopped crying, and then said aggrievedly, Uncles, Wanwan didn't know that this water can't be drunk, I'm sorry. It's okay, this water is drinkable. Who says it's not drinkable? It's just that you can't drink it often. Zhao Zijuan said with a smile. In order to comfort Wanwan, they really did everything they could. When Wanwan heard this, a smile appeared on her face like a flower blooming in spring. Seeing this, Lin Muhang carried Wanwan to the water dispenser and told the little one, Baby, next time the uncles come, get water from here, okay? Okay, Wanwan remembers it. The little guy nodded heavily, looking very serious. Afterwards, Lin Muhang found a few clean cups. At this time, Wanwan jumped off the bench as if to make up for her mistake, and went to the water dispenser with a cup in her chubby little hands to get water. After receiving it, she carefully brought it to the people and said in a milky voice, Uncle, please drink some water. Hey, Zhao Zijuan's heart melted when he saw this, and he thought to himself that if he had such a well-behaved and cute baby, he would be willing to drink toilet water every day. Next, everyone started to eat. After tasting Lin Muhang's cooking skills, Lu Xiaorong was full of surprise. Hong, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Your sister-in-law is really blessed. When Xia Wanning heard this, her face instantly turned red. She smiled shyly and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly put a piece of meat into Lu Xiaorong's bowl and said with a smile, Eat quickly, even meat can't fill your mouth. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhao Zijuan and the other two reluctantly prepared to leave. Before leaving, they held Lin Muhang's hand and begged, Ahong, the food you cook is so delicious, can we come and eat with you every day? Get lost, Lin Muhang said unhappily, thinking to himself, if he comes here to eat every day, wouldn't several extra high wattage light bulbs have to be on every day? Seeing the uncles standing in front of the elevator door, Wanwan hid behind Xia Wanning and said a little embarrassedly, Goodbye, uncles, next time Wanwan won't let you drink toilet water. Okay, goodbye Wanwan. The three of them nodded with a smile, their eyes full of love. After getting on the elevator, the three of them felt a little unsatisfied when thinking back to the dishes Lin Muhang had made. They all had one question in their minds, how can they get free meals every day? Before going to bed, Wanwan lay in bed, and Lin Muhang told stories to the little one as usual. Suddenly, she tilted her head, looked at her father and asked, Dad, I miss Grandpa and Grandma. When can we go back to see them? Speaking of his parents, Lin Muhang felt a little apologetic. He has been busy taking care of the children and making money recently. He hasn't called home for a long time and doesn't know how they are doing now. He thought that the Dragon Boat Festival would be in a few days and Wanwan would miss her grandparents, so it would be a good time to go back then. If they saw such a well-behaved and lovely granddaughter, they would definitely like her very much. At the same time, in an old residential area on the outskirts of Shanghai, Lin Zhongtian, wearing a striped vest, took his wife Su Wanru and quietly walked upstairs. There was a stale atmosphere in the corridor, and the lights were dim and weak. When they reached the third floor, the old couple's faces were filled with bitterness and helplessness when they saw the words "Pay back the money" written in red paint on the west door. Lin Zhongtian opened the door secretly, and after entering, he closed the door carefully, as if he was afraid of making any sound. However, after entering the room, the two did not dare to turn on the lights. Through the moonlight, Su Wanru saw that only some shabby furniture was left in the house, and her pent-up emotions burst out instantly. She looked at Lin Zhongtian angrily and said quietly, "Look at what you have done. You are so old but you still want to make trouble. You have ruined a good family like this. How are we going to live in the future?" While wiping her tears, Su Wanru continued, "Han will graduate from college in a few years, and that will be a time when he will need money. How can we help him buy a house and get married?" She became more and more excited as she spoke, and her tears fell. At this moment, Lin Zhongtian regretted it so much that he kept hitting himself. Seeing this, Su Wanru hugged him distressfully and comforted him, "As long as our family is together, we will get through this difficult time." Lin Zhongtian nodded slightly. After a pause, he raised his head, looked at the other person, and said slowly, "Has Han called you these days? Don't mention anything about home to him." "No, maybe the child is too busy with studies and has no time." Su Wanru responded by shaking her head slightly. She suddenly thought of something and continued, "The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Han will definitely come back to celebrate the festival. What should we do then? Won't we be exposed?" After hearing this, Lin Zhongtian fell into deep thought. After a moment's silence, he said, "Let's call Han tomorrow and tell him we're going on a trip." "Well, this is a good idea. Let's do it." Su Wanru nodded in agreement. Chapter 65 Returning Home. The next day, before dawn, the whole world was still immersed in quiet darkness. Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru tiptoed out of the house like thieves. Nowadays, as soon as daytime arrives, there will be a group of people guarding the door of homes, units, and even the entrance of the community, with only one purpose: to make them pay back the money. After the sun rose, Su Wanru looked at the time and guessed that her son should have gotten up, so she took out her cell phone and called Lin Muhong. At the same time, Lin Muhong, who was preparing breakfast, saw that it was his mother calling. A light of happiness instantly flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to answer the phone and said with a smile, "Mom, I've been busy lately and didn't call you. I hope you're not angry with your son." Lin Muhong said with a little apology. "How could that be?" Hearing her son's familiar voice, Su Wanru tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. "You are busy students, and your studies are the most important. Mom understands." He. Lin Muhong smiled innocently, and then continued, "Mom, I will go home during the Dragon Boat Festival, and I will have a surprise for you then." "No." Hearing this, Su Wanru refused flatly. When Lin Muhong heard this, he immediately smelled something strange in his heart. "Mom, don't you always hope that I can go home more often to accompany you? Why didn't you let me go back for the Dragon Boat Festival this time? Did something happen at home?" he said worriedly. No. Su Wanru was afraid that her son would think too much, so she smiled awkwardly and replied, "Everything is fine at home. Your dad and I have signed up for a tour group for the Dragon Boat Festival and are planning to go out and play for 2 days. Do you really want to disturb our time alone? Your dad and I don't want you." Su Wanru said this in a relaxed manner, but there was a slight tremor in her voice. After hearing this, Lin Muhong frowned tightly. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. We'll leave this afternoon." Su Wanru nodded, trying to make her voice sound normal, hoping her son would not notice anything unusual. Lin Muhong heard this. Although he was a little helpless, he still nodded. "Okay, then you and my dad have fun. Remember to send me the information of the tour group. There are a lot of rip-offs these days. I can help you check whether it is legitimate or not." "Okay." Su Wanru responded softly. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanru couldn't hold back any longer and cried into Lin Zhongtian's arms, "Old Lin, I miss our son." Hearing this, tears welled up in Lin Zhongtian's eyes. He patted Su Wanru's back gently and comforted her. "When we're done, let's take our son home." After that, Lin Zhongtian looked at his phone and said, "The person we met is almost here, let's go check it out." After hanging up the phone, Lin Muhong felt more and more that something was wrong, especially since he seemed to hear sobbing sounds when he was on the phone just now. Moreover, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that something really happened at home? Lin Muhong's suspicions grew stronger and stronger, especially when he saw the photos of the tour group sent by his mother. He became more certain of his guess. "I saw that the date of the tour group in the photo had passed. My mom must have been worried about me and found a picture to send to me. The date was written at the bottom, but I probably didn't notice it because I was careless." Seeing this, Lin Muhong thought that he must go home. At this time, the bedroom door opened, and Wan Wan, wearing a pretty little skirt, walked over with cheerful steps. She threw herself into Lin Muhang's arms and said in a baby voice, "Dad, Mom and I are ready, let's go to the amusement park." Looking at Wanwan's excited eyes, Lin Muhang frowned, his heart full of guilt. He bent down and said apologetically, "Wanwan, I'm sorry, Dad is going to break his promise this time." He patiently explained, "Something may have happened in our hometown. Dad has to go back to see Grandpa and Grandma now. Dad will take you to the amusement park after we deal with it, okay?" After hearing this, Wanwan's excited face dimmed instantly, but she quickly adjusted her mood, nodded obediently, and said in a baby voice, "It's okay, Dad has something to do." Wanwan can understand, then wait until Dad is done with his work and then take Wanwan with him. At that time, Xia Wanning looked at Lin Muhang worriedly and asked, "What happened in your family? Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Muhang shook his head. "I don't know. My parents might be afraid that I would worry and they dare not tell me." Then, he turned his gaze to Wanwan and said softly, "Wanwan will need you to take care of her for the next few days. Thank you for your help. It's okay, you can go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Wanwan." Xia Wanning said gently. After all, Wanwan was also her daughter. Afterwards, Lin Muhang simply went back to his room to pack up, then picked up his small bag and prepared to go out. At this time, Wanwan suddenly caught up with him and grabbed his thigh tightly without letting go. She looked up at Lin Muhang with her big round eyes full of expectation and said, "Dad, Wanwan also wants to go back with you. I miss Grandpa and Grandma." Looking at the little guy's expectant eyes, Lin Muhang felt very conflicted. He was afraid that something might happen at home and he would not be able to take care of Wanwan, but he really didn't want to refuse the little girl's request. Seeing this, Xia Wanning bit her lip and finally said, "I don't have classes these 2 days, how about Wanwan and I accompany you home?" Fearing that the other party might think too much, she added, "I don't mean anything else. Wanwan wants to see Grandpa and Grandma, and I don't want her to be disappointed." When Lin Muhang heard this, his heart warmed and he was very grateful. After a while, the mother and daughter simply packed their clothes and came out of the room, and then the family of 3 went out. Because he was worried about things at home, Lin Muhang tried to speed up the car while ensuring safety. His home is in the suburbs of Shanghai, and it takes about 2.5 hours to drive there from school. Seeing Lin Muhang's anxious look, Xia Wanning comforted him, "Don't worry, maybe nothing happened at home." "Yeah," Lin Muhang responded softly. "If that was the case, it would be great." Soon, the 2.5-hour drive ended, and Lin Muhang arrived at the gate of the community in just 2 hours. At this time, there were many people gathered at the entrance of the community, and most of them were strangers. Looking at the landing pole in the community, Lin Muhang rang a beep, and soon a man came out and asked, "Whose car is this going to?" "Building 5, Unit 1, 302, Lin Zhongtian." Hearing this, the people gathered at the gate of the community instantly surrounded Lin Muhang's car. The leader was wearing a white t-shirt and his arms were covered with tattoos. He came to the driver's side, knocked on the car window impatiently, and said viciously, "Boy, get out of the car quickly." Chapter 66. Don't worry, I won't run away. Inside the car, Wanwan was sitting quietly in her seat. She saw through the window that a lot of people had surrounded the car outside. The little guy couldn't help but snuggle into Xia Wanning's arms, his tiny body trembling slightly, and she asked in a crying voice, "Mom, what are these people doing? Wanwan is so scared." Wanwan's little face turned pale with fright, her eyes were full of terror, and her chubby little hands tightly grasped the corner of Xia Wanning's clothes. Xia Wanning felt distressed when she saw her daughter's frightened look. She gently patted Wanwan's back and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, Wanwan. Mom will be by your side to protect you." After saying that, she gently buried Wanwan's head in her arms, using her body to block the view outside the car, so that Wanwan could not see the people outside. At this moment, Lin Muhang was sitting in the driver's seat. Without anyone telling him, he had already sensed from the tense atmosphere around him and the expressions of those people that something major had happened at home. His brows were furrowed, his eyes were full of confusion, and he kept thinking in his heart, "My parents are just ordinary workers, and they are honest people on weekdays. Why would these people come to our house? The most urgent thing is to understand the situation first so that we can know what happened at home." Lin Muhang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he turned his head to look at Xia Wanning and Wanwan behind him and said, "I'll get off the car to take a look. You and Wanwan stay in the car. No matter what happens, don't get off." Xia Wanning was filled with worry when she heard this. She replied anxiously, "Be careful." Lin Muhang nodded, gave Xia Wanning a reassuring look, and then got out of the car. Afraid that these people would cause trouble for the mother and daughter, he quickly locked the door after getting out of the car. Then, he glanced at everyone with cold eyes and asked loudly, "What are you doing around my car?" A tall man with tattoos all over his arms strode forward among the crowd. He glanced back and forth at Lin Muhong, with a meaningful smile on his face. "I heard that Lin Zhongtian has a son who is in college, that must be you." After a moment, the man with tattoos turned to everyone and said with a smile on his face, "Everyone, this is Lin Zhongtian's son." When everyone heard this, a light flashed in their eyes. Then, the tattooed man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If I can't stop your parents, I can stop you. As long as you are here, I don't believe they can hide forever." "What did my parents do to you?" Lin Muhong's face was full of worry. He stared at the man with tattoos, trying to catch some clues from his expression. "Boy, you are still in the dark." The man with tattoos sneered and responded fiercely, "Your parents owe the workers wages, and we are here today to seek an explanation." As soon as these words came out, the people around him immediately exploded. Their faces were full of anger, and they all echoed, "We haven't received our salary for several months. How can we live like this? If you don't pay us today, we won't leave." A short, dark-skinned man shouted at the top of his voice. "Yes, we're not leaving." Others followed suit, and the scene became noisy and bustling. Looking at the indignation of the crowd, Lin Muhong was full of doubts. He kept thinking, how could his parents, who are ordinary office workers, have the money to open a factory? What was going on? Thinking of this, a bold guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be that my parents are actually hidden wealthy people, and they have been pretending to be ordinary people in order to cultivate me, and I am actually a rich second generation or a family heir? But as soon as this idea came up, he rejected it. After all, his parents lived a very frugal life and didn't look like rich people at all. Before Lin Muhong could continue thinking, a burst of urgent horn sounds suddenly came from behind him. It turned out that his car was blocking the entrance to the community, which had caused dissatisfaction among the car owners behind him. The car owners who were stuck behind kept honking their horns, their faces full of anxiety and anger, and they kept cursing. In order to clarify the whole story, Lin Muhong showed a sincere look and said solemnly, "It's not a big deal to be stuck here. I'll drive the car in and we can talk inside." As soon as Lin Muhong finished speaking, a thin man wearing glasses stood up next to the man with tattoos. He was wearing a wrinkled shirt, his hair was messy, and he looked very unkempt. He pushed his glasses up nonchalantly and said, "It's blocked behind, so what? It's none of my business. If you run away, who are we going to ask for money? Brothers, we can't let him drive away with this car." He waved his arms and shouted to the people around him. Lin Muhong looked helpless, and patiently explained, "There is only one entrance and exit in the community. Where can I go if I drive in? Aren't you going to look for my parents? When I drive in, I will call my parents and ask them to come back." He thought to himself that he had to understand what happened at home before he could solve the problem. Besides, it was impossible for his parents to hide from these people forever. After hearing this, the man with tattoos thought for a moment, touched his chin, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and finally he nodded. He pointed at Lin Muhong and warned him fiercely, "Boy, don't play tricks. We have people in the community and at the gate. Don't even think about running away." "Don't worry, I won't run away," Lin Muhong promised solemnly, with a firm look in his eyes. The man with tattoos then stepped aside to let Lin Muhong get in the car. It was noisy outside and Xia Wanning couldn't hear what those people were saying. Seeing Lin Muhong return to the car, she asked with concern, "How is it? Did they not embarrass you?" "No." Lin Muhong shook his head and forced a smile on his face, trying to reassure Xia Wanning. Then he started the car and drove to the downstairs of the unit. At this time, the man with tattoos followed with everyone else. At this time, the people who were squatting downstairs in the apartment building saw the man with tattoos coming over, and they all gathered around him, asking in confusion, "Brother son, why are you all here? Is there any news about Lin Zhongtian?" The man called Brother Sun was none other than the tattooed man Sun Daong. At this moment, he looked at Lin Muhong with a smile and said proudly, "No, but his son is in our hands now. I don't believe that the old couple won't show up." Then, Sun Daong continued, "Boy, call your parents and ask them to pay you back as soon as possible. If you don't make this call, don't blame us for being rude, as you are so delicate and tender." He waved his fist in front of Lin Muhong, his eyes full of threats. "Okay, I'll fight." Lin Muhong nodded. He was not frightened by the power of these people, but was mainly worried about his parents. Looking at the ferocious looks of these people, I believe my parents must have had a hard time during this period. As a son, I feel guilty for not being able to share their burden. At this time, the man with glasses whispered in Sun Dayoung's ear, Brother Sun, we can't get through to the old couple's phone number. Can this guy contact them? Don't worry, they will definitely answer it. Sun Dayoung's eyes flashed with confidence. Soon, Lin Muhang took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. Upon seeing this, Sun Dayoung immediately snatched the phone, turned on the speakerphone, and stared at the screen. After the phone rang a few times, it was actually connected. The man with glasses had a gleam of excitement in his eyes, it really worked. Seeing his parents answer the phone, Lin Muhang hurriedly said, Dad, Mom. Chapter 67, Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor, we have to find his father. As soon as he said that, Sun Dayoung snatched the phone away and shouted viciously, Your son is with us now. If you two don't show up, we can't guarantee what we will do to your son. When Su Wanru heard this, her expression tensed up instantly, her eyes full of fear and worry, her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, and she begged, let's go back now, don't do anything to my son, come to us if you have any problems. See you later. Sun Dayoung said, and hung up the phone with a smug smile on his face. Hearing the beep, beep, beep sound coming from the phone, Su Wanru burst into tears, her body trembling slightly, and she said in a sobbing voice, A hang is in the hands of those people now, we have to go back quickly. We must have called our son this morning and he must have noticed something unusual and rushed back. Lin Zhongtian sighed heavily. Thinking of involving his son, he blamed himself and slapped himself hard in the face. His eyes were full of regret. I was really bewildered at the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caused so many troubles. It's no use saying this now. Su Wanru held back her tears, gently pulled his hand, and comforted him, let's go quickly. If we go too late, I'm afraid they will harm Ah Hung. The two looked at each other and nodded, their eyes full of anxiety, then walked quickly towards home. At the same time, downstairs in the apartment building, Lin Muhang was surrounded by a group of people, fearing that he would escape. However, looking at the big sun hanging high above his head, Lin Muhang looked at everyone and said, The weather is so hot, it's not a good idea for us to stay here now. Why don't we go back to my house first? He was mainly worried that the mother and daughter in the car were too hot and would get heatstroke. When the thin man with glasses heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly grabbed Sun Dayoung's arm and told the truth. Brother Sun, we are short of money. Many of us can't even eat 2 meals a day. I'm afraid everyone will get heatstroke standing in the sun. How about we? Howsy, what you said makes sense. What's more, there are so many of us, how can we let a young boy run away? Sun Dayoung said confidently, his face full of contempt, then looked at Lin Muhang and said, Boy, go ahead and open the door. As long as you listen to us, we won't do anything to you. These people are factory workers who just want to get back the money they deserve for their labor. Lin Muhang nodded and thought to himself, if these people's only purpose is money, then it will be much easier to deal with. Then, he unlocked the car door, opened the back door and said to the two people inside, It's okay, you can get out. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanning got out of the car holding Wan. Seeing that there were still so many people around them, the little one buried her head in her mother's arms in fear, her body trembling slightly. Let's go back to my house. Lin Muhang said softly, following the mother and daughter, and Sun Dayoung and others also went upstairs. When he opened the door and saw the scene inside the house, Lin Muhang's heart sank suddenly. The house was empty, with only those worn-out sofas left. The valuables had long been taken away. I guess these people were the ones who did it. Everything was fine the last time I went home, but now everything has changed. Such a big thing happened at home, but as a son, he was completely unaware of it. Lin Muhang felt full of guilt and secretly blamed himself, if I had called more often, would I have found out earlier? After entering the house, Lin Muhang led Xia Wanning and the other person to his room. He said seriously, You stay in the room with Wan. Don't come out if you hear any noise. Got it? Yeah. Xia Wanning nodded, her eyes full of worry, and at the same time she warned him worriedly, Be careful. Got it. Lin Muhang forced a smile, nodded, then turned and walked out of the room. The door was closed. Wan sat on the bed, her eyes full of worry. She said in a baby voice, Mom, those uncles look so fierce. Will Dad be in trouble? When Xia Wanning heard this, her expression tensed up instantly, but she still pretended to be calm and comforted Wan. Dad is so powerful, he will be fine. Yeah. Wan nodded vigorously. In her opinion, her father was an omnipotent hero. However, the little guy immediately added, if daddy is bullied, Wanwan will definitely rush up to protect daddy and mommy. Wanwan's chubby little face was full of seriousness. Xia Wanning looked at her with a gentle smile on her face, feeling warm in her heart. Well, our Wanwan is a little adult now. She knows how to protect her dad and mom. That's great. Hee Wanwan grinned, then sat on the bed happily. She took off the small school bag she was carrying, then took out the painting book and began to read it carefully. This little guy seems to have a natural love for learning and he immerses himself in a book once he picks it up. Looking at her precious daughter immersed in her own little world, Xia Wanning's heart was full of expectations, hoping that she could grow up carefree like this. Outside the house, the door to the front of the house was closed, and there were two people guarding the door to prevent Lin Muhong from taking the opportunity to escape. Seeing everyone's nervous expressions, Lin Muhong waved his hands and said with a smile, "You really don't have to be so defensive against me. I called my parents here to discuss a solution." After he finished speaking, he looked at the man with tattoos and asked, "How much money do my parents owe you?" When Sun Daeong heard this, he looked up at him and said, "Your parents owe us several months' salary. The total amount for all employees is about 2 million. After that," he emphasized, "what we get back is the money we deserve for our hard work and sweat. This money should have been given to us." As soon as this was said, the people in the room said indignantly, "We take back our own money, what's wrong with that? Your parents seem to be honest, but I didn't expect that they are reluctant to even pay the workers' wages. Rich people are more stingy. I didn't expect that a big boss like yours would still live in such a shabby place. Who are you pretending to be? If my family wasn't really broke, who would want to spend every day at your house? Anyway, you have to take the money today, or my wife will divorce me." A thin man wearing glasses came up to Lin Muhong and spoke excitedly. If Sun Daeong hadn't stopped him, he would have attacked Lin Muhong. "Howsy, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor, you have to find his father about this matter," Sun Daeong said, pulling Zhou Changhao to sit aside. After hearing what everyone said, although Lin Muhong had some doubts in his heart, he also expressed his understanding. However, he found it hard to believe that his family could afford to support so many workers. And his parents were definitely not the kind of people often described in novels, pretending to be poor but actually being rich. Lin Muhong firmly believed that there must be some hidden story behind this, and everything would be clear as long as his parents came back. Chapter 68, Son, Don't Blame Dad for Being Cruel. Since learning that the investment was a scam, the old couple Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru quietly went out before dawn every day, sat in the park all day, and only dared to return home cautiously until late at night. After receiving a call from their son, the old couple hurried over from the park and soon arrived at the gate of the community. At this time, at the gate of the community, two men were smoking and staring at the entrance. One of them, with hair dyed a dazzling yellow and a slightly plump figure, impatiently patted the person next to him when he saw the familiar figure and shouted, "Old Zhang, look, is that Lin Zhongtian and his wife?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehua immediately looked in the direction he was looking at. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he nodded to confirm, "Yes, it's them. This old guy has kept us waiting for so long." The yellow-haired man put out his cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said with a smug smile, "Hurry up and call brother Sun and tell him that Lin Zhongtian is back." The two men then followed Lin Zhongtian and his wife so that they could immediately intercept them if they found any signs of escaping. At that time, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru walked hurriedly, their hearts full of worry about their son, and soon arrived at the door of their home. As soon as he opened the door, he was roughly pulled in by the people waiting at the door. After entering the room, Su Wanru quickly scanned the house and finally found her son by the window. Seeing that Lin Muhong was safe and sound, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. When Lin Muhong saw his parents returning, he wanted to go forward anxiously, but was coldly stopped by Sun Daeong. Sun Daeong raised a sinister smile and said coldly, "Now that your parents are back, we should have a good discussion with them." After saying that, Sun Daeong glanced at Lin Muhong with disdain and continued, "You little brat, stay away, you have nothing to do here." Zhou Changhao was even more rude. He pushed Lin Muhong away with a look of contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian thought they were going to harm his son, and begged hurriedly, "Don't touch my son, come to me if you have any problem." Sun Daeong sneered and said slowly, "We came here today for only one purpose, to get back the money we deserve." Lin Zhongtian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he said bitterly, "I told you, we are also victims, not to mention that we can't even give you the money you want." Sun Daeong was so angry that he laughed and said sarcastically, "You have the money to buy our factory, but you don't have money to pay us wages? Do you treat us like 3-year-old children?" If you can't come up with the money today, don't blame us for being rude to your son. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian waved his hands hastily, his eyes full of pleading, don't do anything to my son. This is my fault. I will sell my liver and kidneys to pay you back. Please don't touch my son. Sun Daiyong's mouth twitched. He was also a father and knew that children were the lifeblood of their parents, but for the sake of his child, he had no choice. Lin Muhang felt heartbroken when he saw his father begging for mercy in order to keep him out of the matter. He stood up and said firmly, my father owes you money, I will pay it back, don't embarrass my parents. Ah Hung, what nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kick you out of the house. Lin Zhongtian's eyes widened with anger when he heard this. He really didn't want his son to ruin his life because of his affairs. He looked at his son with an apologetic look on his face, as if to say, son, don't blame dad for being cruel, I just want you to be well. Sun Daiyong felt mixed emotions when he saw this scene. How pitiful are the parents in the world. As a parent, he naturally understood Lin Zhongtian's feelings, but thinking that his child was still waiting for money to save his life, he could only harden his heart and said coldly, today, you must give an explanation, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. At this moment, Su Wanru also hurriedly agreed, my old man is right. As long as you are willing to let my son go, we will return the money to you even if we have to sell our blood or kidneys. If you don't believe me, we can go to the hospital right now and give you all the money from the sale. To be honest, everyone present couldn't help but be moved after hearing these words. However, everyone has different positions. If they don't get their hard-earned money back, their lives will probably fall apart. Therefore, both groups of people are actually not at fault. If anyone should be blamed, blame the person who set up the trap. Hearing his parents' words, Lin Muhang's eyes were filled with heartache. As their son, how dare he abandon them? He looked at everyone with a firm tone and said, I have money, I can pay you back, just talk to me. Boy, your parents owe a lot of money, do you really dare to accept it? Sun Daiyong looked at Lin Muhang with admiration. He didn't expect that this boy was so responsible. Lin Muhang nodded and said fearlessly, as long as you can prove that the money should be paid by my parents, I agree to pay it back, and it will be in my account today. When the workers in the room heard this, their eyes sparkled with surprise. If they could really get the money today, they would be able to give an explanation to their families when they return. At this time, Zhou Changhao approached Sun Daiyong and whispered, Brother Sun, didn't this kid just go to college? How could he have the money to pay back? Is he cheating us? Hearing this, Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian were both filled with disbelief. Lin Zhongtian, in particular, was worried that his son would have to borrow various loan sharks and online loans in order to pay off his debts. If that happened, his son's life would be ruined. So he looked at everyone and said sincerely, my son just started college, where does he get so much money? Don't you want money? I'll contact the agent now to sell this house. I'll return it to you as soon as the money comes in. I can also go and borrow money from relatives now. Please give me some time to raise the money. I don't ask for much. 5 days, no, 3 days. I will give you all the money I raise. Is that okay? At the same time, Su Wanru also ran back to the room and took out the gold she had secretly hidden, about 50 grams, which was the betrothal gift she had saved for her future daughter-in-law. After finding it, she placed the jewelry box on the coffee table and begged, take this gold first, and consider it as interest. We will find a way to collect the money in the next few days. If you're worried, you can send someone to watch us. We definitely won't sneak away. Seeing that Sun Daiyong and his group were somewhat moved, Su Wanru quickly looked at her son and said, why don't you go back to school quickly? We don't need you here. Hearing this, Lin Muhang said firmly, I won't leave. Then, he put away the jewelry box on the table and put it in his arms, then he looked at Sun Daiyong and said, I know you don't believe me. Come and see something, and you will know whether I have the ability to negotiate with you. Oh? Sun Daiyong was very surprised when he heard this. He muttered to himself, could it be that this kid really has the ability to repay it? Chapter 69 I didn't do anything. Sun Daiyong walked towards Lin Muhang with doubt. Zhou Changhao saw this and quickly reached out to grab Sun Daiyong's arm. He said with a worried look on his face, Boss, this kid might have bad intentions. We have to be careful. Sun Daiyong shook his head and answered affirmatively, it's okay. Then, he strode towards Lin Muhang. Seeing Sun Daiyong approaching, Lin Muhang's mouth curled up slightly. He stretched out his hand and handed over his mobile phone, saying, you can count the zeros carefully to see if it is enough to pay the wages of all your workers. Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong stared at the string of numbers on the screen of his mobile phone without blinking. He counted carefully, and after counting once, he was afraid of making a mistake, so he counted a few more times. After a while, Sun Daeong replied with a trembling voice, his face full of excitement, "Okay, we won't talk to your parents anymore, we'll talk to you instead." The Lin Jongtian couple were standing aside, and when they saw the scene, their eyes were full of worry. When they saw Sun Daeong's reaction, they were even more confused. Could it be that their son really had so much money? Su Wanru was even more nervous. She thought to herself, if this money was borrowed by her son from the internet, she would stop him even if it cost her life. Okay. Lin Muhang nodded readily, and then said, as long as you can prove that my parents should pay back the money, I will settle it for you. Sun Daeong grinned, then took out a contract from his bag, handed it to him and said, this is the contract your parents signed to buy the factory. A few months ago, your father bought this factory from our boss. Now he is our new boss and should pay us wages. There is no money in your company account? Lin Muhang frowned after hearing this. Normally, the factory would keep some money for emergencies. Sun Daeong heard this, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, then you have to ask your old father. Hearing this, Lin Jongtian quickly waved his hands, his face full of horror, and said, I didn't do anything. It's unfair. I have no idea about these things, and I am also a victim. After listening to what his father said, Lin Muhang knew that there must be some hidden story behind this. So he pulled his parents to sit on the chairs next to him and began to ask them what had happened. Dad, how can our family afford to buy such a big factory? What is going on? Lin Muhang was full of doubts and frowned. Since his son now knows about this, Lin Jongtian no longer hides it. He slapped his thigh, sighed deeply, and said, oh, it's all my fault for being bewitched and listening to slander. Then he continued, our land was expropriated by the state, and we received a compensation of about 10 million yuan. I heard from others that I could invest in the factory and enjoy dividends, and there would be no risk to the principal. As soon as they said that, I was tempted. I thought about it for several days, thinking that after you graduate from college, it will cost a lot of money to buy you a house and marry you off, so I invested all my money in it. I didn't expect that the contract I signed was a yin-yang contract. When I signed it, it said it was a share purchase agreement, but I didn't expect it to be a contract to buy a factory when I received it. I didn't realize this at all at the time. I only found out about it after they came to my door. After finishing speaking, Lin Jongtian looked at everyone and said helplessly, everyone, it's not that I didn't pay you on purpose. I lost all my money and now I'm really broke. After hearing Lin Jongtian's words, everyone present sighed. However, it is a fact that I have not received my salary. People are selfish and everyone must protect their own interests first. After hearing this, Zhou Changhao curled his lips in disapproval and said unhappily, now, you are our boss, it is your obligation to pay us, otherwise so many of us would have worked for nothing. Upon hearing this, Sun Daeong turned around and gave Zhou Changhao a stern warning, then looked at Lin Muhang and said, now that everything is clear, you can pay me now. At the same time, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Muhang's mind. Ding! The system detects that the host is facing difficulties, and specially issues a task, take over the factory and reward electric tricycle three-wheeled vehicle advanced manufacturing technology. Hearing the task prompt issued by the system, Lin Muhang couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, is the system asking me to take over this mess? However, he changed his mind and decided that whether the workers accepted it or not, the problem had to be properly solved, otherwise they would never give up. Lin Muhang turned to look at his father, Lin Jongtian, and said, Dad, find the contract you signed earlier so I can see it. After all, more than 2 million is not a small amount of money, and he doesn't want to be the sucker for no reason. Only if the law determines that the money should be paid by him will he bear it without hesitation. The contract was quickly found. After carefully reviewing it, Lin Muhang took a photo of the contract and sent it to Hu Lili. Because the publishing house is involved in copyright issues, they have been maintaining a cooperative relationship with a law firm. Not long after, Hu Lili sent a reply, Mr. Lin, there is no problem with the contract. Lin Jongtian does need to bear the workers' wages. After Lin Muhang learned the result, he understood it in his heart. He then looked at all the workers and solemnly promised, I will pay your wages today. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Sun Daeong and asked, what position do you hold in the factory? Do they all listen to you? Hearing that he would get his salary today, Sun Daeong's eyes sparkled with excitement and he quickly replied, I am the general manager of the factory and they are all my subordinates. Hearing this, Lin Muhang nodded and said, okay, ask them to bring the payroll over, and I will pay them according to the actual situation. However, as soon as this was said, the employees expressed their opposition. You asked us to go get the pay slips, what if your whole family sneaks away? Wouldn't it be a waste of our efforts? We know how much salary to pay, and you can just pay it according to what we say. As Zhou Changhao spoke, a subtle calculation flashed in his eyes. He thought that this way he could report a higher salary. Lin Muhang glanced at everyone, a hint of coldness in his eyes. You can send a representative back to get the salary slip. If I pay you according to your request, then wouldn't I be the one being taken advantage of? I advise you not to be clever. If you want money, bring your salary slip to me in exchange. Lin Muhang's attitude is very firm, this is his bottom line. Chapter 70, Trapped. After listening to this, Sun Daong nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, okay, then I'll ask someone to get the salary slip. I hope you don't go back on your word, otherwise everyone will be unhappy. Lin Muhang looked determined and responded without hesitation, don't worry, I keep my word and I definitely won't do that. At this time, Sun Daong assigned Zhang Dehua and the yellow-haired young man to go back to the factory to get their pay slips. Zhou Changhao frowned when he saw this, and quickly volunteered, brother Sun, these two are impatient and not very steady. Let me go. You can trust me to do the job. Sun Daong understood Zhou Changhao's little thoughts, and he didn't want to give Zhou Changhao the chance to do anything. After all, the key now was whether everyone could get the money smoothly. So he decisively refused, no, just let them go, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Changhao was frustrated and could only stand aside dejectedly, feeling reluctant in his heart and a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Muhang walked to Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian, looked at the worried expressions of his parents, and comforted them softly, Dad, Mom, I have to go out for a while, you two wait for me at home, don't worry. When Lin Zhongtian heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little worried, and asked hurriedly, Son, do you really have that much money? If it is a loan shark, I won't be able to make a living. How can I live like this? Lin Muhang looked at his father's anxious expression and patiently comforted him, Dad, don't worry, this money is not usury, I earned it with my own hard work, just wait at home with peace of mind. After comforting his parents, Lin Muhang turned to Sun Daong, his eyes firm and his tone strong as he said, I'm going out now. Tell them to open the door. Sun Daong raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you doing outside? Before you get the money, you guys can't go anywhere. Hearing this, Lin Muhang said calmly, go to the bank to withdraw money, otherwise how can I pay you wages? As soon as these words were spoken, the employees in the room were immediately excited, and their excitement was beyond words. When they thought about getting the money immediately, their hearts were like a fire burning and they were extremely excited. Even the two people guarding the door couldn't help but step aside, their eyes full of anticipation. Brother Sun, just let him go. This kid's parents are still in our hands. He won't dare to play any tricks if we leave him alone, said an employee. That's right. With so many of us, they don't dare to do anything wrong. Another employee echoed. Everyone was talking at once, and Sun Daong frowned and shouted, quiet. Then, he came to Lin Muhang, glanced at everyone, and solemnly instructed, I will go to the bank with him to withdraw money. You guys guard this room and don't let them go out. Do you hear me? After Sun Daong finished speaking, his eyes fell on Lin Zhongtian. Upon hearing his words, the employees nodded to show that they understood. Before leaving, Lin Muhang looked at the thin figures of his parents and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Fearing that his parents would be targeted, he turned around, looked at everyone, and said in a serious tone, it's okay to guard my parents, but if you dare to touch my parents, I won't give you a dime. Sun Daong patted his chest and assured, don't worry, our purpose is only money, we won't do anything to the old man. After leaving home, Lin Muhang drove the Dior car and took Sun Daong to a nearby bank. Along the way, Sun Daong stared at Lin Muhang closely, his eyes full of vigilance. In less than 15 minutes, the two men appeared at the door of the bank. Lin Muhang took a number and sat down aside. On the surface he looked calm, but his mind was busy as he was thinking about his father. Lin Muhang knew clearly that this was definitely a setup by someone else, and it must have something to do with the people around him. After all, few people know that I received compensation for my home demolition. Besides, my parents are honest and decent people. They have never had a quarrel with anyone in their lives. How could they offend anyone? In addition, there was not a penny in the factory's account, so the previous boss must have transferred the money away before they found out. Lin Muhang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The current factory is like a hot potato, but the system still wants him to take over. What on earth is the system thinking? In order to further explore the ins and outs of the matter, Lin Muhang turned his head to look at Sun Daong and asked, "What was the name of your factory's previous boss? Also, how did the contract come into your hands?" Seeing that the other party agreed to pay back the money, Sun Daong thought that the other party should know something about the factory, so he began to tell him about it. Our previous boss was called Ren Dajin, and he wasn't from our area, but I couldn't tell where he was from based on his accent. Sun Daong scratched his head and continued, "I am just an employee. The boss pays me and I work. In the beginning, my salary was paid on time. But this time, several months had passed and we still hadn't received our salary, so we went to look for him at his previous residence. He simply threw the contract to us and told us to find a new boss. Only then did we know that the factory had changed. Moreover, he was not surprised at all to see us coming, as if he had been waiting for us there in advance." Sun Daong expressed his feelings truthfully. When Lin Muhang heard this, his brows instantly frowned, and he thought to himself, "It seems that there really is an elaborate scheme behind this." Soon, it was his turn to withdraw money. Lin Muhang carried a large sack and methodically put the stacks of money handed to him by the teller into the bag. People around him saw him stuffing bundles of money into his bag, their eyes full of envy, and they all thought to themselves how great it would be if they could have so much money. This time, Lin Muhang withdrew a total of 3 million in cash, which included the previous copyright fees and all the proceeds from the later sales of the storybook. After withdrawing the money, there was only 10,000 yuan left in his card. After all, he couldn't bear to let his baby Wanwan suffer with him. Looking at the bulging backpack, Sun Daong, a normally generous tough guy, stared with wide eyes. He smiled naively and said, "This time, all the brothers can get the money they deserve." When Lin Muhang heard this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he smiled. Although Sun Daong looks fierce, he is very principled in his work and cares for his employees. No wonder everyone is willing to listen to him. Lin Muhang firmly believed that the other party's fierce appearance was just to get back his own money, and he never intended to hurt anyone. It seems that you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't judge the depth of the sea by its depth. Seeing Sun Daong still standing there in a daze, Lin Muhang turned around and said with a smile, "Hurry up and catch up." "Coming." Sun Daong ran over quickly with a smile. Soon, the two returned home. After Su Wanru saw her son coming in with a heavy backpack, she ran to her son and asked worriedly, "Son, did you really not borrow this money from a loan shark?" Chapter 71. You are also defenseless. "Mom, don't worry. I took this money from the bank." Lin Muhang's voice was gentle but firm. He gently put his arm around his mother's shoulders, trying to comfort her heart that was tense with worry. "Just relax. Your son is successful now." Hearing this, Su Wanru felt relieved. At this moment, it was obviously not the right time to ask his son where the money came from. Even if things were as bad as they expected, the old couple had already prepared for the worst. Inside the room, everyone's eyes were focused on the bulging backpack in Lin Muhang's hand. The employees gathered around Sun Daong, lowering their voices, their eyes full of curiosity. "Brother Sun, is that kid's pocket really money?" Sun Daong's mouth curled up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He nodded vigorously and said in a loud voice, "Yes, it's true. Everyone can get the money today and go home happily." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd burst into cheers, and everyone's face was filled with joy that was difficult to conceal. They were finally able to get the money. At this moment, the yellow-haired young man and another companion hurried out of the factory, holding the salary slip tightly in their hands, and handed it to Lin Muhang breathlessly. "We have the salary slip. This time, we can pay you." Lin Muhang smiled slightly, his eyes full of confidence. "Of course." He looked around, raised his voice, and shouted, "Is the factory's finance officer here?" "Here." A man wearing glasses walked out slowly from the crowd. He was wearing a navy blue short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. He looked neat and meticulous. "Are you usually responsible for distributing the wages?" Lin Muhang raised his eyebrows and asked. After seeing the other party nod in confirmation, he smiled and said, "Okay, please summarize the wages of all employees. I will pay the wages of each person after you have sorted them out." "Okay." Lu Pingchuan responded, then buried his head between the notebook and the calculator and began to calculate carefully. After a while, he sorted out the names and wages that needed to be paid and handed them to Lin Muhang. Lin Muhang took the note and shouted, "Zheng Sanpo, come here to get your salary." He quickly took out the money from his pocket, counted it carefully, and then solemnly handed it to Zhang Sanpo. Zhang Sanpo held the money in his hand, feeling an indescribable joy in his heart. Thinking of his daughter's eager eyes, he smiled innocently and said, "My daughter has said for a long time that she wants to eat meat. I will buy some meat and ask her mother to stew it." Haha, after that, he left happily. Seeing Zhang Sanpo leave with satisfaction after receiving the money, those employees who had not yet received their share of the money were also filled with anticipation. There were fewer and fewer people in the room, and everyone's face was filled with an expectant smile. Finally, it was Sun Dayong's turn to collect his salary. Lin Muhong handed the money to him and said with a smile, "Here is the money. In addition, I plan to take over this factory and want you to continue to be the general manager. Are you willing? You want me to continue coming to work?" Sun Daong widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He rubbed his head and said a little embarrassedly, "After I treated you like this, are you still willing to hire me?" "Yeah." Lin Muhong nodded, patted his shoulder and said, "I know you are cold-faced but kind-hearted, and you are a trustworthy person, so are you willing to come and work for me?" "Yes, I do." Sun Daong nodded quickly. After all, it is not easy to find a job these days, not to mention that his daughter needs money to save her life. Hearing this, Lin Muhong was overjoyed. He continued, "Then please help me contact the previous employees. Anyone who wants to work can come and work." "No problem." Sun Daong agreed readily. After the two talked about some things about the factory, he left with satisfaction. At that time, there were only 3 people in the living room, and the room was unusually quiet. Su Wanru couldn't hold back the impulse in her heart, and pulled Lin Muhong to her side, her eyes full of concern and worry. "Son, where did you get so much money? Tell me the truth, did you get this money from a legitimate source?" Lin Muhong was a little amused when he heard this. His mother's imagination was really too rich. He smiled and held Su Wanru's hand, gently comforting her. "Mom, don't worry, all this money came from legitimate sources. I secretly started a business when I was in college without telling you and made a little money. No one knows a child better than his mother." Su Wanru looked at her son's sincere eyes and knew that he was not lying, and her heart was filled with pride. She looked at Lin Zhongtian excitedly, her voice trembling a little. "Old Lin, your son has really made it. The ancestral graves of our Lin family are about to burst into smoke." However, seeing that Lin Zhongtian did not reply, Su Wanru frowned, walked quickly to his side, patted his shoulder gently and said, "Old Lin, I'm talking to you, what are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian looked a little lonely. He looked at Lin Muhong with self-blame and said in a low voice, "Son, Dad is really useless. Not only did I not help you, but I also lost all the money you worked so hard to earn. I really don't have the face to face you." He sighed, his heart full of regret. Why did he let himself get so carried away? Hearing this, Lin Muhong's heart tightened, and he hurried to his father's side, gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Dad, what are you talking about? We are a family, sharing joys and sorrows, not to mention that someone is targeting our family, you can't defend yourself." "What did you say, son? Is someone targeting our family?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhongtian suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. He did not quite understand what his son said. Su Wanru was also very surprised when she heard this, and hurried over to ask, "Ahung, you said that all of this was planned by someone?" "Well, that should be the case." Lin Muhong nodded, his expression became serious, and then he looked at the two and asked, "Who knows about the compensation our family received? Why didn't you tell me about this?" Lin Zhongtian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he answered awkwardly, "Your mother and I were afraid that you would stop working hard after you knew that our family suddenly had such a large sum of money, so we didn't tell you." After hearing this, Lin Muhong was speechless. In this situation, he really wanted to hum a song. "Listen to me, thank you, because of you. Who did you tell about this?" he continued to ask. Lin Zhongtian thought for a moment, frowning. This land was handled by the village, and there should be many people who know about it. I am not sure who knows about it. Then this matter will not be so easy to investigate. Lin Muhong pursed his lips and sighed, but secretly swore in his heart that he must find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Anyway, no matter who it is, since they set up such a big trap for their family, they will definitely have to give the other party a big gift as a token of gratitude after finding out the truth. Chapter 72. Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan misses you so much. Recalling the conversation between her son and Sun Daong, Su Wanru was filled with worry. She asked softly, "Ahong, from what you said just now, do you really intend to take over that factory? Can you do it at such a young age? I think we should sell the factory if it can be sold." After this incident, Lin Zhongtian was still in shock. He quickly agreed, "Son, it's not that your parents don't believe in you, but opening a factory is really not an easy thing. Now, your mother and I can't stand any more blows. We just hope that you can live a healthy and happy life. We don't ask for great wealth, but for food and clothing." Hearing this, Lin Muhong felt a warm feeling in his heart. He listened carefully, knowing that his parents' concerns were all out of love for him. However, in order to uncover the culprit behind the scenes, find out the truth, and make money, he must face the challenge. He pretended to be relaxed and jokingly said, "Dad, Mom, I dare to do this because I have confidence in it. You can relax. I will definitely make the factory prosperous and make everyone envy you for having a good son." Seeing that their son had made up his mind, the old couple looked at each other and stopped trying to stop him. Su Wanru patted her son on the shoulder and said, "I don't need everyone to envy me. Mom just wants you to live a happy life." Lin Muhong felt warm at heart when he heard this. Parental love is selfless and great. Although the old couple do not think highly of their son's decision, as parents they will fully support their son if he needs anything. Now that this matter has come to an end, it's time to talk about other things. Lin Muhong looked at his parents on the sofa, whose faces suddenly changed, and began to lecture them. "Comrade Lao Lin and Comrade Lao Su, why didn't you tell me earlier about such a big thing happening at home? Am I still your son? Now I'm an adult and can stand on my own. If something like this happens again, I really won't come back." Lin Muhong deliberately emphasized his tone. He hoped that his parents would understand that no matter when and where, he would always be their most solid support. Although they were taught a lesson by their son, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru felt warm in their hearts. Their son was their greatest confidence. "Okay, we will follow your teachings." Looking at the mess at home, Lin Muhong took out 100,000 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table. "Take this money first. If it's not enough, tell me." That's enough." Lin Zhongtian nodded quickly, then took out 10,000 yuan and pushed the remaining money back to his son. "We'll just use this 10,000 yuan for emergencies. Don't worry, your mom and I still have jobs and we don't lack money." Lin Muhong shook his head helplessly and pushed another 40,000 yuan in front of the two people. "This money is not much, you must take it. Don't save money for me. I can earn it myself. Do you understand?" "Yes." Lin Zhongtian and his wife nodded. At this time, Lin Muhong took out a jewelry box from his arms and handed it to Su Wanru. "Mom, this gold is for you." She took it with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. "I have to keep this. This is the gold jewelry I saved for my future daughter-in-law." When she thought about her son getting married and having children in the near future, she was filled with joy and anticipation. The sun was shining inside the house, making it warm. The little guy had been on the car all the way, and he fell asleep soon after entering the house. The room seemed to have good soundproofing. Xia Wanning didn't hear any noise in the living room at all. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep. At that time, Wanwan sat up from the bed in a daze, rubbing her eyes with her chubby little hands. There was a rustling sound. Xia Wanning looked up and saw Wanwan wiping her eyes, as if she was sobbing. She quickly sat up, held Wanwan in her arms, and asked softly, "Baby, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Wanwan hugged her mother's neck, pouted, and said, "Mom, I had a nightmare. I was so scared." "What's the dream? Can you tell Mom about it?" Xia Wanning asked gently, trying to open the little guy's heart. Wanwan nodded and pouted, saying, "I dreamed that Grandma was hit by a car. It looked like she was in so much pain." After that, she hurriedly said, "Wanwan doesn't want Grandma to get hurt. Mom, this dream is so scary. I don't want such a dream." Xia Wanning looked at Wanwan seriously and comforted her, "Baby, dreams are the opposite of reality. Grandma is fine now and she won't be hurt." "Really?" Wanwan asked seriously, blinking her big round eyes. "Of course it's true. Mommy wouldn't lie to Wanwan." Xia Wanning gently stroked the little girl's head, as if to dispel the haze in her heart. Hearing this, Wanwan's brows relaxed and she even let out a long sigh, as if she had put this heavy dream aside. At this time, the little guy looked around the room and asked in a baby voice, "Mom, where's Dad? Are Grandpa and Grandma back?" Xia Wanning frowned and couldn't help but worry about Lin Muhong. She had no idea what was happening outside, but she didn't hear any loud quarreling, so things shouldn't be as bad as she imagined. She got out of bed and leaned over to the door, but she could hear no sound from outside. Xia Wanning couldn't help but wonder, logically speaking, the sound insulation of such an old house should be very poor, so how come there was no sound at all? She was really worried, so she came to Wan Wan and said, "Baby, you read a book here for a while, mommy will go out and take a look, okay?" "Ah, where are you going, Mom?" Wan Wan was a little anxious. Thinking of those people, the little one couldn't help but hug her mother's arm tightly. "Mom, don't leave me alone. Wan Wan also wants to go with you." Seeing the little girl's nervous look, Xia Wan Ning held her in her arms and said softly, "Okay, mommy will take you with me." After saying that, Wan Wan followed her mother, holding her mother's clothes, while Xia Wanning gently opened the bolt on the door. After the door opened, there was a creaking sound, and Xia Wan Ning's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. However, after hearing the noise, the people sitting on the sofa frowned and their eyes were full of confusion. Seeing this, Lin Muhong said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, there won't be any mice in our house, right?" "Maybe." Su Wanru nodded, then looked at Lin Zhongtian and complained, "I asked you to buy rat poison, but you always forget. Let's see if you can remember it this time." At this time, the two people at the door of the room heard the sound coming from the living room. There was no tense atmosphere, and Xia Wan Ning's heart finally settled down. However, after hearing the sound, Wan Wan suddenly ran out from behind her mother and rushed straight to the living room. Seeing this, Xia Wan Ning anxiously tried to grab the little girl, but Wan Wan ran so fast that she couldn't catch her. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the old couple Lin Zhongtian felt something was wrong. Lin Muhong then realized that he had overlooked something. He had been busy for the whole morning and had forgotten about his wife and children. At this time, Wan Wan had already come to the living room. Looking at the two people on the sofa, she ran over excitedly and called out sweetly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Wan Wan misses you so much." "Ha!" Looking at the little girl and the beautiful girl who suddenly appeared, the old couple's eyes were full of confusion. "Who are you?" Chapter 73. The granddaughter is my biological daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law is also my biological daughter. Xia Wan Ning glanced around the living room and found that Lin Muhong and the two elderly people on the sofa had some similarities in their eyes and eyebrows. She immediately understood that they must be Wan Wan's grandparents. Somehow, she suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness, like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. Her cheeks felt slightly hot and a sense of shyness crept into her heart. When you come to someone else's home, you should greet the elders out of courtesy. Then, Xia Wan Ning shyly raised her eyes to look at the old couple, her voice soft and a little shy. "Hello, uncle, hello, aunt." "Oh, okay." The old couple looked at the pretty girl in front of them and smiled from ear to ear, their smiles full of joy. Especially Su Wanru, she turned her head to look at Lin Muhong, pretending to be angry and said, "Ahun, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you introduce them quickly?" Lin Muhong finally woke up from his dream and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, this is my friend, Xia Wan Ning." Su Wanru was slightly startled when she heard her son's introduction. Just a friend? Not a girlfriend? She muttered to herself, could it be that her son was afraid that we would be angry if we knew he had a girlfriend? Su Wanru didn't think much about it. She stood up and pulled Xia Wanning to sit beside her. She praised with a smile on her face, "Your name is really nice. Can I call you Ning Ning from now on?" "Okay." Xia Wan Ning nodded shyly, but she inexplicably felt that the scene at the moment seemed to be developing in a subtle direction. Seeing that her father only introduced her mother but did not mention herself, Wan Wan immediately pouted, crossed her arms over her chest, and stomped her feet in anger. She raised her little head, looked at Lin Muhong reluctantly, and said in a baby voice, "Dad, why don't you introduce me?" "Humph. Am I still your little baby?" Wan Wan was angry and full of resentment. "Dad?" Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. To be honest, they even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. How could their son have a daughter this old? Could it be that she had been doing something wrong since she entered junior high school? Although they believed that their son was not the kind of person who would do such a thing, they really couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. However, in order to keep the daughter-in-law in front of her, Su Wanru hurriedly took Xia Wanning's hand and explained, "Ning Ning, our Ahang is a very good person in filial. As for this child, we old couple will take care of it. You just need to live your life well." Xia Wan Ning frowned, feeling increasingly confused. Why did he become more confused the more he listened? Su Wanru thought she was dissatisfied, and quickly scolded Lin Muhong, "You are such a young kid, you don't learn well. Tell Ning Ning what happened and give her an explanation." Faced with his mother's behavior, Lin Muhong was so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. He must have thought of him as the kind of person who did things recklessly. Regardless of whether the two elders believed it or not, Lin Muhang felt that he had to defend himself, so he said sincerely, Wan Wan is my daughter and your granddaughter, but it's not what you think. Wan Wan listened to her father talking non-stop. She was full of doubts and threw herself into Xia Wanning's arms. She asked in a baby voice, Mom, what is Dad talking about? Wan Wan is his daughter and Grandpa and Grandma's granddaughter. Grandpa and Grandma know about this. As soon as the little guy said this, the old couple suddenly felt overwhelmed. The little boy in front of me calls his son Dad and his designated daughter-in-law Mom. So, Wan Wan is their child? At this moment, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru finally sorted out their thoughts. The granddaughter is their biological daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law is also their biological daughter, that's right. They almost thought the child was born to their son and another woman. Fortunately, that woman was their daughter-in-law, otherwise they really didn't know how to promote their son who was single and raising a child. Then, the old couple's eyes were focused on Xia Wanning and Lin Muhang again. According to what my son said, wouldn't the granddaughter have been born several years ago? At that time, the old couple looked at Xia Wanning with eyes full of guilt. Especially Su Wanru, she held Xia Wanning's hand tightly and said distressfully, Ning, you must have suffered a lot in raising the child alone these years. In the future, I will let Hung double the compensation for you. If he dares not to listen to you, we old couple will be the first to disagree. We will definitely make him obedient and hand him over to you. To be honest, Xia Wanning was full of doubts at the moment. Did her uncle and aunt misunderstand her again? She waved her hands quickly and said bitterly, It's not what you think. I don't feel bitter at all. No, this is not. Before Xia Wanning finished speaking, Lin Zhongtian interrupted her urgently, Ning, you don't have to plead for that brat. Don't worry, we will definitely make the decision for you. Immediately, Lin Muhang felt his father's sharp gaze and felt a chill down his spine. He knew that if he couldn't explain this matter clearly, his parents would definitely punish him. If it wasn't something he had done, he certainly couldn't admit it. Lin Muhang looked at the old couple sincerely and said, Dad, Mom, it's not what you think. Wan Wan came from a parallel universe. What nonsense are you talking about? How is it possible? Su Wanru waved her hands and was the first to express her disbelief. In her opinion, there was no such thing as parallel universe in this world. Lin Muhang still wanted to convince his father to believe him, but Lin Zhongtian snorted coldly and ignored him. He was helpless. It seemed that he could only bear this false accusation. Seeing him unable to defend himself, Xia Wanning felt a little sorry for him. Then, she looked at the old couple and said solemnly, Uncle, Aunt, what he said is true. Wan Wan is the child born from my marriage to Lin Muhang in a parallel world. However, in this world, we did not know each other at first. It was because of Wan Wan that we came together. Is there really such a ridiculous thing? Su Wanru was puzzled. Although it was a little hard to believe, she gradually accepted this fact in her heart. In her opinion, as long as her granddaughter and daughter-in-law are her own, nothing else matters. When Lin Muhang saw that the old couple finally accepted this fact, he suddenly felt a lump in his heart. His son's words had no effect on outsiders, which made him feel frustrated. After sorting out the whole story, the old couple's eyes fell on Wan Wan. Before, they were still wondering when they could hold their grandchildren, but they never expected that their dream would come true now. It was so fast. Looking at Wan Wan's chubby little face with two little pigtails on her head, the old couple immediately felt pity for her and cherished her very much. Lin Zhongtian opened his arms and said expectantly, Baby, come to Grandpa. Chapter 74, For Wan Wan, I will definitely work hard. Su Wanru was not to be outdone. She raised the corners of her mouth, smiling like a flower, and also opened her arms, calling out to Wan Wan warmly, Come to Grandma and let Grandma pamper you. Seeing that Grandpa and Grandma opened their arms to her, Wan Wan pursed her little lips, frowned slightly, her face full of worry, and her big round eyes turned around as if she was thinking seriously about this big problem. She looked like a little adult, so cute. After a moment, Wan Wan's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a solution. She ran happily to Lin Zhongtian's arms with her short legs, raised her little head, and called out sweetly, Grandpa Baji. After saying that, she gave Lin Zhongtian a big kiss on the face. The soft touch made Lin Zhongtian smile instantly, with his eyes narrowed. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were squeezed together. He hugged Wan Wan tightly, as if he was holding the most precious gift. Lin Zhongtian was filled with happiness when being kissed by his precious granddaughter. He felt full of strength and could even run a half marathon without even breathing hard. He looked at Su Wanru proudly, his eyes seemed to say, "See, my granddaughter still likes me more." When Su Wanru saw the other party's smug expression, she snorted coldly and felt indignant in her heart. "I just kissed you, what's there to be so proud of?" She crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking unconvinced. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanwan broke free from Lin Zhongtian's arms and ran into Su Wanru's arms like a happy little bird. Her little head rested gently on Su Wanru's chest, and she called in a milky voice, "Grandma." The voice was so sweet that it could melt one's heart. Hey, Su Wanru nodded happily. She could never get enough of hearing this voice. She looked at Wanwan expectantly and said gently, "Baby, shout a few more times and let me hear you." Wanwan blinked her big eyes, revealing her shallow dimples, and said naively, "Two sounds." She looked so innocent that people couldn't help but love her. Hearing the little guy say this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Lin Muhang squatted down and patiently explained to Wanwan, "Baby, when Grandma asked you to yell twice more, she meant to ask you to yell twice more, not to ask you to say twice." After hearing this, Wanwan nodded as if she understood, then looked at Su Wanru in a soft voice and said in a baby voice, "Grandma, Grandma, Grandma." The voice became sweeter than the last, as if it were filled with honey, making Su Wanru so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Whenever the little guy called out, she would respond, and her happiness was beyond words. Then, Su Wanru hugged Wanwan and kissed her chubby face again and again, as if no amount of kissing was enough. However, at this moment, a sudden voice sounded. Wanwan covered her belly embarrassedly, stuck out her tongue, and said awkwardly, "Oh, my belly is rumbling." She looked playful and cute, making people laugh. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian said with a smile, "Wanwan, what do you want to eat? Ask your grandma to make it for you. I want to eat delicious food. I want to eat lots of meat." Although Wanwan is a little girl, she has a special liking for meat. Hearing his granddaughter's answer, Lin Zhongtian nodded happily, "Okay, let your grandma make you lots of meat." After saying that, he remembered that there was nothing at home, and quickly looked at Su Wanru and said, "Old lady, let's go out and buy some meat and make something delicious for our granddaughter." "Okay." Su Wanru nodded, then came to Xia Wan Ning and asked with concern, "Ning Ning, what do you want to eat? Mom will make it for you." To be honest, she now regards her as her own daughter-in-law. After hearing what the other party said, Xia Wan Ning was obviously a little shocked, and even her face turned a little red. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, her fingers unconsciously pinching the corner of her clothes. Seeing this, Lin Muhang quickly pulled Su Wanru to his side and whispered, "Mom, Xia Wanning and I are now in a relationship of raising Wanwan together. Now is not the future. She is not my wife yet, nor is she your daughter-in-law. Be careful when you speak and don't make her uncomfortable." Su Wanru did not answer after hearing this, but asked in return, "Son, Ningning is Wanwan's biological mother, not to mention that it is better for her parents to be the original couple. As for you, what do you think?" When asked by his mother, Lin Muhong was a little embarrassed. He pursed his lips and smiled and said, "For Wanwan, I will definitely work hard." "I feel relieved when you say that." Su Wanru was very satisfied to hear her son's promise. She didn't want such a good daughter-in-law like Ningning to belong to someone else's family. At that time, Lin Zhongtian had already found the portable shopping cart from the corner. He turned to look at Su Wanru with a smile in his eyes, "Old lady, everything is ready, let's go out now." "Okay." Su Wanru nodded with a smile and followed with brisk steps. At this time, Wanwan saw her grandparents were about to go out, and she immediately perked up. She ran after them with her short legs, bouncing and hopping, and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan wants to go with you, too, okay?" Okay. Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru looked at the cute appearance of the little guy and their hearts were melted. How could they bear to refuse? Seeing that her grandparents agreed, Wanwan smiled happily. She turned her head playfully and looked at Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning, saying in a baby voice, "Dad, Mom, you guys stay at home, we'll be back soon. Go ahead." Xia Wanning smiled, her heart filled with warmth. In a blink of an eye, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning were the only ones left in the room. It was so quiet around them that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Xia Wanning thought back to the group of people in the morning and asked with concern, "How are you handling your affairs? Do you need my help?" Hearing this, Lin Muhong waved his hand and said gratefully, "No need, it has been taken care of." Thinking of the many things that need to be dealt with after the factory is up and running again, he thought for a moment and said, "I may have to stay here for a few days. If you have anything to do, you can go back to school first. Wanwan is with my parents." When Xia Wanning heard this, her heart tightened inexplicably, and she even felt a little sad. "Are you trying to drive me away?" When Lin Muhong heard this, he quickly waved his hands and explained in a panic, "No, that's not what I meant. I said that because I was afraid that you would be busy. I really didn't mean to chase you away." In fact, he also hoped that Xia Wanning could stay. Now that he couldn't see her for a day, he felt empty inside. Seeing the other party's nervous look, Xia Wanning couldn't help laughing. She raised the corners of her mouth proudly and said softly, "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I have nothing to do these few days. Besides, I'm afraid Wan Wan will miss me, so I'd better stay and accompany her." Xia Wanning thought for a while and found a plausible excuse. In fact, she was reluctant to leave. After hearing this, Lin Muhong felt an inexplicable surge of joy in his heart. "Okay, then when things are settled, let's go back together." Chapter 75, I call her grandma and you should call her mom. On the outskirts of the community is a bustling lifestyle street. There are small vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the road, selling steaming cooked food, fresh fruits and vegetables, and a variety of snack stalls. The aroma is everywhere, attracting people to stop. Wan Wan's big watery eyes sparkled with curiosity in front of the dazzling array of snack carts. She sometimes stood on tiptoe and sometimes tilted her head, looking so adorable. At this moment, an alluring fragrance entered Wan Wan's nostrils. She couldn't help but curl her small nose and sniff it carefully. The fragrance seemed to have magic, leading her to find the source. On the sausage roaster, a few pink sausages were lying there, with the skin roasted to a golden and crispy texture. When Wan Wan saw it, she couldn't help swallowing. Although she was craving for the grilled sausage, Wan Wan still remembered her father and mother's instructions. The little girl resisted the temptation and did not ask for it. However, her curiosity was like a kitten's paw, gently scratching her heart. So, she turned around and looked at Lin Zhongtian with her expectant eyes, and said in a coquettish voice, "Grandpa, what kind of sausage is that? Is it delicious?" Lin Zhongtian followed Wan Wan's gaze, his eyes full of doting, and he gently replied, "That's starch sausage, it should taste good." After hearing this, Wan Wan nodded, but there was still a hint of reluctance in her eyes. She tried to take her eyes off the grilled sausages, but the aroma was like an invisible thread, tightly wrapped around her heart. Lin Zhongtian saw it all and felt pain in his heart. He gently took Wan Wan's hand, walked to the sausage stand, bought 2 sausages, handed them to Wan Wan, and said lovingly, "Baby, if you want to eat, just tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will buy them for you." Wan Wan looked at the fragrant grilled sausage in her hand, frowned slightly, and hesitated. "Dad and Mom said it was junk food and wouldn't let me eat it." "Grandpa, you should eat it." Lin Zhongtian looked at the sensible Wan Wan, and his heart almost melted. He quickly comforted her, it's okay to eat it once, Grandpa won't tell your father and mother." At this time, Su Wanru also came over. Looking at Wan Wan's pitiful appearance, she smiled and said, "Grandma won't say anything, Wan Wan, don't worry and eat it." Only then did Wan Wan take the sausage with confidence and took a bite. Her satisfied expression made it seem as if the whole world had become sweet. The little guy was eating with gusto in the front, and the old couple followed behind him with happy smiles on their faces. However, Su Wanru started to complain at this time, "I don't know who said that since we have grandchildren, we won't indulge their bad habits. Isn't this a slap in the face?" Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian said proudly, "My granddaughter is much more sensible than other children. It's just grilled sausages. It's no big deal to eat a meal." As he was talking, he suddenly saw the toy store next to him, his eyes lit up, and he said to the little guy with a smile, "Wan Wan, Grandpa will take you to buy toys, okay?" "Ah? Really?" Upon hearing this, Wan Wan's eyes lit up and she jumped up and down excitedly like a happy little rabbit. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian quickly reminded, "Baby, don't jump, be careful of the stick stabbing you." "Oh." Wan Wan nodded obediently, then hugged her grandfather's arm tightly and said sweetly, "Grandpa, you are so good to me. Wan Wan likes you so much." Lin Zhongtian was so overwhelmed by Wan Wan's praise that he was thinking to himself, "Today, as long as Wan Wan likes something, he, Lin Zhongtian, will pay for it all." An hour later, there was a rustling noise at the door. Hearing the sound, Lin Muhang ran to open the door in 2 steps. When the door was opened, I saw that both parents were covered with packages of various sizes, and were holding several bulging plastic bags in their hands. Lin Muhang was full of doubts and couldn't help asking, "Dad, Mom, what did you buy?" Those who know would think you went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, while those who don't would think you went to the wholesale market to purchase goods. After saying that, he quickly reached out and took the things from his parents. At this time, Xia Wanning also heard the noise at the door and hurried over to help. When he saw the Barbie doll patterns printed on the boxes, Lin Muhong frowned and asked, "Why did you buy so many toys for Wan Wan?" "It's because my precious granddaughter likes them," Su Wanru said with a smile, and emphasized, "We bought these toys for Wan Wan on our own initiative. Don't blame my precious granddaughter." "How dare I?" Lin Muhong smiled bitterly, thinking to himself that it was true that grandparents were closer than grandchildren, and his son seemed like one who was adopted. After returning home, Su Wanru went straight into the kitchen and started preparing lunch. Seeing this, Xia Wanning hurriedly followed in and said sensibly, "Auntie, let me help you." No, I can handle it by myself. You just go out and take a rest." Su Wanru declined. She was reluctant to let her future daughter-in-law do any work. As long as she could do it herself, she would never let her do it. However, Xia Wanning felt that it was not good to eat and drink for free at someone else's house, so she tried her best to do something within her ability. Seeing her firm attitude, Su Wanru could not refuse anymore, so she smiled and said, "Then help me pick the vegetables." "Yeah, okay." Xia Wanning nodded obediently, and then began to pick the vegetables carefully. Soon, a table full of sumptuous food was ready and everyone sat around it. Wan Wan's stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time, and even the 2 sausages she had just secretly eaten did not provide relief. Her eyes were fixed on the ribs on the table. When she saw her grandfather pick up his chopsticks, the little girl couldn't wait to pick up a piece of ribs and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, she praised contentedly, "Grandma, the food you cook smells so good, but not as good as the food Dad cooks." Upon hearing this, Su Wanru frowned and started to wonder in her heart. Her precious granddaughter said that her cooking was not as delicious as her son's. Was she saying the opposite? She didn't think much about it, but Lin Muhong's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid of exposing his cooking skills, which would be too troublesome to explain. So he quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it into Wan Wan's bowl, saying caringly, "Baby, eat more." Seeing that her son was only concerned with eating, Su Wanru poked his arm unhappily and said angrily, "Ningning can't reach the food far away, pick it up for her." "Oh." Lin Muhong nodded, then picked up a few pieces of meat and put them into the other's bowl. Seeing this, Xia Wanning blushed and said softly, "Thank you." Seeing that Xia Wanning ate very little, Su Wanru was afraid that she might feel embarrassed, so she considerately put some food into her bowl. Xia Wanning was very grateful for this. "Auntie, thank you. You don't have to take care of me. I can get it by myself." "Ha?" At this moment, Wan Wan's little head suddenly raised up as if it was equipped with radar, and looked at Xia Wanning with confusion, and said, "Mom, you called the wrong person." As he spoke, the little guy tilted his head to organize his words, and then answered seriously, "I call you Grandma, and you should call me Mom." Chapter 76, Dad, why are you so hypocritical? Seeing her mother lowering her head and keeping silent, Wan Wan thought she had said something wrong, so she quickly patted Lin Muhong's arm and asked in a baby voice, "Dad, was what I just said right?" Lin Muhong saw that Xia Wanning's face was so red that it seemed like blood could drip out, and she was obviously a little embarrassed. He smiled helplessly, thinking that kids nowadays are really smart and not easy to fool. He quickly reached out and rubbed Wan Wan's head, and said gently, "Our Wan Wan is right, come eat the ribs." After saying that, he picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it into Wan Wan's bowl. With delicious food in front of her, Wan Wan had already forgotten what happened just now and started eating happily. As Su Wanru saw how clever and cute her precious granddaughter was, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhongtian. They smiled at each other, their eyes full of joy. With Wan Wan here, Ningning, the daughter-in-law, will probably not be able to escape. After eating and drinking, the little guy started playing happily on the ground. She hadn't been to her grandparents' house for a long time. Her bright big eyes were full of curiosity as she looked here and there. Just then, Wan Wan suddenly found a small gourd under the coffee table in the living room. The gourd was about the same size as her hand, and it was not ordinary yellow, but a dark brown with a shiny appearance. After Wan Wan got it, she turned it over and over with her chubby little hands. The little girl had never seen this before. Then she skipped over to Lin Muhong with the gourd in her hand, tilted her little face up, and asked curiously, "Dad, what is this called?" "It's so beautiful." Upon hearing this, Lin Muhong looked down at the small gourd in Wan Wan's hand. He was shocked when he saw it. He quickly took the gourd from Wan Wan and said seriously, "Baby, this is your grandfather's lifeblood. You can't play with it casually." "Huh? Why?" The little girl's eyes were full of surprise. In her little world, she couldn't understand how such a small gourd could be her grandfather's life. At this time, Lin Zhongtian came out of the kitchen. When he saw his son holding the small gourd he had polished for more than 10 years, his face suddenly became extremely serious, and he scolded loudly, "Why are you touching my gourd again? I have polished this gourd for a long time. You might destroy the patina by touching it. This is not me." Lin Muhong really couldn't explain himself. "Ever since my dad started playing with gourds more than 10 years ago, and after being scolded by him, I have never touched it again. How come it happened again?" He knew very well that his father valued this gourd more than anything else, so he would not embarrass himself. When Wanwan saw her father being scolded, the little girl felt inexplicably upset. If it weren't for her, her grandfather wouldn't be so angry. "Although I was worried that my grandfather would scold me, I remembered what my parents said: children should have the courage to take responsibility for their mistakes, only then can they be good children." So, she plucked up the courage to look at Lin Zhongtian, pouted her lips, and said apologetically, "Grandpa, this gourd was brought by Wanwan. It has nothing to do with Dad. If you want to scold, scold me." Wanwan was ready to be scolded. At this time, Lin Zhongtian, who was feeling sorry for Hulu, heard these words, lowered his head and looked at Wanwan, his eyes full of tenderness. He asked gently, "Wanwan, do you want to play with this little gourd? Come, Grandpa will let you play with it." Lin Zhongtian stopped wiping the gourd and handed it to Wanwan. In his heart, the gourd was not as important as his granddaughter's happiness. He thought to himself, "It's just a gourd that has been cooked for more than 10 years. At worst, I can just cook another one." Hearing what his father said, Lin Muhong frowned, full of surprise, and very unhappy in his heart. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Dad, why are you so obviously hypocritical?" After hearing this, Wanwan waved her hands repeatedly, her voice trembling a little. No, Wanwan doesn't want to play anymore. The little girl could see that this gourd was very important to her grandfather, and she didn't want to make him even more sad because of her carelessness. She carefully placed the gourd in Lin Zhongtian's arms, but maybe because she put it in the wrong way, the small gourd rolled directly off Lin Zhongtian's body and fell to the ground with a pop. When Wanwan saw this, she felt so heartbroken that her big eyes were filled with tears, which were rolling in her eye sockets and could fall at any time. She felt extremely guilty and kept blaming herself for being so careless. Wanwan squatted down with a sad look on her face, carefully picked up the small gourd, held it in both hands and handed it to Lin Zhongtian, crying, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, Wanwan didn't hold it just now." Seeing the little guy's self-blaming and aggrieved look, Lin Zhongtian felt even more upset. He held his precious granddaughter in his arms and comforted her softly, it's okay, Grandpa doesn't blame you." But children are like this. The more they say it's okay, the more the grievances in their hearts are magnified. Wanwan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears with a wow, tears rolling down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Lin Zhongtian gently patted Wanwan's back and coaxed her softly, "Wanwan, don't cry, Grandpa knows you didn't mean it. The skin of this gourd is very solid, it's okay if it falls." Lin Muhong, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart when he heard this, "Dad, can you please listen to what you were saying first? I just touched the gourd, but you scolded me. Why do you keep lowering your bottom line when it comes to your granddaughter?" For some reason, he suddenly missed his grandfather. However, Wanwan kept crying. She felt that she had caused a big disaster and caused her grandfather's most beloved gourd to fall. She was filled with guilt. Su Wanru had just cleaned up the kitchen and was walking slowly over here when she suddenly heard the heart-wrenching cry of her precious granddaughter. Her heart skipped a beat and she tensed up instantly. She ran over quickly and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with my eldest granddaughter? Why is she crying so sadly?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanru's face was full of resentment, as if there was a fire in her chest. She looked at Lin Zhongtian fiercely and asked, "What did you do to make our Wanwan cry?" When Lin Zhongtian heard this, his face was full of innocence. He explained eagerly, "I didn't do anything. This is really none of my business." Seeing his father eager to prove his innocence, Lin Muhong couldn't help laughing out loud, secretly sighing in his heart, it's really a matter of time, he didn't expect that his father would end up like this. Lin Zhongtian didn't want to bear the blame for no reason, so he quickly looked to his son for help, hoping that his son could stand up and help prove his innocence. Seeing his father's anxious and expectant eyes, Lin Muhong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, then patted his father's shoulder with a smile and said to Su Wanru, "Mom, your precious granddaughter was made to cry by my dad." Chapter 77, It Must Be Unpleasant to Be Wronged. This sudden reversal made Lin Zhongtian open his eyes wide in an instant, with a look of disbelief on his face. He turned his head suddenly and glared at his son fiercely. His eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, as if silently asking, "Why are you accusing me?" Lin Muhong smiled with a sly look in his eyes, as if he was responding, "Who told you to wrongly accuse me? It must be unpleasant to be wronged." Lin Zhongtian sighed helplessly, he really reaped what he sowed. At this time, hearing her son's testimony, Su Wanru rolled her eyes at him angrily, and then said firmly, "You sleep in the living room tonight, you are not allowed to go back to your room." After that, she gently held Wan in her arms and comforted her gently, "Baby, don't cry, Grandma will take you out to play, let's go dance in the square, okay?" After hearing this, Wan raised her head from her grandmother's shoulder with sobs. Her little eyes were red from crying, and she looked like a wronged little rabbit, which made people feel very distressed. Seeing the little guy like this, Su Wanru's heart was broken. She couldn't help but glared at Lin Zhongtian fiercely. Her eyes seemed to say, "Look at what you have done." When Wan heard that her grandma was going to take her out to play, the tears that were about to fall were instantly stopped, as if the little crybaby just now was not herself. At this moment, her apology to her grandfather disappeared, and her chubby little face was full of anticipation. I have to say, the child's expression changes very quickly. Wan wiped her tears with her chubby little hands, then skipped to Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning, blinking her big watery eyes and said coquettishly, "Dad, Mom, you guys come out and play with us, okay?" That soft voice seemed to carry endless magic. Xia Wanning gently touched Wan's head, gently tidied up the hair on her forehead, and responded gently, "Okay." When they came out of the house, the family walked in front, and Lin Zhongtian was left far behind because he was a little slow in closing the door. He waved his hands anxiously behind them and shouted at the top of his voice, "Wait for me." At that time, there was a figure behind them quietly watching the family. The man clenched his fists, his eyes full of indignation. Then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller ID was his brother-in-law, the man's face suddenly changed. He quickly put on a flattering smile, nodded and answered the phone, and respectfully shouted, "Brother-in-law. Don't call me brother-in-law, I don't have a brother-in-law as stupid as you." The brother-in-law's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. After a moment, the man sighed and replied through gritted teeth, "Come here quickly." The man was scolded by the other party and couldn't get a word in. He was confused and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What's wrong with this old guy? He really treats me as a punching bag." After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but yell into the phone, "It's just a few stinky bucks, otherwise my sister wouldn't like you." He looked at the departing backs of Lin Zhongtian and his family with a sinister look, his eyes full of resentment. The man got into the car angrily, thinking in his mind, "Could it be that my brother-in-law is angry about the Lin family?" Thinking of this, he suddenly noticed something strange. The workers who were originally waiting outside the community had disappeared, and the Lin family was no longer hiding. What was going on? Soon, he came to a small villa. Although this villa is not big, its market value is more than 10 million. Hearing the noise coming from downstairs, a familiar figure slowly came down from upstairs. This person was the former owner of the factory, Ren Dajin. Seeing the person coming, Ren Dajin frowned, sat down heavily on the sofa, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip, as if he wanted to swallow all the anger in his heart. The brother-in-law didn't say anything, so the man could only stand aside with a very humble attitude. At that time, Ren Dajin raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife, shooting straight at the man. "Wangguan, how did you promise me so solemnly that the money of the old Lin family was spent on investment? How can they have money to pay the workers now?" The man's heart trembled at the sharp gaze, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His face was full of disbelief, and even his voice trembled. "Brother-in-law, did you say they paid the workers' wages?" Seeing the other party's angry eyes, Qian Wenguang shook his head in confusion and murmured, "It's impossible, brother-in-law, I really inquired in advance, their family only has so much money, it is impossible to pay the workers' wages, is it wrong?" Ren Dajin was so angry that his face turned blue when he heard this. He slammed his hands on the table so hard that the teacup jumped up. "No mistake, I confirmed it myself. The other party has already solved the problem, but they just found out about it, and Ren Dajin is furious." Looking at Qian Wenguan, he roared, "Do you know that I lost tens of millions because of you? I shouldn't have listened to your suggestion at the beginning." Ren Dajin was full of regret. It seemed that he should not frame others, otherwise he would suffer retribution sooner or later. There was no point in getting angry now. At this point, he could only try his best to recover the losses and take back the factory. He looked at Qian Wenguan angrily and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Go check what's going on." Qian Wenguan was so frightened by his brother-in-law's angry glare that he rolled over and almost fell down, and finally left in shame. At that time, looking at her brother running very fast, Chen Wenjing wanted to ask about the situation, but her brother was afraid of being scolded by his brother-in-law, so he ran away quickly. After entering the house, Chen Wenjing walked to Ren Dajin's side, twisting her waist and asking in a soft voice, "Dajin, what did Wenwan do to make you so unhappy?" Seeing Ren Dajin's sullen face and silent, Chen Wenjing grabbed his arm angrily and said, "I'm telling you, I only have this one brother, you can't just ignore him." Looking at the brother-doting man beside him, Ren Dajin frowned with impatience. He was so angry that he threw the teacup to the ground, and the pieces flew everywhere. He stood up, pointed at Chen Wenjing's nose, and roared, "Do you know that because of your brother's bad idea, I lost tens of millions? I am so angry that I don't even want to care about you." After saying that, Ren Dajin went upstairs, leaving Chen Wenjing standing there in a daze. Looking at the ruthless man going upstairs, Chen Wenjing's heart was full of resentment. She clenched her fists and said with gritted teeth, "Ren Dajin, if you dare to be ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous." Recalling what she just said, Chen Wenjing's eyes rolled around. She thought to herself, "My family has lost so much money, I have to make plans early." On the other side, after coming out of the villa, Chen Wanwan was not idle. He found the employee list. When he saw the familiar name appear on it, his eyes lit up and he immediately dialed the other party's number. "It's me." Chapter 78. This is my granddaughter. When they arrived at the square near the community, Wanwan became instantly excited. At that time, several grandmothers had already started dancing square dance to the music. Wanwan excitedly pulled Su Wanru's hand and skipped forward. "Grandma, jump faster." Her clear voice was full of anticipation. After saying that, Wanwan followed Su Wanru closely, her eyes fixed on her grandmother who was leading the dance in front of her. Her little head moved with the rhythm, looking extremely adorable. After a while, the little guy started to dance like the others, his little arms and legs moving flexibly, as if he was born to be a dancer. Su Wanru looked at him, her eyes full of love, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Maybe it was due to his talent, or maybe it was because his little brain was still fresh, but the little guy learned very quickly and soon caught up with everyone else. Standing next to Su Wanru was a slightly plump woman named Deng Xiaotsue. She had woolly curly hair and was wearing a red shirt with black pants and a pair of white sandals. She looked quite delicate. This person is Su Wanru's dancing partner. Seeing that she came today, he was very surprised and said, "Wanru, you are finally here. What have you been busy with recently? Why didn't you come to dance?" Su Wanru looked a little uncomfortable when she heard this, but she still replied calmly, "My family has something going on recently, so I haven't been out. I came here as soon as I had time." Deng Xiaotsue nodded after hearing this, and her eyes immediately fell on Wanwan. Seeing the little girl dancing in an imitative manner, her face was full of surprise. "Wanru, who is the little girl next to you? She dances really well." "Ha, this is my granddaughter." Su Wanru smiled brightly when she heard this. This praise made her happier than praising herself. At that time, Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning stood aside, looking at Wanwan's lively and lovely appearance, and they couldn't hide the smiles on their lips. "I didn't expect that Wanwan could dance square dance so well. It seems she has a talent for dancing. My body is not coordinated, which I must have inherited from you," Lin Muhong said self-deprecatingly. After hearing this, Xia Wanning blushed, and the sweet scene of the two of them nurturing a baby unconsciously emerged in her mind. Realizing that her thoughts were a little embarrassing, she hurriedly shook her head, trying to get rid of those unspeakable images. Lin Muhong noticed that she was behaving strangely, so he asked gently, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, no." Xia Wanning waved her hands in panic, fearing that her thoughts would be seen through by the other party. At this time, the cell phone in Lin Muhong's pocket rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was a call from Sun Daong. The square dance music was a bit noisy. After saying something to Xia Wanning, he ran to a relatively quiet place to answer the phone. Sun Daong's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Lin, I have asked all the workers in the factory, and only 20 workers are willing to continue working." To be honest, Sun Daong was also very nervous. After all, a factory only has a future with a forward-looking boss, and the man on the other end of the phone was less than 20 years old. It was still unknown whether he could get the factory running again. If it weren't for the time it would take to find a new job and the fact that the hospital would always ask for payment, he really wouldn't want to stay here. As for other employees who did not leave, it is probably because they think this job is relatively easy. Lin Muhong was not surprised to hear Sun Daong's answer. He replied calmly, "Please inform everyone to arrive at the factory before 9 o'clock tomorrow." "Okay, Mr. Lin." After hanging up the phone, Sun Daeong began to contact those workers who were willing to continue working one by one. Soon, in the ward, the little girl Kong Kong heard the door open, and a bright smile immediately broke out on her face. She weakly but sweetly called out, "Dad." "Hey," Sun Daeong responded gently. He walked quickly to the bedside, gently stroked his baby daughter's head, and said with a smile, "Soon, our Kong Kong will be able to be discharged from the hospital. Then Dad will take you to the playground." When Kong Kong heard this, a smile appeared on her face, but when she saw her father's clothes with a hole in it, her eyes were full of heartache. Then, Kong Kong blamed himself and said, "Dad, if I didn't run around, wouldn't so many things have happened, and wouldn't Mom have run away from home?" Sun Daeong hurriedly comforted him, "Baby, I don't blame you. As long as you accompany Dad, Dad will be satisfied." Then he continued, "Dad will work hard to make money so that our Kong Kong can be discharged from the hospital earlier. Do you believe in Dad?" "Believe it." Kong Kong nodded vigorously. Sun Daeong hugged her tightly in his arms, his eyes full of hope. At the same time, Xia Wanning was holding her mobile phone, concentrating on recording Wan. She wanted to record the cute scene of the little one dancing in the square. However, when she was unaware, a bicycle came speeding from behind like lightning, and the rider was a boy of about 12 or 13 years old. His face was filled with excitement and he seemed to be enjoying the feeling of speeding very much. Under his control, the bicycle shuttled flexibly among the crowd, swerving left and right, attracting the attention of pedestrians around. Just as the little boy was immersed in the thrill of the ride, an accident happened. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. At the critical moment, Lin Muhong happened to witness this scene. His heart instantly rose to his throat. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed forward and pulled Xia Wanning into his arms. If he had been a second slower, the speeding bicycle would have hit Xia Wanning hard, with disastrous consequences. The little boy was so frightened by this sudden situation that his face turned pale. He had just pressed the brakes in a panic, but because he used too much force, both he and the bike fell to the ground. However, the little boy reacted quickly enough, and when the car fell, he supported himself with his legs firmly and did not fall to the ground. Lin Muhong was extremely anxious and looked Xia Wanning up and down quickly. After confirming that she was not injured, he felt relieved. Then he turned to the little boy angrily and shouted, "You're riding so fast. Didn't your parents teach you to look at the road when riding a bike?" At this moment, Lin Muhong was filled with worry about Xia Wanning's safety. If he was a second late, the consequences would be unimaginable. The little boy was frightened by Lin Muhong's sudden roar. He knew he was in trouble and apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry, brother. I will ride slowly next time." Although Lin Muhong was anxious, he was not an unreasonable person. He realized that his tone was a bit harsh, so he said slowly, "Who should I apologize to?" After hearing this, the little boy immediately looked at Xia Wanning and said sincerely, "Sister, I'm sorry." Xia Wanning smiled gently and said softly, "It's okay, just go slower next time, go and have fun." After all, children love to pursue excitement, and he has realized his mistake. At this time, the crowd around gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Muhong and Xia Wanning. Chapter 79, Maybe Wan has a solution. Recalling the scene where the other party protected her behind him, Xia Wanning smiled and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Lin Muhong calmed down and realized that he was too emotional just now. He was worried that he might scare Xia Wanning, so he said a little embarrassedly, "Well, I was too anxious just now, so my voice was a little loud. I hope you were not scared by me." After saying that, Lin Muhong nervously waited for Xia Wanning's response, fearing that she would think of him as a man who could not control his emotions and had a tendency to domestic violence. Hearing this, Xia Wanning shook her head gently and said gratefully, "If it weren't for you, I would be in danger today. I can't thank you enough." Lin Muhong grinned, and the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He waved his hand and said lightly, "It's okay, as long as you don't think I'm scary." After saying that, the two smiled at each other, their hearts were a little moved. Today, Wan's exercise volume was quite satisfactory. She danced from the moment she arrived at the square until the square dance ended. While dancing in the square, everyone noticed this little guy. Seeing her, a small person, dancing so skillfully, everyone's eyes were filled with joy. After the square dance ended, everyone gathered around Wan, with kind smiles on their faces and love in their eyes. At this time, the lead dancer holding the speaker walked up to Wan with a smile, squatted down gently, and said softly, "Baby, how old are you? You dance so well. When Wanwan heard the compliment, she replied in a baby voice, "Grandma, I'm 5.5 years old today." Her voice was clear and pleasant, with the softness that is unique to children. The little guy was not at all stage frightened. Instead, he straightened his chest and had a look of pride on his face. Hearing this sweet voice, the aunties' hearts melted and the smiles on their faces became even brighter. Everyone was thinking, how nice it would be if they also had such a lively and lovely granddaughter. There was even an old lady who couldn't help but reach out and touch Wanwan's little head, saying with a smile, "This child is really adorable." Everyone was very happy that there was suddenly fresh blood in the square dance team. Especially the aunt who was leading the dance, she loved these soft and sticky little balls very much. She looked at Wanwan expectantly and asked, "Baby, will you come over tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan looked up at her grandmother standing beside her, and then said obediently, "I'll come if my grandmother comes." That little look is so adorable that one can't help but want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Suwanru said with a smile, "We'll come over tomorrow." Her tone was full of pride, as if she was showing everyone her most precious treasure. When the aunts heard this, their eyes were filled with excitement and they said one after another, "That's a deal." It seems that everyone is looking forward to Wanwan's arrival. After returning home, Wanwan's little face was red and there were a few drops of sweat on her forehead. She shrugged her nose, as if she smelled something unusual. When the little guy saw the figure on the sofa, he raised a wicked smile, then jumped to Lin Muhun, blinked his big watery eyes and said in a delicate voice, "Daddy, come and smell it, does your little baby smell good?" Lin Muhun was amused by his daughter's sudden coquetry. He sniffed intoxicatedly and responded gently, "Smells good, of course my little princess smells good." Seeing that her father had really taken the bait, Wanwan couldn't help but giggle and proudly announced, "Huh, Dad, you've been fooled. I stink." Lin Muhong slapped his forehead in pretended annoyance, "Oh, I guessed wrong." Seeing his daughter's smug expression, he pretended to be fierce and said, "Okay, you little rascal, you dare to lie to your dad, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." As he said that, he chased after Wanwan with his teeth and claws bared. Seeing this, Wanwan screamed in fear and ran around like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing that his father couldn't catch up with him, the little guy's mouth was full of pride. At this time, Xia Wan Ning poked her head out of the bathroom and saw the father and daughter chasing and fighting, with a happy smile on her face. Then, she called softly, "Wan Wan, come here quickly, mommy is going to give you a bath." Coming, Wan Wan responded, and then jumped to Xia Waning's side. With his mother around, the little guy proudly shook his little butt towards his father, and his eyes seemed to say, "Dad, come over and hit me." That provocative look made Lin Muhun angry and amused. Looking at Wanwan's bright smile, he was immersed in it and couldn't help but sigh, "It's so good to have a daughter." After taking a bath, Su Wanru took Wanwan to the master bedroom with a clean bath towel, and then changed the little one into cool pajamas. At this moment, she suddenly realized the problem of sleeping at night. Her house had 2 bedrooms and a living room, which was not spacious enough. What's more, her son told her about his relationship with Xia Wan Ning during the day. Although she really wanted her to be her daughter-in-law, she couldn't force it. Thinking of this, Su Wanru's brows unconsciously frowned slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible sadness arose in her heart. How should she sleep at night? Wanwan sat obediently on the bed, letting her grandmother deal with her. Suddenly, the little girl discovered a problem. She frowned and patted Su Wanru's shoulder and said, "Grandma, what are you thinking about? The buttons are all buttoned wrong." After hearing this, Su Wanru looked at the extra piece of clothing and said apologetically, "Grandma really didn't notice it. Our Wanwan has such a good eye that she can notice such a small thing." He being praised, Wanwan smiled shyly and felt very happy. At this time, the little guy noticed that Su Wanru was a little absent-minded, and asked puzzledly, "Grandma, did something happen to you? Wanwan will solve it for you." As he said that, he imitated the adults and patted his little chest, looking serious and cute. When Su Wanru heard this, the clouds of sorrow in her heart seemed to be gently dispelled by this pure warmth. She gently touched Wanwan's little head and said with a smile, "Baby, you can't solve this problem." But Wanwan refused to give up. She pouted her lips, pulled her grandmother's hand and acted coquettishly, "Grandma, please tell me first. Maybe Wanwan has a solution." Looking at her granddaughter's expectant eyes, Su Wanru smiled helplessly and dotingly, and finally said what she was thinking, "Baby, can you sleep with Grandma and Mom at night?" "Ah? Why?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan's brows immediately wrinkled into small hills, full of confusion. She muttered, "I usually sleep with my dad and mom at night." "Grandma, why do you suddenly say that?" Hearing this answer, Su Wanru was surprised. "What, you sleep with your parents at night? Chapter 80, Factory Trip. Yes, is there any problem? Wanwan blinked her big eyes that were as clear as water, full of confusion. In her little world, this was just a very ordinary thing, so why did her grandma look so surprised? The little guy tilted his head, thinking about it over and over again but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped worrying about it. When Su Wanru heard this, her dim eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. She couldn't stop smiling, and even her voice trembled with joy. That's great. In her mind, it was only a matter of time before her son and future daughter-in-law got together. At that time, Wanwan saw her grandmother clapping her hands excitedly and no longer cared about her curiosity. Her little mouth opened slightly, and she yawned continuously. Her little head also nodded slightly, and she mumbled in a baby voice, "Wanwan is so sleepy, so sleepy." At this time, Xia Wanning took Wanwan's washed clothes to the balcony of the master bedroom to dry. Seeing this, Wanwan's eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and she said weakly, "Mom, Wanwan wants to sleep. Can you tell me a story?" Xia Wanning felt soft in her heart after hearing this. "Okay, I'll tell you a story after I hang your clothes up, okay?" "Okay." Wanwan nodded in a baby voice, sat obediently aside, supporting her chin with her little hand, waiting quietly. Seeing this, Su Wanru hurriedly took out a thin green quilt from the cupboard, looked at Xia Wanning with a smile on her face and said, "Ningning, I heard from Wanwan that you two slept in the same room, so I won't make any other arrangements. This quilt is for you." When Xia Wanning heard this, her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She naturally understood the deep meaning of the other party's words. She took the quilt, and perhaps fearing misunderstanding, she quickly explained, "Wanwan sleeps in the middle, she and I share the same blanket." "Okay, then you guys go to bed." Su Wanru nodded with a smile, then gently picked up Wanwan and put her in the second bedroom. At that time, Lin Muhong had just finished taking a bath. When the little guy saw his father appear at the door, he waved excitedly and shouted, "Dad, please go back to the room. We need to turn off the lights." Seeing this, Xia Wanning shyly agreed, "Wanwan is sleepy, let's go to bed quickly." "Oh, okay." When Lin Muhong heard this, his voice trembled with excitement. Then he quickly returned to the room and gently closed the door. Wanwan had been dancing square dance for a long time and was already exhausted. Less than 3 minutes into listening to the story, she began to hear the sound of her even breathing. However, the two people on both sides of the bed tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Perhaps Xia Wanning had just moved to a new environment and was still not used to it, while Lin Muhong was worried about things at the factory and didn't know what would happen tomorrow. He had a strong feeling that tomorrow's trip to the factory would not go smoothly. Inside the villa, Chen Wenguang stood aside respectfully and reported carefully, "Brother-in-law, I found out that the one who paid the workers' wages was Lin Zhongtian's son Lin Muhong. I heard that the guy is still in college. I really don't know where he gets the money." Seeing that Ren Dajin remained silent, Chen Wenguang continued, "I also heard that the guy plans to take over the factory and has notified the workers to enter the factory tomorrow." Ren Dajin's eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and his brows furrowed tightly. He said coldly, "If this factory is opened, how can we buy it back at a low price? Wouldn't the money I invested be wasted?" Ren Dajin looked up at Chen Wenguang with sharp eyes and said in a tough tone, "He must not be able to open this factory, understand?" "I understand." Chen Wenguang understood and nodded angrily. He already had an idea in his mind. It was just to destroy the factory. This was something he was good at. Ren Dajin continued to remind him, "If you can't even handle this little thing, don't blame me for not showing you two some mercy. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Chen Wanguang said with a smile, then walked out of the villa. Looking at the brightly lit villa, Chen Wanguang's face changed, and he curled his lips and spat unhappily, "When I become richer than you one day, I'll see if you dare to show off in front of me." However, the reality is cruel, and he still has to rely on Ren Dajin to live a relatively comfortable life. So, he dialed the previous number and said proudly, "As long as you listen to me, you will get the benefits." A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone, "Brother Qian, don't worry, I will definitely listen to you." Qian Wenguang hung up the phone with satisfaction. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, "Lin Muhong, right? This is the first big gift I give you, I hope you like it." After breakfast, Lin Muhong was about to go to the factory to find out what was going on. Just as he was about to step out of the door, Lin Zhongtian hurriedly called him, "Ahang, wait for me, I'll go with you to take a look." Lin Zhongtian was full of curiosity. He wanted to know what the factory that he had to spend all his fortune to buy looked like. He felt like he wanted to die with a clear mind. Lin Muhan curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and nodded gently, okay. Then he stood aside patiently, waiting for his father to pack his luggage. 40 minutes later, Lin Muhan and Lin Zhongtian got out of the car together. In front of them stood the factory gate with the sign of Dajin Motor Company hanging on it. Lin Muhan looked around, frowned slightly, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. This factory looked like it was newly built. When he entered, he glanced at the equipment and it seemed that it had just been used for a short time. The factory was also quite large, which made him feel confused. "Dad, how much did it cost you to sign this contract?" Lin Muhan asked. "Less than 11 million. Lin Zhongtian replied. Noticing the surprised expression on his son's face, he quickly asked, "Son, did you find something wrong? I'm afraid this factory is worth much more than this price, right?" Lin Muhan sighed softly, his eyes flickering with thought. To build this factory plus the purchase of facilities, etc., it will cost at least 30 million. "Dad, you got a great bargain." "What?" Lin Zhongtian's face was filled with disbelief, and then his excitement was beyond words. "So, I really found a treasure?" "That's right." Lin Muhan confirmed with a smile, already having a bold guess in his mind. He speculated that the other party might have deliberately set up a trap and sold the factory to his father for 10 million yuan, and expected that his father was short of funds and could not pay the workers' wages. When the pressure was too great, they would buy it back at a low price, making a huge profit from the difference. Lin Muhan thought to himself that the mastermind behind all this might be the factory's former boss Rin Dajin. At this time, Sun Daong had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw the two of them, he called out respectfully, "Boss Lin, little boss Lin." When Lin Zhongtian thought of Sun Daong's ferocious appearance before, anger surged in his heart. But at this moment, seeing that the other party was so respectful, his anger inexplicably dissipated a little. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he responded with a light hum. Lin Muhan looked around and found that there was no one in the factory except Sun Daong. His face suddenly turned pale. He raised his hand to check his watch, and asked with some displeasure in his tone, "Where are the others?"